I see. That's the
The
thing. I'm
Earth.
not talking about the Earth yet. I'm not
So
talking
you
about the
don't
Earth
want
yet.
to talk about what the topic is.
I'm talking about spherical SF
You're a
on a sphere.
surveyor, dude. Talk
Yeah,
about the Earth.
I'm talking about. So, like, I want to start small scale so you guys can understand it first.
Everyone understands.
You clearly don't, because you said the string wraps around the entire ball. That's not what we're
Okay,
talking about.
so we've got 3 points on the Earth. Yep, line of sight.
No, just a small ball first. We're going to
They're
start
not
small,
line of
and
sight.
then we'll
So
go
when you
big.
get 3 points, they're not line of
Don't
sight.
They don't have to be on a small object? No,
On the Earth.
no. I'm not talking about the Earth. I
We
want to
are.
start small, and then we can go big. All right, then
Okay,
you guys
go
want to
ahead,
talk about
man.
something else?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Duncan, we can skip that part. We understand what a spherical triangle is
I-
claimed to be. Okay?
It's not a claim. It's just you can just do this yourselves. It's an actual observation. It's not hard.
Duncan, just go ahead, man. Just go ahead, mate.
I need to first know that you guys know what I'm talking about.
Go ahead.
Okay,
We
so
understand.
I don't think you do, because the other guy was talking about wrapping a string around the whole ball.
Go
So,
ahead,
like,
dude. I said a
I don't think
chord.
you understand.
You know exactly what a chord is. You're a surveyor.
Okay, so
Yeah.
do you understand that when you have
I
3
didn't say
points on a
string. I
sphere
said chord.
and you connect
Yeah.
them, the interior angles add up to greater than 180 degrees? Do
So
you understand that?
where are you getting your positions from?
Again, I'm still starting small. Like, I'm still just talking about like a small object that you can hold in your hands. Do you understand
You
that?
understand what a spherical triangle is?
Fucking
So you
hell.
understand that the interior angles add up to greater than 180 degrees when you measure a triangle on the sphere. You understand that?
Yes. Yes, we understand
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Okay. We get those observations when we do large scale measurements with the theodolites.
How?
How? So we can
Mm-hmm.
calculate the angles from,
Calculate.
yeah.
Yep. So from 3 lines of sight or not?
Yeah. Yeah. You can do it with 3.
So 3 lines of sight equal 180 degrees.
That's the thing. We don't get that result when we measure it on the sphere. It's weird. When we measure it on Earth and we have those 3 points, we get
You
greater
don't
than
measure.
180 degrees.
If you've got 3 lines of sight, you can't have anything but 180 degrees.
Yeah,
Correct
Can you
or
prove
problem,
that?
not correct?
Can you prove that?
the
Well,
the
a
problem
triangle
though
is
is
180 degrees. Yeah.
Right. That's a 2D thing. I'm talking about 3D space.
So you got 3 lines of sight. Point A to point B, point B, point C to point A. 3 lines of sight. Does that equal a triangle?
It does, yes.
Yep. How many degrees are in a triangle?
A spherical triangle. It varies on the distance
You guys are
and the radius.
retarded, man. I can't believe you're doing land surveying for me.
I'm not doing
no.
it for you.
Well, the reality though is he's never accounting for curvature when he's out there in the field. That's something he'll never do. He can say that because that's what the bias is, and people say you have to, and you do. But
Yeah.
realistically, but
Because
realistically, he
block.
will never do that. Realistically,
Yeah.
he will never do that. And when they start saying like, "Oh yeah, we can do spherical axis," that is not even true because what he does is he's never going to go take a shot to where you can't see the object in a
Well,
line
you
of
can't
sight
take
type
the
of thing.
shot. Yeah.
Yeah,
You can't
he's
have
never
the
going to do
shot.
that. He's never going to
Yeah.
do that. And two, if he is taking a shot of something that is so far away that it's now dropping optically to the position of your theodolite or total station, or whatever you're using for your setup, then he's not using the equipment accurately the way you're supposed to,
Well,
and that's just the
the whole
reality.
thing is you can't get more than 180 degrees from a triangle.
Even on a
And if you're
sphere?
taking 3 lines of sight,
even on
got a
a sphere.
triangle.
There's
But
like
you're
a
not
car
measuring
alarm
a
going
sphere,
off, man.
though. You're taking 3 lines of sight. It's silly, man.
You're not going to get You're not going to get even because you're not measuring in a ball in that case. So that little ball he was talking about, where it's going to be excess, if you went all the way down to the surface on a microscopic level, that point would not be able to see the other point while you're drawing your strings around it to make your
Yeah,
spherical triangle. You would never
you
do
got
that in reality. It's just a concept thing. It's a mind
yeah.
thing, and because they
That's
can
right.
do it
You got
mathematically, they're trying to
even
make
if
it
you
like it's
take
reality.
even if you take it onto a small bowl, you got 3 toothpicks, and you raise those
Right.
toothpicks up, and you take 3 lines of sight. You get a triangle of 180 degrees, and then you place those chord lines onto a sphere.
They'll be raised up.
Then you get spherical excess. It's the only way you get it.
Yeah. Just surveyors that come in here, I just want them to be honest with themselves and with us, but more importantly with themselves. They never account for curvature of the earth. The only thing they account for is the conditions. So, like the refraction, right? There is a
Well,
rate
not
of
even him.
refraction,
I think
and
he does
also, oh,
like like plots of land. So just from section
well,
to
you,
section to
yeah,
section.
well,
Yeah,
even still, all he's ever going to do is just elevation change,
yeah,
rise over run, and
exactly.
that's
Yeah.
it. That's all he's ever going to do. But
How do you know it's
Isn't
he's
that
got a
measured?
right,
bias.
Duncan? Is that correct, Duncan?
It seems like he gave up.
Yeah, of course he did.
He really,
Probably.
How do you
he
know?
really only wants to talk if someone else is talking.
Well, looks like the globe has been destroyed. Hold on, guys.
There's this surveyor that's on TikTok. I don't know why, but when you're just scrolling through your for you page, and you're just like seeing all the different suggested videos. This guy pops up on my screen all the time, and it infuriates me because I'll stop and listen to him for maybe 5 minutes, and the amount of lies and that just pour out from his mouth within 5 minutes is like, holy fuck. And he's talking to everybody, all his audience, as if this is accurate, this is true. And I'm like, dude, this guy's just spreading misinformation, disinformation, and maybe even, may I say it, malinformation, because it's completely fucking not the way reality is. But that's why you have these guys coming in here saying this dumbass shit. 'Cause you have people like
Well,
that just spreading it.
there was a guy that came in and said, triangulation, and he posted a video, and the video about triangulation was if you know point A to B, the distance from point A to B, then you can work out um, A to C, C to B, because you have that point, just that one measurement. That was what the video was explaining, triangulation of distance.
Hmm.
And he put that forward as um, triangulation on a globe. I was like, did you watch the video? You didn't even watch the video. Because the actual, like, the heading of the video was triangulation on a globe. And then you listen to it, and it was like a 7-minute video. And I watched it, and it just spoke about triangulation, knowing distances only if you've got one point. So what they do is they got point A to B, and then they triangulate from point A to B, and then they work out the distances from point A to B. That was the triangulation video. It had nothing to do with curvature or anything. It was just about distances.
Yeah, it's absurd sometimes, the things they pass off. And they, I mean, worse, they believe it. Wholeheartedly, they believe it.
Well, I think they just grab videos and go and they look at the heading of the video, and then they post the video, and they never watched it.
Right. It's just crazy.
All right, who we got in here? Any Globers? Who's that? That's Eban. All right, we got Manufactotum. Bocrifon, welcome.
So
All glory to the. I can never
most
say her
high.
name. All, yeah, we had a good session with him before. Benji, welcome. Crit, dude, you're a dude. Eban, welcome back, dude. Effie Batman, you know you're always welcome.
Thanks,
You're the
buddy.
Batman. Flat Earth dude, if you're still awake. Flat
I'm just so tired today.
GG. You
Flipping
silly.
through Facebook
You
Marketplace.
working. Grisp, I know you're in Melbourne. Speak up. Julius J. Silent, but always there. Cambo. Welcome back, brother. Elliptical. Who are you? Anyway, we'll come back to you. Mark J. I see you in here. Migo, we go. Welcome back. Morvis. Cyclone. You're the dude. Quiet noobs. Always in here. Doesn't speak much.
Hello, mate.
Hey, g'day,
Hey,
buddy. Reckoner. Now, I know your name from the other server. Now, I've seen you in here for a while. Are you want to speak up? I think some of the other guys know you pretty well.
your reckoner is tight.
Yeah.
Reckoner, thank you. I want to hear Reckoner speak to the class.
Re-
That was a good impression.
That was very
Reckoner,
good.
He's the dude. You're the
he's
dude.
like, oh, sorry, Thibault, go.
No, you're right. Go ahead, man. I'm just going the roll call.
Yeah, Reckoner is like a globe head. Like he believes Earth is a globe, but he sides with flat earthers because just how ridiculous people are who present the globe.
Ah, okay. All right. Sydney, welcome back. Tassie Tiger, you must be Australian. Trinity, always welcome. Car, you don't speak, but I've seen you for years, mate. All right. Tassie Tiger, you there, buddy?
I think Tassie Tiger is just a chat skank.
Is he a Glober? For silly?
I don't know. I think so.
Yeah, he is. He told us last time that he was the founder of the Anti-Flat Earth Society.
That's
You
And
just
we
funny.
have to go
asked
to
him,
atheist.
who else was a member, and he said he couldn't tell us. It's a secret.
How do you get
maybe he
invited?
needs to. Maybe he needs to join Gay Force 6.
You got to maybe an open. Or you
There's a
just have
lot of
to
channels out here.
apply within. You like those? That will
There's
help
so
on
many
your application.
polarizing channels on this server.
Oh wait, hang on. Who said that?
Jerry's hitchhiking.
Speak, speak up, or forever hold your peace.
Someone said something about polarizing.
Yeah, I just thought, there's a lot of polarizing topics on the server. Like they change every day as well, right? So it's kind of funny just
on the
in there.
whole politics server. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
venture much. Oh, I don't venture at all into any other rooms. Actually,
not at all. You don't
I
go
haven't.
over there.
Yeah,
I haven't visited any other room.
Really?
yeah.
It's
If you
kind of
click out of
funny,
this room,
actually.
chances are you're gonna fall into a den of blue hairs and be torn
Yeah,
apart.
no, for real, and that's why it's funny.
The problem is, I have as soon as I jump in, they'll go, flat Earth mod. What? Are you a flat earther?
Oh yeah. Well, I don't have any like mod privileges or anything, so they don't know who I am.
No, but you don't need that to jump into other rooms. What have you got down here? Journeyman. Yeah. Look around.
This guy on the server, his name always makes me laugh. Was it tax women 100%?
That's
I like
hilarious.
that one
Okay.
apocryphon, do you? Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Duncan, come on. We need some content, mate. Tell me how a surveyor gets spherical access.
What time is it in Australia?
Oh, it's late, man. 1:14 a.m. I don't normally stay up this late, but my family's visiting other family up in the Gold Coast, so I'm home alone.
Oh yeah,
Well, not home alone. I got the dogs here. But,
nice. I have my cat. I have a cat now.
what's the cat's name?
Mumbles.
Mumbles. Does it mumble?
Yeah, you like that?
Hey, what was that girl that you used to hang around with?
Oh, Rebecca. Yeah,
Becky.
me and her
Becky, that
split
was
up.
it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, you
Becky.
guys were a couple.
Yeah, for a bit. Like I don't know,
Oh,
like 8 months or
her
something.
voice was fucking intolerable,
Intolerable. Yeah,
intolerable. Yeah, yeah.
she kind of put that on a little bit, but
She was hard work, man.
yeah, no, for sure.
I'm, I'm
She was
happy
good.
for you, man. I'm happy for you.
No, yeah, it's fun while it lasted. She'd kind of join me on the channel and try and keep
Did she think we
an
were
open
retards,
mind.
though?
No,
Yeah.
so I was just about to say she tried to keep an open mind, but I don't think she wasn't really listening to any of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course she wasn't.
She kind of just thought it was stupid, and she just did it for me. But
Oh.
yeah,
Well, if it
True
lasted,
love.
it would have
True
been nice, man.
what?
Yeah. Becky was a apocryphon of Becky was the most annoying person that I've ever heard
Oh,
on
come on, she
Discord,
wasn't
man.
that, and she wasn't that annoying.
That's
I mean, I
hilarious.
half agree, but she's just young. I shouldn't date that young anymore.
Yeah, don't date
Anyways,
young
doesn't
girls.
matter.
You should always date someone the same age as you, man.
Well, how am I going to find a girl that also believes in the flat Earth and the Matrix and all this shit?
You don't,
You're never going to
mate.
find.
Wait,
Hey,
what?
I found my
Yeah,
second
dude.
wife and my
Well,
current girlfriend.
What?
You know how many
your
Wait.
second
how
wife
many
and your current
marriages?
girlfriend?
Yeah,
I
you
have
know how many
two.
marriages we've got? Like 5 now. You know, like people who just met just on 24/7. It
Yeah.
got to the point where Veek said he thinks that the 24/7 server is not really about flat Earth. It's just a dating app for conspiracy people.
Well, Witsit and his wife met on 24/7.
Yeah,
There's
loads of
lots of
people have
people that
met their
She
wives
came in
on.
as a glober, and he wooed her.
he
With the
wooed
flat
her
Earth.
with the flat Earth.
Yeah.
I can attest that
There's also an
some of the
yeah. Go
servers
ahead, sorry, Sydney.
matchmaker
some of this server's matchmaking does not always work out, but then again, the other half are successful. So I got one for
I
one.
don't. Hey
Yeah.
Sydney, I don't know
There
who
you
you
go.
met,
Oh
but
yeah.
you
Yeah,
know.
yeah. No,
Did
it's
you
all
meet
good.
someone on here?
Yeah, one
Oh
failed,
yeah.
one failed, and one success. So it's all good.
Yeah.
I gotta
But then
say,
he
Totally
also
forgot
had.
about that.
those
What's the
those
chance?
odds are like much better than match and other shit ones that
It's
So
50-50,
Yeah,
yeah.
but how are you ever going to meet up? Like, they're probably living like halfway across the world from you, right? What are the chances they live in your
They
city?
live
Like,
together.
it's
the
what?
things you do
But
for
then
love. Yeah.
Oh, for love, yeah, of course, yeah.
there was also I'm thinking that everyone who knows is going to know who I'm talking about. But atheist flat earther met
Oh, I got
another
banned.
one on our.
I just got banned
One
from the
sec.
atheist channel.
Met
Sorry.
another atheist flat earther on our server, and they got married and they're having kids.
Yeah, what are the odds of that one?
Yeah, yeah,
I'm shocked at the atheist factor, but good on him.
Yeah,
Good job.
that's
Awesome.
Glad.
yeah.
Yeah, Glad
Yeah,
and
Globe.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Kai or Key, whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
KY, right?
You know, my sister married an atheist, but since babies, she's coming back to the church, and I think that they're all just getting back to God thanks to babies. You never know what can happen there. So
Very true. A baby changes people.
Yeah, it does. Exactly.
Well, you sound like you know
You got
from
kids,
experience.
Apocryphon?
I have 5.
5? What the fuck?
Yeah.
yay!
That's
I celebrate for you. That's awesome.
Thank you.
You're definitely a Christian.
Uh-huh. Yep.
How old is your oldest?
24.
Whoa.
Wait, what
Yep.
the fuck? How old are you, Apoc?
you don't sound that old.
Hey, good looking out, dog. I know. I get that a
You're in
lot. A
your
lot of
late
people think I'm
40s,
much younger.
Max.
And
How old are you, Apoc?
people I look like I'm in my 30s. I'm 45.
Yeah, see, I call it. I'm so good at calling it people's
Yeah.
age by their voice.
Yeah. People say I sound younger and look younger, and then I forget how old I am when they ask me. Like when you just get random like, "Hi, how old are you?" I forget. Like I'm like, "Wait, how old am I?" I'm like, "Oh, that's how old I am." Then I forget how
I
old
feel like I get that. I feel like I'm gonna sound like a 12-year-old for the rest of my life, and I'm okay with that.
I am. Yeah, you do have a
I don't
little
think you
voice.
sound like you're 12.
Well, not 12, but definitely a little voice. Like she has a little voice.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a compliment. Like I look like when they tell me like like you don't sound that you don't sound that old. I'm like, well, thanks.
You don't. Yeah.
What do you guys reckon how old I am?
47.
Timbo?
47. Fuck you,
Mm,
Sydney.
Okay,
mm,
43. Okay,
39.
43, you got it.
nice.
43? Oh,
Yeah.
good guess. Maybe I'm not that good at it
I
after all.
got 4 kids. So.
I was fucking with
You,
you. Yes, I was gonna say 43 from the jump. My bad. I just wanted to have some fun.
Timbo, you have 4 kids?
Yeah, I got 4 kids, man.
Nice.
Must be Christian. Just kidding.
I felt that.
Nah, just horny.
Yeah, that's funny. Like people used to be like, people would be like, "Don't you have a TV?" And I'd be like, "That's why we have because we watch so much porn and had so many
Yeah, we
kids."
don't watch the news, mate. That's why.
Your wife could just get an IUD.
Yeah, no, that
Oh,
wasn't.
she does now, but fuck, man, I'm not gonna have a kid at 43. Fuck that.
One time she
Yeah.
had
No
that,
way,
and
man.
I don't. One time, like this is my first wife, right? I had all 5 kids with my first wife, and I have 2 stepkids with my second wife. And one time, my first wife, she got the IUD, right? And not to be too graphic, but like it poked me.
Yeah,
Like I
you're
don't know
right,
if it
man. No one
came out
knows
of
who you
place or
are, man.
whatever. it came out of place or whatever, and it poked me. I was like, never again. I'm like, you're never gonna get that.
Oh, when you get the end of it? Yeah, I know what you mean, man.
Yeah, it like it pricked me. I was like, what the fuck? It
Yeah,
hurt too. I was like, fuck that. I'm like, you're never gonna. And she's like, okay, so
you
I'm
can
just
take
take it
this out.
out, man.
to be fair.
Take it out.
I'm terrified of having something foreign up, like as a part of.
Inside you.
Especially
It's
copper.
it's just
Guys,
terrifying.
Yeah,
guys, come on, please. We need to
But
move this
either
along. I can't handle this
Oh,
conversation.
sorry, dude.
talking about
So
things inside
um,
people. Come on.
I do have a question that's server related. I do have a question. Um, was it just me, or was it like yesterday was just like crazy people coming in trying to provoke, like in the dumbest ways? Like they tried to poke the Christians with one character, tried to poke the flat earthers and conspiracy with another, then the guy asking about flat earth pilots. I was just like back to back. It was hilarious.
Oh, you're talking
But am I
about
the only one? I'm like, what was up with yesterday, man?
RC Meisty, yeah?
Yeah, that guy.
RC Micey was here yesterday.
Yeah, he came in, yeah.
Dude, I
With
haven't
Sounds like
heard
a
anything
fun
about him in
time.
a
a
long
really
time.
not believable picture, but even if it was real, he was just really grasping. It was pretty funny.
I haven't talked to the guy in a long time, but he
What,
is like
he's
super
pilot? He said he was
disingenuous.
a pilot.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
pilot. Yeah, he's a pilot. He
Sweet.
flies.
you
He
know the
flies
pilot's flat
He's
earther.
not a
planes.
pilot, dude. He like took a pilot, like explorer pilot thing, and
No. He
You
actually
got a
goes.
gift voucher for Christmas one year.
No,
yeah,
no,
it
he.
was like right, like, hey, is pilot license right for you? Here, like a free ride on a like with a
No,
pilot,
Craig. No,
and then
he actually does fly. It's a
because
little
people have
like the
asked
Sure?
him,
little
hey,
ones.
Are
show
you
an up.
sure?
Yeah, because people have asked him, hey, this is the same profile picture you've had for like 6 or whatever year, 4 years. Show a
Yeah,
current picture of you in the cockpit. Nope, won't do it. Why not? I thought you fly. Aren't you a big flyer? You fly all these planes. Why is it only the one photo? Yeah, because he had his
he
group on.
And
He had
he
his
really
group on.
he had a group on.
Group
Yeah,
on.
that's hilarious.
But no, for real, Crit, he couldn't even answer like an elevation question about like a standard flight. It was so funny, dude. It
Well,
was
he
so.
left. He disappeared.
Yeah,
We
I think.
started asking him questions and he left.
Yeah, was it me when I asked him how to
It
calibrate
was.
his gyroscope to the
Yeah,
inertial reference frame?
it
It was
was,
you,
man.
and
Yeah.
Haas. You and
Who would
Haas.
know
It
how to
was
do
like,
that?
Mm.
Yeah,
And he left. He said, "See
he's
you
also
later,
a
guys. You guys
teacher
are being
too.
ridiculous." Yeah.
He's an educator too of students, and he says he teaches students about the globe Earth purposefully.
Ah, is he really though? Like,
Yeah, I
Yeah,
wasn't impressed.
I mean, he has somebody doxed him before. We've seen how he looks, and he's gone out to events, and he has like all his students, and like people posted photos at the asylum before of everything about him. Um, but he kind of like indulged the information though, so it wasn't like in a dickish way. He like said like, "Oh yeah, I'm here, and I was at this event," and then somebody called out like how he's. They were like, "Do you have a husband or a wife?" Like because
oh,
that went a
what?
whole nother way. That went a whole nother direction.
Ooh.
But
Why his wife looks like a little bit of a tranny? Or?
well, I don't know. I guess it's along the lines of how like dogs calls his
You're
husband
telling the
wife.
story, mate. Like,
So I'm saying, how dogs calls his husband a wife? Like when he's like, my wife and I. I'm like, dude, you're married to a dude. Stop just calling him wife. But anyways,
oh, hey, yeah, we can
yeah,
go into that, but we can't go into that. But Dan
yeah.
was
I
taking
don't
So
into
care.
that. I
one
love
of
talking
my
about that shit, man.
some of the best RC Meisty lore is that he wanted to get on Brandon's show and disassemble. I'll show you guys live on camera how to disassemble a pendulous veins. And you're like, what the fuck is that?
What do you mean the
It,
pendulous veins on a plane?
on the plane, yeah. He goes like, I got
Yeah.
all this training and expertise. I'm gonna show you. I'll show it to you. I'll demonstrate it, and you'll be no doubt in your mind. So like, okay, sure, RC Meisty, come on, let's see what you do. And he links his on camera disassembling the pendulum veins was to link a video, and the video was titled "Flat Earth Stupidity." They don't understand gas pressure gradient. And it was just like a pen. It was just a device sitting on the table, and the guy kind of played around with it. I
wasn't
go, what the fuck is
wasn't
wrong with
he
you, dude? Like,
Sounds like that
was
video's
he
on Reddit probably. Yeah.
You know what the funny
wasn't
part is?
he
Pendulous
Magnetic
veins.
West? Was he Magnetic West?
that's
No, that
another
was
one.
Mick West. So
No,
what's
but
funny about the
I
gyro is
think
the
Archie
pendulous
Nicely
veins
came up
are.
with Magnetic West. Yeah.
Yeah, he
Sorry.
did say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't deny it. He just carried on with it as if it was a feature of magnetic declination. But what I was going to say about the pendulous veins is, for the Globers, that's their claim of how gyroscopes detect Coriolis with pendulous veins. It's how they correct for Coriolis. It's why they say that their
Yeah, but
attitude indicator doesn't flip
No,
180 degrees when they fly
Corey,
halfway around the world because of pendulous
aren't
Coriolis
veins.
pen,
doesn't work. Coriolis is a
aren't
fraud.
pendulous veins in the plane? Aren't they a system that corrects, or what they say corrects it from level? Is that right?
They say the pendulous veins correct for Earth curvature.
Yeah. So it
It's what
keeps it
keeps
level.
their gyroscope level from curving with the Earth. Yeah, so it's like I'd like to have him back and explain that one. He's gonna be like, "Oh, gas pressure gradient."
Yeah, that's
Like, oh, so
retarded.
can you prove the gradient's curving?
Hey, Eban,
So,
I know you're a flat earther, but what's the best proof that the Earth is flat?
well, I have a few that kind of stand out.
Yeah.
Basically, I don't know what's the first. The gas pressure. I mean, it's so early in the
It's
morning.
not really make the Earth flat though. It kind of turns it from an open system to a closed system. Try again.
I mean, I just don't really want to think right now. I got to finish this survey I'm doing right now. Can you give me
Come
like
on,
2
you've got
minutes?
2 points. No, because
Hold
you're
on
going
one
to
second.
Google it. All right, you
No, I'm not going to
understand?
Google it. I promised, but I'm not going to Google it.
All right,
Is
just
a survey
one.
for a Groupon?
Just one proof. Earth is flat.
Well, I mean,
Is it
like
a
everything we believe is all theories and bullshit, right? So none of it's really proven. I mean, if you were to ask me, it's just you just look at all these people in the so-called space stations and in quote unquote space. It's all, they're
Well,
like they've got
that's skepticism.
fruit on the table, and it just looks it's so put on, it's so fake. All the pictures are fake, right? They're all either CGI or painted. What is it? What are those photorealistic paintings that they use to depict the universe? It's
But
just
that doesn't
nonsense.
prove
It doesn't prove
the
it,
Earth is
right?
flat
But
either.
right, but that leads into trying to prove the globe, which you can't do, and then it's just kind of correlating the two, comparing the
So
two, and
you
then just
like a anti-glober.
like I'm someone that looks at the system from a wide angle. Like I don't really use any one point. I have to I wouldn't be sold on either or with just one or two reasons, right? It's an amalgamation of things.
So you say
But
you look at
the
things and you
best
go,
reason,
okay, what they've told me about the Earth is not correct. Yeah.
yeah, right. Like I didn't watch one documentary and be like, okay, now I believe the Earth is flat. Like, no, that's not what happened to me. It took
Have,
me like,
have you ever looked at any observations or anything like that? Do you live near the ocean?
yeah. So I had to disprove Coriolis. Actually, if you look up Coriolis, they use words like fraud and what's the other one? I'm so tired. Like fraud and
Well, it's an apparent deflection. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, like if you're in a hot air
You
balloon,
know I'm helping you out here.
I know you are. Anyway, I need help. Anyway, if you have like a hot air balloon, you're like, and people have these businesses where they put these people in hot air balloons. Anyways, the ground would be moving under you while you're
Yeah,
in that
imagine
thing.
that.
And you're sitting
Imagine
up
you
there
were at
for
the equator and you jumped in a hot air balloon. You'd
He
be a
sounds like a
thousand
flat earther,
kilometers
by the
away.
way.
what's that?
He is.
Yeah, I was gonna
He's
say
been
like
on our. He's
yeah,
from
it sounds like
24/7, but he
You
got
think I'm a
banned.
you?
But yeah,
How'd you know I got banned there? Hey, how'd you know that?
yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I looked through the logs, man.
Did they show you the reason why I was banned? Like, did it say?
It was a long time ago. I looked, but
Yeah, it was a while
I
ago.
think you had a run-in with someone. Yeah.
No, I didn't actually.
Yeah,
I
I
was.
think it was.
I think I
Yeah,
might
I
have
know
been
who it was.
drunk
Listen, dude,
trolling
you were
somebody.
dropping
It
N
was
bombs in
the
the
admin.
VC. N bombs in the VC
The
gets you
admin.
banned.
Yeah.
It was a joke. I mean,
Yeah, you get banned for
Hey,
N bombs in VC. What's so hard to
I
understand?
know. I know.
yeah. Was that it, Amish?
I can keep
That was
looking for
it.
more.
That was
Yeah,
it.
old. Old dude, hit and run N bomb dropper into the live stream.
I
There
just
it
do
is.
that drunk
Old
sometimes.
dude got ya, man.
I won't do it
He got
again.
ya.
Yeah,
Yeah,
old
that's
dude.
right. You
I'm
won't.
not racist either. I'm not even racist or anything. I don't even believe in racism. Racism is a
Right.
social
Oh, I'm
construct.
sure your kids are probably black too. I got you.
Well, I'm not into black women, but
Actually, he's all right, man.
doesn't make me racist.
I think he made a few mistakes, but
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
sure. I admit
yeah,
we all
that.
make mistakes when we're young and new at this. I got you.
yeah. Old dude gets
Mhm.
everything, too. So don't mess around with old dude. You know he's listening right now as well.
I think I got unbanned from that channel anyway. I can just go back whenever. But everyone seems to be here, so I don't even know if I have to do that.
Yeah, occasionally, man. We go back and have a big party over there.
Reunion?
You know? So
Cool. Well, this one's more fun. There's more other channels to go into and talk to other people and
on
how they
politics,
think.
fuck that, man. They're all crazy, man.
Yeah.
You want to go and argue with people about Palestine and Israel? That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
You know,
I
the
just don't
problem
waste
is
my.
you're never going to come to a conclusion about those arguments. Whereas you may come to a conclusion about flat Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
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 Isn't that weird?
Once I read the Bible, I just can't go into that room. I contemplated it for like a second, then I got familiar with God and Jesus again, and I'm like, I just can't do it. No.
What the
Yeah.
Israel Palestine room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually just got banned from the something atheist channel. Some guy banned me like after like just 1 minute of
Wait,
being there,
are
and all
you
I
an
said
atheist?
was no. It's like some kind of what is it? The atheist
It's all right
helpline or
if you are. You
no? I'm not
just
an atheist. You know I'm
no
not an
worries, man.
atheist, Timbo.
Is that Duncan Darth's
Timbo.
channel? Maybe he can unban you.
Yeah, Darth. That's the guy who banned me.
Yeah, he's right here.
Right?
Hey
Hi, Duncan.
Duncan, can
Where
you
is he?
unban
Is he here?
Iban?
Yeah, he's
He's
here.
in here.
No,
I was
no, it's two
He's
different people.
talking about
There's
he's
I
talking
call
about
him a
Darth
cunt,
Oh,
Dawkins, not
so I
Duncan Darth.
messaged him and called him a
Darth
cunt. So I don't think he
Dawkins.
can ban me.
I was
Okay. Right.
I was honestly waiting for him to say when he said I got banned after 1 minute. I was honestly waiting for him to say for dropping the N word. Like I swear, I was waiting for that. It
No,
would have been
dude, that was
great.
no. Seriously, I don't
Well,
do
that's
that.
what he got
Don't.
banned
I
from
don't go around doing
24/7
that.
for.
I know that's why. That's, if he said like
Yeah.
I
That was.
got banned over there because I dropped the N word. Oh yeah, that's just your MO now.
Don't
Hey
label me
Duncan,
Yeah,
that.
and
Eh?
Darth
have you measured any
Darth
spherical
Dawkins
excess yet, or what?
Darth Dawkins hates you guys. Freaking like he
Who
calls the
cares,
flat
man?
earthers like
We
stupid.
don't even know who. We don't even know who Darth Dawkins is.
I thought
He's
y'all
never
were
come in
talking
here.
about Duncan Darth.
He's never come in here for an argument with the Globe. He doesn't know
Yeah,
Yeah,
what he's
because
talking
he
about.
thinks
that's
you guys are stupid.
that's why he banned me. Is because I said, well, you have to believe the
Wait,
Earth is flat, right? Because
wait a minute.
Genesis 1
Duncan,
depicts.
did you
Yeah.
just call us stupid?
No, 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 no. I
Demonically
didn't.
possessed.
Darth Dawkins calls you guys stupid.
I talked
Yeah,
to
so
Darth
why doesn't he come in here and tell us we're stupid then?
because that's what he just
Because
doesn't care
he
to
thinks
talk to
it's a
flat.
waste of time. Yeah, he thinks it's a
He
waste of time.
thinks
Okay,
he got so
cool.
mad when I brought up flat Earth.
Mhm.
That guy got so mad.
Yeah, I
Awesome.
brought up like he wanted so like, I talked to him a few times and I'm trying to remember exactly how it went, but it was something like this where I have another friend of mine who's like, "Hey, Darthan wants to talk to atheists and like some sort of
So
God
you
world."
pretended.
Yeah, so I just said, well, he said like you'll use because I talked about how atheist logic it's easy to explain flat Earth. I'm not convinced by state-sponsored evidence from state-sponsored religions. So I went in there and I said, so yeah, so what's your proof of the non-God world or something like that? So I went
Yeah.
on. I said they supposedly did this amazing thing for humanity. They gave the glory to God. They showed. They said, Nixon said God picked America to win the space race. He's personally spoken to God. They brought a Bible to the moon. They prayed on the moon. They took communion on the moon. Right. Their motto is "In God We Trust." But I've seen what happened after this. Right. It was just more systematic war, more eroding of human rights, and went on, right? And he said like we kind of went back and forth a little bit, and then he said, "Do you, sir, think the Earth is flat?" And I said, "Yeah, I think the Earth is flat." And that was it. And he cut my mic off.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he wouldn't even entertain sort of like the 1960s, where the atheists kept taking the Apollo program to court, saying, "Prove it, prove it, prove it, prove it." And then another time I talked to him and I had said something about like, does the Bible describe a flat Earth or a globe Earth? And he said, we're not going to talk about that. Flat Earthers are demonically possessed. If you bring it up again, I'll mute you. And I'm like,
Demonically possessed.
yeah. So I was like, okay, whatever.
That's
And
weird.
then, yeah. So then the third time I talked to him, it was about like a quote from St. Peter. I said, St. Peter said to suffer fools gladly. Because his big thing is like he wants to like match the energy of atheists or whatever. I go, well, what you got St. Peter telling you to suffer fools gladly. And after going back and forth, studying different Bible passages, finally got to a passage where it basically St. Peter is saying, hey, suffer a fool gladly. They don't know what they do. They're foolish, but they think themselves wise. So by, whatever, mocking them. So then he said that was just him, like he gave like Gregor would say, an unjustified negation retort. He said that
Well,
was just
he,
St. Peter being humorous or making fun of the situation. Because he said
but is
another
he?
thing. Yeah,
So
one
is
quick thing.
he?
Yeah, he said one other
Yeah.
thing from
Sorry, man.
St. Peter, who said that you answer answer foolish questions with foolish answers, so the fool knows they're being foolish. And I'm like, well,
So,
yeah. Okay, go ahead.
sorry, Matt. No, I was just going to say his name suggests Darth, and then Dawkins is for Richard Dawkins. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yeah. For Richard, his profile is like Darth Vader with Richard Dawkins' face in it.
Okay. Now I get it.
Another guy called Kent Hovind. He really doesn't like flat earthers either. I don't
Yeah, I know
remember
Kent Hovind.
exactly. I don't remember the exact quote about it, but it was it was something along the lines like flat earthers are like like subhuman. They're worse than atheists or something like that, right? They're
Well,
just a
Kent
nihilist,
Hovind. Kent Hovind's uh like a
anti-evolution, like early young
yeah
Earth creationist.
yeah. I've seen a couple of his debates.
I think the funniest thing is when they call us flat earthers demonically possessed.
Yeah,
I think
that's
it's
weird.
funny because
Yeah,
it's the
that's really
opposite,
weird.
really. When I talked to Darth, he just seemed like the type of
I mean
person.
that could be like
Mm,
half true,
Robot.
but I mean it's really up to us to get rid of them. But some of them I can attest, some of them are or don't want to be not demonically possessed. But I mean, you got it on both sides. So what are you gonna do?
Both
Yeah.
sides.
Anyway, he's just not a guy who is out to even like hear another person's opinion and actually think about
I've
it
never
critically.
I've
He's
never
one of
heard
those
him
people who are stone
never
in
heard
their
him
thinking.
talk. Yeah. I've never heard him
You should
talk.
go talk to him. You'll probably get banned like I did in like a minute.
Probably. But I
Probably.
don't really need to surround myself with people like that. So
He's
He's a
not really ever
sexy
going to
guy.
take. He's
You
never
have a
going to take the
sexy
top.
Australian voice though, so maybe he won't.
He's never going to take the topic
Now
seriously
he's
because he
going to go,
wants
you're
to
a cunt.
he wants to distance himself from it because at some reason atheists will start calling him a flat earther if he doesn't. So like he really dislikes flat earthers, which is I don't know. It's kind of it doesn't
It's
for me.
weird.
Yeah, it's weird. Like because
Just because we hold a different position, then
To me,
he doesn't like us, or
to me, it makes sense that an atheist would not adhere to the flat Earth concept, if you will, because I do believe that, like, even in the narrative of it on the grand scale, I think it does relate a lot to flat Earth is against today's demonic science because it's more based upon the Creator, God that created this place. So, like, atheists don't believe in a Creator,
Actually,
and we're
that's
like,
not true. That's not exactly true.
I'm not saying it's
Most
completely true.
if
I'm just
not
saying a majority of it. I'm just saying a majority of people
wait,
that
hang
I'm
on,
just saying a
one,
majority of
you got a
people in
live
flat Earth
one.
world. Yeah, you're
Sorry,
right.
man.
No,
No,
no, go
you're
ahead.
right. Go.
all right.
I'm just saying
Finish, man.
majority of people that are in the flat Earth community, like they are like about the Creator, and then atheists would
Yeah, I'm
not
coming from a
even.
Christian view. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you the Christian view. Do you want to know the Christian view or not?
Yeah. Go ahead, dude.
The Christian
Right.
view is that God, created the earth and gave us the tools and the foundation to, have evolution, have sciences. That's what God gave us.
What?
Doesn't necessarily mean that God gave us, a flat earth. Most, if not most, mainstream Christians believe in that view right there.
What
Gave
do you
us the
mean
tools.
by main?
Okay,
What do you mean
so
by
I like how
main?
you completely
One sec.
strawman my what I said. I didn't say most Christians believe in flat Earth. I said that the people that believe in flat Earth are mainly those like that's more connected to God created this place to be stationary, unmovable, as the scriptures say. So within the community of flat Earth, there's a majority of people, not all of them, but a majority of people would be more lean towards the side of God created this place, as opposed to the Big Bang. I understand there's a lot of people that call themselves Christians and believe in the Big Bang and science and the world spinning ball. I get it. Everybody's born into that system. I get it. But I'm just saying, in the flat Earth side, it makes sense why atheists don't like flat earthers, because a lot of flat earthers are more about the creator than anything.
So
That's
I
all.
don't want to speak too much about Darth because he's not here, but basically he's a young Earth creation. The
Wait,
reason why he
1 sec.
doesn't like
Sorry, dude. You're gonna have to shut up for a second, man.
Oh, shut up.
I'm gonna go
Oh no,
back
not
to.
Darth Dawkins. I
Yeah,
do
there
not
you
want
go.
to Darth Dawkins.
A moderate conservative. How are you a moderate conservative and you're Australian?
What do you mean?
Explain yourself.
Moderate conservative. I'm a weak. If you're Australian, so you'd understand. I'm more of a
No,
wet lid.
explain what you mean by that.
Moderate conservative, someone who believes in the conservative ideals, but is also pragmatic about it.
Okay. So you came into this channel to talk about?
Flat Earth.
Awesome.
Why would I come into this channel talking about
Yeah, that's all right,
my
man. Hey,
political
relax,
views?
man. I'm not having a go at you. I'm not. Just relax, man. So, do you have any proof that you live on a spinning ball?
Do I have any proof that I live on a spinning ball?
Yeah.
I mean, there are many, many studies about it. There is much
Like
research
what?
on it.
Can you name one?
Can I name one study or research?
Yeah.
Okay. You want me to name some research and some studies?
No, just one that you believe in.
Just one I believe in. You can't just believe in one study.
Okay.
Well,
One,
which
two,
one
three,
convinced
whatever,
you?
man. Like, whatever you want to
What
do.
convinced you?
Well, like, what studies do you believe in about flat Earth?
No,
Hold on.
Because
hang
you're
on. You
making
came in here.
you're making the claim
Just
24/7
relax,
flat
Bro,
Earth as
man.
if
don't
Earth is
Hey,
reverse
flat.
it.
relax, dude. Relax,
I am
man.
relaxed. I am
All right,
relaxed.
just chill out, man. All right.
I am relaxed.
All right. So you came in
I'm just
here.
very
So
candid.
yeah, that's fine, man. It's all right, dude. All right. So you came in here. You said you believe in a globe, right?
Hmm.
So what evidence do you have that you live on a globe? Yeah.
I'm not. I didn't say I believe in a globe. I said that's not the mainstream Christian view. That's what I said.
What?
You're
Wait,
you're
hang on a
making it
sec.
sound. I said in the
So
mainstream
the
Christian
channel
view.
here is
I said the mainstream Christian.
24/7.
I said because I came in. Then you're talking about Christians
Wait.
and people talking about Christian views, and I said the Christian view is that
Okay.
the Earth is
I'm going to
round,
ask
that
you a
evolution
question.
was given to tools in the foundation.
Okay,
Well,
man. All right. So the channel here is that it's 24/7 flat Earth. Yeah. So if you come in here, you go, okay, I believe in a globe or I believe in a flat Earth. So what's your position?
Well, if you're going to ask me for a position, I'd say globe.
Okay. So what's your evidence that you live on a globe?
What's my evidence I live on a globe? Do you know observational reality?
Yeah. Yeah.
If observational reality is truth that we can believe in, then this
Yeah.
observational reality would give us evidence of a
What's
curve
your
right here,
observation?
right
What's
there.
your observation?
This is
Pointer's
a this is a photo
What's your
I
observation,
took.
dude?
My observation is there's a curvature of the Earth right there.
Yeah.
I went to a beach the other week and I saw some offshore, wind turbines, and some of them were lower than the other ones. If the Earth was flat, they would be flat.
All right. So you're saying things disappear over the curvature.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So at what rate?
At what rate?
Yeah.
You asking me at what rate?
Yeah.
I said, do you believe in observational reality? You said yes. Right there is a
Yeah.
curvature, right? And you're asking me about the rate that
Okay.
there's moving.
Do you know? So okay. So you believe you live on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles thereabouts.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm not, the, how do I say, the utmost expert in this. I don't spend all my days, sitting in,
Okay. So all
subreddit.
right. So let's relax then. We're not enemies. So let's take a back step and let's have a conversation about the globe. Yeah? You agree with that?
Let's do it.
Cool, man. Awesome. So at what stage should something disappear over the horizon?
At what stage should something disappear over the
Yeah,
horizon? That's the
what
question.
distance? Yeah, what distance?
Well, whatever distance it is, observation, I can observe that it's dipping over the curvature. If
Yeah,
God
but you're not giving me. So,
if God created the earth, then He intended for that to be.
so we're not talking about God at the moment, all right? We're just talking
Well,
about
I
a
mean, I'm coming from that point of
geometrical.
view.
Okay, all right. Then fair enough. So, what Bible do you believe in then?
What Bible I believe in?
Yeah,
I believe in the Bible.
which one?
I'm non-denominational.
Come on, man.
I'm just Christian.
So, what does the Bible say about the Earth?
What does the Bible say about the earth? Well, the Bible says that God created the earth in 7 days. And He created night and day. He put all
Yeah.
the animals on the earth, and He put man and a woman on the earth to create life.
So, at any stage does he talk about it being flat or spherical or anything like that? Silence is killing me, man.
Here.
I'm gonna grab some popcorn. Be right back.
Okay.
Does he at any stage say that the Earth is spherical or flat?
I do not believe so.
You don't?
I'm not a. How do I say?
Have you read the Bible?
I don't study the Bible. I don't study the
Have you
Bible.
read it?
I haven't read the full thing. No, I don't study it religiously. No,
You haven't read the Bible,
not in
but you're
full.
a
No,
Bible believer and you haven't read it.
I believe in the Bible. I believe in
You
Christianity. I
believe
believe
in the
in God.
Bible that you haven't read.
Can I not believe in something? Do I have to actually read it to believe in it?
Yeah, if you believe in it, you should have read it. Otherwise, you don't know what you're believing in.
Okay, like I said, there's. I'm not sure if there is a point in the Bible that He does say the Earth is flat or round.
You sure about that?
Can you give me the answer?
Are you
Because right now,
sure about
right
that?
now, because right now you're just wasting time. I'm asking for yes or no.
I'm wasting time.
Yes, you are
You're in
wasting
our
time.
channel. I'm not the
I
one
mean,
wasting time.
we're
Hey
having
guys, am I wasting
a
time?
discussion.
Moderate
I mean,
conservative is kind of getting a little bit defensive and emotional, but
not
I
getting
mean,
defensive or emotional.
realistically,
It's
moderate
okay. You
All right,
gotta
conservative,
get past the
it's
let's
pretty
get
much
it back to the point
accepted.
then. So, yeah, so we're talking about curvature of the Earth. Yeah. So let's not go God this, God that. All right. So
Okay, well, did God
is
say it or
there
not?
any measurements to the curvature of the Earth?
Is there any measurements to the curvature of the Earth? Yes.
Where are they?
Where are they? You want to know who measured the Earth?
Yeah, that'd be cool. We can start with that.
I'm not sure how to. I'm not
Specifically.
sure how to say his name. I'm not sure how to say his
Eratosthenes.
name correctly, but it is
Eratosthenes?
Eratosthenes. I think that's how you say it.
Yep. Did he measure
Eratosthenes.
the
Yeah,
Earth or did he
that's. I
measure
think that's how
some
you say it.
shadow angles?
Shadow angles. You measure the curvature of the Earth. Same as you would
He
measure the
measured.
weather, or same as you would be able to measure the atmosphere.
Dude, just relax, man.
If we can study the atmosphere and the weather, we get very accurate weather data, right? We know if there's going to be rain or sun or overcast or cloudy.
What's that got to
But
do with the
then,
curvature of the Earth, dude?
when it comes down to a measure of the Earth, you don't believe in that. So,
Right.
if that's the
If you're
case,
going to speak over the top of me,
with any measure,
right. Do you have a measurement of the curvature of the Earth? Go for it. You're up, man.
measured Earth curve is about 6,335 kilometers.
Yeah, but is that a measurement or a calculation?
It is the calculation, I believe.
Yeah. And how did they get that
Calculation
calculation?
by studying and researching the curvature of the Earth, like any normal person would do if
Can
you
you
were
can
to
you
make a
explain
claim.
that? Can you explain that
Can
to
I?
us? You
Can
you
I?
just
Can I?
made a
Can I?
claim that.
Can I? Can I? Can I? Can I?
Hey,
Can I?
hang
I
on,
may. I'm
hang on. All right. So you just made a claim that they measured the curvature of the Earth. Can you explain how they did that? Go ahead.
I just said they calculated.
Calculated. Okay. How did they calculate it?
Can you
You're
say
up,
again? I
man.
didn't hear.
know.
Can you say what you said again?
Are you
How
Googling?
did they calculate the curvature of the Earth?
Okay. Okay. Well, Aristotle sent a man on foot to measure the distance between
On
Alexandria
foot?
and another place,
You're
right?
wrong. You
On
already
foot.
started off on a wrong premise. It was
Okay. Then what
camels.
is then?
So,
Then what?
yep.
Then what is? So it wasn't camels, right?
So you're already wrong. So start again.
Okay. Measured distance between two cities is 800 kilometers. He multiplied 800 kilometers and
500
calculated that the
stadia.
circumference
You're
is
already
40,000
wrong.
kilometers.
Second premise is wrong.
Okay, what's the second preference? The second
Second premise was
premise.
800 kilometers, but it was 500 stadia.
How do you know that?
I don't know.
Serious.
I'm asking you a question. You're making a claim. How do you know?
Well, you're claiming that
No, you know,
Eratosthenes
you're
measured.
asking about 500 stadia. You're asking about 500 stadia. So
So what's a
that's the
stadia,
claim
dude?
you're making. So how do you know?
How do I know? It's not my claim.
Yes.
You're
No, no,
claiming
no,
it.
no. You're making the claim that there's a 500 stadia, right? Did you just not say 500 stadia?
That's
No.
what it says
Yes
in
or
the
no?
book. That's what it
Says in the
says in
book.
the books, dude. Yeah.
Same as a person walking 800 kilometers, right?
Okay. So how do you know
So if the
he walked
so if a book says
800
it,
kilometers?
if the book says 500 stadia, then it must say 800 kilometers on foot, right? You can't just use the same book
Now you said
that you're
800. Now you said
disproving.
100. Like what's the difference, man?
What's the difference of what?
Well, you said 800 and then you said 100. So
I said 800. I said 800
800
kilometers.
kilometers? There
Yes.
wasn't any kilometers back then, so
Okay, then what about stadia? Was stadia back then?
what's a stadia?
You just said 500 stadia.
Yeah, what is it?
You
It's your
just
claim,
said
man.
500. You just said 500 stadia. I never said
Okay,
500
what's a
stadia. You're the one
measurement
bringing
of
it
a stadia? What's a stadia?
in. Okay, a stadia. Do you mean
Yeah.
a stadiometric range finding? The stadia
What?
method? Do you mean the stadia method?
The
Technique of
stadia is
measuring
a
distances
unit.
with a telescopic
What's
instrument?
wrong with this guy, man?
It's a unit.
It's a
Conservative.
unit.
Jesus Christ.
So units, okay. How do they know what units and stuff like that was
Oh
back
my
then?
God. Well, this is your
It's your
argument, is it
claim,
not?
dude.
Isn't this your argument, bro?
No, he's making the argument. I said 800 kilometers. He said 500 stadia.
Oh, who cares? Who cares? Is he measuring curvature or not?
He was measuring curvature.
Okay, what did
How?
he measure exactly?
He measured that if you multiply it,
Wait,
if you multiply it by multiply 800 kilometers
what
to 50
exactly?
and calculate that the Earth's circumference is
What did he
40,000
measure?
kilometers.
What did he measure?
It's walking between Alexandria and Syene.
What? No, you haven't read this, have you?
Yeah.
You haven't read this.
Or what?
What he's supposed to have
Read
done.
what you googled, man.
What his method is. You should have just
Okay.
went with, I don't know.
You know it's all right to say I don't know.
Yeah, that's a skill you should really learn.
Okay, fine. I don't know. Tell me,
And
how did he measure it then?
awesome, man. That was so much better.
Okay, well, tell me, how
Now
do you
we
think
can
he
have a
measured it
conversation. Yeah. Now we can have a conversation.
and
You
now,
don't know. Yeah.
okay, do you know how he measured it? Do you know how he did it?
That's not the point.
No, I'm asking you, do you know? Because I'm saying I don't know.
Your claim is that the Earth is a sphere of a radius 3,959 miles.
6,000,
Your evidence was
6,335.
yeah, that's fine, mate. Perfect. But your evidence is that they walked 800 kilometers, but kilometers went there back then. So we got a 500
Well,
stadia.
they could have done. They
Perfect.
could have done in different measurements, same as
It's
they've
all right,
done
man.
different things
Just
back
relax,
then.
mate.
I am relaxed.
It
Fucking hell! Like you
just
think I'm
it.
every single time I talk, I'm pissed off.
Have
Trying
you
to
got?
get under my skin.
Actually, man, I think you might be a little bit like me.
Okay, then stop saying stupid shit, and I'll shut up.
Awesome. All right. So, do you know how they got that? You can say no if you want.
They walked him in between Alexandria and Syene. I just said that.
And then they did what?
They measured it. They calculated it. If you multiplied it by,
and then did what?
They multiplied by 100 kilometers to 50 and calculated the Earth's circumference is 40,000 kilometers. That's what they did.
What?
So they just walked and then said the Earth's a globe?
They calculated the circumference.
So they just walked and assumed a globe?
Well, no, they did obviously research and obviously did the study behind it.
No, you just said they walked.
Same as many other things. You actually got to
You just said they walked.
make a paper and make a study on it,
Hey,
right?
dude, chill out, man.
You just
We're
said they
just having a
walked.
conversation, man. Conversation. Chill. Right. No one's arguing with anyone. We're just going to come to a conclusion. Yeah.
Okay, why are you being so condescending about it?
I'm not being.
He's not. That isn't very nice.
You are being about it.
Right, you know what? I'm going to stop, and Cyclone's going to talk to you
Yeah.
because you think I'm condescending. Yeah. All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Here,
Yeah.
Not
I'm
that
going to
guy,
shut
because
up.
that guy sounds like a dickhead. Okay.
see,
Yeah.
hey, Mother
Okay.
No,
Conservative.
dude.
See, now that Mother
I can
Conservative,
fucking kick you out if you want, but I'm going to shut up, man.
Kick me out then. I don't care.
But
No,
Mother
I'm not
Conservative,
going to do
listen.
it. I'm not
Okay,
going to do it, man.
by switching speakers, We'll be able to
Yeah.
control variables. Okay.
You're all
Thank
If
you.
if you finally get to a point where every flat earther in this room is some kind of X person that you've adjudicated, it turns out that you're probably the problem at that point.
Yeah, you're up, Cyclone. I'm
Okay,
gonna sit back,
I thought
man.
we're having a discussion. I didn't know we're about to judge
Yeah, that's all
me.
right. That's all right.
Yeah,
Okay, conservative.
I'm gonna mute, man.
So what you just described doesn't sound like anyone's measuring any curvature. It sounds like they're just traveling a distance and then assuming there might be curvature.
Okay. If I can ask a question, if that's all right, because I've been getting asked the questions. It's been a
Sure,
question
sure, sure.
for
Go
me.
for it.
I know that when it comes to the flat Earth debate, a lot of it goes around to questioning like globalists, right? People that believe in the globe. How do you know the Earth is flat? Like, I'm just asking, how would you know? Because I got to prove my point. I've never actually seen a flat Earther prove their point. I'm just asking for you to give me some logic to why you think the Earth is flat.
Well, I would say it depends how you're defining flat. Obviously, we're not talking about it being smooth, it's topographical. But yeah, I mean, basically, there's no curvature.
But how do you know that?
Well, because it's never been observed or measured.
So you're saying observational reality, right?
Well, that's one component of it. Yeah,
Okay,
reality.
let's say observational reality, right? They're doing
Uh,
commercial air travel now, right? If I was to go into the air and if I was to observe a globe, would that mean that I am somehow brainwashed, or would that mean I can see a sphere?
no, the globe model doesn't claim that you would see the globe from a commercial airliner.
No, I'm saying there is a thing called commercial space travel now. It's they send you up in a
Oh,
rocket, right? And if I was to
right.
go on one of those and saw the sphere with my own eyes, I'd have observational reality, and I'd be like, "That's a sphere,"
Right. Yeah. So in
because
your
I can see it.
imagination, if you did something that you're imagining and then you saw a sphere,
So
yeah, then it would be a
so if
sphere.
I was to
And
go
that's
up and
in your
it'll be
imagination,
imagine.
bro.
So it'll be imagination. So if I went up, I'll be
And until
imagining.
you go and do that, yeah, that's your imagination.
Okay, so you're saying that everyone that's ever gone to space and seen a sphere is imagining things.
How many people do you think claim to have seen a sphere from space?
Okay, well, all the people on the space stations, not just Americans, but also others, the ones that have
Nah,
gone
nah, nah, nah.
that have gone to rovers and sent, and like the NASA experts, the people that
Right.
stepped foot on the
Actually,
moon.
I'll correct you. According to the globe model, the only people who would have been far enough away to see a ball Earth in its entirety would be the Apollo astronauts, which is around 25 people.
25 people.
25 to 30 people on the Apollo
Okay,
went
but
to the moon,
25.
right?
Mhm.
That's the claim. So the
Yeah,
people in the
20.
ISS, according to the globe model, they're not high enough to see this ball.
No, but they could see it curved. They can see it curved.
Not according to the globe math, but yeah, they do on the videos. They show you a curve, but yeah, what's? I mean, that's not something that you can actually go and verify. They could show you anything on a video, right?
Now, what about the people that aren't astronauts? What about the people that have done these tests? Commercial space travel, such as
Yeah,
like
they've
what's his
not.
name, like Dude Perfect, like on these people that aren't a part of some conspiracy. What about them? In these videos, you do see a curvature on the actual sphere itself.
Yeah, but on the Dude Perfect video, you see curvature on the ground before they even leave, and that's because they're using a fisheye lens. So
The
yeah,
fish.
there's a load of different examples where they'll say, "Look, you can see the curve," but then when you look into it, they're using like a GoPro, which curves the image.
They're saying that's the camera.
Yeah, loads of the high altitude footage that you're talking about, like Dude Perfect, for example, they're using. You heard of a fisheye lens, yeah?
Fish islands, okay.
Yeah, so this is a lens which is curved and which like curves the horizon, basically curves anything in the image towards the edges.
Yeah. It wouldn't necessarily mean it would actually curve it exactly. If I've seen through, let's say, a fish eyes lens, right? It may give a little bit of a curvature, but for all terms and purposes, it wouldn't give an exact round, very smooth like you see in that video. It's very
Yeah,
smooth.
no, it depends on the angle that it's looking and obviously the conditions that it's looking
Right?
through. But you can watch videos where it goes from curved, looking like a globe, to flat, and then to concave, so it's curving the wrong way because of the lens. So high altitude imagery is no good. And even if you want to say, look, the Earth is a ball and it has curvature because I've seen it in this high altitude footage, well, then you would still have to go, okay, but let's verify that on the ground by measuring the curvature here. But anytime anyone tries to do that, there is no curvature. So
Wait, so you're saying that even if I can observe there's a sphere, it's actually flat?
no, if you observe a video that purports to show a high altitude video being filmed and it looks curved, you can either say, right, well, that's proof of a globe, or it's an effect of the camera. And to verify that it is the curve of the actual surface, you would have to go onto the ground and measure it and prove that the curve was there.
I don't think it had curvature in the 1960s. I think there was
What?
special effects. I don't think there was special effects in the 1960s.
You don't think they had special effects in the 1960s?
No, not ones where they could actually, make the camera and make things appear different than they were.
You ever heard of front screen projection?
Front screen projection? You mean like
Yeah.
like a mirror?
No. It's an effect, a special effect that was used way back in the day.
Way back in
So,
the
I mean, there's loads of, I mean, 2001 A Space Odyssey came out the year before the moon landings, and it doesn't look much different from the footage being shown there. So, yeah. If anything, the 2001 footage looks better than what they showed you for the moon landing. So, yeah, they had special effects. They've
Of
been
course,
manipulating.
of course it's gonna look better 40 years later.
No. It's 2001 A Space Odyssey, not the year 2001.
Oh.
2001 A Space Odyssey, the film, was released a year before the claimed moon landings and was using special effects that, yeah, I mean, they were using at the time to show space. They've had special effects for years before the CGI that you know today.
Yeah, okay. So if let's say hypothetically, if I had the money and I bought a ticket to go into this, like I said, this space travel, right, and I saw it with my own eyes, could I then
Right.
confirm and verify that the Earth is spherical?
Yes, but that's entirely in your imagination.
Okay.
As in, you're not doing
Then,
that.
so you're saying I'm not doing that?
Yeah, correct. So it's not a good argument for reality to say, imagine if I did this thing, which I've never done.
No, I'm saying if I did, I'm saying if I was to do it,
It
right?
would be like me saying to you, it would be like me saying to you as an argument for the flat earth, okay, let's say we go to space and look down, it's flat. Does that mean it's flat? Yes. Okay. What did that prove?
I mean, you could realistically go to space and look, couldn't you?
Well, right,
It's
no, you
already been
can't.
done, man. It's been done.
You could literally go to space and check. Obviously,
Could
it's going to
you?
cost
Okay.
quite a bit
Could
of
you go
money.
and do that and then get back to us? Let us know what you saw. Until then, we'll just observe across a lake or whatever and prove the whole religion wrong.
Right.
Just think about it, right? How much curvature is supposed to exist over 10 miles? Do you know?
He doesn't know.
Have a guess.
He's
Like a
he's gone.
centimeter?
He
Oh, he's
left.
gone.
He's gone, man.
All right,
He
fair
left.
enough. Was I being unreasonable?
No, not at all.
Fair enough.
Yeah, no, you guys were fine. He's got cognitive dissonance. Was my take on it.
Ah, that's why
He needs to
you're
go
a flat
watch
earther. Eba.
he needs to go watch a documentary or
You
something
just
first.
don't know you're a flat earther. Hey, Bun.
What?
You know what? You know what your best answer for why you believe that it's a flat Earth?
What?
Water, man.
What? Sorry, what?
Water.
Water? Yeah. Water doesn't curve,
Whenever
right?
you ever say water, whenever you ever say water curve.
I gotta say water. The
Yeah.
water doesn't curve.
Yeah, whenever you say water curve.
Never mind. Not even in a glass.
Exactly.
You have to be like Bruce Lee. You have to
You gotta feel the water.
yeah,
You gotta
you have,
be the water.
you have to be the water. You have to
Yeah.
become the cup. The water becomes the cup. The teapot.
Exactly, man. Yeah.
I really love Bruce Lee too.
He was telling you it was flat, man.
That guy, that kid, or
No.
Bruce
Bruce
Lee.
Lee, mate.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You think so, or do you think he's just used? I don't know about that, but
He knew. Of
you think he knew?
course.
Do you have any other evidence, or is that just the teapot?
No, I got no evidence of that, man. But at least I admit it.
Yeah, didn't Bruce die from a gunshot or something, or was that his kid? I know he had a
No,
kid.
that was his son. Yeah, that was Brandon Lee. During that
Oh,
movie, what was that movie? He died. Oh, it was almost like that. Who's that guy that?
It was the crow. It was the crow.
Ah, that's it. I knew
yeah,
you'd hear it.
he, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I never watched that movie. I heard it was good though.
You never seen The Crow?
No, I just
Man,
heard
you gotta watch it. You gotta watch
and
that shit, man.
the Crow. Like, oh my god.
All right, who's next?
Who's the next victim?
Victim. Not a victim. It's just people coming here. They
Victim of
think they know
cognitive.
the Earth is a globe, and they don't know. They have no idea. Hey, Crit.
Yep.
That guy was delusional, yeah?
Yeah, and once he realized he was trapped, he had to play victim. Like he had to say, "Hey, I'm not responding appropriately because this other guy is a dick." And he's
Yeah,
okay, so let's switch. I want to talk to somebody new. And once he
yeah.
realized, oh shit, that excuse ain't gonna work twice, especially with Cyclone, he done fucked up. And once he realized he done fucked up, the best he could do was run away.
Well, it was funny. He went from me to Cyclone, and he went, "Oh shit! Now I got a worse. I fucked up. I should have stayed with Timbo."
Yeah, no, you did a good job. Like no one else can really do it any better,
Hey,
and not
mate,
be like,
if you know what, Eban, if you ever need to learn anything about flat Earth, just speak to Cyclone about it, man.
no, I think I have a pretty
Yeah, I
good
wouldn't
grasp.
say that.
Yeah, but he makes it so sensible. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know if I've ever talked to Cyclone before.
No, talk to him
Cyclone,
now.
where is he? Is he here?
Yeah,
Oh,
he's the dog. Nah, he's
Cyclone.
a wolf.
Right, you Denver.
He's the wolf in human clothing.
Yeah.
That's right. What's up?
I
Yeah, no,
don't
I
know.
just try and keep it very simple. And I suppose what is maybe slightly different is that I'll humor their questions to a degree, even if they're kind of jumping from one thing to the next. Because if they're reasonable and you provide reasonable answers, even if it's not an explanation, then eventually they just sort of go, shit, okay, well, I've run out of arguments now. Either I'm going to have a conversation or I'm just going to leave.
Yeah, no, that's the
I've
best way
never
to
heard a
help.
better explanation than when people say, "Why would they lie?" Never heard a better explanation when Cyclone explains why would they lie. I, I don't think anyone does it better.
Appreciate
Yeah,
that.
Ask them why would they lie.
No, don't put me on the spot. Why would liars lie?
why would they lie?
Yeah, why would anyone lie? I agree. People don't lie. That's ridiculous.
That's actually like the
Yeah.
main. That's like one of the first things people say Like if you bring up this subject, they'll be like, why? Well, why would they even do that? And then they try and get away with that, right? So I used to have it like on my phone on like a notepad and have all the reasons as to why.
Yeah, but
Because
you don't even need to, though. All you need to say is people go, why would they lie? I go, okay. Do people lie? Yeah, they do. Especially people in higher places. They lie more.
it's that altitude change.
All right. Got anyone else?
Yeah, well, there's this David Hinkle just moved in.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah, the
don't
Earth is a
worry
globe.
about Dave.
The Earth is a globe because of NASA pictures, and everybody else thinks it is. So there you go.
Oh, his picture's facetious.
Dave's the man.
That's
You know
literally what
what?
most uninformed globe believers think. Those two things right there: NASA pictures, and everybody else thinks it's a globe. So it must be a globe, right? Anyway,
Must be.
Does that
National.
make them a picture earther?
Yeah, technically CGI
Right.
Earther,
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm a CGI earther,
manufactotum.
folks.
a photorealistic painting Earther.
Right.
Manufactotum. Why have you got that GF6 thing still there? Manufactotum.
Mhm.
Hello? The GF6. Globe. What does it actually stand for? Globe
I think there-
Fighters? Six
I think
or
there's double meanings, maybe even triple meanings.
how about globe fantasist? That's a good one.
yeah, maybe gay fuckers.
Like I said, there's multiple explanations for that.
Gluten free six. Hey Bennett. Bennett.
Buenos dias.
¿Cómo estás?
Estoy bien. ¿Y usted?
Bien, gracias, bien.
Oh,
Perfecto. Sí, la
Hey,
tierra es planísima.
ah,
So you're gonna leave
gee.
us on the hook? Sorry, my bad.
No, you're all right. Go ahead.
Uh, it's only because I don't understand Spanish, so I was like, didn't realize I was
Oh,
being
No,
I'm just
totally rude.
he just said the Earth is flat.
Mm. No, I was just asking if Wolfgang was gonna leave us hanging with the "Why would they lie?" answer.
Oh, he's the best at this. I love it. Come on,
Come on.
Wolf. You got to do it, Wolfgang. You got to tell us
I
the
don't do
whole
this
life.
in a room full of flat earthers. That's redundant. I mean, we already know.
We do, but
I don't even
you
remember what it
explain
is
it
that I
so
said.
well.
Maybe you can paraphrase it because I can't even remember what you think I
I
said.
can't, man, but
I
you
give a
just do it
different
so
answer all the
naturally.
time.
No,
I give a different answer all the time depending on what they sound like.
I can't repeat what you say. Not at all.
Oh well, it's in the archive somewhere.
It's funny. I got a friend of mine who, well, he's a family friend, and he completely rejected the idea of flat Earth. But was funny, an entire year later, now he's kind of lowered his guard a little bit and is starting to ask me questions. So it was really
Uh-oh.
interesting to see.
wait,
Good.
who is this?
Bennett's talking about one of his friends.
Yeah, they just sometimes you just kind of plant the seed, and even though they rejected as ridiculous. Next thing you know, with time, sometimes they'll start opening up, asking
Yeah, that's
questions.
it.
You just gotta
Plant the
water the
seed, man.
seed. Plant the
If
seed,
there's
water the seed, give it some sun.
Yeah, I can attest to that. I can say,
Same,
yeah.
same. Even my,
It's a
even
lot of
my,
work.
even the general foreman on the job, dude. That was probably the hardest to convince. And years later, he fucking came around. He's like, "Yeah, this shit started. I'm starting to question shit." He's like, "I'm not. I'm not gonna say I'm a flat earther like you, but." He's like, "You definitely have me fucking thinking about shit because it doesn't make sense anymore." I was like, "Well, that's
fuck
all. Then I've done my job."
you doing that shit on the building site, microphone? Fuck, man. If I did that shit on the building site,
Yeah,
I'd,
dude. Hey, you'll be surprised. I walked up to a fucking uh surveyor, and I said,
yeah.
"Hey, is the is the world a globe or I said, how many times have you accounted for curvature when when you and he jokingly he responded and said as many times
Never.
as I've been to the moon." And he goes, "Listen," he goes, "Look, there it's flat, man." Like straight up, like he's a surveyor. And I never
Yeah.
fucking talked to him before. I never met him before. He was just on the job site. And I fucking,
Yeah.
oops.
I got two surveyors that work for me. Yeah. So not work directly for me, but I hire them, and they say all these things about these theodolites.
Right.
They say 600 meters. That's it. Anything more than that, incorrect.
That's the effective distance.
Effective
600.
distance.
Yeah, I have some
That's
guys
it.
trying to debate on Facebook about surveying. I'm like, dude, and they're like, "Do you even know what a theodolite is?" I'm like, "Do you know the range of a theodolite?"
Yeah, but the problem is it's not even in the book. So
Yeah, you know what they'll say is they'll say like, well, you can see, miles and miles and miles. I could look at a mountain and I can get the angle of it. And it's like, okay, well then you're already fucked up because that's not the way you're fucking. You're not going to get an
yeah,
accurate measurement that way.
so you're talking about an angle also with like you can't do it because I've been working at the airport lately. We've been doing re-roofing the place there, yeah, at a hotel. It's at the airport, so
Mhm.
it's high over Melbourne, and Melbourne's like the city's like 18 k's away, and then there's a lot of mountain ranges in the background that might be maybe 35, 40 kilometers away. And this Jesse guy that came in and said he did angle measurements over 100 miles. Yeah.
Right.
Some mornings I go up there and you can't even see the mountains. You can't see them. And they're
Right.
way less than 100 miles. These mountains are 30 kilometers, which is, what's that? Wait, let me work it out. 17 miles. And
Right.
he's telling us that he's getting angle measurements from something that's what 60% further, 70% further.
Well,
No
I've
way,
I've
mate.
argued with Jesse
You
for
can't even
years.
see these mountains.
I've been arguing with Jesse for years, and we've gone at it. And he
Not
has tried
Jesse
to introduce that bullshit.
Kozlowski. It's Jesse
Path of Light.
Gordon. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
just
Jesse
yeah,
Gordon.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
I've
him.
been
Yeah,
I've been
yeah,
arguing with that guy for a long time, and every
yeah.
time he tries to pull out his, oh, I have 9 theodolites or I have 12 theodolites, and I go, and
Yeah.
it's
Are they
like, okay, but
calibrated?
I'm like, but you're using them wrong, dude. I'm like,
Yeah.
you're not gonna fucking take an angle to something just because it's on your crosshairs, and then you do your math. I'm like, it's
So
an
Yeah,
optical
it's
fucking
not a
phenomenon, dude.
it's not a it's not a binocular set.
no,
Like
it's not
if
a
you can't
distance
see it
measurement.
with your
Yeah,
eyes, then
yeah,
what are you doing, man? Like,
That's
yeah.
that's not what it's used for, and
So
and and he
what we
and he
use
doesn't get that.
theodolites for is so you can set it up on the corner of a building, and you can see if that building is straight. So, like plumb,
Plumb
but
level square. That's all it is.
Yeah. So that's all it is. That's all a theodolite does is measures angles. So you set it up on the corner of a building site, and you go, okay, that building is 40 mil out of plumb. If that building's 40 mil out of plumb, you're fucked because it's not within tolerance. But that's all theodolites do. They measure angles. They don't measure
Right.
angles to mountains. They measure angles on buildings. That's it. That's all they
And
measure.
distances.
You know
Distance.
what's what's funny is so our
Wait, who
general
said
super.
distances?
I don't know who said that. I don't know if he was joking or not, or if he
Duncan.
understands how they operate.
Distances.
Yeah, it measures
Maybe.
angles and distances.
Yep. Okay. Does it measure 100 miles?
No.
Oh, thank you. All right. You can go back on mute, mate.
So the I was gonna say, so our general superintendent, he he's always sending me like like messages like showing like space and like these TikTok videos of these idiots that make these space videos, because he's always like he knows he's always poking my fucking side, right? He's always laughing about it. So one time we're drinking at his house, and he's talking to like one of the main fucking surveyors of a huge company, nationwide company. He's talking to the fucking top dog, like the boss's boss's boss, right? And then like jokingly, he's like, I'm gonna ask him. And I think I was on Discord at the same time. And he's talking to him on the phone because they're talking about a job
I think I heard that,
out
man.
in LAX. So you might have been here.
I,
So he
I,
was
I reckon I was online then. Yeah.
so he asked him, hey, have you ever had to account for the curvature? And he himself, he's like, I'm gonna have to come back to you because I mean it's in the manuals, but we don't. We actually
Were,
don't. Like he
were
actually
you
never
with
thought
him and
about
his
it.
son? You were with him and his son, yeah? Was
No,
that
no,
the
this is
guy?
another. Yeah, well, it's the same
Okay.
son. It's the same son,
Yeah.
but it was another time. But
Yeah.
yes, my general superintendent is the son of the retired ironworker of over 35 years. So he's the son of him, but he's retired.
Yeah.
And I'm always hanging out with him too as well. But um, I was at his son's house, who's the general superintendent, and I was on a call. I believe it was in here in this server, I believe. But he asked like a main dude, and he was like, you know what? He actually never thought about that, and it's interesting, right? Like this dude's
Because it's
fucking been doing.
calculated into the. Yeah.
Yeah, think about it, dude. He's been a surveyor for so many fucking years. He's moved his way up into like one of the largest surveying companies that any general contractor could hire to come do the work,
Never thought
and,
about curves.
So wait a
and he's
minute. So
never,
so
yeah,
you're
he never.
saying he had a QE moment?
Hi, Sydney.
Ah.
Right.
He had a
Yeah, dude.
QE moment. Oh wow.
And he was like, well, yeah, we
Add
account for
me.
that. He was like, yeah, we account for that, but he's like, but have you? And he's like, wait. He's like, you know what? I have to think about that because I've never.
Never sure. I never
He's
counted
like,
for that shit.
yeah. He's like, no. And then like it hit him like, wait, hold up. And he's like, well, I mean, he's like, it does say in the manuals, and it is there is a formula for it. He's like,
It's
now, but
calculation, yeah.
but now that I think about it, he's like, no, we we actually don't. And so then when my boss hung up, right, my friend slash boss, because he's our general superintendent, when he hung up, he just looked at me. He's like, wow,
You can't be
you know.
right, man. No,
Right.
what?
He was like, wow, because he's
Microphone
always
can't be right, man.
exactly. He's like, fuck you. He's like, fuck you, dude. Like, I'm like, and then I put on hold though. I put it on mute though because they were also talking some other like business, and I didn't really want to share their whole fucking conversation.
Of
But
course.
when
Yeah.
he but when he hung up the phone and I was talking to you, but then or to the room, but then when I hit mute, I told him, I was like, I told you, you fucker. He's like, honestly, he's like, honestly, I know I poke fun at you a lot. He's like, but to hear it from him, He goes, now it got me thinking. Because it came from me. He didn't fucking think of it. He's my buddy. He's like, oh, fuck you. You're a
Yeah,
dumb flat
he
earther.
thinks you're crazy. Yeah,
Right. But now that it's come from a
yeah.
fucking main fucking surveyor guy to be like, wait, what? Hold up. No, I actually never have. Like, he's like, okay, now it's got me thinking. I'm like, told you, you fucker.
Hey, if the Earth wasn't flat, would you be bummed out?
Not really, man. Like,
If it wasn't, we
Cool.
wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be feeling anything about it.
Right.
yeah.
Creation wouldn't exist, bro.
Meta, speak your piece, man.
No, I
Go
don't
for it.
mean that. I mean we wouldn't be having this conversation
Oh,
if
true.
it
Oh,
was
yeah, you're
never.
right. You're right. This room wouldn't exist. You're right.
Let's let go Meta give your Earth globe evidence. Go for it, man.
I'm just saying, I was a flat earther for 3 to 4 years, on and off.
And then you went back?
Looked at it for years. It's a globe. Sorry, guys. Grow up.
Okay. Have you got one piece of evidence that you can give us?
We're not going to play that game this morning.
What made you go
You
back?
all know
It's
it's a
not even a
globe. You all
game, man.
know it's a globe. You
Brett.
you can tell by your emotions. You're like so triggered if anyone ever goes to "It's a
Wow,
globe."
rejection immediately.
You don't want the
Hey,
truth.
dude,
You
wait,
want your
everyone.
biases
Meta,
Hey,
confirmed.
come
Give
on
us the
You
now.
truth,
want to
brother.
Come
believe.
on,
Hold on, I'm
Brett.
not finished. I'm not finished. You want to
1 sec.
believe that there's this
All right.
grand conspiracy, and there's
All right. Sorry, Meta. Hey, dude, man. No one's triggered. Can you just give us one evidence of the globe? Go for it.
you all
Go,
know it's
man.
a globe. You know the one. You know the factoid that's gonna convince you of the truth.
Tell
You
Bring it,
know
us.
the
man.
one.
Sorry, dude.
Tell us.
I have to cut you off, man. Can you just give us one evidence of the globe? Go for it.
No thanks.
No thanks? Okay. See you later, dude.
Yeah, that's my argument.
I'm
Oh,
a
why
little,
can't you give us
Okay.
one piece of
disappointed.
evidence?
yeah.
I'm so
Come
sorry.
on, bro.
I feel personally responsible a little bit. I'm so disappointed.
Oh, here comes Sydney.
No,
Hello,
Hey,
Meta. How come you can't give us
just
All
one
a
right.
piece
little,
of evidence?
just a little
No,
disappointed.
you
That's
talk
all.
to Sydney then, dude. Hey, Meta,
Why?
talk to
Disappointed
Sydney.
because I
Go.
disagree with you?
No,
Disappointed
no, no,
because I
no,
disagree
no.
with you.
I'm happy. I'm happy you came back. I'm a little bit bummed at your response. It's okay. I
No,
still
I
love you.
don't. I don't believe.
Oh, you do? Okay, well
I
then
don't
we're good.
believe.
We're good.
I don't believe that there's a true disagreement.
I
I
mean, do
don't
you
believe.
guys really distrust Elon Musk? Let me
See,
be
this
Can
is
honest.
you
why.
just
This is
can
why
you
we
just
don't have a
listen?
disagree. This is why we don't have a disagreement
Yeah.
because I don't think about him. So there's no disagreement there. What else?
There you go.
I'm just saying Elon Musk isn't
I'm,
fucking lying,
I'm
guys.
trying to
He threw
find the
his car out into
I'm trying to
space.
find the
It's a little
disagreement.
embarrassing when Elon Musk can throw his
I'm
car into
trying to
space and
find
the
the
rest of us are sitting
disagreement.
here thinking,
Hey, Meta. I'm gonna give you a little warning here. All right. If you can look on the chat, if you can see um Eli. No, what?
Let's be for real.
Let's be for real. Talking. It's just gonna be you two, and then I'll unmute you. But if you see "Let's be for real," green light, go. Just can you guys have a conversation? We're just going to let you two talk. All right. So I'm going to unmute you. Go ahead, man.
is he
Yeah.
talking to me?
You're up, dude. Yeah.
So I guess maybe you had a conversation with Sydney and you're saying you disagree. And I said I bet there's
Don't
no true
guess.
disagreement.
Okay.
So you said something about Elon Musk. I don't have any thoughts about him, so there's no disagreement there. What else do you
Sick.
have?
That's all I've got, bro.
All right.
Is that
So,
it?
have you got any evidence for the globe that isn't your belief in a stranger that you don't know?
Evidence for the globe.
Yeah.
Why do you need evidence for the globe? You guys sitting here every fucking day talking about the same
Is
shit.
it
How
just
much evidence is there?
is it just a belief then? If there's no evidence?
No. There's plenty of evidence.
Okay, what's the
Where?
evidence?
It's all around you.
I
I
feel
don't
like
see
the
it.
flat Earth is like gatekeeping the evidence from us.
Yeah, when did
All
you
right.
No,
realize
they're
it was
Hey,
begging
flat?
you. No, they're
one
actually
sec. Hey,
begging you to
Meta.
accept the truth.
Hey,
You
Meta.
guys are
One sec.
gatekeepers.
Hey, Meta. So
What?
when you look around you, do you see a
Yeah.
globe or do you see a flat surface?
Really, I see neither because that's not going to work.
Neither. So neither means in
Neither.
between.
Neither.
So what does that mean?
It doesn't mean in between necessarily.
Yeah, of course it means in between. What are you
No.
talking about? So when you look out into the ocean, what do you see?
Water.
Yeah, flat or curved?
Neither to be precise. Yeah.
Neither. So does that
Well,
mean
when
flat curved? What's flat curved? That's stupid, man. Come on.
Neither
Flat
doesn't
curved?
mean both.
Neither in this case means both.
No.
Okay, what's
let's do
neither
this.
in this case?
When in your life, when did you truly first realize that you believed, you were on a globe? When in your life?
When I was told.
I can't say when because I've jumped back and forth.
I
But
can tell you
once
when
I
it was. It was when you
psychoanalyze
were
Elon
told.
Musk, once you realize Elon Musk isn't lying, and if you sit here and think that the Earth's flat, and
Hey, Meta. Seriously,
It's
man.
getting kind of trolly.
I'm going to
I don't
unmute
see
you if
why.
you're going to have a
I,
good conversation. All right? If you're going to have a shit conversation, you're not going to be here. All right? You okay with that?
fucking truth, and you want to act all big and
He
bad,
was still talking while he was muted.
I don't
Meta.
see how your homosexual
Just going to
fantasies are
say,
good for a globe either.
yeah, hey, dude. If you can talk to people, you can stay here, man. If you're going to be an idiot, just stop, man. I'm going to unmute you, and then we're going to have a conversation. All right?
every fucking server. You think you
Hey, you're
got
still
some big
talking,
fucking power
So
just
why
because you can mute and you can unmute, dude. On
Oh, man,
man.
please chill.
Now it's
it's not a
feelings
power
time.
Should we just
source.
leave him unmuted or leave him muted or what?
Here, let
I,
me try to see if
All
I
right,
can.
your turn, Crit.
All right. Meta, you reached out to me in DMs too, so we have a past
I
connection.
wouldn't say I reached out to you, but yeah, you more like you reached out to me. But sure, bud.
Okay, so can we just like cut to the chase and and just say you spiraled out of control.
Yeah,
You
it's
talked.
ball.
Well, hold on, Meta. Just give me a second, all right? You said everything you wanted to say about me, my mother, my
Your
family,
mother.
all
Oh,
Don't
really?
yeah,
bring your
everything.
mother into this.
Yeah, everything. All these subjective feels. You said them all. Now we're back on
Really?
topic, and the topic is the Earth, right? Or Elon Musk. Which one do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about how no one in this community seems to want to get to the truth. It's
All right. Fuck
Okay,
you.
that's still the topic where you
flat,
got.
and I've went around making an ass of myself.
All right, you're
Oh,
muted.
he got
Well,
hurt.
here,
He
Sorry,
got hurt
sorry,
by
man.
flat Earth.
he got butted. Crit.
well,
That was a
What
well
is
timed unmute and
Crit?
mute.
Always does this to people, man. What?
because they get like let them get it all out. There's actually a funny story about this is one of the news articles of the day where I kicked it. But Elon Musk tunnel, the Hyperloop, is now
Yeah.
leaking skin burning chemical sludge from an
Ugh.
unknown location.
Uh-oh.
So you're like,
Maybe they went under a like a where they bury people.
yeah, it says metallic sludge is leaking from tiny Hyperloop tunnel in Las Vegas. The people
Oh shit.
don't know where this chemical is
Okay,
coming
but
from.
hold on 1 second before you continue reading with that.
Wait,
I want to know
hang
what
on.
that's got to do with the shape of the Earth, because it's either a ball or it's
How did
flat.
he get back in here? How'd you get back in here?
Well, see, I wanted to try to talk to
Is,
Meta. So now
is
we
he
got
like?
back to
Is he a mod or something? Like,
No,
no.
no, no.
I think
No,
he.
that's a different account. That's a different profile picture.
Well,
Oh,
let
he
Crit
came
go
in with a
with him. Let
different.
Crit
All
go
right,
with him.
Yeah.
all right.
He
I'm
came
gonna
back in
unmute.
with a
Yeah,
different
roll with me,
account.
Crit.
He's yours, man.
Okay,
Roll with me.
so you realize that Musk is full of shit, right? His hyperloop is
Whoa.
leaking toxic sludge.
Okay, what's that have to do with the Earth being a ball?
Well, because it was a topic you brought up, that how no one would distrust Musk.
Okay, can you help me? Oh, you're saying that that's a reason we should distrust Musk on the shape of the Earth.
No, I'm saying that he's not some sort of Iron Man, figure that. Well, it was kind of interesting. I was talking to another guy on the server who said I should be grateful for Iron Man, Musk, because he invented a supermobile, a Batmobile. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? He thought that the Cybertruck was really a superhero vehicle.
Let me ask you something about
Well,
Musk.
it is the Batmobile. What do you mean?
Do you think Elon Musk is the friend or the enemy of the human race, of humanity?
Maybe he's not even human.
I think he's a defense contractor.
He's fucked.
That's just speculation. I mean, we can't even validate his intentions. So why don't we get back to how you know it's a globe?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
he's
good
a
idea.
defense contractor, is what I think he is.
Yeah.
Okay, so you think when he's sending shit up in space that he's just bullshitting you to get your
Hey,
tax
Meta.
money? He
Hey,
don't
Meta.
gotta
Have you got any
your
evidence
tax
that the
money.
Earth
You'll
is a
give him your
globe?
tax money anyways.
Yeah, because he
Hey,
said right from the horse's mouth, he said you could tell it's real because of how fake it looks.
Yeah,
He's taking the
exactly.
piss. He's
He's
taking the
That was
not
a
piss on me.
joke.
bullshitting.
That's called a
He's not
fucking joke.
bullshitting us, Meta. He's bullshitting you, by the sound of things.
hey, Meta. Have you got any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, Elon Musk said so. I'm going with Musk over any.
Hey, Meta. Have you got any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I do. I just presented it. I'm not going to repeat myself for you.
Hey, Meta. Have you got any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Tell you
Proof
something
was
about the
Elon
globe.
Musk.
You just like to get me worked up. I know
Hey,
you're gay.
No,
you
just
know what's
not.
funny is
You know what? Hey, Meta. I don't want to get you worked up. I just want you to present
I've
some
presented
evidence
plenty of
that.
evidence. And the fact that you're acting like I haven't presented evidence.
Hey, Meta. Have you got any evidence the Earth is a globe?
Deaf to my great points.
Hey, Meta. Have you got any evidence the Earth is a globe?
Emotionally unbelievable. You can't believe them. Their emotionality.
Okay, so you agree
Hey,
it's a belief.
Meta. Have you got any evidence the Earth is a globe?
For one, Elon Musk says it is. So that's a pretty good piece of evidence.
So you just
I think
believe
it's
what
just
Elon
like a
says.
flat earther troll.
Crickets, man.
Okay,
We
Flat.
all
Meta,
go off what other people say. What do you
Meta,
mean? We all learn what other people say first. How else could you learn it?
So if
What
Meta.
kind of
Elon told
stupid
you
ass
that
question
Bigfoot
is
was
that?
real, so if Elon came out and said Bigfoot's real, you'd believe in Bigfoot?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, not Bigfoot because he's
Well,
not a
there you go.
Bigfoot expert, bro. Get real.
Oh, but he's a globe expert.
He's a space expert.
He's a
Okay,
space expert. Where did he
he's
go to
he's
school for
he's just
space
a bank
expert?
account, bro. What are you talking about? The guy's just a bank account. What makes him? It's the people around him that are doing the things that you
Bro,
think
y'all
he's
are going
doing.
a real long way to try to hide the fact that
Shut up,
You're
dickhead.
going far and beyond to give credit to a billionaire who just is the bankroll. Almost like, let's say, a producer of a movie. Doesn't mean he could direct, doesn't mean he could act. All he is the money for
but he
actual
knows if it's a
directors.
ball or
And
flat, doesn't he?
how does he know,
So
other than the same way you know? Because he
this
has
guy,
computer screens the same way. You know, when he's in the mission control and he's looking at a screen, he's doing the same thing you're doing or anybody else is doing.
imagine being this much of a simp.
Bro, oh, now I'm a simp. Now I'm a
You're a
simp.
Yeah,
simp.
you are a
You
simp.
are a simp.
See,
Textbook. You're
you
telling us
guys
your
are
entire
emotionally out of
worldview.
control because your
Your
little
entire
fragile worldview is getting
worldview.
broken apart with
Listen,
simple,
bro. Your
simple
entire
debate.
worldview is based off
Hey,
you simping for Elon Musk. Your entire
Yeah,
worldview,
pretty
according to
much.
you.
Actually, according to Elon Musk's rocket, if you look at the Falcon 9,
It looks
I
like a
think it was
dick.
I think it was the Falcon 9 when there was a I think
Comment.
the transponder.
6 or trans whatever. I forgot what they call it. It was the number 6 mission though. And if you
I
look at
think
it when it goes up,
Meta is
when,
simply
if
called
you
Dick.
if you look at it when it goes up, and you can see the fins of it, and they have a camera on it. When it flips to the other side, like to, I guess the part that falls off and it flips, dude, he's actually through his own cameras. He's actually proving that it's not a ball because when you look at it,
Bruh.
the
Bruh.
way
I
the
want
way
you.
he showed. Here, I'll post the video. That way you can just
Yeah,
understand
just
what I'm
post the
saying.
video for him. Just post the
If
video for him.
Yeah,
you are wrong and it's not a
It's not a bet.
I agree. It's not a ball.
understand
I
what you're
agree.
doing right now,
I
Uh,
agree. It's not
What
a
are we
ball.
doing?
you fucking anti-philosopher.
What?
Why is he
No.
so angry? That's
This is
crazy.
the best
This guy, this guy's got to
that
be
you're
trolling
fucking
so
making up
bad.
a fucking.
Hold on, hold on, hold
Oh,
on.
Meta, calm down, brother.
Hold on.
There's
Meta,
no way he
meta,
can be
meta.
seriously, man. I
If
think
the
he's
Earth
just
is not a
like,
globe, keep spiraling.
That's funny. I'm gonna unmute
That's
myself.
wild.
You know, what's interesting is that like there's a
Hold on,
couple
Meta,
global.
Meta, have you calmed
But
down?
Meta,
Meta, are
chill.
you calm?
I'm perfectly calm. I'm
Okay,
perfectly calm, and
okay.
I'm perfectly here to defend
Okay,
the
let me ask you
truth.
this question. Okay, let me ask you this question. Tell us 3 proofs
No,
for a globe Earth.
I don't have to, man. You all know them. You all have fiended over all
Uh,
of this,
just
but
tell us
you're
2
on the
then.
wrong side.
Could you tell us 2?
I dare you to tell
who
me 3 proofs.
who hurt you?
All
Who
right,
hurt you with
water.
flat Earth?
It almost sounds
I'll
like
give
he's
him.
playing
One
devil's
proof.
advocate.
I'm gonna give
Calm
him
down.
3. I'm gonna give him 3 answers. Water. Have you got? Are you gonna deny that or not?
Dude, it's a ball. There's no discussion.
Wait.
It's a ball.
Water. Go. Let's discuss it. Water
What about it?
proves it's flat
How does it prove it's flat? It's not
because
flat, dude.
water.
The goddamn globe.
Uh, oh, so you're saying water curves to the ball? Yeah.
Yeah, due to surface
Have you got
tension from
any evidence?
gravity.
Have you got any evidence of that?
Third graders know this shit.
Go. Just
So you're on the
provide
level of a
some
3rd grader.
evidence.
I like the way we have to try and talk these guys down from being hyperactive. It's really cool.
Well,
Well done, Desmond,
Jedi,
mate.
where have you been, mate? You've been
Fucking
sitting in the background listening to this bullshit.
hiding from this Fruit Loop, yeah.
It sounds like he's on a ledge and we need to talk him down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Look,
I still feel a bit responsible for it, but it's entertaining. So
do you know him, Sydney?
It's entertaining watching me destroy all these flatties.
Yeah, destroying. You're not destroying anything, man. You're destroying nothing.
You literally think it's.
I'm just glad, Meta. I'm just thankful that you're eating meat now. So
How
it's
did you
cool.
Hey,
find out?
all right. Hey, Meta. Hey, Meta.
Why? What?
Destroy water. Go.
Water? What about
Yeah.
water?
Water. It's flat, man. Go. Destroy it.
How did you find out I'm eating meat?
I'm a
Sydney's big.
psychic. Told you this.
Wait. Sydney.
It's all good.
Hey, retard. I mean, what's your name?
Are you a Gemini? Whoever just called me a retard?
Nah, I'm a Capricorn, mate, and I'll fuck you up. Hey, go. Destroy
Whoa, don't
water
start that
in flat.
Gemini slander.
I bet he's
What's
not a
that?
Capricorn.
Hey, you know what? I have to say,
So if your
let
worldview is
I
correct,
have to
then
say,
there's
let's
a
be real.
global conspiracy.
Both. Hey, just be quiet for a second. I have to speak to Let's Be Real. Both of my parents are Geminis, born on the same day in the same year.
Damn.
Both Geminis, twins.
Sucks to suck.
Yeah. I had to say that, but Meta, you've
I
got
want to
no
know how
idea what you're
Sydney
talking
knows
about,
how
man.
I'm eating meat again. It's crazy to me.
She knows what you're doing, man.
Yeah, she knows you, man.
I went vegan for 7 days and it made me sick. Kind of made me sick, bro.
That's because you went vegan for 7 days. You fucked up.
Yeah, that was the mistake.
Yeah, you need
That
meat,
was what kept me out of
vegetables,
heaven.
everything, man. Don't be a retard, man. Just eat meat, vegetables, rice, potatoes, whatever you need, man. Just don't go vegan. That's fucked up. Don't do it, man. You got it?
Okay, so anyways, I've proven now that it's a ball. I hope you're all happy. You can
When?
get on with your lives.
All right. Yeah, man. See you later, dude. Fuck that, man.
I think it's just nap time. I think it's just nap time, maybe.
He sounded
No,
like a
nap
child.
time. That guy needs 10 naps.
You know what's crazy though? He sounds angry at flat Earth. Like
Yeah, he hates
there's a
flat Earth.
person. Yeah, there's a person. She's I think her name was Troubled About. I think that was her name. And
Oh, not the
she
Aussie
was
girl. Yeah, I know Trouble.
yeah yeah. So
Yeah,
she was a flat earther, but then she went back to being a Glober.
yeah. It was.
But when
You know what?
she
It was around about that time when what's his name had that channel. What's his name? Anyway, keep going. Sorry, man.
no, it's right. So I was just gonna say though, it's like when she would talk about flat Earth though, you can hear like bitterness, like anger in her. Like I could just her tone every time she talked about flat Earth, and I was
You know
like,
what she
"Hey, who
said to me, Apocryphon?
was that?"
Because I'm Australian. She said, "You guys have destroyed my southern stars."
No, no.
Yeah, she said
Yeah,
something similar to that too. Like she's mad at flat earthers because he said flat earthers took advantage of her after she
yeah,
had a
that's right.
stroke.
They took advantage of her. Yeah,
Well, I
Who
asked
is
her
this?
before.
Who is this
The
What
person?
happened to
trouble,
Meta? Where did he
trouble
go?
about.
do you know? Wait, one sec. Do you know Trouble About? She was
No,
on our.
sadly.
She was on the original server.
Yeah, she did like
She was in.
a short LARP as a flat earther, maybe like just a month or two or something like that. Or
Well, no, I mean, she was in the asylum for a while as a flat earther, but I guess when she went back to Globe, and then
Asylum.
I could hear, yeah, that's my server over there, the crazy one. So
Oh, okay. Yeah.
so what happened was, I used to ask her like, hey, who, like, did you get with somebody that was a flat earther, and then like they like broke your heart or something? Because that's what
They
it
hurt
sounds
you
like.
or something. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what?
I'm like, who?
Yeah.
And
It's
I
the
asked her, I
same.
go, who hurt you?
It's the
Go,
same
Elijah.
as when you try to get someone to go into business with you, and then you say, "Oh, it's easy." Well, I mean, true enough, your business could potentially be, good for anyone who works the system. However, what people don't know is they're going to have to increase themselves, like think harder, think more. It's not simple. It's not,
And
it's
be
more
busier.
complex because of people's, psychology and all of that. And so it's
Yeah.
like some people accept it and they prepare for growth and they go through it. And some people hate you for it because it's like a look in the mirror as to how much you'll never know
Yeah,
because you've already quit.
yeah. And maybe it was just like, I think she felt like, I don't know,
You know what?
people
I have
hurt
to
her
agree with
from the
you there,
side.
Elijah. Like, I had a lot of people through my life. They go, yeah,
Poor thing.
you know, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. And they go, no, that's not gonna work. And I go and do my own thing, and then I succeed in my own thing, and they go, you didn't want to stick around with us. I go, yeah, because your model was bullshit. And then they get angry with you because you succeeded and they didn't. And they go, hey, it wasn't my fault.
All
reckon we should have Timbo's Counselling Corner every Friday nights from 7 until 8. Everyone can come and express their emotions and their feelings to Timbo.
Can
Timbo
we
can
start with
You
meta?
communicate.
Jedi. You fucking
I think we
asshole.
put meta on the first
Yeah.
one at least.
Trouble's been on a server called the Mass Media, Medicinal Mass Media,
Yeah, with
and
Demon Strike.
yeah, she's had some problems with. I mean, I'm just like being extremely toxic towards people, towards flat earthers, and he
I
doesn't want
know.
that. He wants a conversation, like mutual respect, and discussing how each person views creation. It's like no judgment, no right or wrong, just going back and forth on individual takes on what the Earth is. And it's been kind of like a fresh idea where instead of talking past each other, it's supposed to be conversations with. And so you'll be the two people will just be talking, and she'll be yelling in the background like some kind of like really cringe victim status, like, oh, they're lying, like you're like, holy shit. I mean, just if you don't want to hear the content, like, why are
You
you
know what she
here?
does? The worst thing she does is she goes, "You're denying my stars," and
Or
then she goes,
telling me
"You're
where I live
you're
is fake.
denying my southern star." You go, what?
Yeah, denying, or she says,
Where is Australia on the map?
you're lying about my
She's a fucking
homeland.
weirdo.
I'm like,
Yeah.
I haven't said anything about Australia. I talk about the overview effect. I talk about how there's no change. I talk about superstructures, the Suez Canal, the St. Lawrence Seaway, Panama Canal. There's very specific things I talk about. Not one of them includes you or Australia, other than
Yeah.
that I say Australia is pretty flat. Like it's really
Her
flat.
problem is that that she says all flat earthers are from the northern hemisphere.
Oh
That's
yeah,
her problem. Yeah.
it's really interesting because there's a flat Earth destination vacation where like you go there. It's like flat Earth hotel and do a bunch of experiments and tour the Middle Earth. It used to be in
Middle Earth. In New
flat Earth
Zealand.
New Zealand. Yeah,
Yeah.
I said Australia, but yeah, at New Zealand, it was like Auckland, New Zealand had this like flat Earth like destination vacation. There's a ton
Yeah.
of I mean, it was interesting is that there's more flat earthers like in like
In southern hemisphere. Yeah.
well in
Fucking up
like
there.
like in America, there's more flat earthers, but not per capita.
Yeah, but there's
There's
more
just
people though.
more people. Yeah, if you do
Yeah.
like a comparison like by population, New Zealand has the largest number of flat earthers.
Yeah. So you got 80% of the world's population live in the northern hemisphere. Yeah. So you got 20% of the world's population live in the southern hemisphere.
That doesn't match the numbers for flat earthers. There's a larger than 20%.
Exactly.
See, that's the problem she has is she has to say that northern people are lying about the South. I'm not even
But
talking
there's
about that.
more in the south than there is in the north per percentile of population. Yeah.
See, it's like the cognitive dissonance or like the contradiction, the victim status. Like somehow people, the same guy, that flat Earth Tony or PhD Tony.
Ah, that guy's a moron, mate.
Yeah, one time he just started screaming. I mean, literally screaming at me. Like his voice had gone, full octane. He said I had told him that his whole life is a lie. I go, wait a minute, who the fuck are you? I don't think I've ever talked to you before. Where did you get? I'm telling you that your life is a lie. When did this happen? And eventually, like Demon Stride jumped in and kind of diffused the situation, and we changed it.
That's where it came from. That's where it came from. That Tartaria. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Hmm.
we started talking about just role playing games and like different systems and stuff. And he went back to
Yeah.
normal again, and suddenly out of the blue, it started talking about hey, like flat Earth again, and he flipped. Like he would just get demonically possessed and start screaming again. It was like, dude, what's
So
going on with you? Like,
what's his go? He's a what a what do they call him? That
a
a person that
seismologist.
a seismologist. Yeah, yeah. And he says,
Yeah, he
I'm a
says he works for a
seismologist. I
company.
know that when earthquakes happen, it sends ripples across the earth in a sphere.
Yeah, yeah.
And you go, what?
That he
How do you know
models
that?
flat.
Yeah, but he modeled. Yeah,
He modeled it
exactly.
flat. And well, the thing too is
He
like,
was the first personal model of flat Earth.
And what's interesting
That's what he
about
says.
Tony is like I actually believe him that he's an expert because he's never asked any questions about it. He just presents his knowledge. So that's for me a hallmark of an expert. An expert doesn't ask you about their expertise. They take questions about their expertise.
Like that guy before.
Yeah, the dude who comes in and says, "I'm an expert in all kinds of shit," and you're like, "Well, how? How does that make you an expert?" Because you're asking me? How are you going to ask me about your expertise? Wouldn't you have some answers to show? Where's your expertise at?
Where I disagree with Tony is that he says because he has a machine that finds minerals based upon the gravity that the machine picks up. And he says, we get paid a lot of money. He's like, our company gets paid a lot of money for us to find these minerals, areas or regions or spots. And we
Based on the
find
globe.
them. Yeah, based on gravity. No, he doesn't even see. That's the thing, though. He see. That's where I disagree with him. I'm like, okay, even if your machine that a man has built and said to do this, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that's what it is, but that's what you're telling it to do. Maybe it's just picking up on differences of the minerals, no different than a fucking when you're walking around the beach with the metal detector. It's made to pick up the differences of I guess in this case, like every like a copper to silver to gold, it gives off a different reading, and these instruments can pick it up. But
it can be flat too.
Yeah, it has no. That's what I'm saying. This is where I disagree with Tony, because nothing about what he says in his presentation has to do with the shape of the Earth. But then he would allude, because there's this thing that we're saying that we're picking up because of gravity, and because they count on us, and there's a lot of money going into it. Then gravity is only because it's a ball, and I think that's where I'm like, dude. Well, then you're just jumping to that. That's where I don't agree with him at all.
I'm glad you don't agree with him, Apocrypha. The guy's a retard, man. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, I think the main problem I have with some of these guys, where they hear you say the Earth is flat, and they don't hear that. They hear you say your homeland is a fake. They hear you say your life is a lie. Like this context they added that to the conversation in a very sort of disrespectful and bad faith sort of debate way.
No, wait, hang on. Eternal. Hey, Eternal, just relax, man. Chill out. No. We're not going to get a conversation out of him, are we?
No, that's exactly the same thing where you say the Earth is flat, and that's how he responds. Because he didn't hear you say the Earth is flat. He heard something completely different. Like he's never going to make out with green alien chick. So then he just flipped out.
This thing, Crit, like Australia doesn't exist. Yeah, everyone knows where it came from. Yeah, I hope everyone knows where it came from.
Yeah, it was a joke from globalists who talked about that they weren't actually sending anybody overseas for being banished. They were just killing them.
Well, there was a video, right? And this girl said, I don't know what to believe anymore. I don't even know if Australia exists. Because she was talking about, she wasn't talking about flat Earth or anything like that. She was saying, I don't even know what to believe in anymore because of, I'm pretty sure it was like a political thing. And then people ran with it and said they don't even think Australia exists. That was it. And then they ran with it and said flat earthers don't think Australia exists. Yeah.
And I agree with them. Crazy accents and stupid hats and fucking
Shut
mythical.
up, idiot. You're such a dickhead.
Got to keep myself amused, mate.
Yeah. I'm not gonna. That hood is not gonna. I don't even know.
Yeah, it is.
Whatever.
Yeah, no, it is.
Well, it's 3:00 in the morning here, and I'm pretty drunk, man. So
you're going to stick around and keep us entertained for a few more?
yeah, I'll stick around, man. I've got to go to
Good.
work, but whatever.
Fuck it.
As long as Jedi doesn't be a dick, it'll be all right.
Yeah, cold down hell before that happens, mate.
But you know what? Before when Elijah and AI jumped in, mate, that was absolute classic.
What happened? What happened?
Oh, we had a little bit of a sophist, but they sorted it out. AI sorted it out.
Good man.
But Elijah, can you please speak in the microphone, man? Because I love to hear you speak. You speak so well.
Well, it's
And
also
if
too
I
that
could,
he's not like when we tell him, "Dude, your microphone's a hot mess." He's not sure of that.
he
So
doesn't give a fuck though.
yeah, like listen to the
He
live
goes,
stream.
but he goes, but you can hear me, yeah?
No, we
And then he
can't.
goes, yeah, okay. He goes, well, everyone shut up because I'm going to talk. But every time he jumps in, yeah, hey, I'm going to shut the fuck up. And you know who it was good? I'm not sure if you guys heard Deus Vault in the chat earlier today.
Oh, it was Dennis here. Stunning. He's a
Yeah,
good
he
man.
was, man. Yeah.
He keeps it on point. He's
Yeah,
good at these.
he was talking to what's his name? The gay guy.
Shit flaps. I mean, Britnut.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that was him. They were chatting away.
Britnat and his boy toy me.
Hey, dude. I don't know. If you haven't come over to our main server more, man, we'll sort you out over there, man.
Yeah, I've been over there. Gemsy hooked
Yeah,
me up.
yeah, of course. Anyway, there's no Glovers in the chat. There's one called Flat Lloyd Wright. Such a Glover.
Yeah, you can tell it's a globe because it looks so flat.
But why would they
Or,
lie?
Why, man?
Volcano,
what?
earthquake, satellite, Musk, SpaceX,
Magma.
rockets.
No, Jupiter. Can't forget Jupiter.
You can tell it's
Look at the
spinning because you
picture.
can't feel it too, right?
Yeah, that's it, man. Yeah. Because
Yeah,
it's
I like when
linear
AI was
motion.
arguing with today
Sorry,
too.
dude.
Yeah, all motion's relative, right? Fuck that guy.
Can't feel
What
it, man.
about Keith Stone? Is Keith Stone in the chat? What's up, Keith? You got a UFO there in your profile picture?
Man.
What's going on there?
Hey, how you doing?
How's it
Oh,
going,
Keith.
bro?
I didn't have audio playing, did I?
No, you're all
Okay.
right. We're just asking what's up. Is that a UFO in your profile picture?
Hmm.
Who's
Yeah, that's
flying that then?
that's the famous "I want to believe" UFO from X Files.
Oh, nice. Sweet. Do you believe, or do you just want to?
I I have my skepticism. I mean, it depends. It depends on your interpretation of what it is.
I could
You
make
know,
that
whether it's
like a
from a
train sign, but
multi-dimension, from whether it's us, whether it's a separate, whether it's Hyperborea, and there's Atlantis in Antarctica, or
so yeah, like a,
I live next to an airbase, and I see things. My wife
okay.
and I
So
have seen things hover over our house coming out of that airbase.
that's probably
So
your employers.
I've seen the triangle. I've seen what's known as the flying triangle that hovers, the TR-3B. I've
I
had
have
that thing
too. It was
fly over
gnarly.
my house.
Oh, I'm laughing at little palm trees profile picture. That's hilarious.
Is it a thing?
Like a cheap drone. It's hot, bro. All right.
Is that Trump?
Yeah, right.
That
Yeah,
Trump is
yeah.
a woman?
Trump
Yes.
is looking good.
Trump woman with glasses.
That's
Ugh,
weird.
with the
off the
blonde,
fucking
with
highlight.
the dark glasses.
It's the look. Looks like she's about to complain.
Lots of bangs. Looks like a Karen.
Yeah, Karen's
Karen Trump.
complaining.
Homosexual.
Karen Trump. Brilliant.
Little palm tree. Do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Yep.
Explain
Oh, right.
Karen on the globe.
Right.
Perfect.
Why do you believe Earth's a globe? Why would you do that?
I think the flat Earth cannot really explain eclipse,
What do
and
you
I've
mean?
seen
Flip?
different. Sorry.
What do you
What
mean?
about the
Why
Selinelli?
would we need to? Why would we need
I've
to
heard
explain an
people trying
eclipse?
to explain it, but it really sounds like it doesn't really. It's not convincing, to be honest.
But it would just be a story either way, right? Like when the Globies try and say this is how an eclipse works, that's just a story too.
At least the story in the globe Earth makes more sense when it comes to
No, but it
eclipse.
doesn't have any evidence, though. That's not what makes sense. It only makes sense to you because that's the only one you'd heard, basically, and you'd believed that for however many years. So you'd think it makes sense. But you can debunk that because, well, there's a thing called the Selinelian eclipse, which is called the impossible eclipse, and it doesn't work on a globe, but it happens. But yeah, I mean, saying, oh, it's the Earth's shadow, they don't know it's the Earth's shadow. That's just a story. So come on,
Not
what else
just
we got,
a
little palm
story.
tree, for the globe?
Sorry?
So what's the best evidence for the globe, though? Because looking at eclipses and making up stories about them isn't really evidence for anything.
Listen, I'm here in this uh, room because I genuinely think the flat Earth communities have some interesting facts that I like to think about.
That's
But
good.
my mind is the Earth is a globe until something really strong prove it to not be globe.
Like what?
What
That's
would
cool.
help?
A very strong evidence, something that cannot be explained, and the globe Earth.
How about no curvature? Could we interest
Sorry.
you in some no curvature?
The no curvature thingy, I think a lot of people explained it. Because the Earth, how the Earth is big, and from a very short distance you cannot see the curvature. But if
No, no,
you,
no. But at the distance they say there should be curvature, there's no curvature.
how do you know that?
Because it's been checked. So, for example, over 10 miles, do you know how much curvature there's supposed to be?
I have no clue.
Okay, so they say that it's supposed to be around 66 feet. So if I'm on one side of a lake that's 10 miles wide, and you're standing there on the other side looking like Trump in a wig, and I've got a pair of binoculars,
Yeah.
You are supposed to be beneath 60 feet of curve, water, right?
What is their argument against that?
Well, when people go out and test this, where the globe says you shouldn't be able to see Trump in a wig because he's 10 miles away beneath 60 feet of curve, we can see him. He's there, right? So not hidden by curve. You understand?
Oh, how? Okay, I get what you're saying. I'm not sure if
Yeah,
this is actually true.
yeah, you'd have to
Um,
check that out, but
that's a point. Another thing, how can you explain the phenomena with like the ships when it goes away on the sea
ooh,
or the ocean? We can see only the
that's
head of the ship, but you cannot see the body of the ship.
yeah. Does anyone want to do boats?
And
That's
Not
the
again,
really.
same
again,
thing.
all of us, because all of us are not actually out
Boats are the
there
same thing.
experiencing this stuff and only hearing theories about it. So I cannot say, I don't think anybody can say that for sure, right? And what
Well,
about the moon? Like, if the
don't.
moon is actually spherical, why is not the Earth spherical as well, right?
Mm,
What about
good
the sun?
questions.
Are you
Same
just going to
thing.
keep going with? Sorry, excuse me. Are you just going to keep going on with questions and questions and questions?
Yeah, I mean,
And
it's a discussion. It's not
okay,
a
cool.
debate. I'm not here to debate. I'm here just to
I
discuss
thought.
and have
Sorry,
fun and
sorry. I thought
yeah, yeah.
maybe you'd want. I thought maybe you'd want answers to the questions. Do you want those?
Look at one topic to its full logical conclusion. Okay, instead of scattergunning a bunch of things, just pick
I
one
mean,
thing and we'll follow it.
we are here talking about whether the Earth is a globe or flat, right? And I'm here just to discuss and have fun. I'm not here to debate or to prove
Okay, we'll
anything.
pick
Yeah, that's
one
I'm
okay. We
just
topic.
don't need to
saying.
debate. We don't need
I
to
don't
debate.
think
Can we just
why you
discuss
are
it?
very like
Time out.
seriously
Time
taking
out.
this. Chill, chill.
It's okay.
I
Okay,
Chill,
think the
everyone.
gentlemen.
Earth is
Chill.
So
more globe than flat because of many different things. Again, we can see the moon in front of our eyes, and
No
it's
problem. No
global in
problem.
shape
No
or
problem.
spherical in shape. We can see the sun.
No
The globe
problem. But check
Earth
this out.
explains the
Excuse
eclipse.
me, ma'am. So
Yes, ma'am.
check this out. Yes, call me mom. That's perfect. Check it out. You
Where?
said not but 3 minutes ago, maybe five ish, that you're just waiting for the one single piece of evidence that would make you make a decision. You're not going to do that.
I
Talk.
didn't say one single piece of evidence, but sure, if it's a strong evidence, I would actually take my time to really look
Luna,
through this.
Luna,
Good. Excellent. Good. Excellent. So
into bed.
it's safe to say that if you're looking for that you don't have that, right?
Yes, I don't have that.
Right. So talking to us about your musings isn't going to help you get that, right? So
Why?
if you were interested, we wouldn't be talking about what you want to talk about because what you know isn't sufficient for your inquiry.
I I'm not sure. Is this like a lecture? Are you here, guys, to just have a lecture or to debate that I'm 100% right and
All
you're
right, let me say
100%
it.
No, no,
wrong?
no.
Or you
Let
are
me
here
say
to
it.
discuss? I'm discussing, nigga.
So let me say it like
But
let me say it like I'm a little more street. Check this out. You said you would make up your mind if there was some strong evidence.
Do you
So
have one?
you need to stop flapping your gums and let someone present it. That's all.
all
Did
right, let
someone
me very
present it?
quickly jump in. I will present something very quickly to you. I'll present something very quickly to you, and you can see what you think. Right?
Sure.
Okay. Are you on Google? Do you have Google open?
I can have it open. Sure.
Okay. So if you Google distance to horizon calculator, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then pull up a calculator, whichever one you want, and you can put in your observer height, say 6 foot, 5 foot, whatever
Yes.
you are, and it will tell you how far away the horizon should be from you based on the Earth being a ball of a certain size. Yeah, you understand that?
Great. Yes, yes, great.
Okay, so you put in, say, 5 feet. How far away does it say the horizon should be?
5 feet. It has to be. Wait, hold on. It's on. Yeah, it says 2.5. 2.7 miles.
Okay, so this is something on the table from the globe that we can test. So they say at a 5 foot observer height, if we're standing at the beach, the horizon is going to be at 2.5 miles, whatever, maximum. Yeah, because that's the curve of the ball that we can't see around anymore.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. So now I'm going to post an image in the text channel, and I can post a video that it's taken from afterwards, and you can have a look. So it's got 2 oil rigs in it. I've just posted it, Cyclone. Do you see that?
Where did you post it? And where?
In the chat, the voice chat.
Let me see.
So let's say, what the hell?
Hold on.
Let's say you buy a cheap drone.
Hold on.
Oh, I see.
Easy.
In the middle of
Easy.
something.
You buy a cheap drone, send it up, and then
Easy, Tiger.
Hold
We'll
on.
have to roll you in. There we go.
Never
There,
mind.
there. Good.
I see
Right,
it.
little
Like,
palm tree. You see the image?
yeah, I see it.
Okay, now where do you see the horizon in this image? Is it in front of the rigs or behind the rigs?
Behind it.
Okay, so, and how far away is platform habitat, that furthest rig? Says underneath, 10.10 miles, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Right, so the horizon is further than 10.10 miles, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And the observer height on this image, what does it say? 8 foot?
Yeah.
Okay, and what's the maximum horizon distance?
The maximum horizon distance 3.46.
Right. So you understand that the horizon is not at 3.46 miles and is actually beyond 10 miles.
Hmm.
Yes? You see that?
That's interesting. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a mismatch here, right? So when we go out and try and use these globe calculators, predict where the horizon is going to be based on this curvature, the curvature isn't there.
Yeah.
You see? I've just posted the video of that as well because it's a guy with a zoom camera. You can watch it in your own time. But this is the point, right? If the Earth is a ball, like they've told us, if the eclipses are occurring because the Earth is a ball, if all the other stuff because it's a ball, that horizon has to be at 3.46 miles maximum. It could be closer if your view is, if you've got fog or whatever, right? But it can't be further because it's supposed to have curved off by then.
I
You understand?
see. Yeah, yeah. That's some interesting evidence.
Okay, so we've got loads of this stuff, right? So I don't know if you're on our server, but we've got channels about long distance observations, laser tests, and this is the principle that's being tested. Line of sight, a horizontal across the surface. There's supposed to be a deviation due to curvature of the surface, and we should be able to measure that or observe its obstruction, observe the horizon at the correct distance. But it's not. When we go out and test it, the surface just carries on flat.
I
See the
see.
problem?
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
see it.
So there you go.
That's one
So look into
interesting
that.
evidence. Have you ever discussed with someone who actually can, like, when
Yes.
you present this to someone who is very strong believer of the globe Earth,
Oh
what do they
yes, we
tell
do it
you?
all the
Do they have
time.
argument against it, or what do they say?
Yes, they say it's all a mirage based on refraction. They say the light is bending up from behind the curve, making Earth look flat when actually it is still curved. That's what they tell us.
And what do you think about that?
It's a religious hope. They've got
Okay.
no
Very
evidence
ad
for it.
hoc explanation. It's just an ad hoc
Yeah, it's a
explanation.
cope. It's a cope with why we see too far, shoot lasers too far, why the horizon's not in the right place. They just say, oh, it's light bending. It's all an illusion. It's a mirage. So
Okay.
these guys have gotten to the point where
think observable reality is a mirage, just so that it can't be flat.
Yet, ironically, the way that they measured the Earth to be a globe was using the horizon distance at a specific rate, which it never can be found at.
Okay, so that I've sent you the link, by the way, to the server, so you should check that out and look at the information sections. And you can figure out how to test this for yourself. So now that you know where the calculator is, next time you go to the beach or whatever, you can try and test this. See for yourself. Don't take our word for it.
Yeah, that's fair. So how
Okay.
do you explain the eclipse?
We
I
don't.
wouldn't.
Because
I wouldn't
it has
try
been
to.
the main point that really baffles me in the flat
Yeah,
Earth
yeah.
model.
We
Sorry,
can't.
Cyclone.
It's.
We don't explain the eclipse because we can't explain the eclipse. We have no first-hand knowledge of the things in the sky. If we were to give you a model, it will be unverifiable. At this point, you're going to be scratching your head with the rest of us who've been doing this for 9-10 years, short of whatever. But we don't know why eclipses happen.
Okay, so it
So
cannot
I
be
so I
explained
think
in the flat Earth model.
can I interrupt? No, it's not a look. Let's not worry about models or reifications. Reification is just like basically a model. So here's the thing: when we're talking about eclipses, the only reason and you can correct me if I'm wrong because I'm going to make an assumption about you, okay, or not you, but what you know, okay. So at any point you can say no, that's not what I think. So the reason that an eclipse would have to be explained by us is because you probably assume that geometrically, specifically with a lunar eclipse, you have literally the Earth getting in the way, causing the shadow on the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. What we're telling you is that's not what you observe. No one's ever
Okay.
observed that. Like we can see something happening on the moon, but they say that it's a line, like a perfect alignment between the sun, the earth, and the moon. But
Mm-hmm.
when it's actually happening, you can see both the sun and the moon above the horizon, which means they're both above the earth. So it can't be what they're describing, which is why someone said it's called the impossible eclipse, because it's geometrically impossible. What you believe is happening geometrically, for us to explain some other version that would make it make sense,
Mm.
the problem is that's not actually happening. So we don't have to explain how it looks like the earth is getting in the way when it's really not, because that's not happening. That's not what we see when we're actually outside looking at an eclipse.
I see. Okay, just have one final question regarding the moon and the sun. Do you consider it to be global in shape or spherical in shape, or how do you view it to be in the
It's
flat Earth model?
very possible that these things in the sky could be spherical,
Okay.
but we've got no way of verifying what they are because we can't go to them. We can just go by observations, stand on the earth and look at them, and they look circular. When NASA refer to the sun, they call it the disk of the sun. We understand disks are flat. That's not NASA saying the sun is a disk, but we've got no way of verifying these things that are in the sky. And two of your questions have been about the things in the sky, something we really can't verify. All we can do is poke holes in the story that we've been told. Like Elijah just pointed out with eclipses, there are many different types of eclipses, not just the moon going black. Sometimes it goes red, sometimes it goes blue. Sometimes, like Elijah was saying, it's during the day, sun and moon are above the horizon. We couldn't explain those phenomena.
Can
We
I
can't.
point something out in that? Because it was explained that the eclipse basically debunks globes in the sky because the eclipses cannot happen if they're globes. Then it's not that we're not seeing that because we can see the sun and the moon being eclipsed by a ball underneath it, so we know it's not a ball. because it was not being eclipsed, is what he was trying to tell you. So you went back to, are they balls in the sky? The eclipse actually proves they're not.
It will not prove they're not if they are saying that it's actually the shadow of the object, not the object itself.
On the impossible eclipse, when you're standing on the ground and the sun is in the sky and the moon is in the sky, how does the sun shoot down to your feet and cast that shadow up onto the moon in the air? Upside down. So it can't. That's why the eclipses debunk globes in the sky. Or at least us being a globe.
Yeah, the little palm tree, if you look on the server that I sent you the link to, there's a channel on eclipses, and it has some interesting information in there. Again, it's speculation as to what the actual mechanisms are, because we can't go and test these things. We can't manipulate them, stop them, and start them. We can only observe them happening and speculate. So what we tend to do is say, right, let's think about what we can test, and that's things like the curvature, the distance to the horizon, these kind of things, right? Because if the eclipses were caused by what they tell us it is, the shadow of the Earth, then that horizon would have had to be at 3.4 miles in front of the oil rigs. But because it's not, that means their story is wrong. You understand that?
I see.
Yeah.
Well, I really appreciated that you guys are skeptical and you really think and asking questions about stuff that I think the normal person didn't actually think about. And I think that's really amazing and really cool. And
Well,
I
thank you.
definitely wasn't very interested in whether the earth is flat or globe, like I'm just living my life enjoying it. But
Yeah.
yeah, you definitely raised very important point.
Yeah. Well, here, go, have a look through the channels and have a think about it. Don't believe anything we're telling you. Just go and think for yourself, and then come back and ask questions. Yeah.
I would love to.
Okay. Good. Well, it's nice to meet you.
You too.
Send me that profile picture. I want that for my collection. All right. Any more questions?
Not for
Or are you
my
gonna have a
part.
thing? Okay. Nice. Who else we got? Esoterius. What's up?
Can I just say something like slightly inappropriate? Okay, never mind. Forget it. A single
A quick 180.
category, a single category of something has single-handedly changed how you feel about one word. Is all I'll say. Because it's super hot to me. Don't say it to me. That's all I'm saying.
What about ping for maturity? What's up, ping? You got some globe evidence for us? No.
Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos proves the globe. I heard that one recently. The Earth must be a globe because if it wasn't, Jeff Bezos wouldn't spend billions and millions of dollars trying to go to space. There you go.
True, Jeffy B.
Jeff Bezos proves the globe. That's it. Just say Jeff Bezos.
What I find interesting is Selenelian lunar eclipses are also called horizontal eclipses. Ooh. There's that nasty word horizontal again. Does horizontal mean curved in this situation? Does it make sense at all to say that the eclipse observation is curved?
The eclipses are a good example of where the globe believers have embedded a story so deeply that they consider it to be true by just recalling the story. That's the evidence.
Right. And it's the same story that everybody else knows. How come you're not telling us the same story, Flat Earther?
Yeah, they need to get into their head that that's a claim, not evidence. The difference between the two is important.
Yeah, they don't differentiate between the two. And they have an assumption that we don't know the story well enough, so they need to come in and tell us the story. And oftentimes, when we tell them the claims aren't evidence, they say, well, how else do you explain? That's a very common meltdown.
And that's the same with the pendulums, the Cavendishes. Like, okay, well, how are you drawing a connection between your claimed cause and the observation? What else would it be? How do you know that's the Earth's shadow on the moon? What else would it be? It isn't an answer. That's just falling back on the story they were told, like we said.
Right, and don't you know that all the scientists and engineers understand it this way and not your way? We talk to them too, and they repeat the story without providing data. I've been likening this whole dilemma to one giant urban myth.
Yeah, it's an old wives' tale that's got out of control. Those pesky old wives.
So when I was growing up, I had a friend who lived across the street. His family's from Korea. He spoke perfect English. He was born and raised here. His parents did not speak English very well. And he was telling me about this thing called fan death. Have you heard of fan death?
Is that in infants?
No. So this is really interesting. And at least South Korean culture, I don't know anything about North Korea. There's this urban myth that if you run a fan inside of a room, you can die because you're not able to breathe in all the air that's moving around.
Yeah, I've heard that
So,
one, but I was hearing it was to do with babies. But they're saying it's to do with adults as well. Okay.
oh yeah, adults too. Adults are terrified. Probably, I think the older generation, as he was saying. But yeah, I do see now with babies. It makes sense. But yeah, I mean, you can't have a running fan in a room because it'll suck all the air out and you'll suffocate. But it's amazing how many
Yeah.
people believe this and sincerely. I mean, I don't think it's a majority of the population, but this is just one of these wives' tales. And so people just say, "Up, I'm not even going to bother with it. I'm just not going to get a fan at all and not deal with it. I don't have company over and people to see a fan in my room and think that I'm trying to kill anybody." Yeah, fans of all things. So I kind of think this is very similar to that in a lot of ways. There's a lot of social conformity pressure to believe. There are a lot of people that know that they've never seen the globe, but they're just going along with it because everybody else is. So it must be the way things are. Just like with fans in a room and fan death in South Korean culture.
Is it not like a like a misconception though, because like I think sleeping under a fan or under an air conditioning unit in like a really hot country can like give you a sore throat or make you sick in that kind of way. But it's not obviously nothing to do with it pushing the oxygen out of the room. It's to do with the temperature of the air or the dryness of the air or something like that.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
So I know I was quite often I've been told that is be careful when you're in a hot country. Just be careful with the air conditioning, especially when you're sleeping directly under it. It's like it'll fuck up your throat and stuff. I don't think it'd kill you.
I haven't Googled it yet, but I'm inclined to. I don't have access right now to do that, but I'd be curious to Google fan death and see what comes up. I don't know if it's that rational. I mean, I'm sure it is for a lot of folks. And there's their post hoc rationalization, right, that we get with Globers. So the post hoc rationalization with fan death is, oh, this is why we do it this way. It's because of sore throats and dryness, blah, blah, blah. It can happen. Therefore, it is likely to happen and it could happen to you. We can imagine it happening so often.
The best place to sleep in summer is at the shadow of a tree.
Why is it so quiet?
I definitely get the feeling that the numbers of flat earthers are on the up. Also, maybe the public perception of flat earthers is getting better. Because now it's kind of like not so foreign to a lot of people. They might say something like, "Oh, you might mention flat Earth or whatever," or someone mentions it, and they might say, "Oh, I know such and such, and they're a flat earther," as opposed to 6 years ago or whatever, where it was completely foreign. I mean, I don't think we're anywhere near hitting, what's the term? Is it critical mass? But we're definitely on the up. I mean, I've seen some videos on TikTok with a lot of views.
Well, I'm sure we're converting people, and we don't even know it because of our live streams.
Yeah, I'm
I
sure.
don't even mean to use the word convert. You know what word I'm trying to say,
Yeah.
right? How about opening their own?
Enlightenment.
They're opening their own eyes just by on their own.
Yeah, we're planting the seed. Well, I'm not, because I don't really talk that much, but there's people that are planting seeds.
It's a blessing and a curse, I think. We've seen the flat Earth topic explode on outlying social media like TikTok and X and other places. And it's not the kind of flat Earth content that we would necessarily be promoting.
Yeah, you got those content makers who really shouldn't be making content because they're not quite good at it, and they're giving you what I would say is bullshit stuff that we have to tell you that's something else somebody made up.
Yeah, like the Vibes of Cosmos series, like FPV Angel and all that other stuff. People using occult symbology and numerology to try and determine things that they're unable to explore and measure and verify for themselves.
See, I don't understand why the likes of, let's say, Nathan Oakley and maybe, I don't know if you're familiar with Flatsoid and a few others that have these kind of really small followings on YouTube in the grand scheme of things. Like, why they're not making stuff for TikTok, I don't get it. Like, they could just be live streaming in front of a meme that's been used as a green screen. And, like, a lot of people already know who these people are. And a lot of people are already making videos against people like Nathan Oakley on TikTok and stuff like that. And instead, they're in this little dark corner of the internet on YouTube. And they could get so much exposure just doing lives on TikTok. I don't understand why they don't do it. I mean,
You sound like my wife talking to me about it, and I'm like, well, I actually work, so it's kind of hard to do all of that stuff.
I know. But I mean, it's frustrating for me a little bit, seeing that the people who've been in it for years, like Nathan Oakley, and then you see someone make an account 6 months ago, just post some memes, and all of a sudden they've got 500,000 followers.
Yeah, that is frustrating. I've been wondering that too. It's madness because if you go back a few years ago when the community was smaller, the number of flat Earth legends was like a higher ratio to new flat earthers or people that are in it and just kind of hanging around, right? Now, those legendary flat earthers are still there. There aren't many new ones piling up at the top. And we've got these throngs and throngs of new flat earthers that are pushing out this very dubious content. So yeah, it's like they're getting diluted. The legends are getting diluted and overrun with nonsense, the feast of nonsense.
I haven't seen any of this nonsense, though. To be fair, I've seen genuine flat earthers posting in meme form or other forms, like sometimes videos of NASA and stuff. I haven't seen any misleading stuff or flat Earth Society stuff or anything like that.
No, I think it's subtler and possibly more insidious than that, and unaware to them. It's all the occult numerology crap.
Yeah, I've seen those guys, the 33 guys and stuff like that. And
yeah,
on about yeah.
That stuff is growing quickly.
Yeah, that Zerka guy, he's pushing that stuff, isn't he?
Him, I don't know specifically, but yeah. Or people going on the debate circuit ill prepared. Like they're like, man, I've been studying flat Earth for a month. I got it all now. And then so they get out there and they make a fool of themselves. They'll think that they can put on like the armor of God and then go up against McToon after getting involved in flat Earth business for a couple months.
I see maybe like 4 or 5 just on my TikTok feed every night. Live flat Earth debates pop up, and it's just people like me or whoever just going live and just posting a picture. No faces are being shown or anything, and they're just saying, "Yeah, convince me the Earth's a globe or whatever." And it's just so easy just to invite people who are watching on to talk. So it's not necessarily a debate circuit on there. It's just random people just debating on all these different TikTok channels. There's loads of it going on.
The type of content's changed, so it's all short form like TikTok and whatever. That like YouTube Shorts and stuff. So it's like a different audience these days. Like the TikTok brain audience, where you want all the information in like 5 seconds, and then you think you know everything because they watched a few TikToks,
Yeah.
I wouldn't even say brain after TikTok just because they're so different. I just wouldn't do that. But yeah.
Right. Yeah. Like back in the day, it was like Mark Sargent's Clues. You had like episodes and episodes and episodes, and like a lot of content, a lot of good quality content. And now it's just who knows, man.
Yeah, then you get these new guys coming in who think they can win flat Earth debates with really good conspiracy theory ideation. And that doesn't fly, not with the general audience so much. Certainly not with the most vehement anti-flat earthers. You can't win a debate where you're there discussing scientific, geometric, and empirical topics and then say, well, the reason why I'm a flat earther is because I believe Admiral Byrd was trying to tell us there is land beyond the poles. Or something like, well, I've been looking into the Sagnac effect and everything follows the flower of life geometry. That's why I'm a flat earther. You know what I mean? Just linking these things together and then running off with it. It's like, I don't know if that's a good reason because you're swapping one belief system for another. And a lot of these folks, I think, were pent up inside and had a lot of time to research. And instead of pouring their time and effort into sharpening their reasoning skills, into digging into empirical topics and going out and doing measurements and observations themselves, they instead decided to take the lazy route and watch YouTube videos.
Well, to be honest, I think it's because of the lockdowns and such. There's a lot of people have been on the internet a lot more than they used to be. So there's a lot of diluted, like you said, man. It's the flat earthers have been diluted.
One of the things I'm hoping to see is that our community, the 24/7 community here and our home server and other places, can be like a Y Combinator style incubator for creating legends.
I'm waiting for
I
the
think you just,
legends to show up
Yeah, I'm
because
with you there.
all we can do is mod these rooms right now.
well, to be honest, I think you just need to hold more events on the 24/7 to get people over there, because it seems to be like everybody's over here more than anything.
Well, this
So
is
if
a
you have like
different, this is a different feel for it. We allow Globers to spiral out and be assholes in here versus the other one where they're a little more tight, but they're probably loosening up over there. I mean, I'm over there. I'm a lobby guy. I'm the gatekeeper. So if you're just an idiot, you're just going to get sent to Cogdis.
yeah, but you got to think, you got to like, you got to care for these new people, man. You can't just be like really like aggressive towards them, because it'll scare them off, man. Do you know what I mean? Even if they're a bit ignorant.
So when you're in the lobby with somebody for 2 and 3 hours and they're just trolling, you send them away after a while. You send them into their own private room where they can get some one-on-one time with the Gold Plus members and the mods. That's
Yeah,
the interaction you
Yeah,
want over there.
that's really valuable too to them.
I guess. Yeah, I used to be a Cog this VIP and stuff and gold and stuff. I'm not too bothered, man. If you need my help, I'll step in. But other than that, I'm here.
And politics server is having a separate room. They can collaborate amongst themselves in there and talk to. Right now, I mean, we've got the 2-day ban trigger, and that's it. We can disconnect people, mute people, and send them away for 2 days, and it really feels like 1 day. Then they're back. Having the breakout rooms allows you to separate people from each other, especially when they come in groups and pairs, most notably. And then you can just talk to them.
Oh, you mean those like Xbox guys, or the people playing like Farm Simulator or Minecraft or Roblox or something? Them guys, yeah, I'm on.
Yeah, we get a lot of those. Yeah, in this place, it's definitely more of a free for all, and it requires a different kind of moderation. And I think there was a huge learning curve for us here, trying to recalibrate how we do things and figure it out. Many of us were brand new to this server too, and didn't really understand the culture yet, so we had to learn that.
Well, actually, if you notice something about our room, everybody has a muted microphone. We actually brought culture to the server.
Yeah, that's right. They self-mute.
They self-mute or they get muted. They learn that.
Yeah, they did. And we have a reputation. And it's, in one sense, they're going to just say, well, if you go in there, you're going to get muted if you talk. And then I think in another sense, this encourages people to try, so they come in.
Well, have you spent much time in the other rooms on this server? It's like the way people talk to each other in this room is just so much more respectable than the other rooms. It's like it feels like I'm listening to just a group of teenagers slag each other off and speak over each other in every other room, no matter what the topic is. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, but it just feels like it's much more civil in here.
Because when we first came here, they were running in this room thinking that they're just going to talk and control the room and all this stuff. And it took about 2 weeks of a few of us just instantly muting everybody coming in the room. Why am I muted? Because you said something, you know, whatever. And then after a while, that's bullshit. And then what happened is it got out that if you come in here, these guys have their own rules. They're not like the other guys because we brought our rules from the other server here. But we stripped away the fact that we allow people to just post dumb shit because that's your problem. If you're just going to spam us, we'll just 2-day ban you or just disconnect you and really aggravate you. So I found my aggravating tools, which stopped people. Just secretly, you want to come in here and do stuff? Disconnect. Now you can go broadcast in the politics room. So once you start manipulating them, they figure out, hey, it's just best to sit in here, ask questions like normal, and be normal. And then you can stay in here.
That was funny when that would happen. Like they come in the room, have their audio turned off, so all they're doing, you're like, there's their speakers or headset, all the audio's turned off, and they're just spurging out of control, just constant, just on a tirade. You DC them, they get kicked to the politics room, and they're continuing to do that, but they didn't realize they got moved to a different room. So people in the politics room were like, "What the fuck is this guy doing?"
That's hilarious.
That's why I do it. That's why you see me when I say, oh, I sent them off to the politics room because they're still typing away in there. I know that when I do that to them.
I think we need to use that as our talk vacation room more often than we do. So that's what DC does. Like even if they're, I guess they'd have to be connected to the voice channel for that to do anything, right?
Yeah, it automatically kicks them into the politics voice channel room.
Yeah, we were talking about computer systems last night, and I think I said like something about thermal paste, and then I got kicked out, so I don't know what that's about, but I'm not complaining, you know.
I find it funny how they don't understand why everybody's mics are muted. Like the amount of times I hear them come in here and say, why is everyone's mics muted? And it's literally because we can't all speak at the same time. This is how we have a conversation. Whereas in the other rooms, like sometimes nobody's mic's muted. They're all just speaking at the same time. It's a complete shit show.
Yeah, I've wandered into a couple other rooms, once by accident, another intentional, forgot what it was. And I noped myself out of there so quick. I'm like, this is a shit show. There's no moderation. This is why they complain when they come into our room that it's so well moderated.
Yeah.
They complain, they come in here and say, oh, I see everybody's muted. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly.
Quiet. People can talk and have conversations.
Yeah, I mean, like these guys never heard of a moderated discussion before, never been a part of one. And they can't fathom why this would even be a moderated discussion.
I know they want to come in here and just say, Earth is round, you're stupid. Oh, okay, you're up next on the mic. Because you usually don't get past that part in the other server. That you usually sit in the lobby for a while and say all that dumb shit. We let you say it in here. It's just a little different vibe that we got going on this one. The other one is we don't like trolls over there because you're just going to bother the lobby, I call it, and you get moved off. You get moved into your own special room. where you can talk to other people just like you.
Yeah, I mean, to me, people are discounting how important that is and how good this is for them. I mean, you're taking similarly triggered people, often triggered for the same reason, and putting them together so that they can look at each other. It's like being in a room full of mirrors. How about them apples? Take a look at yourself. This is how you look by looking at the other guy.
And then they see us interacting with them, and then they start going, well, now then they start, when they start fighting with each other, because, oh, well, that mod makes sense and you sound like a dumbass now. That's the best part. When you get the trolls that came in there to troll are just like, I'm going to stick around for a while now.
Something I know AI was trying to get up and running before, and I'm trying to help out too with that. Is the flat Earth debate arena. That whole thing preceded me. I think I joined right when that thing basically was shut down or wasn't popular anymore. But what a great idea! Like, wouldn't it be cool? Like, say, hey, Globers, why don't you pick a gold plus ranked member or higher, and ask to debate them, and take them into that 1v1 arena, and everybody's watching. There's one moderator as the referee. It's live streamed to the internet, and you go.
Well, you keep posting it and nobody's taking us up on it.
I know, that's frustrating. I've been posting that thing, spamming that information like for 2 weeks or a week maybe.
I mean, we can do it in here, but I'd rather do it in that room. One guy moderating. Because in here, it takes us about 4 or 5 people to moderate. When it gets to 40 people in here, then you got the people that like to pop in and say dumb shit. And then you got me, Mr. Hot Hands, on the mute mic, which I'm pretty good at. And I have to babysit that shit. I don't have time to babysit the conversations half the time.
Yeah, it's way different moderating this place. It's like we need more moderators because our mod powers are pretty weak.
I wanna be a mod, bro. Make me a mod, fam.
There's some things we can do to change it. The
Yeah, that didn't last.
The timeout, like the two-day timeout, that can be increased to up to 15 days, I think. Like Darth Dawkins.
If we added just 1 day to that, you would fucking piss people off.
It'd be great.
Like a 3-day.
I think we need something more severe than 2 days.
3 days covers the whole weekend when it's really hopping, and that people don't want to miss those days.
The process to get that is to demonstrate how you ban someone for 2 days, and they come right back almost to the minute, and they're right back in.
It's a lot of people do that too, and a lot of them get unbanned and come back right away somehow.
What do you guys think of setting up a second room? At first, I was wondering if we needed like a 24/7 off topic.
Well, we're not allowed.
We're not allowed?
No.
Bummer. Because where I was going with that is maybe we should set up another room that instead of being like off topic, that is super on topic, even way stricter than this room is.
That's the other server then.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But we're not allowed to like advertise too overtly about the other server.
No. These guys are kind of lenient. I mean,
well, because we're partnered.
Yeah, so we are partnered with them. So actually posting the link is not going against anything.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, good. I thought we were kind of like cheating a little bit every time we
No,
talked about it.
we're partnered on both sides. Partnerships. There's a
That's
partnership
good.
folder.
Yeah,
Boy, that
even
alone must piss people off.
on this server, the partnership folder has a link to 24/7, so you can just tell them, "Hey, go the partner ping."
I think
Awesome.
you can ping from that folder.
Yeah.
Just go there. Here you go. Click.
All right. Well, I might update my invitation to join the Flat Earth 1v1 arena and include a link. Pick your
Yeah,
favorite flat earther. Debate them today.
yeah. It was better that we partnered with them because they saw that we were all of a sudden. It was like, what is going on in this room when we opened it? And we said, and we told them it's going to get a lot worse when people figure out that we're over here too. And then it did. It just happened. People figured it out, and now you see what happened. And everybody said, "Oh, it's going to be gone in 2 weeks." I said, "In 2 weeks, we're going to need to expand how many people we can have in our room." This is a hot topic.
Yeah, we showed up, and basically 2 weeks later, we're the most popular room, and we're the reigning champs ever since. And it's been what, like 6 months now.
It has not ever stopped. It's just we got here the rate that what hours went boom in 1 month, and that was it. It's just been on top the whole time. These guys should be happy. These Globers that come in here spiraling, that we're able to sit over here and bring all that traffic for them. It gives them something to do. Not the admins. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the people sitting in the other rooms complaining about us.
Yeah, if they think this is bad, they should check out our home server. Yeah. That search engine box, that search tool in our home server is, I think, one of the most valuable things on the internet when it comes to Flat Earth.
Oh yeah, the other servers. That's it. That's the pinnacle of all flat Earth. Is the other server. All the information is there. You can't get any more than that. We add to it every day.
Yeah, the benefit for here is that the chat doesn't disappear or in the home base, but it disappears here, unfortunately.
Not only doesn't it disappear, but it doesn't disappear.
Yeah, we live stream everything, so we can actually go back and see what people typed.
In a bunch of different ways.
We need somebody who's really good with clipping again. It kind of sucks that some of our favorite clippers have had to go on and do other things, but you know, life gets in the way.
Is there no way we can get our own like text permanent?
It looks like someone deleted from the partner ping.
Oh, they did?
So we'll have to ask maybe Aurora to add it back in. If you look too, it's interesting. They got T Jump server where he says, "Come discuss flat Earth." Then you got another one, the Flat Earth Shape Debate, another server they're partnered with. This server is inspired by 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Then they got the Ice Wall, and then World of Conspiracies. So someone deleted ours. That happened at the very beginning too. There was like some of the mods who were really triggered, and they were like changing the like in the room you can have like a subtitle.
So wait, somebody removed our link from the partnership channel? All right,
Yeah,
I can go ahead and ping Aurora.
Yeah, the channel status, how it says, Flat Earth AMA make a claim to debate. There was like some mod who kept changing that, and then they also made it where level 1 could come in and they could do voice activated, so you had a lot of screamers coming in, and all that stuff had to get changed over and over again until eventually I think the room overrides. I think Heretic has control of it.
Am I allowed to take clips from the YouTube channel and post it in my own thing?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I wasn't
Public
sure if it
forum
was like.
for us.
Oh, okay. Cool.
You can go back years.
I don't even know
That's a good point.
how many streams we have anymore. This got to be in the thousands,
Yeah, like
3,000s.
Yeah, thousands of live streams. I mean, it's like 2 a day for like 8 years. I mean, like,
Yeah. So
And I
yeah,
think
8 years, 24 hours a day. Duncan Darth, go wild.
Yeah, make as many clips as you want.
Cool. Thank
What
you.
you should do, Duncan Darth, is pick out something and then debate it just yourself, like on the video, and then debunk it like that, and then post that, and then give us the link.
Yeah, so imagine that. If you're an anti-flat earther, we've been providing you endless hours of content. Each minute of this server's existence, going back like 8 or 9 years, has been recorded. So you can even catch us fucking up.
And also textually archived, not only video archived.
yeah, the text channels too.
All of them are archived. Every single thing you said, we can look at.
And this is how I trained Flat GPT, incidentally. I took Glober chats with flat earthers, years of them, and I stuffed them, I massaged the data, I made it easily accessible and readable and interpretable by the large language model, and I trained Flat GPT on it.
I just got a request. Is it possible to use a chatbot to? I said, well, they want to know if I can search when companies are buying large amounts of things. I'm not sure how I would do that, but Amish might be able to tell me that because I need to write a bot for this guy that can give him some information.
Yeah, we can take that offline. Aurora said that the link is still there, Crit, so we're good.
Oh, I must have missed it somehow. Is there partners?
She said it's under VIP partner, so we're not just a regular partner, we're VIP. Hey.
Right.
Okay, that's
because
what
our
happened
room,
then.
Yeah, our room is permanent. It doesn't go away. We just need one mod in here.
I was looking. That's why they deleted it from partners. It was moved to VIP partner.
Yeah, so that means you can just post a link and be people saying, "Oh, you can't do that." It's not true.
Oh, yep, there it is.
We post links in the 24/7 server to this room, and nobody says anything over there because it's the same thing. It's the same people. This one just needs more babysitting.
Oh, that's so funny. September 11th, we were moved to VIP partner.
So we started in what? July?
Something like that. I think I came in September, and it was already up a few weeks or a month or two before I came.
Yeah, you weren't here. You couldn't even get signed in. We had to get you in the back door. Remember?
Yeah.
Because you don't want to tell people on Discord who you are, so you won't verify yourself. So we have to get you around that process.
Look, they use this. Oh crap! I'm drawing the blank for a second. Oh, Helio skeptics catchphrase: the best place on earth to discuss the earth.
Yeah, I miss Helio. Let me know if he's ever around. Tag me.
Yeah, he's still around. I mean, he does all the YouTube stuff, but he just hasn't been joining the channels.
Didn't he get a new job or something?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, he did a few months ago. I heard it sounded like it was going well for him too.
It's like this is why I like flat earthers, just in general. Like hear their personal stories. Like he said he found a stray like baby cat, nursed it back to health, and it's been like his pet ever since. You hardly ever hear like atheists or globalists tell those stories. Like they just don't care. They're just invisible to any sort of suffering. It's like they're the people who like did a fast and run on all the toilet paper a couple years ago. No fucks given. Like
Yeah, there's a lot of empathy amongst us in our community.
and what's really weird about that, like the cringe part, is they see empathy or emotion as some kind of moral failing. They want to be all about like facts, logic, reason, and yet they react emotionally to any sort of disagreement.
They act emotionally to facts, logic, and reason.
Yeah. Their worldview is just broken. It's just not workable. Even internally. That's the crazy part. Externally is a straight hot mess, but internally it's like, holy fuck.
So I assume that we're done with all the globe proofs now, since I decided to take off about an hour ago, and there's nothing going on. So that's a good thing, I guess. I mean, there's nothing really. There's no new proofs, so at least we're not getting the same old shit again. I did see spherical triangles in there earlier, and I thought that was a giggle.
Yeah, I saw EMBO yesterday evening or this morning posting that graphic that Peter created.
Yeah, well, that's no good.
Yeah, I kicked Peter out of here yesterday. He was all about, like, kept tagging Bev, trying to start drama. Like, how dare thee ban me from your server? I'm like, dude, it should be okay. If someone tells you the word no, like, no thank you, they don't want you around, it's a private server. It's not a public server like this one. That's a private server. Invite only. If they tell you no thank you, respect it. And he just wouldn't drop it. And I'm like, dude, you got to drop this drama play you're doing right now. Nope, not going to do it. I'm like, well, get the fuck out of here then.
I don't understand the mental block these people have when thinking that when they set up the auto lights, looking at each other from one mountain to another, that they must be looking over a curve, like that their straight line of sight is curved in their reality. That's just bricked. And I'm not talking like curved because of atmospheric effects, but curved due to terrestrial refraction, which has no known atmospheric effect. I guess I should say cause.
I have to come up with a hypothesis for work. Oh boy. Another new thing.
That's fun.
This will be a fun one.
Do you have to teach everyone what a DV and IV is?
No. That's how we work.
That's good because we get engineers in here right every day that seem to be confused what a dependent variable is, like this morning.
Yeah, the metal weights.
So mine is,
really?
Will the certain thing that I do, if I put it across multiple platforms, like 100 machines, we'll say, will that increase output because of the visibility they're getting at the machine in its live state? I say yes, and some other engineers say yes. My boss says yes. My boss's boss says yes. We all say yes. So now they said, come up with a hypothesis. I said, thanks. Why couldn't you point to the other guy and say that? Why did you pick me? Anyway, that's what I get to do now for the next month. Figure this out.
I've noticed since being involved in this community and applying my brain a lot more than I ever have in my life, that I've been able to cultivate these critical thinking skills for this topic, and it spills over easily into all other facets of life. I've had such tremendous improvements in my work, in my personal life. It's been so wonderful.
Same.
Yeah, like they tell old people to do Sudoku puzzles to keep their brains sharp. Well, now just join 24/7 Flat Earth.
So here's an example one I'm working on. If I can increase the output of this one machine, lower its rejects because it's rejecting for good reasons and it's not false rejects. Just 0.5% on this one machine equals $700,000 for a year. And we have lots of machines. So I'll actually have a real whiteboard up out, the one that's hanging in my basement. I'll be working down there. This is fun. I haven't done this in a couple of years. But this is going to be a major project. Not for us. If we say do it, it's going to be a major headache for somebody else because we're not doing all that work. People that want it done are going to have to start organizing their end of it.
Not to be too off topic here, but I'm annoyed. I've been waiting around for tow trucks all freaking morning to come pick up my car.
What's
And I
wrong
had
with it?
one company. So I hit a stupid pothole here last night while driving around town. I've got low profile tires, and it didn't like the pothole very much. And besides damaging the rim and blowing out the tire, I think there's something wrong else, maybe with the axle or the boot.
Oh,
But
you hit it that
regardless, it's
hard?
not drivable. And it's just been one failure after another. Like first, when I parked my car on the side of the road near my house, some douchebags sandwiched my car. One parked in front of me, one parked right behind me, and left me with like 2 inches of room to get out. And I'm like, what the heck? I started knocking on doors, and nobody seemed to know whose cars these belong to. I'm like, well, that's unusual because I'm in a cul-de-sac of a very private community. What the heck's going on? And then anyway, the tow truck calls and says they're going to be an hour late. And then after an hour and a half, they cancel. And then so another truck company was contracted, and then they're like an hour and a half late. And I'm just like, man, today's just totally screwed. Comedies of errors, you know?
So on Thursday, I was driving, probably doing around 70 miles an hour around this turn. It goes from one highway to the next. That's about the average speed. As I'm coming down the ramp that's connecting to the next highway, my tire goes boop. 15 psi shows up on the dashboard, and I went, that's interesting. That's a rear tire. What just happened? Here, the sidewall, the belt inside slip blew through the sidewall, and I just drove. They're low profile, but they're Michelin. I'm pretty sure they're close to run flat because I drove 70 miles an hour the whole time, and yesterday I had to take it in. I bought all new tires for it. And I drove it up there. Regular speed, you couldn't even tell you had a flat tire on it, except it was showing 0 on the dashboard. So I got the same tires, so hopefully
Yeah, mine are Michelin's too. Same deal. Like I was surprised that I was still able to drive. I was driving like 45 miles an hour after it blew. And I'm like, this isn't so bad. And I'm going through stoplights and stuff and continuing on these roads, right? But it didn't last. I drove a few miles and I was able to get to my neighborhood. Yeah, man, these tires are pretty great.
I had to drive so that from that point there was like 26 miles to my house.
Dude, that's nice. That's pretty epic. I should take a picture of this, but there's a big hole in the side of my tire. It's like 3 inches, and you can peel open a flap and see all the way inside the tire.
Did you bend your rim?
Yeah,
Oh,
and
yeah.
scratched it. I scratched another rim too.
Oh, you're buying rims.
Yeah, and these rims aren't cheap either. Sucks. I think I'm going to trade this in and get an SUV. I'm tired of low profile tires on Pennsylvania roads.
I just got told yesterday, oh, I want an SUV. I said, because I wanted a truck and I was going to give her the Cadillac and just drive a truck around like I'm used to doing. But we got rid of cars and I ended up with that car because where I work and et cetera, whatever. But now she wants an SUV, so I'm going to be stuck with the Cadillac. That's fine. But expect me to be using that SUV to haul everything in. I'd rather it be a pickup truck myself.
Yeah, if you're driving a Cadillac to like Home Depot or Lowe's, you're a bit out of place.
Oh no, we go and get our daughter's truck for that shit, but I've always had trucks. I just recently don't have a truck, and I said, when you go back to that hospital, you're gonna drive the Cadillac, and I'm getting a truck. And then yesterday, oh, we need an SUV, so now we'll see what's going on. I'm just gonna say, no, we're just gonna get the truck, and you just drive this. You crank the music, you don't even know anybody's around when you're in that car. That's why I got it, for the sound system. My drive to work.
Yeah, good sound system, nice little toys in your car. Those are good to have if you got to commute.
That's the only reason why I got that, because of the Bose system in it and how the Q system works with Apple. So it's just automatically, I just switches. If it's on my phone, then that. Otherwise, I'm on satellite. It's all on my steering wheel, so I don't have to deal with anything. I just drive, and that's it. I drive by steering wheel too. I don't even really use the gas pedal except to go from stops and hit the brakes and shit. But highways all drive by wire. I've been doing that for probably 10 years now. All cruise control.
Sounds nice. Anyway,
we got an Audi. I like driving that around, but
those are good.
That's like, yeah, it's like they're definitely a beefy car. You can do things in those where I wouldn't do that. And that one's 4-wheel drive. The Cadillac's 4-wheel drive. I wouldn't do anything in a Cadillac I would do in the Audi. We just got 4-wheel drive because we live in Ohio. It makes more sense. You don't get rear-wheel drive cars or trucks and live in Ohio and expect to not get stuck in the wintertime.
That reminds me, low profile tires suck in the winter too. Another reason to ditch this thing.
Four-wheel drive, it's not bad. Mine.
Yeah, that's true.
Great. Mine work great. But I got the ones for this area. You get the right tires for where you live. Get tires for
Right, like where you
Ferrari.
and
They'll
I live,
fly
you need
all
winter
over the place.
tires and regular tires.
What's that?
I mean, around here, whether you do this or not, it's way more common in this area between where you live and I live that people have separate sets of tires for the season.
Yeah, I used to have that on my one rear wheel drive truck, which, yeah, I had those too. But I also know how to drive in the wintertime, so I would drive it like it was 4-wheel drive because I know how to drive in the snow. Some people don't know how to drive in the snow. You need to stay on the side in the slow lanes because you're going to cause an accident.
Yeah, timid snow drivers are the worst.
Yeah, it's not like I'm doing anything different. I just know how to drive in the snow. Like, oh, it's icy and I'm in rear wheel drive car. Oh, okay, I know how to adapt to that. Okay. Oh, I'm in 4-wheel drive and it's super icy. You're still gonna slide anyway. I know how to adapt to that. In trucks, I've been driving all kinds of different vehicles, but yeah, I mean, when you live here, you figure out how to drive. If you can't drive in the snow, please stay away until the snow stops falling or the roads are clear or something. They tell you to stay home, just do it.
Tow truck's about 5 minutes out. As soon as they come, I'm gone for a while. So, any Globers have a personal beef with me? Now's your chance to speak up because I'm going to be out of pocket for a little bit. Yeah, and I said out of pocket, like the way you're supposed to. I learned this pretty recently, Radwin, but have you heard that out of pocket means something else now?
What does it mean now?
All the kids say it to mean like you're poor. I'm serious.
What the fuck? Anyway.
Yeah, when did that happen? I have no idea. But whenever you hear like somebody under 30 say out of pocket, they mean they're poor.
Okay, then. All right, then I have to write that down with all the other fun words and new terms. All right, I got to get ready for a meeting. Even though I said I'm not going to work, I'm still going to attend this one. Later.
All right. Audio.
This looks like a perfect time for Dead Air Dave to join. We need empirical evidence of the curvature of the globe. Let's start there. Then let's detect the motion of the Earth empirically, and then we can figure out how we have a gas pressure system existing next to nothing. So that's the starting point of this whole conversation, no matter what you think it is, whoever's listening to me. Click the link, come in here, defend the globe as much as you can. It's a story that we all got taught and we all believe. Now, what does anybody think about that, if anything? Good to see Dead Air Dave has not lost his touch. Somebody click the link, come in here and start a conversation. Back to you guys, or silence, your choice. So here we are. All we ask for is evidence of the globe that everybody thinks they live on. Is that too much to ask for? I don't know. Click the link, join, and tell us about it.
Yeah, Jekyll, open your mic, dude.
Well, if he wants to, but he's got the same globe bullshit. Keep people confused and talk about the sky and blah, blah, blah. You up for that, Jekyll? I don't know, man. Same tired globe arguments. They just get old after a while. I mean, where's this fucking curvature? Excuse my language. Been waiting 10 years. I still haven't seen evidence for the curvature, the starting point of this whole thing.
It's in the math, dude.
It's just magical light refracting, making everything look like a globe, right? It's amazing. Just happens to be the exact opposite of what you experience, but just trust us, man. Just trust the science. Anyway, anyone feel free to start a conversation. This has been Dead Air Dave. And whoever else was talking with me. Who was that?
Just now, me, Box Ops.
Oh, Box Ops, my bad, man. Thanks for chiming in. We need empirical globe evidence is all we're asking for, basically. So, guess that's a tall order, isn't it?
Well, it's obvious we live on a globe, guys. Come on. 2024, we still think we live on a flat Earth?
So you think it's obvious that the exact opposite of what we experience is actually what's going on?
Well,
Is that
isn't the globe based on people's experiences? You know?
it's based on people's stories and imaginations is what the globe is based on. But anyway.
What experience exactly are you talking about? Because sure as hell it's not the horizon, right?
I'll test something, right? If not observation, why did people think the Earth was a globe? What other reasons were there besides observation? Well, there's your answer. It was based on how the world was presenting
I was
itself.
eating, man. I was eating. I'm gonna say like herd mentality.
No, dumbass.
Ignorance.
That's not why people initially decided that they live on a sphere, right? Maybe that's why people in the Middle Ages thought that because it's already established. But I'm asking you, how did the globe even come about? Because people made observations. They looked at the world as it was presenting itself to them, right? And they came to
What observations, like boats over the horizon, or what? Be more specific. Or are you just talking about looking up in the sky and using inductive logic and imagination?
Well, boats going over the horizon would be the more classical example, yeah.
So is the horizon Earth curve now?
The horizon's always apparent. However, the phenomena of boats going over the horizon is an effect of Earth.
So the horizon is not geometric, but it's caused by Earth curve. That's a contradiction.
No, the horizon's always apparent, but when you see boats going over the horizon, that's the effect of Earth curve.
So baseless assertion. So is boats obstructed at the distance that the globe predicts, or is it not? So when we see the black swan horizon 10 times further than it can be on your globe, is that still curvature at any distance you can claim, or what?
Well, you're leaping onto a different point. The black swan is talking about how big our Earth is, really, right? At best. It could be a bigger
Where
sphere,
your
right?
curvature would be, right? So from 1 foot observer height, say instead that, say there was a boat in the observation, right? It would be obstructed, starting to be obstructed at 1.2 miles, right? But we don't see that going
You've leaped
on.
ahead. You've leaped ahead a little bit, right? Now think about what boats going over the horizon tells the ancient Greek, right? It tells them that they're not on a flat plane, right? That in every which way direction, there is an obstruction, and they didn't have, at least up until the point of you talking about boats going over the horizon, any sense of how big that Earth is. So far, all you have is not a flat plane, probably a sphere, but you don't know how big it is. So then you ask, when should you expect to see Earth curve, right? Then you get into a new question, which is, which you could derive through calculation. You could estimate the size of the Earth, which Greeks did after that point, when people already started to think it was a sphere.
Okay, hold on. Let me address what you already said before you make a new point. Right. So if you think it's exclusive for boats to disappear at the horizon on a globe, that can't possibly happen on a flat plane.
I think not exclusive, but the most probable explanation based on the idea.
So it's not
based on
exclusive to a globe, but you said that you know it's not a plane because of the boats over the horizon. So which one is it?
You're doing a flat Earth mistake where you say, well, you're clinging to low probability. Look, you can cling to as many low probabilistic things as you want, right? But chances are, at some point, you're going to be wrong, right? That's the chance of taking the low probability option. If you could tell me what boats going over the horizon actually is, by all means.
Right. Do you expect there not to be a horizon, that it would just be 100% ground or 100% sky instead on a flat plane?
I expect boats wouldn't be obstructed on a flat plane.
Okay, so when it could be practically demonstrated on flat surfaces, the optics
That's begging the question.
of things disappearing. No, a practical demonstration isn't begging the question. It's showing you on obviously a flat surfaces how optics works. So therefore, it's not exclusive to a globe how the horizon works.
Nobody said that.
Right. Well, you said they know it's not earlier. They know it's not a plane because of boats, right? They know the size, right? So we test that size and claim of geometry, for instance, the black swan, right? Therefore, it's not being obstructed where the globe predicts. So that's
Right, you're all
falsified,
over
and
the
also
place. Why does the
falsifies
black
the
swan do that?
dimensions.
How does the black swan do that? The black swan makes no claim on optics, so I don't know what you're talking about.
So if the Earth was a sphere and the geometry of that sphere was physically obstructing objects, right? And that's why they're obstructed, but it's not where the horizon actually is in reality in comparison to that globe geometry prediction, right? So that is off the table.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. Is it possible, right? Like I'm going to do the same thing to you, right, that you just did to me. Is it possible?
No, you just conceded that it's not exclusive to a globe.
Yeah, and we're
right?
about to show
and
you why it's
boats.
not exclusive to. We're going to talk about why the black swan doesn't actually falsify shit, right? Is it possible that the atmosphere creates the effect where sometimes you see further than a geometric curve? Is it possible?
Refraction is a concession that it's
Is it
not
possible?
geometry.
Is
that
it
it's
possible?
not
I
Earth
didn't say
curve blocking the
refraction. Is it
boats, right?
possible the atmosphere has a
So
mechanism
the atmosphere
that
is
allows
in
you to see
air?
further? No, I'm just saying, is it possible the atmosphere can have a mechanism that causes you to see further than a geometric curve? Yes or no? Is it
Circular
possible?
logic, dude.
It's
So
a question.
you have-
It's not circular, it's a question. If that's circular, then what you asked me earlier is circular, right?
Okay, so you have a practical demonstration of seeing down and around a ball just using air?
Yes.
Seeing around a corner? You would just air.
Around the corner. Well, not just air. Could be light as well, right? May I ask if you think it's possible, or do you think it's impossible? Why won't you
Do you
answer
have
that
a
question?
practical demonstration?
That's not answering the question.
You can
Do
either
you think
support
it's
the claim or
possible,
not.
or do you think it's impossible?
Well, what are the parameters? Do you have multiple media where you can apply Snell's law?
This is why you're
right?
being
Or
dishonest.
no, because you're not
You won't just
supporting the
answer the
claim
question. Is it
of
possible?
refraction.
Could there be a
Well,
physical
what's the
mechanism
parameters of
causing
what
the
you're trying to
effect?
do?
That doesn't matter. Is it possible? Have you excluded that possibility?
Well, are you saying, okay, if
Is
I
it
pour some
possible?
butane?
Yes
Listen, dude,
or
you won't let me
no?
answer?
Well, you're not
Is
answering.
it
You're just saying,
possible that
"What
you could pour some
butane?" You're
butane
jumping
on a
ahead without
ball and
answering the question.
dude?
Just answer if it's possible. I don't want to hear what you preemptively got on your script. Just answer: is it possible?
With just
Says
air?
you.
No, you're not seeing down and around a ball because you
Is
can't
it?
practically
No.
demonstrate that.
I'm asking you: have you excluded that possibility that the atmosphere creates conditions that allows you to see further than a possible geometric curve? Have you
So
excluded it, and how
just
did you do it?
air. No, you're not
How
seeing down
did
and
you
around a
do
ball.
it? How did you exclude it?
Well, if you think you are, then practically demonstrate that. Otherwise,
How
it's
did
just
you exclude it?
try harder, dude.
No need, Jekyll. You can be civil, or we could just, have a break or something.
What
Well,
happened? I always tend to mute myself in the first second.
I know it's one of those things where it's a question that doesn't want to be answered, but you're going to have to answer it. And if you don't answer it, you're being dishonest.
Hey, what's the question I answered?
Jekyll, it can't be answered because you haven't demonstrated curvature to exist in reality yet.
That's not the point.
Really, it's just a begging question at the end of the day.
It's not begging the question. I don't even know if you'd know what begging the question is. The point is that if he says to
Okay,
me,
hold on. If we don't
I'm
know what
about
begging
to,
the question
I've
is,
not even
if you
made
already assume that, hold on, dude. If you already assume that the Earth is a sphere and
nobody's assumed anything.
light is bending down and around a ball at the rate of a radius in the formula of 7/6r, that is, by definition, circular logic.
Nobody's made that claim. You're jumping ahead because you
No, you
want.
said, is it
Hold on, box
possible
ops.
that light is, you could see around a corner, but you can't
Hold
practically demonstrate it, right?
Hold on. I said you asked me first of all. Is it possible that what was your question again? Is it possible that the Earth the obstruction of boats observation of boats going bottom up could exist on a flat Earth? I mean, I was honest and I said there may be a way in which that's explicable. Because I'm honest, box ops. Now, when I throw the exact same situation back at you, and I say, is it possible the atmosphere has mechanisms to allow you to see further than a possible, not assumed, a possible Earth curve, you have made every attempt not to answer that question.
No, I said with just air, no. But if you
How do
change
you
the
exclude it?
parameters and if you move, dude, if you move the goalpost and say, look, I could pour some butane in a ball and now I could see around, right? But we're not breathing butane, so that's not applicable to the argument. So that's why I wanted you to clarify, can you practically demonstrate with just air that claim so you can support it? But obviously not, you can't.
Yeah. You've excluded it. How did you do that?
Jekyll, it's
Trying to
not
shift the burden of
possible.
proof won't work.
No, box ops. I actually am being generous to you because when I said it's possible that obstruction could exist on a flat Earth, I don't know if you could demonstrate how that's the case, right? I granted it to you to be. No, I'm not speaking to five flat earthers. I've got one person I'm speaking to right now. Wait,
Yeah, you've been
right?
speaking shit though. So
I don't care what you think. I don't care what you think. I'm trying to have a conversation.
But let's not.
I'm trying to have a conversation with someone, okay?
You.
They're not
Alright.
receptive
It's
to it, Jekyll.
demonstrated
There's no
already,
point.
Jekyll.
I'm asking a very simple, because when I said, like, when I gave it to you, Box Ops, I don't know what mechanism you would say creates that effect. I was being generous and saying, yeah, maybe it's explicable in some way, right? It's possible, right? I don't know what it would be. Maybe it's an unknown. Maybe there's an explanation that I'm not yet aware of, right? That even you're not aware of.
So you
And
are
I
asking a
granted you that,
question
right?
that you
But
don't want
you're
an
not
answer
granting.
to. Listen, Jekyll, you are asking a question you don't want an answer.
All right, this is how it's going to go. Someone's going to make a claim, and then they're going to support that claim. If they're not going to do that, they'll stay on mute. Flat earthers and anti-flat earthers alike. Deal?
All right, I'll make a claim.
Was that Duncan? Go ahead.
Sometimes I look out the horizon on certain days, I can see further. So some days I can't see as far, and sometimes I can see farther. That's my claim.
That's an observation. That's an observation. Right. What is the claim? You know the difference?
The claim is that something in the atmosphere is causing me to see at either a greater distance or a shorter distance.
Okay, support that with evidence, please. Go ahead.
Some days I see further than other days.
That's the observation. That's the observation. Yeah. If you're just going to do circular logic, I'll mute you too. Okay? So support the claim with evidence, not just I see it and that's it.
So what I can do is I can collect certain data about the days where I can supposedly see further. Maybe it's less humidity. Maybe the temperature is different. Yeah. Maybe the temperature is different at other locations. Maybe there's something in between us that has a different temperature. And these are all measurements that I can take, which...
Okay. I don't want to hear about your maybes. I want you to support your claim with evidence, not maybes. Is this really that difficult, fellas? Come on. So, Duncan, support your claim with evidence or stay muted.
That you can see further some days than others?
You need to isolate cause, bro.
Yeah, humidity, temperature.
Great. Post the evidence that you isolated all these causes to give you the effect that you observe.
Nope, I'm just collecting data at this point, and I...
Nope. Okay, all right. So no evidence then. Anybody else have a claim they'd like to support with evidence?
Good luck, guys. Useless.
Can I address this point?
You may.
Thank you. So, the air does not allow you to see further. The angular resolution actually allows us to see. The air actually reduces that distance given by the angular resolution. Therefore, air in certain conditions can be manifesting as a magnifying lens, but this is in regards to observation of the sun and the moon, celestial bodies, not things that are on the ground. Thank you.
All right. So get. Genuinely, I like to get validation if people make claims. So, is the claim that you're making that air actually prevents us from seeing further? And if so, how would you support that?
Observations made through a vacuum are limited by angular resolution.
Great. Can you show that to me? Honestly, I'm going to have the same standard for someone who says they're going to be a flat earther and make a claim as I would for somebody who's anti-flat earth. Like, what can you show us, get that would prove that?
I have to get back
get the books, get the physics of light propagation, angular resolution.
Right. I like that. I would like people to support their claims, even if somebody wanted to make a short presentation. I mean, I don't know if there's any kind of rule that, we can't have a presentation here, but someone should present their evidence, right?
Okay, but do you always have at hand your home library? Bibliothèque?
No, that would be there'd be a situation where we would have to agree on the already established research, which is why it's helpful to bring in, sources or citations. So we can do those types of things. We can agree on terms. We can do all that stuff. But I think support for claims is great. I don't care what side you're on or what bias you might even have or what your belief might be. It's as long as you can validate something.
Yeah, okay, I don't mind you asking me to provide a source, but the problem is I don't have it at the moment.
Okay, well,
I'm not in that situation right now where I can provide it. So.
All right, well, listen, for everybody, right, you're open to be scrutinized, especially if you make a claim and don't support it. I don't know if I have a problem with that. And that goes for me as well, right? Like, I'm going to make a claim about something. I better be able to demonstrate it, make a coherent argument, not commit logical fallacy, not have a lot of circular reasoning. Something that would be helpful, because after all, I think the goal here is to try and establish or find what is true. And if we can't put some effort into that, then it's going to be just a continuing shit show. So, anyway, anybody got a problem with that? By all means, present your trick.
I'll give it a try though to support my claim. So,
okay,
a refraction index of 1 means in physics a perfect transparent. And the air does not have a refraction index of 1. It is very close to 1, a value very close to 1, 1.0016 or 30 or so. Therefore, the air is less transparent than a vacuum, reduces visibility. Simple as that. Thank you.
It's not so much transparency, it's how much it's bending the light.
But
So you're making a claim that the air is bending light. You're making a claim that the air is bending light. So that's fine. Can you give us an idea of the rate and the scenario and how it does it and proving it? That would be great. Nothing?
Photon is a particle, therefore I don't know how these guys are bending it. It sounds very strange.
All glory, you just made a claim, bro. What?
There's just some helpful advice for you guys.
Advice? You just made a claim.
Baseless claims are advice.
Yeah, just a baseless claim is what you have as advice? And then back on mute. Seems to me to be a little bit cowardly to do such a thing.
And yeah, I just reminded another point. When the air behaves as a lens, it actually magnifies an object. It doesn't make you see further or, less. It just magnifies.
Now, I saw the stuff by Rob Skiba where they had the magnifier, the transparency. It looks like a sheet of paper. It's about an 8 by 11, and then they created a horizon. Now, that's very interesting, and that that is a small scale recreation of what we would see large scale. However, you know what I would love to do is to see someone show me, you know, angular sizes of objects bigger or larger than they ought to be, whatever that means, at distance, right? If there's a predictable size that something should be in a vacuum, then can we show the object appearing larger than it ought to be at distance in some way? That would be helpful.
Why does Crit never talk here?
If anybody's bored, maybe we can work together and help come up with a rudimentary map of the plane that we live on.
More advice, right?
I just like round things, like basketballs. Those are a lot of fun because they're round.
There's a lot of rudimentary maps. I don't know what you're talking about.
Because I mean, if it was a flat basketball, it wouldn't bounce.
If it was a flat basketball, it wouldn't bounce. That is deep.
All matter bounces, actually.
As far as the flat Earth goes, I'm a fan of the dual pole model. The dual pole model, big fan.
Good for you, man. You do you.
don't you love all these contradictions from the globers? Hilarious. Like the other day, I was talking to Matt in the chat. 1 minute he's saying that we're on different reference frames, and between the air and the Earth. Next minute, he says we're in the same reference frame. 5 seconds later, so he's got like 2 different reference frames within 5 seconds, and he changes over and he just switches whenever convenient. He'll just change the whole story completely around. And 1 minute the air is going with the Earth, next minute it's not going with the Earth. He can't make up his mind. It's a classic example of how they just switch the story every 5 seconds and contradict each other like crazy. And he's one of the best con artists on the Earth, globe con artist, Matt. He's like one globe con artist. I rate him as probably one of the best because he's got such a nice attitude, nice demeanor most of the time when he's not looking down and mocking flat earthers. But he's not mocking people and calling them stupid. He seems quite a nice guy to most people. Most people see him as quite a nice guy. He completely contradicts himself. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. He hasn't.
Are you a flat earther, Mr. Trinity?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a flat earther?
I know that the Earth is totally not a globe.
How do you know that?
Because the reason why I know it's not a globe is because, first of all, number one, too far. That's the first thing. Multiple examples. There's not just one. There's not just like this black swan. Like, okay, there's just one example. There's multiple examples of us seeing too far. There is simply no way that we can see as far as we can unless the Earth.
Okay, sorry. You might have misunderstood my question. I asked you, how do you know it's not a globe?
Well, I told you already. Because
you said that you can see far. I'm asking you, how do you know it's not a globe?
I told you because we can see too far.
Sorry, you don't
do
like
you
his
think
answer,
if
dude.
you okay, I'll get to the point.
It's his answer, man.
I'll tell you why it's
You have a problem with his answer?
I have a problem with his answer.
Well,
if
then
I ask him, how do you know it's not a globe, and he says you can see too far, I could just say, well, maybe it's a bigger globe.
Good for you.
No, because it can't be.
He said it's not a globe.
So he's not demonstrated his case, right?
Hold on, let me finish.
He demonstrated it
to your
just fine.
dimensions,
Sorry, bro.
right? If you go take all the measurements, all the numbers, the radius of the Earth, the circumference, the size of the sun, the distance to the sun, all the planets, measurements, all those things, right? Every single one of those things would be out of proportion. It wouldn't work. So your whole model would be fake, and it is fake.
I don't mind if you want to say that, but that's not what I asked you.
Let me just finish 1 second. The reason I was going to say one more sentence. The reason why it's fake is because it was all made up based on the fact that one planet is the same size of Earth. And
you're not
even true.
Trinity. You're not making the claim. You're not making the claim that the commonly held measurements of the sphere are wrong. You're saying you know it's not a sphere. I want to know how you got to that.
Well, he told you the measurements are wrong as well, dude.
All the measurements,
Yeah, but you know what you're telling me. You think this particular kind of sphere is wrong.
Yeah, but remember you interrupted me, so that's kind of rude. So you shouldn't be interrupting me. Yeah, I was going to finish my sentence. So all the measurements are based on presuming that one planet is the same size as Earth. Now that is retarded.
How is that relevant to the question?
Because it's retarded. Because all your measurements are wrong. They're based on a.
I don't mind. We're not talking about a particular kind of globe. We're talking about the categorical globe. The categorical globe being.
I'm not talking about categorical globe. That's not real. I'm talking about what they tell you in NASA and what they tell you in school.
Trinity, let me ask you the question again. Well, let me ask you the question again.
That you created in the world of EVE Online. Maybe you played some EVE Online and you created your own little universe. But I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about the one that they present us in TV.
I'm going to ask you the question again, and maybe you'll want to change your answer. do you know the Earth is not a sphere?
He's answered you like 6 times, dude.
No, he's told me the measurements
you're
of the
looking for a different answer, but you're not going to get that one, man.
He's told me the commonly held measurements are wrong, right? But that's not what I asked him for. I didn't ask him.
That's what he's telling you, man.
That's a Mott and Bailey fallacy.
All right, hold on a second. We're just going to hold on. I'm going to moderate this again, and we're going to go back to what makes the most sense and gets the most peaceful and civil conversation, which is someone make a claim and support it with evidence, please. And Trinity, if you're going to make a claim, please support it with evidence.
Yeah, his claim was that he knows it's not a globe.
Yeah, I don't want to hear about what it's not. I want to know about what it is.
Oh, so rather, you know it's flat, Trinity?
Okay, so it's flat because we see too far, and I've already told you.
Ah,
and
right,
you know what the definition of insanity is? It's saying the same thing over. Try and do the same thing over and getting different results. So are you going to look out and look at all the experiments and see that it's flat, and then you're going to say, no, it's not true, and just ignore it? So what you're doing, you're just ignoring my evidence, and you're just brushing on, and you're going to a different...
Trinity, Jekyll, if I may. Trinity, just for a moment. Trinity,
that is dishonest.
You are engaging in a debate style that I don't really appreciate, which is you're going to tell us why... You're almost straw-manning Jekyll here. He's not talking about any globe of any certain size. You're just saying we see too far for the ball to be the size that is commonly held or believed to be. He's asking you, how do you know it's not a globe of a bigger size? Which is a fair question. However, if he's asking that question, then he does concede that the ball is not the size, if it is a ball, that they claim it to be. Wouldn't that be right, Jekyll?
No, that would be an incorrect... Oh, you are... By the way, I do appreciate your moderation, Stacey. It's very, very nice, very impressive. But I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the question was put to him, right? Just on its own, do you know that the Earth is not a sphere, or do you know the Earth is flat, whichever one he wants to, however he wants to spin it? And I'm allowing him now, if he wants, to say, no, I don't know it's not a sphere, but I know that the sphere measurements we're given are incorrect. Then we can address that point. But until he agrees that the categorical globe is possible, we can't move forward unless he wants to do a Mott and Bailey.
There is no globe. Okay, so there might be in another spiritual realm. If maybe in the spiritual realm things are round, that's possible. But in the natural realm, there's no globe.
Can you give me an argument for how you know that?
Now, so I will leave the floor to others, and I'll get back to it when I got time. And if you're on, you're lucky. But there's thousands of proofs, but it'll take a while to go through all of them. It's going to take a while to go through all the different evidence.
Well, you only need one proof, right? Only need one.
I got 2 minutes right now, and that's not sufficient time to explain to you why the Earth's flat.
All right. I'll let you off this time. Just this once.
I mean, I'll
Let's not make this a pattern of behavior.
I'll talk for 2 minutes as far as I've got time. Gladly. But what I'm saying is the black swan is one, but there's lots of black swans. There's thousands of places where you can see. And also, if you think about it, right, if the Earth's spinning, right, how can you land an aeroplane on a spinning Earth, 1,038 miles per hour? It's impossible. Have you tried to land a plane on the Earth?
Haven't even got to that point, have we? We haven't even got to that point, Trinity. We're not talking about spinning globe. We're just trying to agree if there's a possible globe.
No,
not before we even get to spinning globe.
Stagnant globe?
No, let's go right in.
It could be.
Jump in.
Well, isn't it funny, Jekyll, that your best defense now is creating a new cosmology?
It's not a defense, it's an offense. If someone makes a categorical claim...
Dude, okay, your last-ditch effort... Okay, I'll rephrase it. Your last-ditch efforts to hold on to the idea that you're standing on a ball in space is to create a new cosmology.
No, it's actually quite different
with a whole new sized Earth, right?
It's actually this is garbage rhetoric, Hostrad, because what I'm actually doing
you're the one that's leaving the door open for a whole different sized ball Earth.
I'm leaving the door open for anything that isn't flat.
Yeah. That point that highlights your desperation.
Tell me you could live on a cuboid Earth. I don't care.
Resorted to relying on a made-up cosmology.
No, it's not made up. The point is to say that if you want to say,
okay, so
you know that if you know the Earth is flat,
so it's not 3959. So what is it?
Rad, if you want to say you know the Earth is flat, you can't Mott and Bailey your way out of this.
Well,
I need to know how you've arrived at that.
Jekyll, have you and I not talked about water ad nauseum?
Oh, you can give me an argument by all means.
Yes, yay or nay.
You have talked about water, yes.
You and I have both spoken about water ad nauseum, and when push comes to shove, you tell us, well, yeah, the water is flat, it's measured flat, but it must be curving.
I've never said the water's measured flat.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
that wouldn't be something I would say.
You don't remember my fish tank example?
No, I don't.
Oh my lord. Okay.
Go on, deliver it.
If I had a fish tank and I let the water evaporate out of it, would you be able to measure the lines on the tank compared to the bottom of it?
Yeah. Oh, you could. Yeah.
Okay. Well, what do you think would occur if you filled up a tank and let the water evaporate, then get to measuring Jekyll?
You know the surface tension in
it's not only
glass.
observed to be flat, but that it's measurably flat.
You know you're proving concave Earth because all you're saying is,
sorry,
it could be.
I'm not.
How do you know there's no surface tension?
Oh my lord,
dude! You're an asshole.
Hold on. Are you claiming a 3959 water ball that's formed by surface tension?
Yeah, he just did.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm saying that your example doesn't demonstrate shit.
Well, apparently you would have to do it for it to demonstrate anything to you, Yui.
Can I ask you a question, Hostred?
I don't know. Can you?
Let's see. What degree of curvature?
Do you understand my example, though? First of all, this example that you say doesn't prove shit. Do you understand what I'm saying, though?
I understand. Let me ask you a question. Okay. What degree of curvature would you expect to see given all the digits and numbers and equations in globe cosmology in that fish tank?
Well, how big's the fish tank?
Oh, I'll give it to you. I'll hand it off to you. Your demonstration.
Well, I would build a fish tank about the size of the Suez Canal.
Oh. Right. Okay. And what degree of curvature would you expect to see?
Any. Let's have any.
Any degree.
So we know the Suez Canal connects two bodies of water. The ports at either end are at sea level, and there's no locks.
What do you know?
Hold on, Jekyll. What degree of curvature can you present there?
Oh, that's a good question. What do you know about how the Suez Canal was built?
If it's such a good question, get to answering.
I'll answer it. What do you know about the Suez Canal and how it was built?
What do you mean, what do I know about it?
Well, you've got to think about what the Suez Canal is, right?
I told you what I know about it. They dug a ditch connecting two bodies of water, right?
All right, yeah. So
what do you know about the Suez Canal? Since I know they dug a ditch connecting two bodies of water, so what do you know about it?
Oh, well, I know as much as you know, except for one extra thing, and that's that. It's disanalogous to a fish tank because what you're effectively describing is a large body of water in which the Earth curve would not need to be accounted for because it's a fucking ditch.
What Earth curve?
Earth curve wouldn't need to be accounted for because it's a ditch.
So welcome to Flat Earth.
Are you saying that they dug a flat and level ditch in order to do this through a curve?
I'm not saying it's a flat and level ditch.
He's saying that his lack of evidence is the evidence.
I'm saying the depth of the ditch would be equal to every point.
That has the depth of the ditch has nothing to do with the price of rice, bro. The depth of the ditch has nothing to do with anything.
Of course it does. So when you say flat and level, you're talking about how far they dug.
Time out, sir. Let me ask you a question, Yui. If I had a fish tank, okay?
Yeah.
let's say a 40-gallon fish tank.
Yeah.
And I took a bag of sand and I piled it up on one side of the tank all the way up to all the way up to an inch below the surface of the water. On one side.
Yeah, what degree of curvature would you expect to see?
Time out. I'll let others deal with your confusion. But does that sand underwater do anything to the surface?
No.
Okay. Then why are you talking about the depth of the ditch?
Well, because if it's a sphere and the water finds its equal potential along the sphere and lowest potential along the sphere, and you dig a ditch where at every point along that ditch is 3 meters down, right? You're creating effectively the conditions needed for the water to flow through and fill up the ditch.
On your imaginary ball. On your imaginary ball, okay? If I dig a ditch on the ball, correct?
Yes, correct.
The middle of that ditch, the 120-mile Suez Canal, would be the high point of the ball.
No, that would be misunderstanding it.
Well, no, hold on. Any point you're on top of the ball, right?
Equal in, well, I can't really say, well, equal in elevation, sort of.
Welcome to Flat Earth, dude. No elevation change.
I think you think elevation means something different to what I mean.
Well, I know that you think that water doesn't, you have it in the back of your mind that you can't acknowledge what you know about water.
I can acknowledge that water follows around the surface of the earth.
Prove it.
Dude, yeah, pour some water on a basketball.
Well, if you dig something below sea level, water will flow and
is gravity holding water to the ball? Is gravity pulling water down to make it attach to the ball?
I don't know. All I know is that there's no possible reason. There's no possible reason for you to suggest.
You don't know, right?
There's no possible reason for you to suggest that the Suez Canal has to take into consideration some sort of mathematics.
What?
In order to dig down.
Dug a ditch.
Yes, dug a ditch.
The point is, if the Earth were a ball, the water would pour out of either side of the ditch and leave a dry hump.
What's the argument for that?
What's the nature of water? Pour some water on a basketball.
So your illustration for water is to beg the question.
What point during that dig did the surveyors have to start curving to make sure that those guys following them digging the hole, and then the surveyors following them to make sure the hole was dug to the right depth? Which ones had to start putting the curve in? And at
Redwin, no, none of them did, and I've just charged Mr. Hostrad of begging the question because he's meant to be demonstrating to me the nature of water by saying the Suez Canal is the way it is because of the nature of water. That is textbook begging the question.
See, no, I actually
fill up your fish tank and do some measuring.
I really actually kind of I like Jekyll because he does present some conundrums for the flat earthers and their arguments. And I mean, he's done it to me as well, which I appreciate. That's why we like to have you around, Jekyll, really. You're a good sparring partner. But the problem is going to be always that is there anybody making a claim today? So if there's a claim on the table, we could certainly challenge that. Jekyll, are you going to claim today that you live on a sphere with a given radius? If not, I guess we're kind of done here.
I'll commit to something. I'll make an affirmative just because I've done a lot of attacking and not enough defending. I think that obstruction is a strong clue for living on a spherical object.
Well, then that obstruction would have to occur. That obstruction would have to coincide with the parameters of this 3959 water ball.
Why would you say
the ball is bigger?
What do you mean? Why would you say that? What's causing the obstruction then?
Oh, it's the argument.
Well, we got to hold up a second here. So, Jekyll, you're not actually making a claim. You're just giving us essentially an opinion. You think, right, that it's a legitimate argument that sometimes when things appear to be occulted by what might be physical obstruction is a good argument for living on a sphere?
Yes, I'll frame it in more of an argument. So, first of all, you take an observation, right? You take the observation of boats going over the horizon, roughly, in every direction, about the same rate. Usually,
I'm going to stop you really quick.
You can see further.
Hold on a minute. Excuse me. I'm going to call foul.
Okay.
When you use the term over the horizon, are baked in that? Are you saying that the horizon is a hump?
I'll amend the words, right? From my perspective, every 360-degree view that I'm standing in, a boat can go over an obstruction, an apparent obstruction. Let's say we don't know what it is just yet, and I would suggest that is a strong clue for a globe. It's probably a globe as a result.
What is the obstruction?
Well, because in this argument, it would be the curve of the Earth, right? Because because it descends below the level, and 360-degree view in every which way direction.
So geometric place.
No, not necessarily. It can be somewhere further than what the actual geometric location would be.
Somewhat.
So a bigger ball then.
Well, there's a range. I mean, I think the atmosphere will confound.
Define your range, dude.
Could be further. Could be nearer, depending on what if it's a foggy day, right?
Jekyll, when you have bottom-up obstruction demonstration on a flat surface, then what's the excuse?
Sorry, say that again.
When you have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface, then what's the excuse?
Bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface. I would say that you would have to clearly demonstrate how that's possible.
Oh, hold on. Well, it is possible. So how would you explain it?
Well, you can't say it is.
You don't get your geometric. Right? You don't get your geometric horizon claim there.
You're saying it is so, and I'm contending that. So why do you think
you're feigning ignorance? Listen, if you're going to say that bottom-up obstruction can't occur on a flat surface, you need to get out a little more and do some more observations before you start pontificating.
I'll give you something. I'll lend you some credibility.
Eject from it if you're doing your appeal to incredulity on that. Eject from that.
I'll lend you credibility, right? I'm going to lend to you the idea that it could happen. Possible.
Yes, so what's causing it?
Earth. However,
no, not flat Earth, flat surface.
I think it's the less probable explanation, and so you're choosing to side with the less probable
Jekyll, you're confused, dude. I'm talking about a flat surface like a table or a basketball court. I'm talking about something that even you would agree on being flat.
Like what?
A table, a basketball court.
Okay.
And if
can
you
demonstrate bottom-up obstruction on a table?
I could go dig up the GIFs.
Oh, I've got some GIFs.
You've seen it yourself.
I hope this GIF is not taken on a HTTP.
Have you not driven on a road and see the car in front of you do the same thing?
No, but I would like to see a flat table.
You need to get out a little more.
All right, listen, I can do this right now. A little experiment where I can put my eye line on the edge of a flat table and I can see the other corner. In fact, I've done it with an entire floor where I've put my eyes to the level of a flat floor, and I can see the other end
an object away from
of the floor on the other end of the court. Now
move an object away from you on the floor.
Moved an object away from me. Yes.
On the floor.
A ball.
Now do that.
A ball. Yes.
Yeah, and if you'll have bottom-up obstruction.
Well, I've not observed that. So can you show me?
Yeah, you need to get out a little more.
I don't know how many times I could try doing it before it becomes real.
Well, so you're just putting your eye up to the table and doing nothing else?
I said I rolled the ball.
Put your camera on the floor. Put your camera on the floor and get a Hot Wheels and roll it and just push it with your hand all the way to the other end of the room and tell me if you can still see it.
If I can still see it, I can definitely still see it, but that's not even what he's talking about. He's talking about whether or not there's any obstruction at all.
Put your camera at floor level, not 6 inches above it, right at floor level, and drive the car away and tell me when it disappears.
Okay, I'll do that. I've not put it. I mean, I put it on vertically, right? So maybe it just wasn't close enough to the floor, right? When on the table, I use my eye level.
Camera sideways, your phone sideways, so your lens is about a half inch off the ground. You're going to do that one, is what.
When I did it on the table, it was at eye level. I had my eyes ducked to the level of the table.
What would be sweet is if we could just get this. I mean, there's been demonstrations, right, of these things occurring on a table, but I think everyone should do it. I think it'd be a good exercise and then record it. Honestly.
I happen to have Hot Wheels and a lot of track, too.
A good person to talk about on perspective is Manufactotum.
Like 100 feet of track for the fucking grandkids. Can you believe that?
But then you're doing fine, when Gregory and Manufactotum debated perspective last night, but it was something funny to watch.
And now you're denying perspective. What's going to happen, though, Jekyll, after you do this and realize there are other causations to why something may disappear bottom up, you no longer get to use that chant.
Oh, I certainly can, because I'm not sure I'm not sure your perspective is a predictable method. Could you predict at what point a ship of a certain size would disappear out of view?
What's the temperature?
Jekyll, now hold on a second, Jekyll. That's not our claim, Jekyll. Understand?
What? So it's unfalsifiable, is what you're saying?
No, our claim has nothing to do with geometric physical obstruction, just an apparent effect. So we're not making any claims about anything except for the fact that it would appear bottom-up obstruction could occur on a flat surface.
Oh, look,
but nothing about geometry.
Yeah, you're the one that's insisting that it can only occur because of a geometric, by something obstructing it.
I've not
this
observed
geometric edge. That's you.
I've not observed it so far, which is why I'm asking. Right, I'm curious.
No, but you said there's no other reason it could occur.
If there's a method, a predictable method,
did you not say there's no other reason for how that could occur other than the Earth's a globe?
No, I lended you the idea.
Strong evidence.
I lended you the idea, actually, where I said, look, maybe there's a method that I'm not aware of for why it would do what it does. But so far, you have selected for the least probable explanation. And that is not a good position to be in.
Well, the funny thing is, you're the one that's yet to even give us this water ball in the first place. You're just giving what if scenarios. So give us the water ball in the first place.
Well, what do you mean give you the water ball in the first place?
Well, if you're so certain that this can only occur because the Earth is a water ball, then point us towards this water ball evidence.
Well, I think boats going over the horizon is the vintage
Yeah, but
evidence.
that's not. That starts with if. That's
okay. So then you would probably argue, Jekyll, that this bottom-up obstruction would happen at a geometric location. Since you can create it on a small scale with, let's say, a basketball or a beach ball, those can be geometrically determined, right? We can measure that. So then you would go ahead and affirm and tell us that the obstruction in nature or out in the real world occurs at a geometric location, right?
No, I don't think it exists at a geometric location.
Okay, so not predictable then.
Oh, you can well, it's an observation, it's not predictable.
Oh, okay. Well, so you're just seeing some shit and then making up your own conclusion.
I think we all observe it, which is why it's just a basic observation. You know, when I say trust your eyes, this is one of those moments. Trust your eyes and say...
So this is the day that you do trust your eyes until the horizon is beyond the geometric limitation of the claim that you would like to go ahead and kind of adopt, right?
I'd say trust your eyes.
So where do you see the ball?
Explanation.
If you're asking us to trust the eyes, you've seen this ball?
Oh, I mean, I've not. Oh, I've seen the effect of the ball, right?
the ball. See, that's the thing. You've seen something, and then you have attached your hopes and dreams and aspirations to it.
Isn't that what you did with long distances? You attached your hopes and dreams and aspirations onto them.
No, I'm not the one that's convinced. Listen, I'm not the one that's convinced myself that when I see something in the distance, it's not actually there.
What you're doing? Well, you are doing that. You see boats going over the horizon, and it's not actually happening. It's actually moving away.
Hold on a minute, just a second. You mentioned something before that you said you've isolated the cause, that the ball is indeed the reason for the obstruction. How did you do that?
Isolated the cause? No, it's the most probable explanation.
It's probable because why?
Well, because you would definitely not expect. First of all, right? There's some ways we can cancel out options. Why do we know it's not a regular cuboid, for instance? This is because there's no sudden drop, right? Vertical drop anywhere. Why would we know it's not a flat Earth, right? Well, we know it's not a flat Earth because on a flat Earth, you wouldn't ever see something go below a line, a horizon line.
Oh, no,
right?
great, right there. So that is either a straw man or you have a flat Earth model you'd like to show us.
He must have just did the camera trick a couple of minutes ago.
I'd say this is not your fault, right? I'd say that no explanation from a flat earther, and I've heard many at this point, has even come close to being satisfactory.
Yeah, that's a great, poisoning the well fallacy or something to that effect. But could you show me the flat Earth model that you're using?
I think we could all agree on a baseline that
listen to this guy.
without all of the
is your baseline curved?
Without an observer, right, to look at it, we would agree that on a flat Earth, a boat never goes below a horizon.
I would never agree to that. I would never agree to that because the horizon is defined as an apparent location, so nothing's going over anything, according to the people who define these terms, the people that observe it. You are actually saying that over the horizon must be some sort of hump, or am I not? Is it a straw man?
That's why I said without the observer. So without that, without all the effects of perspective, mind independently, let's say, the boat is not, in fact, going below fuck all, right? Would you agree with that?
Say that again, sort of convoluted.
Mind independently.
Mind independently. What do you mean by that? If our mind is not in the scenario?
Without the observer, without the mind.
Yeah, the boat remains at sea level.
Just moving away.
So without a sentient observer, the boat is just going away. Yeah, fine.
So
what?
I think that what you have then is just perspective or optics, and both of which have not been fleshed out to the point of being a satisfactory explanation for boats going over a horizon.
Dude.
That's okay. That's just your opinion. I mean, that's fine. No big deal.
The reason why I say that is because I've heard things like there's a water hump, right? I've heard there's some physical things that are existing.
Well, is there not?
I guess there's not a water hump.
Are you a humper?
That's what the globe is. That's what the water ball is. One big water hump.
Yeah.
Are you a hump man, Jekyll? Are you a humper?
Hello, can you hear me?
No.
I cut out there for a second. I don't know what anyone.
Yeah, you're back. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Discord crapped out.
What did I say last?
Yeah, Jekyll, you're abandoning the idea that the Earth is not one big water hump?
I think hump and drop
is the Earth a water ball or not, Jekyll?
I think hump and drop are nonsense terms when describing an Earth
is the Earth
outside
a
of
water ball? Is the Earth a water ball or not?
It is, yeah.
Okay, so do balls curve?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so if an ant were on a basketball and it walked away from you, what would happen to that ant as it walked away from you?
Well, it would disappear.
Well, disappear where?
Over the horizon of the ball.
The geometric horizon of that ball?
Yep.
Okay, so why doesn't that occur when the ball is really big?
Well, I think scale is obviously going to come into it. When you have an atmosphere, a very thick atmosphere between you and what you're looking at, you're going to find that the physics might not be one-to-one the
but
same.
we can see it, and we also can see distance demarcations.
You can see what, sorry?
Distance demarcations in addition to the object.
I don't know how that's relevant.
Well, because when you have a distance...
Hold on, just a moment, please. Just a moment of clarification. You said really big. What size is this ball, Jekyll?
3959.
Radius? That's the radius of this ball?
Yeah, radius.
Okay, great. Continue.
Yeah, so when you want to do this dance where you say, yeah, things disappear because the Earth's a ball, but it has nothing to do with the size of the ball, where it sure as shit has to do with the size of the basketball when the ant disappears.
Well, you know what's funny,
so when
right?
when you have a distance demarcation, you can't run that little song and dance.
I think I can, and the song and dance I'm going to play here is that you do observe that phenomena on the ball of Earth, right?
What
things
phenomenon?
Disappearing as they go further away from you. So it's not like that's been excluded.
Okay, let's back to it, Jekyll. Do they disappear at the point where the 3959 water ball would dictate they would disappear?
I would say not always.
Well, how does that work? Not always. Define not always.
Not always, meaning there is a possibility by coincidence, sheer coincidence,
if you walk into
that the boat disappears at that distance. However, I think that there are confounding variables to that phenomenon, right?
So we don't have a repeatable, testable phenomena, right? This is not repeatable.
It's an observation, not a test or experiment.
Okay, so there's no way we can flush out this presumed cause that you keep invoking, this 3959 ball having an effect that you kind of keep hoping is true, and then you add in confounding variables when it turns out that you can't repeat, the said observation even. So where does the ball part get validated?
Alex, okay, that's fine. I think, just to clear up the first thing, that there are two sets of phenomena, right? And we both have a different explanation for either one. One will say, well, the observation itself of boats going over the horizon is not something you expect to see on the flat Earth, right? And you might posit, for instance, refraction on the ball, on the object moving away to create the effect that you're describing.
Hold on a minute. Which flat Earth is that? Which flat Earth model is that, Jekyll? Which flat Earth model are you invoking?
Oh, you know what? It's a commonly held belief. If you don't think that, then you're going to lose out.
By
because
who?
I'm
By
saying
who? By who?
By flat earthers.
Slow down, Jekyll.
Flat earthers believe that. What now? Go ahead and restate that claim.
That refraction.
No, the refraction. Listen, the desperate refraction chant is born out of the heliocentrists.
So I've been told opposite. I've been told that originally you were the guys who were talking about refraction. Now it's the case that we started.
Terrestrial refraction and refraction, two different things, sir.
Either way, let me just flesh out the point I was making. So there are two observations. One is seeing further than 3959, and one is one's not seeing boats go over the horizon within the expected range, and one is within an expected range, right? So I would say, because we crisscross each other's views, I will perhaps, and this is as generous as I possibly could go, right, give it to you that it's a 50-50 split, if and only if you can give an explanation that is satisfactory for boats going over the horizon.
Well,
we would have to go ahead. Wait,
Right
hold
now,
on.
I think the globe has more merit to it.
And Jekyll, why would I have to give an explanation for an assertion or begging the question fallacy, essentially, because you are saying that the horizon is something that boats go over?
It's not begging the question because there's an observation, no argument.
So the horizon is what?
The horizon, because you see boats go over the horizon. Actually, I'll frame it this way. I'll frame it like
over is it a colloquialism that you're actually sort of trying to give some sort of concrete nature to?
I'll put the observation in the argument so you can see what an argument is and what an observation
No one
is.
sees anything going over the horizon.
Who's this guy? Right. Anyway, if a boat goes over the horizon,
that was
then the Earth is not flat.
Well, they don't go over the horizon. Nothing's going like over and down your horizon.
Well, then you'd have to.
Okay, so if I hear the phrase "over the horizon," which is sort of a colloquialism, right? That we sort of use this description, but there's actually no validation that this is something physical or concrete. The boats are going over; it's an apparent effect. If I hear that again, I will mute you. So you just tell me what the observation is.
Would you like me to rephrase it? If the boat goes so far away that the bottom of the boat is obstructed, then the Earth is not flat.
Obstructed by what?
The geometry of the Earth.
Okay, so this is a geometric obstruction.
Seemingly, yes.
So we can measure it.
No, that doesn't follow.
So that's out.
No, because it could be an effect of the geometry, not the geometry.
Where's the geometry actually? Where is this physical Earth curve?
I don't know if that's a really relevant question because the observation is still there. No matter.
No, it's absolutely relevant because you already invoked that it is the geometry of the ball.
Say to
it's an effect of the geometry.
No matter how far you go with asking me where you can exactly see the exact geometry, the fact will remain that the observation is still there.
Okay, Jekyll,
right?
I've pinpointed your confusion. May I for 10 seconds?
Yes.
You're not getting that this terrestrial refraction chant that's been going on for 2 years now, 3 years maybe. The terrestrial chanters are saying that the geometric horizon is being refracted. Okay? So when you have these distance demarcations, you can't use that. You can't rely on that.
Was that supposed to pinpoint my confusion, or is that just meant to be telling me something?
Yeah. I still don't think you get the point of the oil rigs and the black swan observation.
I think you don't understand what you're supposed to be telling me with them.
No, I don't think you realize that the geometric horizon is what is being refracted. But if you look at the black swan, you can see that's clearly not the case.
The geometric horizon is the one being refracted. Okay, give me the argument.
That's supposedly what's presenting itself. Give me the argument. It's your chant. What the hell is terrestrial refraction to you?
Well, you're saying it's definitely the case that when you see the obstruction, that is the refraction. Can you tell me how you know that?
What? I've never uttered the word refraction in this whole thing until you did.
Yes, but now you said it. So
no, his argument there, Jekyll, is the one that we usually receive from those on the globe side. Now, if that's not your argument, by all means, let us know what your argument is.
Oh, I've not said anything about refraction. I've just said the atmosphere could do things.
Okay.
So what can it do? What can it do?
Well, there's known effects. that we could demonstrate. For instance, light bending. We know that could be the case.
Light bends, okay. And at what rate and what scenario?
Well, you could demonstrate it in your living room with just changing the density of air.
In my living room, changing the density of air is going to give me what effect?
Or the temperature, if you wish.
The temperature is going to change? Okay. What does that have to do with anything?
Light bending.
Light bends in my living room if I change the temperature of the air.
Well, you'd have to do it quite extremely, given the distance. But yeah.
And I'll be able to see. I'll be able to see further then.
You could, yeah. I've shown you a video.
I turn up the heat, and I can read a book across the room.
So the floor in my room is going to be refracted and make an apparent obstruction. The flat floor in my room is going to make an apparent obstruction.
I've shown you an observation before where a laser comes up above an obstruction because of change in the density of air.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And that is the same effect. That's the same effect. Now, wait a minute. Is it being refracted or is it being bent? Because there is actually a distinction. What is happening with the light?
It is bending over the obstruction.
So light does bend or is it diverted?
Light does bend.
Okay, that's the claim. So you're saying that the light that reaches our eye as a laser being refracted upwards at infinitum to create an effect that makes it look like boats are disappearing from bottom up. I want you to go ahead and show me a demonstration of that. Show me.
Sorry, I'm in the shop right now, so I'm going to have to wait for a bit.
Okay.
It's funny. Once Jekyll remembered the four numbers 39, 59, now he's off to a different sized ball Earth.
Yeah, that's all they can do is change the size and just pretend no one notices.
And it's a secret too. He won't even tell us how big it is.
It's a secret too. Now they can't talk about it and won't tell us what their secret is. Their secret numbers are.
So let me get this straight. Was he saying? Were you talking about the Black Swan or something? I've only just got back, but
Not necessarily, but it's just the observations, right, that we have to sort of account for or explain. And so far, Jekyll has given us two observations, which means we have two different phenomena. And the one that he selects is the one that validates the ball. He doesn't really want to talk about the one that doesn't, which is usually the case.
okay. So I've heard him mention that
hear me? Hello?
the size of the Earth could be wrong, and that's what the Black Swan could be showing. Go ahead, Jekyll. How big's the Earth, man? Oh, he's not in the shop anymore, is he?
Box Ops, are you here? I like Box Ops because he always misuses fallacies all the time.
What's up? Yeah, you wish, man. I'm about to eat in a minute, but I got a second. What's up? Are you going to tell us the size of the globe, or are you just going to say my name?
Well, I said the size of the radius. Box Ops, why did you become a flat earther?
So when we see the horizon way beyond that point where it's implicated at that specific radius, then what?
Then what, you see it far beyond? Well, then either the Earth is not a globe, or there is some other physical mechanism creating the effect you're seeing. Sorry, not a globe.
So
The Earth not be a
geometric.
globe of that size. Sorry, that's what I meant. Or you're seeing a different.
So what's blocking boats and buildings in the distance if not geometry of a sphere?
The will of God.
Test, sorry, I cut out. I said either it is not a globe with that exact measurement, or you're seeing a different physical mechanism take place.
You realize just changing the size of your globe doesn't work, right? That would change
I'm
the
not
day and
saying
night
that. I'm saying
cycle.
that's one of the possibilities.
Okay, as long as you know, every distance between 2 points would change if you change the size of your ball.
Yes, but I'm not. Well, not necessarily. I'm saying that another physical mechanism could be posited to explain that. It could be a known. It could be an unknown known, and it can be a known unknown.
Just so we're clear, so are the Earth curve globe calculators wrong because they don't predict the distance accurately that we see in reality? Or you have
Wrong.
to apply another formula to again reify the claim?
I'd say the globe calculator is not a calculator that is supposed to account for all of the effects you're expected to see. It's just a calculator based on basic geometry. Which we don't live in a world of just basic geometry. We have physics too, right?
So the horizon is not from geometry, right? But would you say that
No,
it's
it
the
isn't.
boundary of your vision?
Sometimes. I will also just make it clear, Box Ops, people thought it was the globe before they knew how big it was. So it doesn't matter.
And before that, they thought it was flat. So that doesn't mean anything.
No, it's meant to say that. No, you're misunderstanding. If I say it's not, people thought it was a globe before they knew what the measurements were. That's because regardless of what size you think it is or not, they still took it to be the case that boats going over the horizon, the vintage, the OG globe argument, probably, I think vintage is cool.
There was. Now, see, I told you, Jekyll, if you're going to use that term, that we have to do this. So on mute you go. No more boats over the horizon from you, remember? Very simple.
I wonder if they had super zoom cameras to bring the boats back, and that what they would say with that.
Exactly.
Right. Obviously, technology has outpaced the globe lie, where we could test the claims that we were initially given. Like Bill Nye told us in school on the TV, we know because boats over the horizon, and now we zoom them back in, and then they say, "Oh, the horizon is not Earth curvature," and now they have to say, "Well, it's still caused by Earth curvature, but it is not Earth curvature." So just contradiction.
Yeah, exactly.
You want it both ways.
They're in this predicament where they're like, the Earth curvature is where the boats are going over, and yet they have to admit they can't. They're going by the one they can't see. Oh, we're seeing, and now they're saying it's an effect of curvature.
It's
What
not
the
a good
hell is
sign
an
for
effect
them
of
when they're in here having to throw the globe calculators under the bus. Right?
Yeah.
That's what we want them to do.
Their whole thing. So they can change the size, they can make it smaller, they can make it large, they can do anything they want.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't like that argument about the bringing the boats back into view, right? Like the zooming in on them, because either the boat seems to be going behind an obstruction and no amount of zooming is going to change that, or it's just getting so small in angular size away from you that you're going to need a zoom to, go ahead and see it.
Yeah.
I don't think that has anything to do with curvature.
Well, there isn't any curvature. Otherwise, it would have been measured.
Right, but I'm just saying, as a debunk, the zoom thing doesn't help anybody.
Yeah, because, well, in a way, you're right, because there's two different issues there. Because you will run out of the limit no matter what kind of device you're using eventually. So that has to be incorporated into whatever you're talking about. Because you're not going to go outside of the bounds of the optical limits of the device itself.
Right. That's just my opinion. I just don't like the zoom argument, but to each his own.
Here's the reason I like the zoom, because it basically illustrates when you're talking with somebody about that, like if the boat disappears over the horizon, let's just use their terminology, and I can zoom back in, it's stating the facts that cameras don't zoom around curves. You know, that's not something that actually happens. Cameras don't look around corners or around curves.
So I'm trying to think of this scenario, let's say even 100 or 150 years ago, where they still had pretty decent optics, telescopes. And you could see a certain distance. And it may appear, right, like there's a bottom-up obstruction for any plethora of reasons. Yeah. As Jekyll just sort of admitted to, he said there's a lot of confounding variables. The one that they seem to choose, if it's convenient, is the curvature of the Earth until that's no longer a geometric situation, and then it becomes refraction. So they're always going to be on a ball, and they will use either scenario to affirm their bias. That's all that I've ever heard. So far, I've never heard Jekyll say that since it's a 50-50 split, it could be either or, and there's no real positive good evidence that would, help us affirm one or the other, because they're claiming that the cause of the bottom-up obstruction, geometric or not, which it never is because of the cause is going to be the curvature of the Earth, which they can't show us ever. So it's their argument holds no water.
Yep, absolutely. They're in a bind. They got nowhere else to go. I mean, such ridiculous things that they have to abide by in order for that thing to be, for you even to imagine it to be real. You have to make so many contradictions. Unbelievable. You see it, you don't. The Earth is so curved, that's why you don't see the geometric horizon. Like, it makes no sense. Everything's flat and stationary. That's why it's so curved and in motion. Like, come on.
Well, I think if they were honest, what they would say is, I believe it's a ball. It always, 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 always looks flat, except for sometimes boats and buildings appear to disappear from bottom up. That would be the most accurate thing that they could say. Because otherwise, the horizon's flat, everything looks flat, non-biased position. It looks flat to me.
Yeah, and not only that it looks flat, because they'll try to use that and say that, flat earthers just say they believe it is. But it actually demonstrates itself to be flat. Like, we don't have to do much. Like, nobody's using it as anything other than, it's like almost the same thing as the gas pressure is like something that's never been violated, like as far as like level or sea level. That's what they're going against, actual natural laws.
Well, they are all by themselves because not even their high priests give them any attention or support.
That's true. Well, they wouldn't dare stick their head into a forum like this.
Yeah.
Because all we got to do is just point out these simple facts like we do day in and day out here.
Yeah.
And they
so I'm guessing you didn't get a size of the Earth from Jekyll then?
They never gave us one. I think they're keeping it secret. Is that right? Old.
Yeah, it's top secret.
Old house.
No, that's not true. He did say that he believes that he affirmed the 3959 radius ball. He did.
Yeah, okay.
But it could also be bigger.
But then when he asked if that, I'm not going to go back through his whole thing, but he always wanted to leave these wiggle rooms. And then when asked to define what the range is, it was very foggy. But yeah, I don't know. Good for him for finally getting that 3959 down, I guess.
So I say when you guys make up your mind as to what size the Earth actually is, come on and tell us those numbers. You know, they've been telling us for a number of years that we have the math wrong, and we've waited and waited and waited. Well, bring us the right math then, and they can't do it.
I've always thought that like maybe the size of the Earth could be wrong, but it'd have to be like 5 times, 10 times bigger. But then even we'd be able to tell that,
Well,
right?
then you
So,
lose the moon landing in
right?
space if it's bigger. But I would much rather see a direct measurement than the math.
No kidding.
You can computate whatever you want based on assumption, presumption, whatever you want to call it. That's not a measurement. I would rather see
a measurement. I posted something
the true
in the chat.
measurements.
Let's just see.
Listen, bro. I'm not scrolling through the chat waiting for indirectly, directly related comments before I ever make them. So, what I can look for it.
Well, it's all the way.
I'm really not one for second order evidence. I'm really not.
Of course, but what it's about is that there's a bridge, and it's so long that on each ends, although it's vertical, the top parts are further apart than the bottom parts.
Yeah, that's
suspension bridge.
Listen, that's structural design for load bearing capability, but in distribution of weight over the center of mass. But whatever, have you ever built a bridge in your life? Have you ever built a bridge in your life? I have, actually.
Battlemod, it varies by
have you built a bridge
1.4
that's
inches.
long enough to take into consideration the curvature of the Earth? Because this is one of them, and this is why.
Well, it's not the only thing you would consider if the Earth was curved. The weight and how it's distributed over the length of the structure, right? That would be your main concern, because it would need to support the load that you plan to have on it every day, daily.
Yeah, one minor issue with this thing about building
towers on both ends of the bridge. There are towers.
Yeah, I'm with you. The towers are off center of each other, and that's for structural integrity. I already covered that.
If they're both vertical on a flat Earth, then it would be impossible that they would be further apart.
Well, listen, you're missing a point, though. The main thing is the water. Is the water curving underneath the bridge? That's what needs to be established.
Well, if the bridge, if the
truth is,
are
we set them off center so they bear the load we want them to bear. But
that's true.
But they are built vertically. They're not built off center.
You just like to interrupt people, don't you?
Well, plus, man.
What you're saying is we erected them vertically and they ended up off center because of curvature. It couldn't have been human error, even though it's within a minute measurement. Is that what you're saying? It couldn't be human error. Because we
couldn't be settling.
The thing is, we can't fucking erect anything perfectly vertical. What, are you fucking asinine or what?
Of course we can. We can measure it.
No, we cannot. We can do it within a tolerance that allows for human error. You've never constructed anything in your life, or you'd know
There's also the tolerance for temperature change and expansion of the materials, man.
Expansion and contraction, such as the concrete or the asphalt and the steel that's used in the bridge, stencil strength, load-bearing capabilities, all this.
As far as I know, all bridges have like a section where it's like for growth or for like for expansion as you enter the bridge and leave the bridge. It's every bridge I've been on. So.
Yeah, they're allowed it for expansion, because all the materials we use to build them expand and contract under different temperatures, yes. But I build bridges on the highways. So Michigan, come to Michigan, you take our bridges. I may have built that bridge, or me and my crew, not me personally. But if you're saying, well, they came off vertical because the Earth is curved, well, you're not even going to what most people would go to first, which is human error. For off-center or vertical, we would consider that as engineers to be human error, and we would look to see whether or not it's within tolerance.
And in this case, they took the curvature of the Earth into consideration while building.
I don't think they did. Who said that? The guy that wrote the article or the engineer that designed the bridge?
Shows engineering.
Guys that built it.
Well, it must have been because the bridge is that old.
There's no must have been. Was it the engineer or was it somebody who wrote an article on this fucking bridge with a premise?
Yeah, let's see the engineering schematics.
Even screw that. What about the guy that built it? Did he use a level?
Exactly.
I mean, sure, you can say that the bridge is not vertical. But I don't know.
Yeah.
No, is it vertical? Did you verify it? No, I really wanted the claim to be verified. Go ahead and verify the claim.
There might be
Verify the claim.
So the distance between them is 36 millimeters more than what it should be, right? That's how far apart it is.
At the bottom or at the top? You can't even say it properly.
At the
so
top.
what you're saying is the difference between
No,
them
I
that
said
spans
it's
varies from bottom to top due to curvature. That's what you wanted to say, but you didn't.
right. Again, what I said was it's 36 millimeters more at the top than at the bottom.
36 millimeters isn't that far off of
It's
vertical.
1.4 inches.
How tall is a structure? That's well within human error. Or the tolerances we allot for human
Or
error.
the tolerance for elasticity of the metal itself. You don't know anything about metallurgy. You don't know anything about manufacturing.
Well, it depends.
Load bearing.
A cantilever bridge is built with them off center, for load capability. It wants to increase the load capability. Same with an arch bridge.
Yeah.
And a cable bridge. It's all about the load that's going to go over it every day.
Sure
and
Just
less
like-
about the surface that you build it over.
Yeah, just like buildings, archways and things like that, the keyway, to balance that load down to the foundations.
Well, at least it's something that exists in reality and we can go and measure, right? You can go to this tower and
We
see.
can measure it, but that doesn't tell us whether a reporter or a writer wrote an article and asserted that this was done for curvature, or if the engineer said, yeah, I calculated the curve of the Earth when I designed this. There's a big difference. You can write an article on whatever you want and make whatever presupposition you want to, but that doesn't mean the people that built it actually built it for the reasons you said.
Yeah,
they
just
did.
the reason why they built it is not even the main point, right?
Just protect the water.
No, the reason why the
Oh,
pillars are offset, yes, I would want the engineer saying it was purposely done by design and not that it was human error and it's just within tolerance. So we just allotted it because it takes so long to erect them anyway.
Right, but if you look at each individual tower at each end, they're not
keep
actually
avoiding
offset.
the question: is it the reporter or the engineer that's making these comments in the article?
And it's the water.
And I've read. Listen, I already know I've read this one. It's the reporter. Never once does he quote the engineer saying structural design was based on a globe. Never once.
I've never read an article.
Your
I don't know
article.
what
You're
you
not the first guy to come in with it.
I didn't read an article about it.
There's many articles about this bridge you're talking
I
about.
didn't read
And
one, I'm
Glover's
sorry,
come
but-
in with it nonstop. I've been doing this 10 years.
Okay,
It's
well, I'm not
the
one of
first
them.
time I've heard about this bridge, and not one of you have brought me the engineer or the schematic saying it was done by design. You just assert it has, and that proves globe.
Well,
no,
in the end, even if somebody
just
showed you the
talk.
design, right, you would say that you wanted to see it in person, right? You would want to verify this
no,
information.
we're not worried about the bridge right now and how it came to be at the end of the manufacturing. We're wondering about the design of the bridge and if it was built to adhere to a globe in curvature.
Right. So, and when you look at the both
We
sides,
would ask this engineer and we would look at the schematics.
when you look at, well, the bridge is already there. We don't have to look at schematics anymore.
You're an idiot, dude.
No,
yeah,
it's
you
fine.
are an idiot because you're not looking at the bridge itself. You're just looking at somebody's
Nobody
article.
cares
that they wrote.
about the
You're
bridge.
just looking at some claim that somebody made.
I want to know if the bridge was designed to fit on a globe, and if the engineer intended that, and where did he come up with the math for the curvature rate to get it so close within 36 millimeters? That's pretty tight for human error tolerance.
Yeah, and how
That's
much?
pretty fucking
it's
tight.
actually unacceptable.
So I would like to see. No, it's not unacceptable. Like I've said, you've never erected a structure in your life.
You will think so.
Prove me wrong. I'll wait.
Well,
I can hear it in what you say.
Well, what I'm trying to say is this, that on both ends of the bridge, the towers, if you look at them individually, are vertical.
Yeah, we've heard that 5 times.
Okay, then you can check them out
Is that
yourself.
by design or is it just human error?
Yes, you would want to build a tower vertically.
No, I asked, is it by design?
That they built the tower vertically, yes.
Did the engineer build it that way?
Yes.
No, nobody said vertical. Dude, you're an
Well,
idiot. You're just trying to avoid the question.
Well,
Did the
so you
engineer
asked me if
design
they
the bridge
intended.
around curvature? Did he computate curvature into the design of his bridge for
Yes.
structural integrity? And if so, show me the quote of the engineer saying it. And here's the schematics where we did the math for curvature and we made everything adhere to it, because that's a small tolerance
You
for
can
error.
actually make it much simpler and actually look at the bridge and see how it was made, right?
No,
You can
even
see.
simpler than that. Hold on. Even simpler than that. Hold on a second. Wait, 1 second. All you have to do is measure the water underneath. Is the water underneath the bridge curving? That would solve this whole problem.
You can look at the bridge and see how it was made, yeah, but that doesn't tell you about the intent of the fucking designer. It just shows you what he came up with when they're done manufacturing. And because we know human error is the biggest problem with all projects.
Yes, but two vertical
All
towers this far
structures.
apart should not be 36 millimeters apart at a
How
time.
do you know?
No, they
because
should.
they're supposed to be vertical.
They don't have to be perfectly
How do you know that's
Okay,
not
hold
within
up.
the tolerance? That's within the tolerance.
Yeah, tell
Because
me
you
the
can measure it.
tolerances.
You can see how you can use a level and you can see how
Tell me the
straight
tolerances
it
for
is.
those towers. Please, I'll wait. You said it's not within tolerance. Well, what is the tolerance in?
36 millimeters is not a tolerance for any kind of bridge.
You think 36 millimeters on a 200, 300-foot structure from bottom to top is not within tolerance, and I want to know why.
No, not the entire bridge, one tower.
Yeah, I know, one tower. Yeah, so I want to know why you think that's not within tolerance, because you're not quoting the tolerances for these towers.
We can look at the
what should it be?
Painting, I guess, and you can see
Hold
how
on.
big the angle is when you have
what
a
should it
36
be?
millimeter difference.
Are you asserting it should be perfectly vertical? Because we've never built. No, we can't do that.
Well, of course we can. We have built.
Obelisks aren't perfectly vertical.
I mean, of course, right?
Buildings aren't perfectly
100%.
vertical. They're built. They're not rigid. They're built to sway with the wind and move with the ground if the earthquake. So
but
no,
there's a
we don't
difference
erect.
between There's a
There's
difference
a
between a 1
tolerance for
millimeter
construction,
tolerance
and you don't know the tolerance, but you assert that's not within it.
That's
Is that
1.4
logical?
inches.
Is that logical?
I think this kind of tolerance is way too much for one tower.
4 inches versus 36 millimeters?
1.4 inches. That's how much difference there is at the top, but not at the bottom.
But what is the tolerance for human error to be able to still construct the bridge as long as the tower's within this tolerance? You can't tell me, can you?
Well, if you use a level, then the building should be completely straight,
That's
right?
not what I asked.
I'm sorry?
There's construction standards and tolerances, and I've asked you to reiterate what the tolerance is because you say it's outside of tolerance. Well, prove that.
Oh, I don't know the specific tolerances, but I can say that this is.
Then you can't say that. You can't say it's not within human error. It's not an acceptable tolerance, and you can't say that.
You posted the stats, but do you know the length of the bridge?
I actually sent a Wikipedia page.
I know. Did you even read your Wikipedia link?
Yeah, no, I don't think he even read his own article, bro.
Well, not all of it, no.
He doesn't know anything
was
about
interesting
that.
to me because
Well,
it
how
actually
about
shows that
the
it is curved.
statistics part of it?
Battle mode. He's being very ambiguous about this 36 millimeters.
It's like this.
He's not saying what's the cause for that this 36 millimeters distance margin of error or error.
Hey, you do precision machining. Do you think 36 millimeters would be well within tolerance for a structure that was over 300 foot?
Yeah,
that'd be a pretty tight tolerance, wouldn't it, bro?
Yes,
it would. Thank you.
It will not,
when you have a tower,
overcome the structural resistance of the building. Yeah. So
where does that number even
Hey, like I've said, I've actually erected towers for bridges on my highway, so I actually do this for a living.
So where does that number even come from, though? 36 millimeters, just a calculation
comes
based
from
on curve? Comes from
from
Wikipedia?
measuring the distance between the top tower, like the tops of the towers.
Hey, who did
The
that?
tops and the bottoms. Yeah.
Who did that?
Well, a bunch of people at this point.
Show us one.
Yeah.
Well, the point is that you can go ahead and do it, right? Because
Oh, so
you
nobody did it. We got to go do it. So how did they know that? So because it sounds like nobody's done it yet. So how do they already know the tilt?
Well, the thing is, if I show you someone who did it, then you're not gonna believe that he did it
Listen,
right. If
well,
I show you the
just go ahead and
measurement,
show
then
us
you
who
want
did
to
it.
check it yourself.
They can
right?
be out of vertical, but it doesn't prove your presupposition that it was built that way due to curvature.
Well,
that's
if
why
they're-
we want to know about the structural design, the engineer, and the schematics.
Yeah, for
Those
sure.
don't lie.
I mean, if there is a difference that is this
another
big, then
important
each tower
thing,
would not be vertical anymore.
If
Sure.
it doesn't listen, it doesn't have to be perfectly vertical. By design, it doesn't have to.
But the difference is not,
Because
does not
as
reflect-
one
man,
moment.
we're
Are you
not
waiting for me to talk?
perfect.
Can you talk, or what is
Yeah,
happening?
as man, we're not perfect. You think we can erect a perfectly vertical tower, and that's where you're wrong.
He's
Well,
actually
he had-
not stating
I mean, can I
if.
respond?
Listen,
You
sir.
couldn't do it if your life depended on it.
Those towers, they could have been erected vertically within 5 millimeter or 3 millimeter tolerance. But when they hang the cable to support the weight of the bridge, you can have that 36 millimeter band, the change, and that is proof that there is tension.
But
so
if that happened,
it's
then
proof
there would.
that pole is actually supporting the weight of the bridge, so it's holding it.
Yeah, it's supposed to
And
happen.
At that point, the towers would not be vertical anymore.
listen,
It wouldn't
you
matter.
need to
Listen,
provide. You need
it
to
doesn't
provide
corrupt
to
the
us
structural
the
integrity
architect.
of the structure.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah. You
plain
need
and
to.
simple.
I mean, you can say it doesn't. So it might
You
not,
need to
but
provide us the documentation of the architect
It's not
that
a big deal
designed
that they
this
lean.
bridge.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not a big deal
no.
that they
To prove
lean.
my point, I don't need to do
It
that.
doesn't affect the structural integrity. But if you're going to say it was built this way because of curvature, then I'm going to want to see the schematics and the proof that they designed it around the globe. I want to read the math they use for the curvature rate.
They don't have it, dude. It's just a claim that he found on the internet.
I
He just
know.
Googled it. It's an anti-flat
No,
earther
you're just
saying that.
overcomplicating
It's
it.
just an
You want to
anti-flat
see
earther
No, I'm
on the
not
schematics,
internet.
something that you can actually
overcomplicating it.
observe
You're
in
saying
reality.
that they lean automatically. That must be curvature, but there's
don't
many
lean.
other valid reasons why it would lean.
But
Why
they
they
don't
would
lean.
lean
That is
away
the
from
point
each
I'm
other.
making.
Structural integrity, design, human error. I would go
I
to
feel like I'm
these
being
before I went to
misrepresented.
the shape of Earth. I would even go to settling. Could be the ground settled, and that was my problem. That could be in it.
Right. So my point was not that they lean. My point is that they don't lean.
Well, if the tops are further apart than the bottoms, then they absolutely do lean. And
But if you measure them, they actually
moronic.
don't, and that shows that the Earth is curved.
Do they?
No, it doesn't.
This dude is an idiot.
I mean, yeah, you can say not.
All right, I'm gonna end this shit right now.
Gone through it
I
exhaustively.
need a verification of claim.
Yeah, it's just a claim. You have no backing for it whatsoever to start with. It's just you saying it, for one. And for two, even if there is a tilt, these guys have given you many reasons why that doesn't necessarily indicate curve.
Again, the point is not that there is a tilt. The point is that there is no tilt. That the towers are both straight, and yet they're further apart at the top.
Okay, so if the ground isn't curving, then that is just a tilt. That's actually a tilt either way.
But if you measure the towers, they're not tilting.
Okay, well then I guess there's no tilt then.
Well,
yeah, but
what this is
still further apart.
Excuse me, just a moment. I have to end this. This isn't affirming the consequent. You're saying if the Earth is a ball, the towers, right? All balls have towers on them that separate, right? Are farther apart at the top. These towers are farther apart at the top, therefore they're on a ball. That's what you're saying. That is an affirming the consequent fallacy.
No,
now, if you want to show us how it was measured, hold on a second. Hold on a second. You either show us how it was measured, where the measurements were from, If these towers are perfectly vertical, so on and so forth, then we can have a conversation. Until then, we're dismissing this out of hand.
Yeah, because it's just saying it. You have
I
no
want to know
documentation.
which
You don't have the
tower are
blueprints.
we
You don't have the
talking.
schematics. You have nothing to show that the
Even if I
engineers
sent you
actually
all of
built it
those,
that
you
way.
would
No,
still
no,
want to
not
go
even
check
if.
it
You
out yourself.
can't. Like, the only reason you're saying even if instead of actually
If.
doing it is because you
He
don't
says
have
if a
anything.
lot. If.
Yeah, you don't. You
Yeah, I'm
don't
saying
have
I
anything.
can't, but even
Listen,
if,
shut
No,
up,
you
dude.
can't.
I don't
I'm
need you
saying
to
you
actually
can't, you
prove my
moron.
point.
I'm saying you can because you haven't done it. You would have done it already if you could have. It's just a claim that you Googled and you got no further than that. That's it.
Well, if you don't want to actually look at it, then I think you're just lazy.
No, I did.
Yeah,
I looked at
what
what you
tower
posted. It
is...
was just a claim. No schematics, no blueprints, nothing to
What's
say that the
lazy
engineers
is.
But if you're
actually
actually interested
compensated
in it, and
the
if you're
curvature.
Listen,
curious, and if you
I
guys.
actually
am
want
interested.
to
That's why
know
I'm
if it's
asking
the
you for
case, then you
evidence.
could go and
That's
check
why
out
I'm
the
asking you
bridge.
for evidence, and you're not posting it. So
Yeah.
And
that's
the
it.
evidence is the bridge, literally. You can go there and you
What's
can check it out
lazy?
if it really means that much to you.
Tell me
the
when you did
name
that.
of the bridge. I want to know the name of the
Humber
bridge.
Bridge.
His magic bridge. If he has it.
It's
I'm
Humber.
sorry?
Which one? Humber? Mic check. I'm sorry, I didn't get that. The name of the bridge.
Humber. Humber. Scroll up. He
Yeah,
he
thank you.
posted the wiki.
Thank you.
If you're really interested, you go and measure that bridge yourself. Yeah, when did you do that?
Well, would you believe me if I said I did? Well, probably not.
Depends what you can show for it. Maybe you're the head architect. Who designed it? I don't know. Doesn't seem like it though, the way you're talking.
You're talking most of the time, just saying.
No, well, I mean, you don't really have anything else to say. You just have a claim that you
Well, I
Googled
made
and
my
you have
point.
no
You're
idea
dismissing
where to
it,
go
but
from
now you
there.
keep talking.
Yeah, and then every time I talk, you start talking through me, so that's why I guess I end up being the one talking mostly because I have to shut you down when you do that.
Well, I made my point. You said you want to dismiss it, but now you keep talking.
You don't have a point. You
Then
have a
what did you
claim.
dismiss?
A claim.
Exchange the word with claim, and my point stands.
No, you don't have a point, dude. You just have an unbacked
Yes, you're
claim.
still talking, even though you said you dismissed my claim.
You just have an unbacked claim. You're saying this bridge tower leans 36 millimeters. And that's due to the curvature of the Earth, and the engineers built that into it to
No,
account
for the
for the
third time,
curvature
I
of the
said
Earth.
it doesn't lean.
Yeah, whatever. Semantics.
No, it's very important. It's one
Okay,
is
then,
the
well,
complete opposite of the other.
let's see what your source says.
Yeah, he's kind of saying it's not leaning. The Earth around it is leaning.
Yeah, that would just be a claim, too.
I didn't say anything like that. I said both towers are vertical, and yet the difference between the two, the distance between the two is higher at the top than at the bottom.
Okay, great. Now, how do you prove that?
By going to the bridge and measuring it.
Okay, when did you do that?
I didn't. But I thought you might want to
Okay,
if you're really interested in the
you didn't
truth.
do it. So why are you claiming this? If that's what's required to go and do what none of us have done, why are you claiming it then?
Because I'm not doubting the curvature of the Earth. I just thought this is
Oh,
a reasonable
all right. So
way
you just
to actually
believe in
do
it. You
it
just have
in
a
reality.
belief. Okay, so you just have a belief, and you're just offering us a way to validate it that you haven't actually used. So you haven't validated your belief for yourself. You're just saying, hey, maybe you guys could go do this to,
Well, I
validate what I
validated.
already believe.
That's not true. No, I
30
validated
millimeters
I
over a mile
validated
and a
it
half.
for myself in a different way. But I'm saying, what if you want to validate it for yourself with an example that is in
No,
reality
thanks.
that
No, I'm not going to go measure the tops and bottoms of a bridge tower. No, that's okay. If you have any evidence for the curvature of the Earth, go ahead and lay it on the table. But I'm
well,
not going to
if
go
you
do
don't
that.
want to do it yourself, you can believe the people who did it. But you don't
Well, I
have
mean,
to.
30 millimeters over a mile and a half?
Can I ask Brutal a question?
Yeah.
After that question that was just asked.
No, the question, it's not, it's, I guess, a statement, but the question is 30 millimeters over a mile and a half gives you the comfort you need to remain on this water ball? How does that work?
No, that's just for you to know.
30 millimeters over a span of 2.22 kilometers, according to your source. Where did you get the 30 millimeters? Because now that seems to be, the origins of that seem to be foggy.
Well, again, it's measured from the top of both towers. The distance
Yeah,
between
by
the top of both
when?
towers.
Who?
Oh, man, he's just going in circles.
Yeah,
It's
how
not
many
measured.
times is it
Because you
measured? I
asked
mean,
the same question, I just repeat the answer.
well, the
It's
wind could
not
have been
measured.
blowing, dude.
Okay, that's my question. So, Brutal Duck, could you walk me through step by step of how you get from a built bridge that is already complete, that it already has a load applied to it, and you're going to imply what with that information now again? Explain that to me.
So this bridge has towers on both ends, and
Got it.
both towers are vertical.
Or so they say, with a tolerance. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, they are vertical, right? Like
With
a
tolerance.
tolerance of less than 36 millimeters, less than half of that even.
No, you're saying that's after the fact. You're saying the 36 millimeters is what they measured to be after the bridge was built.
Right,
Correct?
they built the bridge, they checked out the towers, and the towers were vertical.
The towers are vertical, so those vertical lines are parallel to each other, correct?
They're supposed to be on a flat Earth, right?
Well, you said they are. So which one is it?
I
Are
didn't. I
they
said
or are they
no.
not?
I didn't say that. I said they're both vertical. Is what I said.
They're measured to be vertical
Yes.
after the
After they
structure
were
was
built.
built.
Yeah.
Okay, so once again, I want you to walk me through of how something that is already built with load applied to it implies anything at all about the surface or the intent of the builder to build over certain parameters. In your case, you believe the Earth is a ball. So that would mean, how are you getting from that to the next? That's my question. How are you getting from that building already built, the bridge already built, to what you're trying to say, which is a presupposition? How are you getting from one?
You can't measure a bridge that hasn't been built, right?
Exactly. That's my point. Why are you measuring a bridge that's already built to determine the intent of the builder?
It's not about the intent.
Yeah, it is. You're presupposing that the Earth is a ball before you start your questioning. You're presupposing it.
No, you're making a lot of statements about me that are not true.
No, that's just obvious. It's obvious to everyone else here too that you're presupposing a ball. Because look, measuring a building after it's built. Hold on, let me finish and I'll be done quick. Let me finish this. Measuring a building or a bridge after it's built is not determining anything about what they intended to build it over. Period. It doesn't logically follow. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, do the same thing for like the Leaning Tower of Pisa now.
Okay, I mean, if you wanted me to,
or some other superstructures.
If you
like
wanted
do the same thing for like
yeah, thanks.
Yeah, for the Suez Canal, Panama Canal, St. Lawrence Seaway. Now run the same thing through that worldview and do it again. Okay, so you've got a epistemology set up, you've got a adjudication method set up. Now use it and pick some more structures, because it seems like you're not going to take any feedback anyone's telling you here. You're just going to keep resetting back to this one thing that you want other people to do for you. So what will you do? I predict nothing.
And actually, Burj Al Arab Tower in Saudi Arabia, Dubai, the tallest building, when there is wind, they built it straight up. But when there is wind, building is tilting sideways more than 35 millimeters. And it was built to be straight. So this guy is completely ignoring the structural resistance of materials.
I don't know why you think that it bearing a load or not makes any difference, because in the end there is a.
Yeah, it does
I let
make
you speak.
a difference because that bridge is holding a huge weight. Those towers, yes, I agree, they were built parallel and straight, vertical, within couple of millimeters tolerance. Now, when they hang that road and cables, those have weight, yeah, and they made those towers tilt towards each other, and they measured that distance, and they found is 36 millimeters, which the architects precisely calculated how much those towers will be tilting and how much they will be allowed to tilt before overcoming their structural resistance. Those towers, they need to support all that. So you have nothing.
So no matter if there is a load on the tower or not, the tower itself, the way it is oriented, right? Not how much stress is on it or anything like that. The way it's oriented, it is vertical with a certain margin. But this margin is definitely not
No,
36
no,
millimeters, because at this point you would actually see the tilt.
no. Those cables from the top of the tower to the other tower's top, yeah, they are bulging down, yeah, between the towers. And on those cables, you have a road hanging. So the weight of the cables, those cables are very thick steel cables. They are heavy. They are weighing hundreds of tons in weight. Now, all this weight is supported by those towers. The cables are further extended beyond the towers and anchored into the ground. So, a lot of this weight is being pushed the whole weight of the bridge, the road, is transmitted through the cables over those towers into the ground through the tension of the cables. Now, you have not measured the towers, how parallel they were between each other before those cables were actually put there. Show me measurements of that, and then actually bring me an architect documentation or one of the designer architects of this bridge to tell us that those two towers are supposedly to be actually perfectly parallel. And now that it's built, it's actually 36 millimeters at an angle from each other.
That's not what happened, though.
Yeah.
I know you're saying
What
this could
is
be
it
a
happen?
possibility, right?
What is it happening? Are you saying that they
What
are
is actually
perfectly
happening, I
parallel
can tell
now?
you. I let
Are
you
you
speak all this
changing?
time. I let you speak all this time. As soon as
Okay,
I
go
speak, you're
ahead.
getting loud. So what is actually happening is that both towers are still vertical. They're not slanted. If anything, if with all this load, they would be slanted towards each other, not apart. So what you're saying is actually not really helping.
Basically, what you're saying is the verticals deviate because we know it's a globe. It's asinine.
Yeah, didn't I just said that those cables are going from the top to the
Listen,
top
what
of
he's
the...
saying is the towers are perfectly straight, but they deviate from top to bottom because vertical deviates on a globe, and we know this. He basically is saying that.
And the vertical deviation is too large to account for to be accounted for by just the margin, right?
That's an
Listen.
assertion. That's an assertion.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
you
and that
made
is...
an awful lot of ifs and assertions that you can't back. So this is a fruitless conversation.
Well, nobody can prove that to you on Discord.
That's why I just bailed out of it, because you're saying that deviates, that vertical deviates because it's a sphere, and really we see no evidence of that.
Yeah, but that is something you would have
Actually,
to go and look for
if you
yourself. That's not something I
investigate, listen. If you search it up, you will find that those places where those cables are being anchored, you will find a big a big thread, yeah, with a mother thread, yeah, between the cable and the anchor point into the ground, the foundation. And that screw, yeah, it has been twisted until they achieve the necessary tension to support
You
that
know what I would
bridge.
say? The verticals were probably not built 100% true because we're mankind and we can't build things perfectly straight and vertical.
Yeah.
So to jump to they're off because of curvature just leaves out human error. Period.
And then he's going ahead and saying they're actually not off at all. They're absolutely dead, perfectly plumb.
Yeah, he's saying they're dead straight, but because verticals deviate, they deviate.
I am considering human error, but if there was human error, then we would be able to measure that. We will be able to see that these are actually 35
the
or
problem
30
actually is the
millimeters to the
measurement
side.
system. That's why we have so much human error. So we're not always going to be able to measure anything. I don't know what you're trying to assert.
I don't agree
You
it's
said,
human error.
you said we should notice a difference of 36 millimeter off from the bottom of the tower to the top. How tall is the tower?
Well, even with a tower that is 1
How tall
meter,
is a
you could
tower?
tell it. These are facts that don't matter, because no matter how tall the
No,
tower,
actually,
you
it
could tell.
does matter. If
No
you're
matter
certain
how
you
tall
can
the
see
tower is.
36 millimeter change over 300 foot, I'm going to tell you you're full of fucking shit.
Well,
You will not see that with your eyes, and that's why we make measurement devices. And those measurement devices all have a degree of error, and that's
When
why
I
humans
say-
can't build things perfectly.
Well, laser measurement devices are very accurate, and they don't have
To
a
a
margin
degree,
of 30
yes.
millimeters.
Well, they refract too, so there's variations of error with lasers too.
You're right, but it's less than 30 millimeters. We can agree on that, right?
No, we wouldn't agree on 30 millimeters until we've actually calculated the rate of change.
I mean, I actually looked up the details while all of this was going on.
Have you?
So the
How
tower
would we
height.
calculate the rate of change for refraction on a laser over a given distance, say 200 foot?
I'm sorry, I was talking about the specifics of the bridge itself, right? You wanted to know how high the towers are and all that. They were 155 meters.
Yeah,
But with the
you're not
laser,
gonna see, you won't visually see 36 millimeter difference over that distance. You know that, right?
well, not just eyeing it, right? But all you need is a long string, really.
A long string.
Yeah, and somebody to climb the fucking towers.
I mean,
but hey, you know.
I mean, masons have used that for ages, right? To build straight walls.
Oh my gosh,
fucking
dude.
strings on these towers, dude. Don't be asinine.
Of course, they wouldn't do that, right? Nowadays we have lasers for that.
All right, Duck.
If you want to
Duck,
get into
I need to know.
specifics and the margin
Hold
of
on a
error.
second.
This is non-productive. Can we just do a
Duck.
topic change?
Yeah, no, I want to close this out. Duck, what is your claim? I need a claim from you.
Yeah, so the claim is that there are two vertical towers. Which
Only two?
It's okay, Mike. Go ahead.
So
Only two over the whole span of the bridge, but it's all built over curvature?
Yeah, that's the claim should be what you think the Earth is. You got to start there, not towers.
Yeah, if
Towers are not the
verticals
claim.
deviate, man, every vertical on that bridge should deviate at
Yeah,
the
let me
same
just.
rate.
Yeah, Mike. Let me just explain to him what's needed because they're very confused. Globers are confused. Let me clarify something for the gentleman. All right, so we're not going to ask for towers, sextants, any type of measuring device. We're talking about what is your claim for the Earth as a globe. Make a claim for the Earth as a globe. What do you think it is? Right? No blade spheroid, a sphere, whatever it is that you think the Earth is. Make a claim and support it with evidence. Number one, make a claim. Number two, support it with evidence. I'm going to unmute you. Don't talk about towers. I need you to make a claim for the Earth. That's what the server's about. Okay? All right, let's see if you got it right. Go
My
ahead, Brutal.
claim about the Earth is that it's an oblong spheroid.
Okay. The claim is an oblong spheroid. Now, what is your evidence, sir? Please provide.
One of the evidences is what you told me not to mention. Can I mention it?
No. I meant the claim and then provide the evidence. I don't care what
Okay,
your
sure.
evidence is. I just need you to make it to where we understand where your position is.
Sure.
Oblong
Okay.
spheroid. And then now go ahead. What is your evidence?
So now, when you have this bridge, the Humber Bridge, and the two towers on each end are both vertical, then the distance at the top of each tower should be the same as the bottom of each tower, the distance at the bottom of each tower. But
Okay,
that's
you're
not the
saying
case.
yeah, but you're saying vertical. When you say vertical, are they straight up and down, like all the way straight up and down, like from whatever position they're at?
Well, of course, there's some margin, right? But the
Oh, well, we
distance.
can't have. Yeah, we can't have that, sir. The
I'm sorry.
margin that we're talking about, like if they are leaning away from each other for any other specific reason, or there's a bit of like deviation from vertical, then we don't have vertical. So we need a 90-degree from the position that each those pylons that you want to talk about from point to point. So if you have two ends of the bridge that are different, that they're not 90 degrees, then we need to know that information. So you need to support it. That information you just said needs to be supported with a citation or something that we know that where you're getting your information from. Otherwise, it's just you making it up. So just to
I'm getting.
clarify once again, yeah, if you say something is vertical, we need to see it being 90 degrees in some kind of documentation, like either the builder said so, or you need to cite something that we know that your information is true, not just that you said it.
Well, the information I have of the Humber Bridge is from riverhumber.com. That's the website that I got it from.
Okay. But in that source, can you give us a citation where they say that? Because obviously you think that, but it doesn't matter what you think. It only matters how you can support it. So we'll look
Well,
into your citation.
So one way to support that would be to actually measure the towers, right? Even if
Okay, we're not going to do it that way. I need you to give us the citation in the source where it says exactly what you're saying right now. Otherwise, you have no evidence. So please support your evidence with the citation so that we know it's not just you saying that they are saying that. Go ahead, sir.
All right, so the tower is 155 meters.
Okay, but yes, like I said before, please provide the citation in the text chat. You provide the citation and all can see what you said is true by what they said. Go ahead, sir.
I sent a link.
Okay. Did you send the citation? That's a source. The link is the source. Where is the citation where it says exactly what you're trying to describe right now? That's what we need right now.
So what I'm trying to describe is that okay, so the source of what I'm trying to describe is the website, and the citation is the what's it called, like the tab of measurements on this website.
Yeah, but
That
okay.
is what I'm citing.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but can you put a screenshot, sir?
I
Of
think I
what?
can't send any.
Yeah, I want you to take the bit of information that shows what you're talking about specifically. There needs to be a lot of like where you're pointing us to where you're getting your information from, because that's like if I had some information and I said this is my evidence, I would have to back it up with who said something, where they said it, why did they say it, like all that.
Yeah, and this is something that I addressed or tried to address before, which is that no matter what kind of evidence I give you, right?
No, that doesn't work. So we're not going to give evidence that you have for support is not up for a discussion. People either accept it or they have a way to rebuttal what you say based on the merit of the. It's not based on whether or not we accept something. That's not how this works. You present it, just present your information, and that's what you do. Whether or not we accept it, you shouldn't divine anyone's thoughts as if we are or not going to accept it. Just present it.
I didn't actually measure it myself. I don't have exact
Yeah, I know.
measurements of the bridge.
Of course, you didn't measure it, but you're speaking of like the people that have done it.
Right.
So we need to see where you're getting your information from, basically. So all you got to do is put the citation from the source. You can put the source, that's fine, but make sure you put the citation where it says exactly what you're saying. The claim that you've just made that the Earth is a oblong spheroid has to be supported by something that someone said or measurements they've taken. And then we got to look into that information. So all of us, everyone here can critically think about that information and process it, so long as you present it. I'm making it fair for everyone so that you can present what you want, but so long as it's hyper specific to your point.
Okay, so the point again that I'm trying to make is that these towers, even if not completely vertical, right? They have been built straight up with a margin for error, very close.
Yeah, but that's the problem. See, if it's not exactly straight up vertical, that's your claim, because that's what I heard you say, vertical. So if we got a deviation from that, then there's an issue. You can't have something that you're claiming to be vertical and then it deviates from vertical. So it needs to be exactly what you said and not something that you think that the Earth is, because this bridge was built in a way that you think could lead to it being built on surface that's curving. So it needs to be exactly vertical, or this has become wordplay with you, because you're using vertical and interchanging it with maybe vertical. So it needs to be vertical and nothing else. So go ahead and present your.
In that case, I retract my statement, and it does
Thank
not
you, sir.
apply because it's not vertical. Can I make
Sure,
another point?
and like I said, please find some information that will support your case for the Earth being an oblong spheroid. Something that would be definite, so that we can look in. All of us will look into this, and we'll
Can I make another
scrutinize.
point then?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, make a claim and support it with evidence. Same thing as before.
So the claim is that there are two towers, which are.
No, we're not going to talk about towers. Once again, the claim has to be about the Earth. So it's not about towers. Okay, we're not talking about towers as a claim. The claim has to be about the Earth. What is the Earth? And then support it with evidence. You can use anything you want. Right? That's how this works. We're not talking about towers, sextants, tape measures, bubble sextant. We don't, gyro compasses. We're not talking about anything like that. That's not a claim. The claim is, what do you think the Earth is? And then support it with your evidence. It's simple. Go ahead, sir.
So my claim is that the Earth is an oblong spheroid.
Okay, what's your evidence for that, sir?
My evidence for that is that you can have 2 points on Earth and extend a vertical line from those 2 points on Earth, let's say from the ground.
Okay.
And build a structure along this vertical line.
Okay.
Now, of course, there will be margin for error, but in the end, the distance between the top of the lines will be greater than at the bottom.
Okay. What example or citation can you give us to support that? The
I
evidence.
can give you an experiment that you can do to support it.
Experiment? We don't do experiments with measurements, sir. Experiments are only done with the how-why questions, and that is to say cause and effect relationships. There's no cause and effect relationship with the information you're presenting. It's only a measurement. So we don't do natural science with that. So we can't do an experiment. So you're misusing the word experiment. Number one. Number two,
Yeah, there is.
if it is a measurement, then please present the measurement of this information you're presenting. I want you to do the best you can to support the oblong spheroid Earth, but do it in a way that we can all investigate ourselves. So present the information in the text exactly as you described.
Miggy, I want to
Yes, sir.
tell you that bridge towers that he was invoking, those towers locally they are not vertical because they put tension cables which support the weight of the bridge, and
Yeah,
they are pulling those cables with screws, a giant screw, yeah,
yeah,
which is pulling the top of that tower, is pulling it towards the shore through
yeah,
that cable.
GBG. I
Yeah,
don't want you to give the information away. You spoiler alert. GBG just spoiled it for all of us. Yeah, it's the we all know this, GBG, right? But
yeah,
the
I
thing
know.
is, he doesn't know it, so he has to walk through it with us and find out for himself that doesn't support what he's saying. But he doesn't know this, and I know this. So there's a method to my madness, right? I'm walking him through this
Yeah,
information so he can see for himself. When he presents it to the audience, he's going to know that it doesn't line up with what he's saying. I know that the audience, maybe some of them don't know that, but we all know this. All of us who are on this side, we know.
yeah.
He doesn't know. So so
Miggy,
just trust the process, brother. Trust the process. What I'm doing is I'll say this again.
I
I'm not
do.
just doing it so that I don't know what he's saying. I know exactly. I'm 10 steps ahead of all the arguments in here, okay? So I'm at the end waiting for
I
him.
know. I know.
All right. So if you know,
But
just let him
I have
walk
to
him through
go
the
back
process
to work.
so that you guys can see him stumble when it's time. You spoiled it obviously, but now he's going to either retract what he's saying or try to somehow manage it.
I mean, if you have a point, why don't you just get there instead of doing this? That.
See, GBG,
just
you don't
just a
spoil this.
moment. If I could just for a moment, I need to help our
All right.
friend here, Claire. He has to kind of his claim is malformed. He mentioned that these towers are vertical. Vertical is only in relation to horizontal. So if you have two verticals on a horizontal, they are parallel, and there is no curvature. You may want to know that.
On a flat Earth, that is correct, and yet there is a difference.
Yeah, but
So you're going to have to define for us what vertical is, please, with citation.
I mean, you defined it pretty well, I would say.
okay.
So the
Well,
Earth is horizontal and flat. Thank you.
wait. If he defined it pretty well, then how can you have two vertical points that would deviate from horizontal?
Well, he defined it pretty well according to his worldview, right? Or his
His
view on
worldview.
the
Okay, so
on the world.
right in your
And
worldview that doesn't. In your worldview that doesn't exist.
I'm sorry.
In your worldview that doesn't exist. His definition or his example.
Yes, in my worldview, they're not parallel.
Okay, well, then that's what I need to see. The information that supports that. So, did you put that in the text chat, sir?
The bridge, or what do you mean?
The
yeah,
information. Yeah. So when you said it's evidence, the evidence needs to be supported by the information to substantiate it. So if you said that the information, you have that information, right? Or are you just saying things?
Well, wouldn't you say that the Humber Bridge itself is the evidence?
No, I need information, data. Give me some data that
Yeah.
would support your claim. Go ahead
Well,
and put that in the
Yeah.
answer.
I would say the
Yeah,
best
but
data
here's
you
the
can get
thing,
is the
brother.
one you procure yourself.
No. We don't need you to say it. We need you to show it. It's show and tell, right? First of all, you tell us that the Earth is a globe, an oblong spheroid. Then you tell us that by this measurement with the bridge that you want to present shows us that vertical points don't meet at a horizontal line. So we need to see that
Well,
because
we cannot.
otherwise you're saying things again. This
We
is your
cannot.
second attempt.
We cannot go and measure the bridge together, right? That's I can't do
No,
that for you, right?
I know what you mean. No, the only thing that I'm asking for is the information that you're talking about, that you present it like the source, the same way you did the previous attempt. You present the source, right, and then you present the citation where it says what exactly you're saying. That's all.
See, Duck, we would really have to kind of get a definition of terms settled here, because in your worldview, vertical is something that apparently is not the same as what vertical is for everybody else on Earth. So, what is your vertical, and how could you go ahead and verify that vertical is whatever you believe it to be?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking for right now, Sezu. The citation to where he's claiming that's not his worldview. So he's going to have to support that. And if the
Right.
bridge example is supporting that, then whatever he says has to line up with that example.
Why do I have
So
to
that
support what is not my worldview?
the same thing I am at this point. So I'm waiting for him to present that information in the text channel. And when
Wait,
you've done that, sir, please just let us know.
Sure. So the the information that you would need to actually verify that this is true isn't something that I can give you on Discord. That is
Okay.
something
Well,
you would actually have to
yeah,
measure.
I'll take that as a concession that you don't have it, which is fine. Well, we can say that you just said things, but you don't have the information to support the claim that the Earth is an oblong spheroid.
But what you do have now, though, is
We don't have
a surefire way to.
No, we don't have anything. Stop. We don't have anything at this current time from you. We don't have anything. So we are not going to go off of nothing and just say that we're going to let you speak. No, you need to present the evidence to back up your claim. This is what we do with everyone. So don't feel like we're just picking on you or something. This is not. We want to ask everybody, make a claim about the Earth, then present your evidence. So it's pretty simple, really. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and allow you, but we're not gonna listen to you say things. We don't do that here. We don't do that here. All right. Yeah. So go ahead and make a claim once again. You can do it as many times as you feel like you're.
Yeah, I'm getting mixed messages from you, dude. I'm
No,
allowed to
yeah.
go
Look,
ahead,
listen,
but I'm not allowed to say things.
the mixed message, mixed message you're receiving is that you think you can say things, and then I'm not allowing you to. But what I'm asking for is very specific, right? Make a claim about the Earth. Number one. Number two, support it with evidence. And you haven't done that. Two attempts thus far. 2 attempts. Maybe attempt number 3, you might get it. I don't know, or 4, or 5, or 6. However many times you think it's going to take. But I need you to make the claim about what the Earth is. Then number 2, support it with evidence. And then, of course, the source, citation, where it says what you say that people are, a method that people have done, or you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to literally have done something. I just want you to show us a method.
What if he tries? Maybe he's not understanding the task. So, like, you have like a task condition standard. He doesn't understand what his goal or what his mission is here. So maybe give him something more simple. What is your reasoning for why you say the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, hopefully I'm making sense. Sorry, I had a phone call. Hopefully I'm making sense, sir.
No, I think
don't.
you are. This guy maybe doesn't understand. It's not landing correct. Like normal, anyone with any sort of
I mean, what's happening here is I was trying to. So I'm not allowed to say what I want.
We're trying to troubleshoot the problem here. Okay, so adding more content isn't going to help yet. So maybe he doesn't really understand this because he didn't get very far in school or whatever. So he doesn't understand when the teacher said, "Hey, here's a research paper assignment." He doesn't know what that means. He doesn't understand what that's supposed to be. So maybe ask him to write, like, I don't know, write a poem or give a reason. What's the purpose? Where do you see the Earth? Have you ever used the Earth as curved or rotating? Have you ever seen it? Maybe try to dial it back a little bit because he's just not going to get this task because maybe he's never done it before.
Yeah, they haven't done it before, and he dipped while you were speaking, Grid. So
yeah, he's one of the guys that Jerry can talk about this too. That we went to his room to talk. He goes, "You flat earthers, all you do is mute," and I'm like, "Okay, fine. Where do you want to talk?" He said, "I'll make my own room," and we lasted like maybe a minute 40.
Yeah, he wasn't giving what was required, right? Step 1, make the claim of the Earth. Step 2, support it with evidence. And so his evidence was lackluster. He basically said some things about bridges and whatnot, but yet still couldn't substantiate the fact that vertical lines are not on a horizontal plane. So we're having issues. right? So if he wants to say that someone described vertical not being on horizontal, then he needs to support that. So this is what we were currently the place where we're at, where they didn't understand, or he didn't. Excuse me.
Yeah, his question was, where does the sun go at night? And I'm like, say that again very slowly. You know?
Yeah, yeah. There's some people that just they need a little assistance. One of the things I was helping them with is, when you make a claim, I would say it this way: don't just make a claim about the Earth, because that's what we're looking for in this chat. We're looking for people to make a claim about the Earth. What do you think the Earth is? A donut? A spheroid? Concave? Whatever it is. You think it's something? Go ahead and present that as your claim, and then present your evidence to support the claim. Pretty simple, right? All you got to do is support it. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Or at least it should be. But you guys are struggling, stumbling. You don't know where you're at. You're disoriented. You come in here. What's going on? What are you requiring? What do you need? And I ask for the thing specifically. What is required? And it seems like it's not landing. Well, what will you accept as evidence? Well, if you have something that's obviously true, objectively true, then you wouldn't need my approval. You would just present it. There it is. Have a look. And either I accept or reject or have a rebuttal for what you're saying. And it better be a damn good one, because if you're presenting something that's true and I'm rejecting it, that's on me.
It's quite interesting. It's kind of like this take where instead of the dog getting my homework, it's like he had his own homework. Well, why'd you do that? Because you won't read it. Okay, because since I won't read your homework, you decided just to eat it. He's like, yeah.
Yeah, it's simple. These guys, all they have are gimmicks. They want to spend their time fantasizing that the Earth is an oblate spheroid or oblong. He said oblong spheroid. It's a different take on what they're saying, but yeah, it's the same thing. They want to fantasize that it is.
We know why they come here, Miggy. They say a server full of flat earthers. Finally, I can be the smart one in the room. Then they get butthurt when they find out they're not.
Yeah, it's true.
They say, you're undereducated. You misunderstand. But when you drive it home that's actually a reversal of positions, and they misunderstand, then it's, well, we know verticals deviate.
Right. So he's like a bridge that spans.
We couldn't demonstrate it.
So a bridge that spans 1.4 kilometers.
Yeah, and only 2 of them deviate, the beginning and the end. Where's the curvature throughout the rest of the structure is what I want to know.
Yeah. You know what's weird is that he shellacked himself when he was talking about his information, Mike. He said that the vertical is not actually vertical. Did you hear him? His own concession on his first attempt, actually, yeah, he shellacked himself. So he said, well, then I don't have the information to support my claim. I was like, okay, well, you could try again, though. How many attempts do you want to make? So,
well, the thing is
number 2. Yeah,
that article doesn't actually, or the Wikipedia, supply them with the information that they need to validate their claim. It's just a presupposition. And like they say, i.e., that's what a globe would predict, but they don't show you any math, so you could support that prediction.
Yeah, the logical leap is what he's making, and he doesn't understand that. So, like, GBG gave away the goods. He's like, well, it's not vertical, and I knew that, but he didn't know that until he actually looks. He wants to present some information. That's what he wants to do. But in the source, he starts to realize, well, if I present the source, it's going to say that the vertical that I'm actually trying to present is not actually vertical. Well, that we got an issue. We got an issue there, right? Something's not vertical.
You're saying verticals deviate, but this isn't a vertical. It's not a true vertical.
Yeah. See, that's the word games they play to try to say that something's vertical that's not vertical. Oopsie, we got an issue. We can't say that. We can't say things that we can't support with evidence, right? And then when it's time to show and tell, all right, you tell us that the Earth is what it is, oblong spheroid, but then it's now time to show us how it is, and your information is lackluster.
He's still in it. Listen, he's still in the text lobby rattling on.
Sure. Listen, and anybody who thinks that the Earth is anyone who thinks that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, please present your evidence of the claim that the Earth is whatever you're claiming it is, and then support it with evidence. Listen, I'm not unfair. I just want you guys to be concise. Make sure that you have all your ducks in a row when you come in here, and you have all your information ready to go. And we'll take a look at it. All of us will apply the same rigor that it would take for any critical mind to process information. Pretty simple, guys.
Can I ask a question?
No.
What's up, Matt?
You just did.
Yeah, can I ask a question?
Yeah, that was a joke, man. It was.
All right. Dude, fine. I wasn't even talking to you. So my question is, what evidence would you guys take that would be like, okay, this proves that the Earth is a globe? Because everyone
you already
always like, no one really
clarified that.
ever reaches a conclusion in any of these conversations. So what argument, what evidence would be like, okay, the Earth is probably a globe to you guys?
Right. So if I
What would it take?
I'll give you kind of like an example. So if you say that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, right? That's your claim of the Earth. That's step one. Step two is supported with evidence. So if you come up with, it doesn't matter what you say, because honestly, I'll take whatever it is you say that you have as evidence. So the evidence would be, oh, I don't know, celestial navigation, right? For example. And if your information doesn't support the claim, then we don't have the connecting to. So the connecting to would be that the claim has to be supported with the relevant information that you're producing, whether it be a citation of someone saying something of a method or something that we can apply scrutiny to. Right? We're all in this channel going to do that. So when you put something in the text chat and we can all see that somebody did something, then we will say, I know where you got the information from now because you put a citation. So now we're going to apply the same rigor that we would for everything, right? So we're going to see if the information is correct, what instruments they use, devices, whatever it is, and if it doesn't line up with our physical reality, right? Because then after we get the information, we're going to say, let's go to see if there's anywhere we can do this test, and if the test can be done exactly how the method was shown to produce the information to validate the claim that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, then you have yourself a globe, sir. There's no denying it, because then it becomes self-evident that the Earth is a globe, and then we become the deniers of the truth. But in this particular instance, that is what's happening with the globe. The reason why there's no conclusion is because they don't have the information to substantiate the claim that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. So it doesn't go anywhere. To you, it sounds like nobody's winning. No, it's not nobody's winning. It's that you guys that think the Earth's a globe don't have the information to substantiate the claim that the Earth is a globe, an oblate spheroid. So that's why you guys don't go anywhere. It's like, okay, I want you to, however many attempts you think it's going to take, so long as you're putting up the information that's going to substantiate it. But if you say, well, I don't have the information, I'm just saying it's an oblate spheroid, well, you don't have the information to support the claim. It's pretty simple, really. It's not hard, man. So if you have the information, go ahead and produce it. But make a claim first, right? What do you think the Earth is? If you come in here saying you're Earth agnostic or something like that, we are not even going to listen to you. You might as well just have a seat, because you have to make the claim that the Earth is something first. We're not going to hit moving targets. I say this a lot. Hitting a moving target is saying, I'm coming in here. Yeah, I'm not claiming what the Earth is right now, but I will say that the sextant will support the case for the globe. Well, if you're not claiming that the Earth is something, then, well, we're not going to hold you to anything, because you're just saying words at that point. But if you say, I know the Earth's an oblate spheroid, and you're supporting it with evidence, that's different. Now we can hold you to your claim.
Same thing with 99% sure. If you're only 99.9% sure, then you haven't even convinced yourself yet, which is a problem, because you should be able to stand on all 10 toes and say this is what you know to be true. If you don't know it to be true, then don't say it. Duh.
Yeah, it's an easy hand wave dismissal at that point. Easy. We're like, well, if you're not sure, then why are you trying to convince us? We might as well just let somebody else speak and champion the point if they're sure.
I mean, I just think that you guys are like really deep into this flat
Well,
Earth stuff. I don't know if you guys
your
can be
thoughts,
convinced.
your thoughts and feelings on the matter are of no account to us. We don't care how you. Anybody? Well, I think that you guys are. That's great. Go and watch
I mean,
TV. Have a
don't
nice
you
day.
think you're deep in this flat Earth stuff? I mean, am I
Nah,
wrong?
flat Earth stuff. What do you mean? No, the truth. Yeah, the truth
I mean,
is.
I know that you've been in this community for a while, Vertes. So I really
I
like
don't think
question
he
whether or not
wants
you
to hear
can be
my
convinced. I
opinion
mean,
of my feelings on him.
Mike,
Can I go with the feelings? Are
it's the
we
truth.
doing
I mean,
feelings?
I know I'm speaking about you guys' feelings, but it's the truth, though. It's the
Matt,
truth.
I feel
Yeah.
like you got a pretty miserable life and you come here just to
Yeah.
make
Well,
people
he's a
miserable
youngin.
just like you. But, that's just my
No,
feelings. It doesn't
dude,
actually
you're like
prove
60
anything.
and you're
I
doing this,
could
so you
I
probably
could
are the
be
one with a
wrong.
miserable
I'm not
life.
60, but I could be wrong if you'd let me finish my sentence. So the point is, we don't give two shits about your feelings because they don't prove anything.
Yeah, he's just a young guy.
No, but your
But
feelings have a lot to do with what you take as evidence, though. They simply
no,
do,
Maybe
especially when
your
you're deeply
feelings
rooted
do,
in
but
Christianity.
mine don't. I use my mind to discern what is concrete reality. I use my heart to know who to love.
yeah. So Matt, here's how it goes, man.
All right.
If the Earth is actually a globe, none of us would deny it. I'm telling you that straight out the gate. If it was an actual globe with evidence to support it, nobody would be able to deny it. And I'm going to tell you why. Because when you'd go out into, the natural world, it would present itself to you and me and everyone. Then we're not arguing with you anymore. We're arguing with nature itself. So it's not that we're being just obtuse about the whole subject because we want to be in a secret club. It's not it. This has all
Secret
to do
club.
with what nature is producing. It's like as far as the information to substantiate whether or not it's what people are saying that it is. So if it's not that, then we don't have truth. We have people saying things. So, and I'm telling you, everybody in here is like the ones who are on the side of the flat Earth. Like they're not going to be like, well, if it was an actual globe, I still would be in a flat Earth club. That's not how it goes, man, at all.
Nope.
Nobody
If it
cares for
presented
that.
itself to me as a globe when I walked out my door and I could see curvature, we wouldn't be here. But when we walk
Never.
out our door, we observe a locally flat Earth.
Yeah. And there's only people's opinions say that it's not. But that's or whatever. People don't just say that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. You know that, right? They say that it's concave. They say that you live in a toroidal field. It's just a bunch of things, right? They say a bunch of things. Well, it doesn't matter what people say. Just feelings and thoughts and well, your group is this and that. Who cares, dude? Do you have information to substantiate the evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, that it's concave, because none of it really matters. Like we could just wait until somebody actually produces the evidence, and then if that happens ever, which I know it's not, but I'm gonna let you guys kind of feel your way around until you realize. So it's us just waiting on you. It's not you waiting on us. It's us waiting on you to realize that the Earth isn't what you've been told. That's why it doesn't go
So
anywhere
that's what
because
you're
people,
telling us.
huh?
Are you telling us
What?
that that's not what we've been told is wrong?
Well,
It's what
self-evidently,
you've been told.
because yeah, not because what we're saying in this room. That's nothing to do with. Yeah, you can say that there's debates and arguments and whatnot, but it's not because we're saying it, dude. Like you go out there, if the Earth presents itself the way it is, then we're denying reality. If it was a globe, then we become the deniers, not you. So if that's the case, but if it's not the case, then you have to be like, wait a minute. Okay, so everybody's saying that the Earth is a globe, and they're all telling me the information, but they're not telling us how we can directly know that's true. No, nobody's going to come in here and say I can directly measure the Earth as a globe. No,
Nope.
not a single person. There's not one glober that comes in here that says that. Not a single one. They say it's a preponderance of evidence. It's all the little things that make up the puzzle pieces. You put them together, and voila, you got the Earth as a globe. It's not, dude. It's simple geometry when you think about it. Like if you have a shape, you'd be able to measure the shape. It's like duh. Like we know how to measure shapes
What do you
today.
mean
Like that's
measure
that's
the
pretty
Earth?
stupid.
But the problem is the Earth is not perfect Euclidean geometry. You can't just measure the Earth like you can measure a circle. What do you
Yeah,
mean?
Matt, but tell that to NASA when they show you images that the Earth is a sphere. They got this. They got this thing on you guys, right? It's like a Jedi mind trick. So they're giving you they're giving you images that looks like the Earth's a globe, like a perfect sphere and all that. Yet they're not telling you how to measure the damn thing. So on the one hand, you have like this belief that's really strong, and you just trust it with all your whole heart and mind, which is that's on you. But you're not able to then measure it. Like that's stupid because
But
we can measure shapes today in 2024,
but
bro. Like
Mickey,
this.
there's so many chapters in the
Yes.
globe
Well,
story.
the, the
Why
thing
would
is,
they
the thing is,
lie?
right? The Earth is when you say measurement, because I've heard you guys say measurement countless of
Yeah.
times. When you guys mean measurement, you guys aren't talking about a calculation. You're talking about physical measurement. Am I correct on
Yeah.
that?
Yeah. Like if
Okay.
you
So
get example.
physical measurement of curvature of the actual Earth for a person to do is really, really, really fucking hard.
Not really.
Like,
You
what are
No,
you
could
gonna
no,
do
do?
no,
it.
no, no.
Get up there.
Listen,
Hold on. What are you gonna do? Get up there to the curvature of the big Earth and then
no, you
start
could do.
measuring it with like
Hold
Hold on,
on.
hold on.
you know how like absurd that sounds?
You could
Yeah.
do
No, man. You, on the one hand, listen. On the one hand,
small
you're saying
scale measurements on a large
on
scale.
the one hand you're saying it's difficult. These guys that come in here say it's pretty easy, right? So there's you guys are okay. First of all, you need to at least agree on whether it's easy or hard to do because it's when we talk to these
Measure
guys.
the actual curvature, like physically.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, that'd
Listen,
be pretty hard.
if the Earth is so
Okay.
small that we could see a boat go over its physical curvature horizon, then
Yeah,
it's not too large to measure the
Oh my
curve.
god.
yeah. So
What, dude?
you just hold
Listen,
on.
God's not going to help you out of this. You can leave your religion with your feelings if you would, please.
Yeah, so you just missed the conversation. Like you honestly, you came in with the gentleman just left, but he said that the Earth was a globe, and he had an easy way to present the information. He said the Earth is an oblong spheroid. That's what he said. I said make a claim and support it with evidence. You heard me say this all the time, right?
Is it
So his claim,
oblong? Oblong spheroid?
oblong spheroid. That's what he's like. Listen, I'm just gonna tell you the way it went, right? So there was two attempts that he made. The first attempt was that he made the claim that the Earth is an oblong spheroid. And his evidence to support that was he was using a bridge example. I think that was his first attempt, his bridge example. And his bridge example had 2 points on the bridge where lines were vertical. And so they deviate from horizontal. So he was saying that information supports the case that those two vertical lines that we're making on the bridge and the points that we're talking about deviate from horizontal. So that shows that the Earth is, curving at a specific rate. Whatever he started to go on about, I was like, okay, that's if you're saying that, please present the information, the source, and I think he put the source in the text chat. Then I said, okay, the thing that you're saying specifically, I need a citation exactly in the source where it says what you're saying. So that way it lines up with what you're saying. Well, he couldn't find that, right? And he was like, oh, and the vertical that I'm speaking of is not actually vertical. And I said, well, that actually defeats your point, so you can't use that. He's like, well, yeah, I can't use that point. So attempt number one was kibosh, right? We put that one aside. I asked him, so do you have another claim of the Earth? And he's like, well, we got these two towers. I was like, okay, all right, just hold on a second. I need you to put it in a phrase where you're going to say that your claim is that the Earth is what it is. And so he said, again, the Earth is an oblong spheroid. I was like, okay, that's your claim. Now support that with evidence. And he's like, okay, well, we got these two towers as my evidence. And says who was in this chat, and he chimed in. He's like, well, just want to clarify if he's saying two points, vertical points, make sure that he's saying also that if he understands you have to have a horizontal plane, uh, for it to be on, so that if 2 points are on horizontal. And he said that's not my worldview. That's your worldview. He was charging us with having a worldview where horizontal plane and two vertical points are. That's what we're saying with flat Earth, right? But if he's saying that it's not that way with globe, and I was like, okay, fine. If you say that's not the way it is with your two tower example, please provide the evidence that that's the case. Now, the same as before, I need you to produce the citation of the source, or put the source in and then the citation of where it says exactly what you're talking about. Well, I can't do that once again, right? So attempt number two was kiboshed also because he didn't understand what was required. After all of that, he's like, "Well, I'm getting mixed signals now because we were muting him, right? Because I didn't." He started to make an example of saying that his claim was the two towers, and that's not the claim. The claim is what you think the Earth is, and then support that with your evidence, like two towers or whatever. So, because of such, he dipped out of the call, and then of course, 3 minutes or 4 minutes after, you popped in. So we had the same. Listen, doesn't matter who it is. I want the people to come in here with the energy to say, yeah, I got the claim that what the Earth is or what I think it is. and I'm going to support it with evidence. Here's my evidence. And so if the evidence is basically it can detain the information that we're asking for, right? It's to support the claim. And if it does, then we're all good here. But if it does not, then we have issues, right? Which is you don't have what you're claiming right now. What you're saying out of your mouth doesn't sound like what these guys who are doing this test are saying. Like he was all over the place. He was using words like experiment, and I told him that's not what we do when we're measuring things. We're not doing an experiment. It's colloquially you're using a term that has been kind of bastardized in this arena, where people are throwing around the word experiment. They don't realize what implications it means. So, I just want people to realize when you say something, understand what you're saying, because in this arena, we're hyper specific. So. And I think that's what happens with the guys that come in here. Their attempt isn't as concise as they think it should be when we're having the discussion. Look, man, I really don't care about your feelings about this channel. I just care about the information you can support from your claim that you made. So make the claim, support it with evidence, and if it passes, if everybody's good with it, then it's exactly what you said, and none of us can deny that. So it's not about like hearing somebody out, shutting them up, muting them, and all that. It's about you being able to substantiate your claim. And if that doesn't happen, we don't want to hear anything else. It's not about like, well, you guys are being mean. It's fine. You might have your opinions on how we are, but we want to make sure that everybody that comes in here can support their claim. I mean, it's fair, man. Like, we're not asking somebody to produce something they can't say. But if they're saying things that's not equivalent to what their information is, then why are we going to give you the floor, bro? I don't understand that.
Like, Matt, one thing that you do quite a bit is you'll ask flat earthers to prove there's a container, then deny all the stuff they offer as a proof of the container or evidence of a container, then on the backswing say there is no container, and then say gravity's your container.
Oh, I mean, so alpha vertex. I forgot what exactly you said before, but it was like I remember when I was proving the Earth as a globe by using maps and models and whatnot. You were like, "That's a reification fallacy," because I'm assuming that it's a globe in the first place, and then I'm doing this. So wouldn't it be the same thing? Wouldn't you be using a reification fallacy for saying that PV equals nRT, therefore the atmosphere should be going out into the available space? Isn't that also a reification fallacy if you haven't proved the container yet?
I get what you're saying, but they are two very distinct things, and I can identify the discrepancy, right? So if you were to say that, well, let's go ahead and do it. We'll run it through the claim process, right? So make a claim and then support that claim with evidence, Matt. We'll just do it that way so we can clear.
I'm not gonna do that right now. I'm not gonna do that right now. I'm not gonna like do the whole
if you don't got
thing
time, that's
but,
fine,
like,
man. But like, other than that,
well,
like,
it's not that. But I'm just saying that those two things that you did were like the same thing. Like if you claimed there's a container only because of these certain factors, the same thing I was doing was claiming there was a globe because of these factors, but you can't actually prove that the container is there. Like
no, that's different. That's different. So we'll get into it though. I do want you to understand. I don't want you to feel like you're left here with like, well, they're not giving me the information of. Well, first of all, it's a bad analogy that you're pitting two things that are different against
but
each
there's
other.
no proof of a container. Like we've never seen a container. We have no evidence for a container. When high altitude balloons go up in the sky, we see black, which is supposed to be.
Matt, you're freaking out. Matt, you're spurging out, bro. Like, take a break. Take a break. Real quick. You're just like, word vomit. You're just like freaking out. Whose claim is PV equals nRT? Whose claim is that? Is that our claim?
No, that's the second law of thermodynamics.
Well, it's just obvious, right? It's just it's just obvious it's just obvious that that's what it is. Like that stands alone to be that equation stands alone to be what it is because that's just how everything is observed to be, right? So
I'm going to need a citation that PV equals nRT is actually entropy or the second law. I'd like to see that, please.
You can say that. Go ahead, Matt.
That's literally what Jedi always runs with. What do you mean? You're denying PV?
Yeah, no,
he's getting one of your best points.
That's not what he's asking for. Says who's not asking for that. He wants you to verify that you said the second law of thermodynamics is PV equals nRT. You're listening. Are you hearing words when someone's talking and you're
He wants
conflating.
to. Does he really want to hop in an argument about PV equals nRT,
No,
which is
listen,
definitely the second law of thermodynamics?
you're
There's
you're
no need for argument of this.
yeah, you're conflating the
People
information.
are trying to start
Listen,
arguments off of basic stuff that everyone knows.
bro, when you hear somebody speak, you're conflating what they're saying and you're mix matching all what they're saying. You're putting it like it becomes an amalgamation of like what you think the person said. It's not what they said. If they're using it in their argument and they're parsing out what they're saying, you need to understand the difference between
There
like
is no
somebody saying,
argument.
huh?
Well, you should know the difference between
no
entropy, the second law, and the ideal gas law.
Yeah.
PV equals nRT. So since you don't, that's a clue.
Right. That you're not parsing out the information that someone's speaking. You're just conflating everything and saying that somebody said that the other thing
I will
adds.
challenge that. PV
Literally in
equals
Jedi's
nRT.
bio.
That's not entropy. That's the ideal gas law.
Yeah.
Next question.
Exactly. I never said it was entropy.
Well, there's a
That's- I
difference
don't know,
between the
then
two.
you guys
That's
have
a
from Alpha
category
Verta.
area. When we're talking laws and science, we need to be hyper specific, hyper fastidious, if you will.
Well, I mean, I would
So,
assume
wait
that
a
if I
minute.
said PV equals nRT, you would know what I said. I would assume that.
Yeah, so I just want to
Yeah, I
clarify.
do know what you said. I was
Hold on, I have to clarify. Matt, you are asserting that you did not say that PV equals nRT is not the second law of thermodynamics. You didn't say that.
No, false. I did say that PV equals nRT is the second law of thermodynamics. Now, I did not say entropy. I'd never mentioned entropy.
It's a universal gas
Clarify.
constant by the ideal gas law, though.
Yeah, hang on. Hey, because you charged Jedi with saying that's the case, right?
No. Jedi will tell you that's the case. I mean, that's literally in his bio.
Well, that's fine, but like when he's in here, then he could stand for what he says on his own. Like, because we can't divine his thoughts or say that's what he said unless you know that's exactly what he said, and then of course, when he gets in here,
I mean,
then
that's literally what Jedi's main talking point always is.
that's fine, dude. But he's got to be the one to explain what he meant. So if he meant something and you took it the wrong way, that's on you, actually. But if he did,
it was nothing bad that he took. I just mentioned it because, like, if we see fucking videos of high-altitude balloons and the atmosphere isn't going out into the available space, someone's wrong, right?
well,
Someone's
we're taking a look at the claim. We're taking a look at the claim that the Earth is an open system. So in this case, if we're saying that PV equals nRT is an equation that can be used in a very specific way, so like if we're saying the ideal gas law, it can be applied to a specific volume, then we're going to be able to know, like, well, if you have a set area and that area has volume, then we're going to know what force can be applied so that we can achieve pressure. Right? There's a lot of things that come into this. So if we don't
volume, temperature.
If we don't have the factors that we need to equal this PV equal nRT, right? And what we're talking about, when we have pressure, then we don't have pressure achieved. So let's just say like you have a balloon, right? You put air in it. So you're achieving pressure in it because what's happening is the gas that's inside there is expanding to press against the walls of the container, which is the balloon, or the rubber of the balloon, right? So you have pressure being achieved in that balloon. And you know this, right? So then what happens is you have a differential in pressure, which the inside becomes high pressure and the outside is low pressure. Well, it appears that the second law will take place, right? At the moment you release the nozzle. The moment you open up your hand where you release the nozzle where you're putting air into the balloon, air will rush out into any and all available space to equalize with the low pressure on the outside. So high pressure moves to low pressure always. That's the second law. So if you start to realize that all of the things that tie in together from the equation of PV equals nRT to the factor that the second law is being achieved once you release a gas from its container, then you start to realize, well, there's a connection. Whenever we have gas pressure and we have a lower pressure from the high pressure, there will always be a systematic change from the high to low because of the fact that there's a pressure differential there. And you know this, right? You can test this. It always happens. It never changes. So we know that this is a law because that's just the way things are. It always happens. It never changes. So therefore, it is true, right? That the equation stands on its own merit. It doesn't need you to agree with it. And so does the second law. Doesn't need anybody to agree with it. It just that's the way our reality is made. Like if you want to get into like the fundamental aspect of why it's that way, that's a bit different. But we know that these laws apply to our natural world just all the same. So then we can move into like, okay, you're saying that show me the container, but we're talking about open, closed, or isolated systems. Now we know for a fact there is no isolated systems in nature, none whatsoever, right? So if you know, do you know the difference, Matt, between isolated, open, and closed?
I understand. I mean, I'm pretty sure the Earth wouldn't be a open system. I think it'd be a contained system. Although there's no
Right,
container, gravity
but
would
what
be
I'm
the container because it
yeah, but what
basically
I'm
keep
telling
everything
you is, you
inside.
know the difference between open, closed, and isolated. It's pretty simple, man. It's not
Yeah.
difficult. So open,
I just answered your question. Yes, the Earth is a contained system. It's not an open
so
system.
it's contained.
So it
Okay.
As soon as
doesn't
you enter
share
the Earth's
matter with
atmosphere,
the outside.
gravity starts applying.
So it
Is it
doesn't.
closed?
Huh?
Is it
Yeah.
closed or isolated? Which one?
It's not
Yeah, does
closed.
it
It's a
share
contained
matter
system.
and energy with the
Okay, you got
outside?
three choices here:
Yeah, you got
open,
three
closed,
choices.
or isolated.
What do you mean?
You got
What do
three
you mean?
choices.
See, he's not. He
Okay,
doesn't
so
understand it.
let me explain.
Okay.
I completely understand it. What do you mean?
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Hold on.
Because you would
Let
The
him
Earth is not
define what
isolated nor
is an
closed in the
isolate.
context of its relationship with the rest of the universe.
Whether or not it shares energy or matter. Yeah, let Miggy go through it.
Yeah,
It'll
just real
be
quick,
more
man. I won't take
specific.
long. I won't
Yeah,
take long, bro.
it's
So
quick. He talks fast.
yeah, isolated is having to deal where matter and energy cannot transfer back and forth through the system. So it isolates matter and energy. So matter and energy are isolated in
They
an
can't
isolated
leave.
system. They can't leave. They can't go back and forth. A closed system is where matter cannot leave, but energy can.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I'll give you an example. Right. Just you know what isolated is. I don't have to tell you. But a closed system means that energy can transfer back and forth through the system, but the matter cannot. So in the case of that, you can say, "Well, I have a can of soda, right? The can of
Cooling
soda,
system.
yeah, the can of soda. Really quick, you know that it's got carbonated gas in it, right? So that gas cannot expand out because it's still inside the container. But yet, when you hold that can in your hand, what happens is the energy from the heat from your hand will transfer into the can of Coke or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and then you'll get a warm can of pop after a while because you have energy being transferred back and forth through that system. But then the matter that's inside cannot escape. So you have matter that can't leave, but energy can be transferred back and forth, right? That's a closed system. An open system is where matter and energy can go back and forth. So then that would be anything where you have that's open, where
Yeah.
matter and energy can transfer back to the system back and forth. So like in the case of that would be like, let's say you open up the Coke can
So
and
that
then matter.
would make Earth open, right?
Yeah.
Because the sun sends energy and then asteroids come and shit like that. So it shares both energy and matter. So it's
Yep.
open.
It's open
Now,
for our purposes. So it would be an
so
open
now
system.
we are where we need to be.
Right. At this current junction, now we're at the part of the conversation where you at least hopefully you understand the rudimentary like understanding of what I just said: open, closed, and isolated. Do you understand now? This is what we mean: matter and energy.
No, I understand what you
It's
said,
just
but
thermodynamics.
I mean, don't agree with it completely. But
Well, let's move on.
But it's thermodynamics. Listen, it's agreed upon by all people, and if your theory goes against
no,
it,
dude,
well,
it's not
then
just
I
as
have
simple as
no
that.
faith in your
saying
theory.
like you're just manipulating the context when you're
No,
relating
we're
to the
not
Earth. Like the Earth
manipulating
would be a
anything.
contained
This
system.
is thermodynamics
Yes, you
101.
are. Yes, you are. I can tell you,
So
dude.
the
Yes, you are
transference of
manipulating the
energy
context.
is
Yes,
called
the Earth does
convection.
transfer matter and energy. Yes, with the sun though, correlation with the sun and radiation.
Yeah,
with the
not
sun.
through convection. Is it convection? I mean, you act like we're misrepresenting thermodynamics. So how is
It's not.
how exactly is he
The Earth
doing
is
that?
not an open system. The Earth is a contained
By definition,
system.
it
By
is. It
definition,
can
it is.
share
Yeah.
By
matter and
definition, it isn't. Find me
energy.
the definition that says otherwise.
It
Find me.
can share.
This actually, you know what? This thing right here, this
Okay,
specific thing that I'm
listen,
going to
you're
say is
just
going to
having
prove that
an
you're manipulating the
emotional
context. Hold
breakdown
on, hold on,
now,
hold on.
Matt.
Let me say something
He
real quick.
asked you to leave your
What I'm going to
feelings
say.
at home.
Hold on. I'm not bringing my feelings.
Have
I'm
your
bringing definition. So
breakdown. That's
what I'm
cool,
going to
kid.
say is going to prove. Can you mute him, Alpha? Because this guy doesn't like let me speak and respond to
No,
him.
Hey Matt,
he's
you
not
keep on
going to
talking.
mute
You
me.
keep on
60
Matt.
years, you
Matt.
can't learn how to let someone talk.
Matt, you
Listen,
keep on
Matt.
talking over his replies. So
Oh,
don't
shit, Judas
expect
is here.
any.
No, he doesn't
Don't
stop
expect
talking.
Yeah,
any.
and
Don't
I
expect
didn't
any
get mad.
courtesy from him when you don't
Okay,
show him any.
finish. Summarize what you're going to say. Summarize it.
Well, you just don't understand what an open system is. By the definition in thermodynamics of an open system, Earth is an open system. It shares energy and matter with the outside universe, therefore it's open. If it was closed, matter wouldn't be able to come in. Only energy would through convection or transfer.
No one claims it's closed. That's again manipulating the. Okay, can I?
Okay. We have to have definition of terms right here. Matt, you said that the Earth is a contained system. I want you to get a citation. That will make this easier. Go ahead.
Well, actually, it would be
First of all, let me respond to what Battle Mod said. That's first of all. We're not doing citations yet. Let me respond to what he said, okay? So, Battle Mod, just to prove to you that you were manipulating context is the fact that you can't find me a source or a citation that would say that the Earth is a closed system or an open system. Like an open system like you can. That's how I know that you're manipulating
There's
context.
only so many options.
You're just taking some things and you're just making it like seem like it's everything else, which is how you manipulate stuff in words.
Dig this here. The manipulation is calling a contained system for the purposes of a thermodynamic hydrostatic equilibrium in the atmosphere, but there's no choice of contained system in thermodynamics. That's misleading. That's being disingenuous. You had to create a new category and try to somehow attribute it to thermodynamics, and you're calling me misrepresenting? No. So contained is not one of your options. Period.
It is. It
No,
is.
it's not.
It is.
Who else
It's
says
not.
so? Flat Earthers? Who else says that? Flat
No,
Earthers?
this
No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're going to get a citation and we'll go from there. Matt, get your citation. We'll go from there.
Both sides. Both sides. We're not going to do a. It's not a one-way street here. We're going to both get
What
citations.
does contain imply?
That's fine. That's fine. So we should go ahead and get the citations and the definitions, right, of our terms.
Yes.
Okay. So
I'm not going to
find me the
understand it.
citation that says Earth is a contained system.
No, wait. Well, no. Okay, so
That's what he said.
Yeah. He said that. He said that. But like, what I'm saying though is that wasn't one of the options. We're not because this is a bait and switch. We're not going to talk about something that we didn't like. This is like saying that we're not going to talk about a contained. We never said that. Okay, so it's either one of the three options that I spoke of. It's either isolated, open, or closed. You have to choose one of those options.
Okay.
What do you think it is?
Okay. I would go more with closed then. If you're talking in that context, I would go with closed.
All right. So listen, and that's fine. That's fine. But now we can support the information to substantiate whether or not it's an open. We can support whether or not it's an open, closed, or isolated. Right. So we can support that. If the Earth as a globe is an open, closed, or isolated system, you will know by the end of this conversation for sure. And if you have any doubts, then you have to take it up with like the way that we understand thermodynamics, right? You can't look at us and say, "Well, you guys are wrong," because the information is correct. You can't agree with it. That's fine. But you can't switch terms in the middle of the argument and say, "I said container." No. That's not what we're talking about.
No one said container, so don't lie.
It's either open.
It's not even one of the options.
It's not one of the options. So
not for a thermodynamic theory. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, pick one of the three, and then we'll go from there. How about
theory?
Matt?
Actually, it is.
All right, Matt. Pick one of the three.
Yes, I already told you. I would say close. I already told you.
That's really important.
Yeah. Is that your final answer? Don't change later. All right. So
I would say the Earth is a closed system.
All right. No, let's go.
Welcome to flat Earth.
We'll just pull up some definitions.
Not welcome to flat Earth.
It is.
It is.
Because if it's a closed system, then it's violating the laws of thermodynamics. Period.
How is it violating the laws of thermodynamics?
You're cornered.
So is the sun. So is Jupiter, Saturn.
Yeah, and kinetic theory of the atmosphere violates all the laws of thermodynamics.
That's why I've been trying to get in here too, because if he's going to brain fart the second law, he still has two more hurdles. The first and third are broken by the globe model too.
So we're talking thermodynamics. We give you the three options of a system in thermodynamics, and you go to a system that's outside the theory of thermodynamics or the laws of thermodynamics thereof.
That's three.
And they're laws because we can demonstrate them and observe them to be true right here on Earth. Every day.
May I? Are we talking about the container?
No,
No.
we're not talking
No,
about the
container
container.
that we've never seen before. The
We're
container that
trying
we've
to
never
get
seen before.
a
Yes.
concrete claim of whether it's an open, closed, or
Here-
isolated system. Earth.
Yep. So here's
Some people,
the
I
option.
mean, it
Here's the
depends
option.
really, because a lot of people say it's an open and closed
I'm gonna
system,
stop
and then
you,
some
dude.
people say it's a contained system.
It
I'd
can't
say
be
it's a
two.
closed.
It can't be
Hold
both.
on. So for Jekyll that's coming into the conversation, you probably were listening, but we're not talking about a container. We're talking about the system. So if we're saying that in thermodynamics, as it's said to be, right, we all understand matter and energy can either transfer or one of them will be able to transfer out of the system that we're talking about. So either isolated, open, or closed. So this is the only options we have right now. As far as like when we say the Earth is either isolated, it's closed, or it's open. Now you can choose one of those three, that's fine. But so long as you stand on top of one of those that you're saying that the Earth is. And that's the context we're giving Matt. We're not using the word container because that's not applicable at this current junction to speak about thermodynamics in the way that we're going to explain whether or not it's one of these systems. We have to talk about the system first, and then we can go into a derivative topic of container. But we're not there yet, so we need to know first what system we're agreeing on. And so he said close. That's fine. So, why would everybody agree that's the Earth? That's a person who believes the Earth is a globe would agree that it's a closed system, like Matt Nuclear said.
I like to point out that it was a Glober this time who tried to go to containment.
Yeah, and he also said it's a closed system. So he's really arguing our point. Now I'm interested to know what he's going to say, so I'm going to unmute him because I want him to respond. Go ahead, Matt.
There was nothing really to respond there. You just clarified everything else. You clarified it to Jekyll, and that's
thank you.
I don't know.
No, I mean you said it's a closed system. You said it's a closed system, but not everybody would agree with
he conceded, bro.
Out of the three,
Listen
again, Alpha. I mean, out of the three options that you gave up, I would choose closed. Again, some people would say it's an open system because energy can be transferred. Some people would say it's a closed system. I mean, it really depends on how you see the context. I would say it's a contained system, but I mean, if you're taking out the
Matt,
three
you're a
words,
pretty
the
honest
three
person.
definitions you gave me, I would say that it'd be closed.
You conceded that he just summed it up, and you're
but it
pretty
is
honest.
it is sort of
I'll give you
sophisticated
that.
to really differentiate.
All right, well, it's closed. And then if you
case closed.
Want to, if you want to, all you got to do is look up the three systems, right, that we're speaking of right now.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
It's all in thermodynamics. You can see for yourself.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Robbers have a hard time leaving a closed
whatever
system
you have of the Earth doesn't prove the Earth's surface, would it? What if the Earth is
well,
a closed
get your
system?
T-shirt, buddy.
Then what?
You
Then
just
what
have a
happens?
different.
How does that prove Flat Earth?
Well,
you just have a different version of the same word. You say closed system. Other people say flat Earth.
No,
I conceded at 24/7.
Listen, when you
flat
said
Earth means the Earth, the surface would be completely flat.
Matt, when you said closed system, you got to remember whenever you have the isolated, closed, or open system available, then you have to understand what can happen on a closed system. Well, we know that energy can transfer back and forth through the system, but what about matter? Can matter leave the system? And then on a closed system, matter cannot leave. So let me give you hold on, guys. Hold on. Let me finish. So let me give you an example, right? So if you say a rocket can leave the Earth and go to the moon, it's leaving the system. So it's not matter. Matter is not staying within the system that you're talking about. Matter is leaving. So in that case, matter leaves the system and goes to another system, right? So the moon or Mars or whatever, right? You have satellites going far past the end of the solar system, whatever. So matter is actually leaving. So that wouldn't mean that it's in what we would understand a closed system. That means it would be an open system where matter and energy can transfer and leave back and forth to the system.
Just to clarify, Alpha. Just to clarify, the Earth is a closed system because only energy is naturally transferred. So if you're talking about like matter needs to break physical laws, like for example, you would need to exceed the gravitational force of Earth to get out of the Earth's
matter
atmosphere. So,
penetrated the closed system, it would increase.
Just trying to complicate context.
It would increase entropy.
You either listen. So then, if it leaves the system, Matt, then it's not. It does by definition, it's not a closed system any longer. It becomes an open.
Right.
Oh, dude.
So it becomes an open system. So you can't say that it's closed. It has to be open for matter to leave.
Can you give me the definitions that you're using, Alpha? Because I don't want you to.
I did. I posted those citations.
You posted.
I posted.
You just posted Google. You just posted Google. I can post Google. That's not even a citation. Okay.
Can I rewind?
He
5
posted.
minutes?
That'd be like me
Please.
asking Google if the Earth was a globe, dude.
I gave an
Okay,
academic
he
link for
posted.
the laws of thermodynamics.
He posted Khan
Alpha.
Academy, not
Alpha,
Google.
can I
Khan Academy, but it doesn't like I don't have the fucking thing for it. So.
This
just
guy
scroll
don't
up.
Can I request?
It's
Can I
not that
request,
hard.
like,
Go ahead and scroll up.
Sorry. Can I request 2 minutes of your time? I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page what an open, closed, and isolated system is, and then we can discuss more,
I don't
right?
think we need to reiterate the point, Turquoise. I think everybody got it. I think he's just having a hard time dealing with what he understands it to be as a closed system, and he's trying
No, there's
to.
no hard time, dude. You're just
Yeah, you are
manipulating the
hard.
context over and over again.
It's either one of
It's
those three.
semantic error.
It's either one of those
That's
three,
all.
but you can't like. There's nobody. Okay, it's not going to be helped by somebody else trying to come in and say, "Let me try to explain." It's just we all know what it is. You can look it up. Everybody understands at this point. He's
Yes,
just rejecting.
the Earth would be a closed system because only energy is naturally transferred outside the atmosphere. When asteroids hit or when rockets go out, that's not natural occurrences.
Matt, we
So I
don't
wanted to
disagree.
get a better understanding
No,
of
but it
this
still
myself.
leads to entropy, and then it falls under the definition of open.
Wait a second, man. So I went to the chat GPT because obviously this is not my field, right? Thermodynamics and like systems like that, right? It's considered a closed system to some extent, right? While it
No,
exchanges enemy.
that's
No, let me
bullshit. That's a bullshit explanation. No, not to some extent.
let me carry on. It hits the nail on the head in a minute. 1 minute.
No, we're not going to
You're
hit
trying
no
to
nail on the
simplify
head.
something that's sophisticated. Why are
No,
you
we're
muting
not
him?
going to listen to Turquoise Dragon's explanation of something that can compare. Like it's closed, but it's like got a little crack open where stuff can leave. No, we're not going to listen to that stupid explanation.
You got a little crack open.
That's what I'm saying. That crack is the lead to that's a very leading stone to the increased entropy, and with entropy, it has to be open.
Yeah, but
doesn't it depend on what is closing it
it's not,
and closing
it's complicated,
it?
Alpha. That's the best way to put it. You're trying to simplify something that's complicated.
No, it's not complicated. Listen, if the system itself cannot have matter leave, then it's a closed system because it's not letting matter escape. However, energy can be transferred back and forth through the system. It's pretty simple. It doesn't need to be reiterated with ChatGPT. This is all understood with thermodynamics, right? You don't need to go and appeal to something that everybody understands is true. So you either agree or disagree.
You guys didn't even give a citation. That one guy gave Google, and no one could.
You either agree. Listen, you either agree or disagree.
I didn't give Google, kid.
Hey, Mike, let Miggy finish this, please.
Yeah, you either you agree or disagree with the information that supports thermodynamics as a system being closed. Get
the citations, that because Alpha. Okay, what you're saying, Alpha, is you're saying this with these specific.
At this point, you're just denying the laws of thermodynamics, son.
I don't like to mute people. I'll be honest with you. I don't like to do it, but you force my hand. All right. So here's the thing: it's an open, closed, or an isolated system. Now, if you say it's closed, then matter cannot leave the system, and so energy can back and forth. You can have that transfer, but you cannot have a transfer of matter, which means rockets, satellites. Rovers on Mars, none of that stuff can be possible because in the system that the Earth has, matter cannot leave. And it's not going to be ChatGPT tell you, well, it's a closed system, but just a little bit. It's, you can have a little matter escape. No matter can escape by the laws of thermodynamics. You either have to choose one of those and stand by the point that say it's open, closed, or isolated. We don't need to keep going around the point. Once you choose, then matter, if you say it's closed, cannot leave the system. That means rockets cannot leave, rovers and satellites. They all cannot.
There's not a text chat in here, is there?
There is. In
Bro, Alpha, again, dude, it's like you're trying to
apply the law of contradiction to that link.
It's not simple. And when you're saying stuff like you're saying that the laws of thermodynamics, can you give the citations that exactly lists this is exactly what this does?
It's already been done.
So we can actually look at it because it's just you're taking the words and using it in the way you want to use it. I want to get the actual definition.
No, dude, you already got the link. You bitch said it was Google. It's actually Khan Academy, and now you're just bloating off at the mouth.
You didn't give the link. You just fucking listed.
But you need me to read
something.
No, he did give you a link.
No, I need to link it.
I can do it all day long. I can give you multiple citations. This is the law of thermodynamics. We can get it from any university, any college, an academic source. You can kick the goalposts all day long, and I'll meet the standard until you read it. It's all useless. Because these aren't
60,
flat
dude.
Earth
You can go ahead and
concepts.
post the link whenever you're ready.
The laws of thermodynamics were not designed or thought of or observed by a flat earther. This is not flat earth science, and no theory can go against this in science. Period. If it
no
does,
theory is trying to go against it.
If it does, then you can just throw it out. It
yeah,
does.
I love how you accept the laws of thermodynamics and then manipulate it, but you don't accept the laws of gravity.
The atmosphere, to even say that how it works, it has to contradict itself. In one instance, it's a closed system, and that's as it pertains to energy, but in another instance, it's an open system, and that's as it pertains to matter. But so, by the laws of logic, we have conflicting ideals, contradictions, so it's not logical. So it either has to fit one of the observed laws categories, or it just doesn't work. You're just telling stories because you couldn't demonstrate it if you wanted to. The laws of thermodynamics, they can be demonstrated in a lab, but we don't need that. They're demonstrated every day in a combustion engine, in your automotive. Just your cooling system confirms thermodynamics.
Alpha Vertas, you might want to check the chat. What's it called? I'm Out Dragon posted the actual definitions for it.
The actual definition.
Understand it.
Okay.
Yes,
well, at least you understand it. But my thing is this, man. So long as you get it, I don't care. But at the same time, we're not gonna say quasi closed system like manufactotum. This little
But
weasel.
dude, if it's the truth, then why would you not try to?
It's not the truth, man. Because gimmicks aren't going to help people here. Either it's one of the three systems that you can describe fully that the Earth is, which is fine. If it's an open system, the matter and energy can transfer. Then you can have your rockets going everywhere you want. But if you don't describe it in the way that we understand these systems, then you're just off on a tangent because you wanted to say that it's closed in a way, but it's not really closed. It's closed but not closed. It's closed but quasi-closed. Like, come on, man.
It's closed
Just
within itself.
You have to choose one of the three and then stand on it. That's all I'm saying. If you're saying closed, then welcome to flat Earth. You know, that's where we're at. You're agreeing with us. We're saying it's closed. Yeah, good for you. Because we know that gas will not expand into the available space because it's contained here. So that's why we say gas is contained. That's the derivative part.
Contained
so,
here.
Yeah, derivative.
We got no proof of any container.
Yes, we do. PV equals nRT. So you can't have pressure. Yeah, you can't have pressure if you don't have volume, sir. In order to have volume, you need to have a container. It's pretty simple. It's really simple.
I remember I asked Jedi that question earlier. It was a few days ago, I think, where I was like, well, so if the Earth is indeed contained, if the atmosphere is contained within the Earth would have to be almost perfectly contained so that the atmosphere doesn't go out to the available space.
Your addendum,
that's facts. That's facts.
Your addendum is denied. Your addendum is denied. You can't add something that nobody said. Nobody's saying perfect, okay? This is a very dynamic system that's fluid.
No, it's not perfect, but it needs to almost be perfectly contained so the atmosphere,
listen, you can't use any other examples of what you say that it can't be
contained.
Yeah,
no, that's literally what Jedi agreed to. What do you mean? That's literally what Jedi agreed to.
All right, you're talking about a conversation. Matt, you're talking about a conversation that
would have to be sealed.
You don't know how to
atmosphere. What does closed mean? No exchange.
We can't talk about a conversation that happened between you and Jedi a day ago or 2 days ago because it's not the conversation we're having right now. So we don't care about that at the moment. When Jedi comes in here, he'll clarify for himself what he's been talking about, right? That's fine. But in this specific conversation, we're talking about the three systems, okay? So just don't go off into the weeds about some conversation you had with a gentleman like a day ago or 2 days ago, whatever. That we're only concerned with what's being said right now. So you need to kind of focus, not lose the plot. Then what we're talking about right now, you have to have, by definition, what thermodynamics is applicable to the Earth system that you think you're in. Which we agree with you that it's closed. So there's that.
I posted that citation again a few times.
Can I ask that you agree with me on this though? That if the Earth truly is a contained system, that the container would have to be just right above
Close means
the atmosphere.
close.
No, we're not
Would
going to
have to
agree.
be.
Yeah, we're not going to agree to where the container is. The
It's
thing is,
speculation.
we're
Oh,
not
it
going to talk.
has to be though.
No, no,
No,
no.
it doesn't.
Yeah, your has
Volume
to
is
be.
volume. You'll
That'd be
fill it
violating
up. All you
thermodynamics.
need is gas. It doesn't matter the volume.
Pure
Yeah,
speculation.
your has to be is not going to be applicable in this chat.
If you have
Nobody said.
if you have pressure within a container, Alpha, right?
All you
Yeah.
need is a
That
volume
container,
for that.
how
And a
high that
temperature.
container is would matter, right?
No,
Right?
pressure, volume, and temperature all matter.
That's the only.
They're-
Yeah, what Mike said is the
That's
only
not what
thing
I
that.
said.
What Mike said is the
It
only thing
doesn't
that.
matter how big it is. It just matters PBT. Pressure,
Right.
volume, and temperature.
No,
They're
I'm
all.
saying where that container would be. No. Time out, Dragon. What I mean by that, right, is where
It
that
could be
container
infinite.
would actually matter.
Wouldn't
If it's
matter.
super high, then all that atmosphere within the Earth would have to
It
go
was
that
warm
high.
enough with enough gas
That's
in it.
how pressure and gas works within a
No, it
container.
isn't.
Yeah, you're trying to describe something as far as like how big
Am I wrong?
something
Time
is.
out. If you just heard what I said, am I wrong on that?
No, I heard what you said, but you're trying to describe the Earth as it's something that can be quantified, right? You want to quantify the amount or the size of the place that we're in to say, okay, the Earth is you just finished saying the Earth. You're trying to tell us, right, that the Earth is a certain size. Like let's say, 100 million square feet or what? I don't know. Just make up some random number, right? You're trying to get us on a point that we're saying the Earth is a specific size to say that container. Like if you had a glass, we know the size of a glass, right?
Be able to see it.
Yeah, you should be
It
able
should
to
be
see.
close. But
So we don't that information to this specific argument is not needed. The only thing we need to know that pressure is achieved on Earth at around 14 psi on the surface. So if you and I are breathing pressure, right, on the surface, then we know that pressure is here. That means that if we have pressure, then we have volume. That's the equation for PV equals nRT starts to become more apparent to you because everything that it stands for is relative to the environment that you're in. So you don't need to go off and say what size is a container. You just need to know that it's contained because you have pressure. Now, if you didn't have pressure, think about it. Just like the balloon example. When I let go of the nozzle of the balloon, when you put air in it, the air rushes out from the high pressure inside of the balloon out into the low pressure into the surrounding. So what you have happen is that the system becomes open. Matter is leaving the system of the balloon. The little inside of it, the high pressure, leaves. And it rushes out. It doesn't just leave, it rushes out into lower pressure environment because it starts to equalize, right? That's what it wants to do. It wants to equalize. So if we don't have that here, if we have pressure on the surface at 14 psi, and the energy or the matter doesn't want to escape, right? The air doesn't want to escape because we're breathing. So therefore, we understand that it is a closed system. Matter is not leaving; it's still here. If it was open, then that means matter would escape. That means the gas that we're breathing would escape into the available space, which means that the vacuum of space would have all the air that you and I are breathing, and we wouldn't be alive. And so that's how that works. But if we do have air pressure, that means we do have volume, right? All these things follow with PV equals nRT. You can put that equation to the gas pressure that you and I are breathing right now. Because if that wasn't true, then we wouldn't have the gas pressure here. So all of this is relevant, man. It's all connected. So you can't, this, like I said before, I'll say it again. The size of the container is not relevant in this discussion because we don't need to know that
Height is
information.
definitely more relevant of the container.
It might be to you, right? Not to the fact that we're talking about the argument whether or not we have pressure. That's irrelevant because we have pressure. So that it would be a Go ahead, Mike.
You can increase P and V with T. Temperature increases pressure and volume. It's a relationship. They're directly related. Whatever the volume was, Earth, pretty much through its natural systems, creates gases, through decomposition, plankton, algae, trees, all the processes here. So eventually the volume would be full. And we could logically assert that
Timbo.
it is full because we have pressure.
Hang on, Mike. Timbo, your mic is open.
When I picked up some birds.
Timbo.
Yo, Mike. Timmy, Mike.
We got him.
So, Mike, I want to say something as well.
I'm gonna post what I
don't
meant
care
just so
if
everyone
they
knows
don't
what I
care.
meant.
Go ahead.
It's
So
simple,
essentially,
man.
sorry, mate.
Yeah, no, I'm
Can I just say
stepping over.
something, maybe?
Yeah, go ahead.
Essentially, it's a dynamic system, right? Therefore, one of the three variables must be changing. And if the volume's fixed, it must be the pressure and the heat that's changing, right? And we can agree that that's the heat changing, right? The heat is the dynamic part of it. So yeah, the
Yes.
fixed volume. If the volume's changing, like any of them could be changing for a dynamic system, but we're all assuming the volume's fixed, right?
To a
Are we
degree.
assuming that?
Because the volume is also dynamic because gases change states of matter and they bond.
Yep. And elevation changes the state
So
of
gas itself is dynamic within a dynamic system. They can change under pressure. Examples: water vapor, condensation, rain.
In the case of an open system, you wouldn't have that because of like the balloon example. Air would rush out into the available space because that's what gas wants to
Why
do.
is Deuce saying that? Alpha, why is Deuce Vault in the chat saying ChatGPT is not a source? That's literally facts in thermodynamics. How high the container is totally relevant.
ChatGPT
Totally
isn't a
relevant. I'm not saying
citation.
ChatGPT is a source.
Matt,
I'm
don't
not
ask
saying
a
it is
question and then talk
Listen.
over the answer.
Yeah, listen.
I'm not saying.
If
What do you mean? I didn't ask a question.
Listen, you can get a citation from ChatGPT, but ChatGPT itself is not a citation. So you say, "What's the laws of thermodynamics?"
But it's relative to thermodynamics.
ChatGPT,
It's not disputable.
well, if it's Boyle's or Charles or Goose,
then don't use it.
Hang on, guys. Let me do it. This. Yeah, thank you.
Go
Whoever.
straight to the source on the gas laws.
Yeah, go ahead. You and Deuce. I guess if you wanted to.
No. You're fine.
Oh, they should.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Mike, go ahead and just finish.
Yeah, let me talk to Deuce about it then. So Deuce, it doesn't matter what you're saying that false or whatever. I don't know if you're trying to discredit ChatGPT or what it said, but it's relative
Right
to
here,
gas pressure
Matt,
in general.
look at
It's
right
not
here.
disputable.
Lawyer
Go on, Crit,
disbarred after using ChatGPT to cite fake cases.
It's not a source, Matt. That's all I'm saying. I'm not disputing any.
Oh my God,
Matt,
Deuce, I
shut
didn't
up.
claim it was a source. I'm saying
Okay,
it's
I will
relevant
shut
to
you up. It is not a source. I don't care what it's saying. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to accept it as anything. It's not a source. Period.
Yeah, it's not a valid citation.
Again, I'm not claiming it's a source. It is literally telling you the definition of
valid source.
It doesn't tell me anything because I don't listen to it, Matt.
Right.
That's fine, but I'm saying that you don't listen to thermodynamics either. Say that,
You're
and
an idiot.
that'll be fine.
You are clearly just a dumb person. I said it is not a source. That's all I said. And you are trying to argue the finer points of what it said. I said it's not a source, and you're arguing it. Just stop and move on. Continue talking with Mickey.
I
want to continue talking to you, but let's clarify. Let's not bring up ChatGPT. Let's just bring up the ideal gas law, right? So,
Yo, can we all just stop talking over each other? It's getting really hard to listen. Everybody.
No one's talking over each other. No one's talking over each other.
Matt,
You're kind of like raising my blood pressure. Like,
why
Matt, you're having a nervous.
No one's even talking.
Matt, you're having an emotional breakdown, Matt. You really are, dude. And we're just watching it. You're like, my girl don't act like that, dude. What the hell?
Is my nuclear going nuclear?
Yeah, I mean, listen.
little bit like middle schoolish. Yeah, let's just
that's
tone
not
it
way
back
too
a
much.
little
An
bit.
example of a valid source on this subject would be Boyle, Charles, Gussie's, any of the predominators of gas laws. So ChatGPT should have told you that, cited from this source, Charles Boyle says this about this gas law, and so you should cite the source because ChatGPT isn't a source. That you can't debate it. It's just not a source.
Yeah.
That's not where the information came from. That's all there is to it.
ChatGPT, all it does is grabs information off the internet and it puts it formalized into like a paragraphs and stuff. So it's not in and of itself a source. You're incorrect, Matt. It's not a source. ChatGPT grabs information. It's not a source itself. The source that it grabs is the source. So in that point, you were incorrect. That's the only thing that was getting pointed out to you in this particular conversation.
Yeah,
even
nobody said.
Here, for example, I could tell ChatGPT to tell me that Matt Nuclear is a bitch. And anytime I ask ChatGPT what is nuclear, it's going to tell me that it's a bitch.
See, look at here.
Matt's usually so calm and collected.
Right?
You know what I find interesting?
Hey, if you make that an app, I'll buy it, son.
You know what
right here is you got these different citations showing that ChatGPT used in legal resulted in the lawyer getting sanctioned.
All right, let me just unmute him so that he can at least rebuttal anything that we're saying.
Cite that shit as your source in college, man. I'll laugh my ass off.
Thank you for at least letting me respond. So, Alpha, first of all, I would be wrong if I did say it was a source. I never claimed. So, if I never said something, I can't be refuted on something I never said or refuted. I never said it's a source. Now, the only reason I brought it
Why
up,
are you using it?
the only reason I brought it up is because we were mentioning thermodynamics. Deuce over here, he mentioned something. I was trying to talk to him about gas pressure or how high the container would be, right? So, if you have gas pressure within a container, how high that container would be relevant, because if the container is really high, then that available pressure would also get that high too, right? Because we all agree that it goes everywhere,
Dependent
right?
on volume.
It goes everywhere within the contained system.
That's all dependent on
That would be
volume.
relevant to Earth as well. That was all my point was. So I don't know where this whole.
So you're just saying it's valuable to the conversation. We'll concede that. That's fair. Can we move on with it?
I agree with.
That is fair.
Yeah, that's fair, Matthew.
And I agree.
It's like
I agree with what Mike said. So we'll just go ahead. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the floor, since I think Matt was kind of taking the center stage for a little bit. Does anybody in here that's brand new to the topic? Because we had some gentlemen just jump in here.
I'm offering one-on-ones with Deuce Vault. Bring your globe evidence.
Hey, whoa. No.
I have questions for the globe overview.
Wait. Just wait. Go ahead, Mike. Finish what you were saying.
Oh, yeah. Anybody that thinks they can breathe their scientific globe evidence in here and prove it, Deuce Vault would like to talk to you right now.
Wait.
You bitch.
Before you put Deuce under the bus, I'd like to say congratulations to Deuce Vault. He made moderator in this channel. Appreciate it, bro. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. I did absolutely nothing to get it.
Well, you can say your acceptance speech. I thank all the little people that I stepped on to get here and all that kind of stuff.
That ain't the first time he said that.
I'd like to thank all my slaves first off. Secondly,
I just had a conversation.
One second, sir. I know you're anxious, but just one moment. All right, we just got to bask in the glory of Deuce joining us here in this chat. No, but by the way, I'm going to open it up. Don't worry. Yeah, appreciate it, Deuce. Thank you for putting in the work and whatnot.
Not a problem.
All right, so I'm just going to phrase it. Mike gave us kind of a segue into this, so I'm just going to let the floor understand. If we're going to say anything in here, guys, if you want to have a claim of the Earth, whatever you think the Earth is, present your claim, right? What do you think the Earth is? Present your claim, and then step 2 would be supported with evidence. So step 1, present a claim about the Earth. Step 2, support it with evidence. And it doesn't really matter what you present. We want to hear what you got as evidence. So present the claim about the Earth, and then support it with evidence. So I'm going to open up the floor. If you were waiting to talk, we'll take the first caller. Go ahead.
Howdy. I will be the first.
Sure,
okay,
go ahead.
I'll be honest. I usually come here to troll, but I had 5 to 10 minutes ago, I had a conversation with someone about the Quran and what it says about the shape of the Earth. Now, me as a Muslim, I'm kind of conflicted now, because I came with the position that the Earth is a globe. But after seeing this, I'm in a neutral position now. So what I did is I tried to look up raw footage of the Earth being round, and all I found was CGI renderings. Like even I found out that even the picture from the 1950s or 60s that is widely used is actually just a mismatch of multiple pictures taken of the Earth. And when I look at the ISS picture, it's always the same. You don't really see the curvature, and they are way too close to Earth. So I thought maybe, Hubble is much, much further away, but has nobody from Hubble, even when they said astronauts there, turned around and taken a picture of Earth? And the next furthest picture we have is the pale blue dot, or the moon, the one from the moon. So I'm asking, my claim is, I don't think there is a footage of the Earth with a curve. Now I expect people to disprove this. Is there footage?
Yeah, let me just before you go any further, that we have some Muslim flat earthers that they have their own Discord in that. I don't know if somebody wants to plug their Discord to you. and you can hang out with them. They're pretty. They've been with us for a while, so
No,
like
I'm already past the theological part. Now I'm interested in the scientific part. Like I want
that's
to try
fine.
to find the footage.
Yeah, in the case of the Earth being a globe, I would say that anybody that wants to present a case for the Earth is a globe, that's what I'm asking for as well. So you're basically along the same lines as me. So I'm just going to open up the floor to anybody who wants to argue for the case of the Earth being a globe. Present the case, whether you think it's an oblate spheroid or it's a sphere, a perfect sphere, whatever you think it is on that case. Just present your claim and then support it with evidence.
Really quick, I'd like to welcome Kyle to our side, and let me know whenever there is going to be a flat Earth jihad. I'm in.
Amen.
Nice.
Crazy.
I'm
Yeah,
still
quick
neutral.
interjection.
I'm trying to find footage.
Oh, there's Komari's a Muslim flat Earth. There you go. Go.
Yeah, I just want to say exactly that. Thank you, Alpha. I'm a Muslim, and I believe in flat Earth as well, and it's clearly mentioned in the Quran in a straightforward way, undeniably.
Yeah, that's the guy I talked to. You came to this room too?
Yeah, I know those friends for many years, man.
Yeah, he's a cool guy, man. Komari's a
the Muslims are based. They know what's going on.
Yeah, you guys, are you on the server? There's a Muslim flat Earth server that they want only basically
Can you link me up?
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, and check out. There's a Quran section on the 24/7. So check that out too. There's a bunch of Muslims on 24/7.
Yeah, nice one, Komari.
I got a good meme. I'm going to post it relating that. I've just been saving onto it.
All right,
You've probably seen it before. There it is.
Thank you for the information, guys. Yeah, so if anybody else is in here that wants to argue for globe, yeah, just present the claim that you have for the Earth, and then move off into your evidence. So anybody can come in here right now and make a claim, and then go ahead and support it with evidence. So if there's anybody in here who thinks the Earth is a globe, go ahead and floor is open.
Yeah, this guy's real time doubting the globe, so you better jump in and save him. Bring your best.
What a paradigm.
Go ahead, Esoterius. You're up. Do you have a claim for what the Earth is?
Oh, no, I was just commenting on what that guy said. My bad.
Oh,
that's Kyle, right? Was there someone else who wanted the Muslim server too?
I think it was just Kyle.
Okay.
Is that Kyle from earlier? The guy
DM'd
who
it
was
to you.
trolling? I seem to remember Kyle trolling earlier. What a day it's been for you.
Yeah, he admitted he came in trolling, but he seems sense.
I did troll,
So
but
good.
then I had a conversation with this guy and
Yeah, I confirm, guys. We had a I think between 30 to 1 hour, 30 minutes to 1 hour talking about it and like discussing some verses in the Quran.
It was 30 minutes to an hour.
Yeah, and yeah, I don't think he's trolling. So yeah, I'm vouching for him.
No. Yeah.
So the mountain came to Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle.
I don't know about mountains, but yeah, if you mean, yeah. But I'm trying to find the server. Hold on. I'm doing my research.
Well, just remember when the Red Hot Chili Peppers said 23 years ago, space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. What?
Yep.
I got the server, thanks.
There's more lyrics in that song that have come true. Like there's a prediction about the rise of like plastic surgery and also Greta. You know, like she even names like the country she's from and everything, like a Sweden, prima donna comes from
the first. You're right. The first one I can't remember because I saw that video today on YouTube Shorts. Fuck TikTok. It was like Chinese spies or something trying to steal your mind's elation.
Oh yeah, they just shot another balloon down like a week ago, like a week and a half ago.
Yeah, what's up
over
with that,
Colorado?
Man? We're getting all these spy balloons over America and whatnot.
Spy satellites, you mean?
Yeah, satellites, satelloons.
Satelloons, and what's weird is that everybody's like, "No, there's no such thing as balloon satellites. You guys are crazy," and they're shooting them down left and right. All right, guys.
Dude,
and they're not just weather satellites either. These are actually what they consider "quote unquote" spy satellites. So, what do you make of that?
Yeah,
On balloons?
They're counting the number of incidents by year at this point. Like that's how many times it happens. And you hardly ever hear about it anymore. It's like, oh, another balloon got shot down.
You got to think about it. You got to think about it this way. Okay, everything they fucking tell us is not what it is. They tell just that's so simple, you know?
No
You
way,
just
the
go,
government wouldn't lie.
exactly. So you go, okay, I'm just going to give 5 examples. All right? The person I trust the most that's giving me food, shelter, business, economy, they lie about Vietnam, they lie about World War One, they lie about COVID, they lie about 9/11, they lie about I forgot the other fucking thing. I'm drunk. But it's like, okay, they're going to tell us the truth about what the moon is. They're going to tell us the truth about space. They've lied to us about very big shit, but they're going to tell us the truth about the other big shit. So all you have to do at that point is go, okay. So obviously, everything they say is like the opposite. So anything they say, just go, okay, whatever this fucking is not what the fuck they say it is. What is the direct opposite of what they're telling us? And that's most likely what it is.
Like women.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Actually, so they did 9/11, right? And they called us as Muslims like bad guys, and they blamed it on us, right?
Right.
And maybe because we are flat earthers as well, right?
Right. Exactly.
Oh,
I think he's trolling.
Triggered. Yeah,
that got deep.
Triggered.
That got deep. Muslims are flat earthers?
Yep. Read the Quran, man.
Read the Quran.
Ontologically, they're automatically flat earthers.
Yeah, I'll step into the ring if you want.
Knowledge on Muslims.
I want to take on Deus Volt again.
You want to fight me?
Whether the Earth is flat is kind of inconsequential to me. But now,
Oh my god.
Do you want to do round 2 Deus Volt, or are you not really feeling it?
No, what was it? Excuse me, Kyle wanted to say something.
As I said before,
right,
I'm not up to it today.
no.
Okay.
I was just want to, like, if they lied about that, I'm kind of worried about the other things now. Because whether the Earth is flat is kind of inconsequential to my life now. But if, for example, the financial system or the vaccine, I'm kind of worried about that. Because I didn't have 1, 2, or 3 shots. I had 16. So, yeah.
Shut up.
Some friends of mine didn't want to have the vaccine and said, can you vouch for me? And said, okay, I'll take it.
Stop it.
Okay, yeah. He's still trolling now, huh?
I don't even know if he is trolling.
Was it a long troll? What? Because he came in. McMurray, what's going on, dude? You vouched for him. What's going on?
Yeah, now I'm changing my mind. 16 shots, man. What? We didn't discuss that.
Yeah,
well,
you notice how
maybe it's true, man.
Yeah,
maybe it's true. I don't know.
Yeah, but listen, this is Tio. It says right in the channel rules. This is an off topic.
Yep.
Okay, that's off topic. There's specific reasons why, because YouTube will shut the channel down.
Yeah, Kyle, it's unallowed in this server as well, so please don't.
Yeah.
Guys, he's messing with you. He's not being truthful about any of it.
But with the vaccine, just answer me this.
No,
All right.
not with
right
the
when
we can't.
Can't. All right, my bad. Never mind.
Thank
we
you.
cannot. Come on, guys. There must be a shred of globe proof between you.
Is it okay? I'm not going to mention the name. And let's move on after this. But just notice this.
We've moved on.
We noticed, man. Yeah, noted.
Well said. Very well said, Space.
Well done.
I concur. Okay. Globe side, you're up.
Sad state of affairs.
Volcanoes.
Don't you have any other globies?
Missiles, rockets, earthquakes,
satellites,
tides,
coral reefs, right? They got to do something to do with it.
Why would they lie?
Electric eels.
Don't you have any globies in here?
I am Spartacus.
They're shy. They're shy.
I can be a globie if you want.
Okay, you're up. Best globe proof. Go.
Best globe proof. Who said that?
Me.
I did. Oh, Timbo Sly.
This guy goes, "Oh, you can't use the black swan as an argument because the math's wrong." No shit, man. That's why we use it as an argument. Well, the math's not wrong, but the horizon's in the wrong place.
Okay. Okay, so best bulletproof?
I feel like I've been heckled already. I'll just take a back seat. Never mind.
No, that didn't last long.
No, not cowardice. More like
You got a sore pussy, do you, mate?
just, I was ready to have some fun, but
how about geeks? Well, how about what we talked about today with the lunar rover? Yeah, about the lunar rover falling over sideways.
That doesn't have anything to do with the Earth, though, does it?
Well, I mean, if they could send a probe or whatever to the moon. So what do you think? What's the solution? It's going to stop working because it fell over.
I didn't know it'd fallen over until you sent me that news article.
So what do you think? Did they not test it? There was no fall test or tip test or what?
I had no idea. I didn't even look at the article. What exactly was it that the lunar rover had fallen over?
Yeah, when it tried to land.
No, not land. Must have been today or yesterday. It's already landed there.
It was the lunar lander, wasn't it? The whole thing fell.
Unless we're talking about something else. Tell me again, Crit, what was it about? Go on.
So they're going to have a mostly privatized moon mission that was partnered with NASA, and it was going to have semi-autonomous robots with cameras on it that was going to spread across the polar region of the moon and look for water, because at some point they're going to harvest the water to make fusion engines.
You know what, guys?
The rover,
you know what? So remember the days when the Russians launched Sputnik, right? And according to the people at the time, I wasn't alive, of course, but like maybe someone. Yeah. So when they said like they could have, like they could, or they have been able to hear the transmission of Sputnik by like tuning their radios toward like a specific channel or whatever frequency, basically. Yeah. So nowadays, like after 50, 60 years after the moon landing, they can't broadcast an image from the moon, for Earth from the moon, yeah, for anyone to tune into it and see, yeah, like a TV channel, right, 24/7 TV channel to see the globe, right? Like the Russians done it like allegedly 60 years ago, or more than 60 years ago. Now, with all NASA, JAXA, all this nonsense, they can't put a camera with live feed on the moon, or let's say in orbit. Yeah, nothing.
Wait, the Russians never went to the moon. What?
They did go to Venus, though.
Well, the Russians are first on the moon. In space. Sorry, my bad.
In space, yeah. Allegedly, the first satellite.
I like how they can't get clean water to places like Michigan or Flint, Michigan, but they're already going for the moon water.
The reason why that rover fell over is because they tested it on flat Earth, and as soon as it got to the moon, it was curved.
Nice one.
That's a good one. It's not just Michigan. There is a clean drinking water crisis in America. Like a crisis. There's like millions of families are reporting almost zero access to fresh drinking water. Just in my neck of the woods,
It's America, my dude. It's a shit show. What do you expect?
Listen, they expect you to pay your taxes regardless of whether you have clean water or not. They don't care.
You didn't finish talking about the article. I'm still waiting. What happened?
It tipped. It tipped over, and now they can never find water on the moon. It's part of the lore, like the story. Every good story needs a good tragic ending about how it didn't work. And the best part, the conspiracy part, is really good because the stock, the lunar, LUNR, lunar stock, has dropped like 40%. So what they're thinking is that all this was like some kind of weapons technology that was developed in the private market, but they couldn't just say, hey, we're going to buy your shit, because that would look shady as hell. So what they did was they pretended it was a mission to the moon, then they crashed the stock, buy it for pennies on the dollar. Now you've got semi-autonomous slaughter bots flying around, Middle Eastern countries because of oil.
Crit, it was two-sided. It was a money laundering scam and a DARPA program.
There you go. That's even better. Okay. Yeah, I like your theory.
I have no idea what we're talking about anymore. Sorry.
Nazis, they have infected the water with decay.
Here, I'm going to send you... Here, look at this this link here about slaughter bots.
What the fuck are you guys talking about?
Look at this. This lander is upside down on the moon. These guys haven't been playing enough Kerbal. You globies need to get in there and help them out.
Right. To be honest, it is quite difficult. It is quite difficult.
Game, my dude. Holy shit.
But the moon has got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, does it?
Oh wow, you guys are learning. Yeah, we just enjoy laughing at the NASA trolling of the globals.
The space lore, like when the rover that went to Mars, the last one, the Integrity or whatever, they
Integrity.
Yeah,
I don't know what I'm looking at. This photo. What is this photo of?
It tipped. That's what it looks like. It tipped over.
No, what is the photo of though? What am I looking at? What is this?
It's like it's tipped. It's upside down. See, it should be the other way around.
This is your globe money hard at work.
It's literally inverted.
I don't understand what I'm looking at. What you're saying, the gold-looking thing or the green goldy thing?
Holy fuck!
The top of it is the exhaust. You see how that's like a rocket exhaust at the top?
What is it? What is it? I don't
it's
even
just
know.
a lander with cameras. That's it.
I feel like you're half listening, geeks.
Yeah, you're looking at 20 years of $60 million a day work. Show some respect.
Yeah.
You guys are just messing with me now.
That's 100% competency.
A lander fellow.
No, you're just messing with me. You won't tell me what it is. I don't know what.
It's a lander.
We told you like 10 times.
How is that a lander?
Well, it landed.
It's landed.
That's the point, dude. Does that look like what you think it would?
Okay, so we're saying that something did land on the moon. Is that correct?
Was it the moon or
Look
Mars?
at it, bro. There's a picture. Nope. What do you mean?
It's actually in my backyard.
So it did land on the moon. So something did land on the moon.
Of course, there's a picture.
Look, God, those moon photos are crazy. It shows like brown dirt. It's like, what the hell? Like, is it just their lights that was weird?
As long as we're agreed that we did land on the moon, okay, understood.
Of course, there's an image. How could they not?
I didn't think you guys believed in that.
Mr. Kubrick?
What are you talking about? How would we not believe it? There's an image. It came from NASA.
Yeah, it's good, right?
You guys, stop sarcasm. I
fell into a sarcasm. None of my bones are broken at all. I'm having a great time.
My bones are breaking from the sarcasm, honestly.
Sarcasm.
Wait, I don't understand. Is this a picture of the moon or is it not?
You have to use your imagination.
Well, no, I'm asking these guys.
Maybe run it through your globe evidence analysis machine.
Yeah, your mass spectrometer.
I don't know why you want to answer the question.
I mean, geeks, you got to fact check everything for yourself in life, right? That's how life is.
No, you should do everything Claw tells you.
Why are you not answering? Is this a picture of the moon or not?
Who knows?
That's open to interpretation if you believe it is or not.
Yeah, you're supposed to run it through your tools of discernment.
Yeah.
Does that look like a lunar lander to you? Does that look like the moon to you? Does that look like... Okay, well then say no. Yeah.
I'm asking you now.
You're going around the room here.
Yeah, that's it. This is it.
No one's going to answer then. Okay.
I just did. This is it.
It says he believes it is the moon, correct?
Yeah.
Then it is.
You can tell. It's like the Elon Musk method. You can tell it's real by how fake it looks. The more fake, the more real.
So it is.
You really think you put a car in orbit?
So we did go to the moon.
The car.
There's a third position though. A third position is that we went and like the footage didn't survive, so they had to hire somebody very prominent in Hollywood to do it. And if you look at the Apollo photos, it kind of reeks of a certain technique that we did before CG, which is called front screen projection. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of that.
Guys, come on.
I like to call it the bonus screen of projection.
The Perseverance, when they did the live stream, we all watched it together on 24/7. The major. And what was funny about it is right at the end, right when they're getting ready to shut the stream off, they rickrolled.
Nice.
I can get you a like the live stream and still have it to this day. You can watch them rickroll you. So like, is that something that when you get rickrolled, do you think that's real? Like this is it, or you think, oh, you got me, you fucker?
Yeah, guys, come on. Come on, guys. Don't walk into this trap. Like, you're the ones who created your own trap, for Christ's sake.
What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah, never mind.
Got him.
Yeah, you definitely got me. Yeah, can't go about like making fun of. Oh, look, your moon technology flipped over $20 million a day, blah 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 blah, and then not be asked to answer the question. Oh, so we did go to the moon, then, did we?
It's not staying on his side of the car.
So did you or did you not go to the moon?
Yeah, did you?
Well, when I say we, I mean humanity.
He did that.
So you speak for all of humanity, geeks?
I speak moon.
Do I speak for all of humanity? No.
You sure sounded like it a second ago.
No.
You speak for yourself?
I don't. I speak
You
for
speak
myself.
for yourself?
I do.
Holy
Okay,
shit,
did you go
Claw!
to the
How
moon?
many accounts do you have, dude?
I had a few because I had that stupid Discord bug where they would take your phone number but it wouldn't register, and like even though they had it, it would have to like put it on this reset counter that they won't tell you even how long it is. So you have to just wait and hopefully like the timer goes out like in a couple months. So I had to keep getting new accounts because it kept shutting me down.
Anyway, you guys are in a really pleasant place today. It's good to hear you guys actually be pleasant.
I'm always
not be
pleasant,
shouting.
bud.
I'm very pleasant as well.
Yeah, I don't think Mr.
Listen, you're gonna jinx it, and Gregory's gonna join, man. Don't do that.
Hey,
I don't think we've. Hang on. I just want to introduce myself to Mr. Dersbolt. Hello, sir. I don't think we've met, or maybe we have.
not.
I don't know.
We have not.
Well, nice to meet you. I come in here every now and then, and I'm one of the globies, and
That's cool.
I try. Yeah, and I try and present some stuff, and you know how it goes. But
of course.
But nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, sir. You sound like very grounded, no pun intended, down to earth gentleman.
I am down to earth.
That's good.
If you haven't heard, it's called Pleasant Tuesday, right? We've got Speculation Sunday and Pleasant Tuesday. So
geeks, click that link right there. I'd also take Claw. It brings you right to the NASA's live stream where they rickroll it.
Yeah. So that NASA's live stream, that rover landing, I believe that is CGI. That's like a represent. If it's the same thing as what I'm thinking, that is CGI because it shows you like it's like an expectation of what
you would see if you were there, and an approximation of what they think reality looks like.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, I don't know if you guys believe in the rovers on Mars. There was this whole thing about rovers on Mars as well. I'm not saying that I'm trying to convince you of that or the other side or whatever, but on the assumption that it did happen, then this is what it would hopefully look like.
Are you sure this is CGI? As soon as we get there, we are at a second law of thermodynamics violation. So nobody's going to say that's the moon.
Get to where? Sorry.
As soon as
get to Mars.
As soon as we look at anything on the moon, where anything's supposed to be on the moon, it is automatically a second law of thermodynamics violation. So we're not going to agree that that's the moon, right? And I agree with you. It is clearly CGI.
I was referring to Crit. I was referring to what Crit put.
In the chat. I'm not reading the chat right now. I'm working with my hands.
Perseverance, Mars, rover landing.
Right. No, I saw that.
Yeah, it's a Rickroll. It was the whole thing was a big, long Rickroll.
Are you referring to that it's still image though? About the
best part too, when you look about the Perseverance, they supposedly had a helicopter that would fly on Mars. So the problem is though, on Earth, helicopters can't fly very high.
They can't they can't because the atmosphere is too thin for the rotors to get any.
Very true. Very true. Yeah.
So if you look at the lore, you're like, well, how come so many people die in Everest? Because a helicopter can't get up there to save them. People who get sick on mountain have to physically be carried down by manpower, by physical labor. So people die up there.
The reason for the helicopters around places like Everest is actually because of turbulence and some other reasons as well. But Mr. Dersvolt, sorry. When you were saying the second law of thermodynamics, what was the
anything on the moon is a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Just anything. I gotcha. Sorry, I thought you were referring to something specific. Okay, cool.
No, nothing specific at all. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Are you okay shall we have a chatter about that? You seem like you know your stuff.
I really don't want to have a debate today. I was just having a dialectic with you.
No worries.
Here, I'll do it, geeks. So helicopters on Earth have trouble flying if the air pressure is lower than 10 psi. 10. You get it? Like count with your fingers. 10. 10 psi.
I don't know if that's the number, but okay, let's say that it is. Yeah.
Okay, so what do you think is this? What if you believe the space lore? Okay, if they tell you if what they're saying is true, what do they tell you the air pressure is on Mars?
Well, we don't usually use PSI when we talk about atmospheric pressure. We usually use millibar,
atmospheres,
or bars, or atmospheres. Well, I think an atmosphere is so generally it's one.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
But maybe one atmosphere. But the density of the atmosphere on Mars, I think.
Geeks. Okay, hold on. We'll do it that way.
Correct.
Yeah, geeks, pay attention. Okay. So a helicopter on Earth.
If you believe in it.
Helicopters on Earth have trouble flying anything below 700 millibars.
Yes. Okay, let's go with that.
Okay, if you believe the space lore, how many millibars is Mars?
60.
No, less.
60.
Less than that.
Well, how do you know?
If you believe their space lore, okay? So if you're accepting what they said is true, and they tell you parachutes cannot work on Mars, the atmosphere is so thin to slow your descent, you have to use another rocket. And then on the backswing, they tell you,
what's your point?
There's a helicopter. There's a helicopter there that flies around, no problem.
No,
until it's crashed. Well, it just crashed.
No, there's no helicopter on Mars.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. There's no helicopter on Mars.
I think we agree on that. I don't know.
Yeah, but NASA said they had a helicopter on Mars, so now you know that they're lying to you.
I don't think they did. I don't think they did. Did they?
Yes, they did.
Can you post that in the chat? I didn't know that was.
Yeah, dude. If you look in our DMs, I just sent you the news story of when their helicopter crashed.
Well, but do us a favor, and just so everyone can see it, can you put it in the chat? If you don't mind.
Yeah, right here. I'll do it for you.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't mean to put you out. I just didn't know about this.
Mars helicopter, right there. Mars.nasa.gov technology helicopter.
Let's have a look. Hang on.
And what's really funny, the spot where it crashed land, they renamed it to that Lord of the Rings realm where the elves go. Like Valinor. Yeah. They're taking the piss out of you, dude. They're actually taking the piss out of you and laughing while they do it.
It's a technology demonstration to test powered flight on another planet for the first time. So I'll look it up myself. Mars.
We'll need like more of a dirigible on Mars.
How would a balloon
Ingenuity is an autonomous that operated on Mars from. Oh wow! I didn't know this. I didn't know they had. I didn't know that they had an actual helicopter that was working. Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
So here on Earth, helicopters need about 700 millibars to maintain flight. A rotary ring aircraft. Mars has 6 millibars.
Oh, is it 6, not 60? So,
yeah, 6. So how the fuck do you work that math?
What? How can it fly? You mean?
Yeah. How did it fly? If it needs 700, and they say it's got 6.
Well, no, that's for a helicopter. That's for a full helicopter. You're not talking. This isn't a helicopter. This is a drone.
It's a scaled down helicopter, rotary wing aircraft.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look.
This would even fly low. This would even fly lower on Earth. It needs more pressure. A helicopter has a huge engine. Okay, it's spinning the propellers really fast. It can go even higher.
Not only that, but the surface area of the rotors is far greater. And it has to lift more, but it also has a lot more volume to work with.
Sure. So let's have a look at how they made it work.
How about this one? Do you know the 3 main helicopters used by the Army? You got the Apache, the Black Hawk, and the Chinook.
Well, the Chinook isn't really a helicopter, is it? It's more of a.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Well, no. It's got two rotors, isn't it?
Instead of having to have a tail rotor, they just put another rotor head on the tail end of the aircraft so that it adds the counter rotation.
Yeah, but that still produces lift.
If you only have one rotor head, you would have a counter rotation applied on the aircraft by the torque being applied to the head. So you install a tail rotor, and that applies and adjusts for that torque applied to the fuselage.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And it either speeds up or slows down to allow the anti-rotation, that torque, to either go away or allow it to spin the body.
Why would you consider it not a helicopter, Geeks?
Oh, I could be wrong about the actual terminology of it, but I just thought helicopters are specifically just one main lift rotor. I think with the Chinooks, because both provide
would you consider it a plane? A bicycle?
Okay, all right. Well, I could be. Let's have a look at what it's actually called.
God damn it!
In one of their
helicopter.
They have
Okay, fine. I stand corrected. Chinook is a tandem rotor helicopter. So, all right, I take it back. It is a helicopter, yeah.
Or a tandem bicycle, whichever.
Which is not a bicycle, though, is it? Because it flies. So
okay, so
anyway,
Geeks,
ladies and gentlemen, Captain Obvious will be signing his book all week after the show.
So Geeks, what I want you to do is now put down your Google and think this out. Okay, so here's the 3 main helicopters used by the Army, U.S. Army. Which one?
So this isn't one of those.
No, which one do you think can fly the fastest, highest, and furthest? Which one has the most capable? Yeah, that's what you'd think by looking at it, right? But it's actually the worst.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the Chinook. The Apache can. The Apache's the slowest, but it can move around. It's got a lot of mobility, like horizontal and side to side. But compared to the other two helicopters, it's a dunce. It's slow. It's awkward. It can't fly very high at all. It's weighted down by tons of. Yeah, the Black Hawk blows away the Apache too.
If they put both rocket pods on one on each side, and they took 2 Hellfire missile racks and put them on both sides, and then they gave it a magazine instead of a combination ammo fuel tank for the third, and they gave it 300 rounds. They gave it 8 Hellfire missiles, and they filled all 4 rocket pods. The Apache would have to roll forward on the ground before getting enough forward momentum to pick its fat ass up off the ground.
Interesting. Isn't the Apache quite an old model, though? Is it?
All of those are old models.
Its first combat was in Panama.
Respective of modern day military equipment, they're all old.
They're all quite old. Okay.
These are all very unnecessary digressions.
No, what he's looking at here is that he thought because it's small, it has more capabilities. What he was looking at here is quite the opposite.
I didn't say that.
Yes,
I wasn't saying because it's small. I didn't say because it was small. I just took a guess. I didn't.
You said,
I don't know what the
it's
capabilities
smaller. He was going by your implied.
I didn't say small.
God damn it!
I didn't say it was smaller. Therefore,
okay, you didn't say.
See, in helicopters, bigger is better, but yet somehow the Chinook would not fly on Mars, but yet this drone thing did.
Well, yeah, it does,
and you didn't believe it. You didn't believe it until you actually had to see it. You had to say NASA
until
said
until you showed me. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So why did it? Okay. So how did it? You were disbelieving, and now you started to believe it.
I just didn't realize that this. Well, they call it a helicopter, I suppose. Yeah, you could call it a helicopter. I didn't realize that this was even a piece of tech that was on Mars.
Yeah, where's that tech on Earth? How about that? Don't show it to me on Mars. Show me right here on Earth. Where is a drone that could fly, a helicopter that could fly to 6 millibars?
There's one that landed on Everest. That's about it.
That's
even that. That's
6 millibars. I don't know. I've only just learnt about this. So I mean, thanks for bringing it to my attention. This is why I like you, brother, because like you actually, you do send these those what are they called, the news articles, and I do look at them, but I didn't realize that this was even a thing. But that's the thing, how can it work? Like, how can it work in 6 millibars? I'm just looking, I'm trying to
real good engineering.
That's the best part. If you read about the lore, they said that some guy on his off hours was playing around with spare parts and just
but I want to know how he made it. I want to know how it works, though. Don't you?
It clearly doesn't. Let me tell you something right here. The size of the battery that it would take for that thing to fly any amount of distance would be much bigger than it is, and it's only charged by solar batteries or solar power panel that's on top of the rotors. That might fill it up in 4, 5, 6. Maybe even 2 weeks.
Okay.
So, like, the whole thing is not very feasible. So, what I'm saying is, it doesn't work.
Oh, okay.
It only works if somebody thinks NASA has secret technology. They're the best of the brightest. They're able to do things cutting edge, and people just accept that as part of their worldview.
Yeah,
but as soon as
the secret is the RPM of the blades. It's all a lot like this Boeing, right? It's like it is like budget materials.
No. It's not the RPM of the blades, because you get a diminished return if you go past the amount of air that the surface area can move. If you go past a certain RPM, you're actually going to get so much backwash that it works against it. So it has nothing to do with the RPMs of the blades.
And helicopters,
It's really light, right?
helicopters will tell you when the rotary RPMs are way too high.
Wait, say that one
Look,
more
2000
time about the backwash again. I didn't catch all of it.
At a certain speed of your rotor, you're going to get so much backwash that the pressure above the blade will push the craft down instead of going up.
I see what you mean. Because of the pressure difference is what you're effectively saying. Okay.
New to the server.
But so you see that it's got like these kind of double blades that are rotating oppositely, right? I don't know if you can see it.
Well, the Chinook, whenever it spins its rotor heads, they're just acting like two gears. You can't have two gears moving in the same direction. They'll grind. So
I know that. But if you look at this particular helicopter, well, this Mars helicopter, right? The rotors are on the same axis.
Nonetheless,
can you see?
They could have.
Can you see that?
They could have counter rotation on the same
They
axis.
are definitely counter. They're definitely
right
they're
with the proper
definitely-
gearing, but that doesn't change the fact. I mean, they've only added a quarter of a lift as they would have if those were offset, but nonetheless, you still only have a certain amount of lift. Every blade design only has a certain amount of lift per RPM.
I know. I did fluid mechanics as part of my degree as well. I know little bits about it. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. But your position would be it just doesn't work. It can't work. It's not real. Is that correct?
Well, okay, like the size of the battery, which I assume is what's on the bottom, maybe would give that craft because it has to lift itself. The battery does. It has to have enough energy to lift itself as well. And
of course,
the
solar isn't going to work. The solar isn't going to power it.
Right, you agree that solar panel is way too small for that battery. But
the solar would be for charging though, like when it's at rest, I think.
Of course, but it would take so long. But nonetheless,
absolutely.
The size of that battery, you might get like 3 or 4 minutes of flight on Earth with it, and if we're talking about in 6 millibar, it's not going to go anywhere.
Because it had to generate even more like lift power to basically. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Factors of a certain amount.
For it, and it says the flight time's up to 167 seconds per flight. So there you go.
I agree with that. I agree with that number on Earth. I disagree with that number in anything less than 1 atmosphere.
So
it's somebody posted a picture
providing enough energy for what?
I just want to let you guys know I'm mewing to this right now.
Flight.
I'm mewing and violently
90-second
edging
flight
to this right now.
Day. Oh my god!
Hang on, what did you say, Vincent?
I just want to say that I'm violently edging to this right now.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
So it's some sort of sexual thing.
Yeah,
I know he is.
Clearly trolling.
Well, hopefully we'll continue to allow you to edge into the night, sir. But yeah, sorry, I am just reading this. Providing enough energy for 1 90-second flight per Martian day. What a waste of time.
So, what makes you think it's a regular solar panel, though?
Sorry?
It's black budget Boeing stuff, man. It's going to be the tippy top. It's non-commercial.
Yeah,
it's the best we've got.
The best of the best solar panels that we know of right now.
Like
still not.
No, we don't even know about them. We don't even know about them. It's all like this.
Oh, I guess you got me there. I don't even know about it. It's so good. I don't even know. It could probably charge that battery in a couple minutes. Right? And that's not a normal battery.
Definitely can't do that. Obviously, but
right.
So, but Mr. Deus, but I'm just crystal clear. I mean, regardless of whether it can charge it or not, like your position, I think is clear, which is it's just not. It's not a reality. This is all probably part of the big or one big lie. I guess.
I think it's a money scam. Honestly, I think it's a money laundering scam.
Sure. So it's not real.
Yeah,
it's not real, is what you would say. Okay, fine.
Well, there's a video of it.
Or it's just research. Or it's just research. What if it's just research and someone's just like putting research into this? I mean, someone just paid for this shit and that's it. Like, I mean, they're just going in that direction and that's it.
I mean,
that doesn't make any sense.
Most of modern day science is rife with corruption.
Yeah.
So I would just attribute it to that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything more nefarious than that.
No. So I like where you're where you do draw the line, sir. So I'm just to be transparent, Mr. Deus. I guess you could probably guess where my position would be on this.
Of course.
And what would that be?
I would divine you would be one, skeptical of anything that the science establishment would put out, which would be the default position of anybody with a scientific mind. And two, you're going to have to parse it with what you believe, what you may think people who would or would not have your best interests at heart would tell you.
Yeah, very good point. But with all that in mind, I guess, do you think I believe that this thing is on Mars?
I think you don't know, and I think you're willing to figure out if it is or not.
Regardless of knowledge or not, regardless of knowledge, do you think I believe that this thing is on Mars?
I can't tell.
I do, and that actually is actually quite interesting for myself as a reflection as to just how like I said, I didn't hear about this thing until Mr. Crit brought it to my attention, and it is an interesting conundrum for myself that something I've literally just heard about, didn't think was even possible. For some reason, I'm willing to believe that it is true just because I saw it on because I saw it on a website. However, I'll be as honest as I can here. Part of it is wanting it to be true,
right?
Which is certainly not scientific at all. But you get my point.
I fully understand that because I mean we were all told the same things when we were children. You know what I mean? And I was there with you 100%. I was a big science geek. I freaking loved. I would fall asleep to science programs on TV because they were so soothing to me.
Yeah.
But
so then,
I mean,
how did you? Sorry, go on. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Like, whenever anybody asks me if I'm a flat earther, I tell them no, I'm an apparent earther, because things that are real are apparent to you. They make themselves known pretty obviously, right? And until something can show that my senses are fooling me, and I'm not going to believe somebody else. I'm not going to allow somebody else to fool me over my senses, over my reason or my logic, over my facilities that God has given me. I'm not going to do that. So yeah, I was there 100% with you until I looked for myself to look at what I was told and make a discernment for myself. Look at the world around me with virgin eyes of not knowing and trying to discover, because I've always had these questions, how do we do this, or how do I discern for myself? And not until this came about for me later 2014 did I actually start looking. Once I started looking, it made itself apparent, and I mean I went from a space science loving atheist to who I am now.
Wow. Okay. So you went double whammy. You went into the
Well, yeah,
religious and the
because
skeptical.
the religious thing, it's funny. It didn't happen until everything that I was observing or taking measurements of made reality clear to me, and at that point, I had made my religious determination on we don't need a creator for all these natural processes to have happened. But if it's a realm, if it's apparently formless, if it's just a surface, if it's flat, then it would necessarily need a creator in my eyes. So that's where I came from on it.
I mean,
My logic and reason dictated me to a creator.
Sure, it's just it's an interesting story that, like, because the two are not, unless I'm wrong, the two are not necessarily linked.
No, I agree. I agree. They're not necessarily intrinsic, and that is just purely my belief, and I believe I've come there from logic and reason.
No, sure, and I'm not harking you on it. It's just I just make the point that, like I say, the two, the fact that you went through the transformation of both kind of around about the same time is, I mean, well, I don't know if it's interesting. I don't know how many of these chaps in here are also religious, but I'm sure you'd agree with me that there are, well, not even flat earthers, but just not globers that are not also not religious. So I'm sure you'd probably agree with me there.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah,
I mean, I've met very few, but I have met a few.
Interesting.
So I kind of had the same journey. I kind of was just in the I don't know camp. But anytime anybody talked to me about like the Bible, I just say, dude, like you need to put on some what's that guy? Michael from Vsauce. You need to put on some Vsauce, get educated or something. Because if you don't understand that the sun was here before the earth, then I can't help you, was where I was. But then once I realized objectively that the earth wasn't a sphere, what I realized was I knew that there are things that I did know and things that I didn't know. Whereas prior to that, I just thought it was about probability, you know?
Well,
But there are things
may
that
I
I
ask
can and cannot know. And so once I got to that point, I actually chose my religion versus like defaulted. Well, maybe it was a default in a sense, but like I chose to understand, hey, I believe this. I don't know this. That's the faith part about it. There are things that I know and there are things that I don't know, but there are things that I experience that I can't prove with science either. There are other means of gaining knowledge, and that's where things get a little.
But a question for both of you then. It sounds like what you're saying is that you moved from kind of a general acceptance or a general belief that it was a sphere, but that shifted. Am I correct, or am I misrepresenting you?
Yeah, I had a very similar situation to what you just did with the helicopter, and that's what shifted it.
Well, no. My question is,
No. We're
what
saying we
was
were
that?
globers like everybody else.
Yeah. What was it? Do you remember the point at which it switched, or was it literally a gradual thing? I guess I'm genuinely interested to know kind of what was it that
Isn't that
pushed
what you
your
were saying?
skepticism so far?
Days Vault or
What?
Dews Vault? Duval?
What were you saying, Elijah?
Isn't that what you were answering to?
Yeah.
No, I want to know what it was, though. What exactly
specifically
what
it was. It
was
was
that.
I use it all the time because it's anecdotal, but it still explains a lot
Doesn't matter.
of where I'm coming
What
from.
was it?
Is my
Yeah.
my observation, and I took several of them. And for anybody asking, no, I didn't document. It was a personal journey. But I was observing from Huntington Beach to Catalina Island, and you can see Catalina Island from Huntington Beach pretty easily. It's about 27 miles away from
California,
where I
because
was.
it's California, yeah.
Right. And wait, I don't know what you said, but I'll laugh anyways.
Is it California? Sorry, California. Is it? We're talking.
Yeah, California. And
Okay.
so I observed, and I've been to Catalina Island many times, so I know the landscape there, and I could see the port. Not every day, but on some days I could see the port, and I could see the building. It's like a opera house, basically. It's got a dome, and I could see that, and that is, I don't know, like about 100 feet above sea level. And I should have been missing 27 feet. I think it's like 60 feet of the island in my observations. And that changed me. I was like, because I wanted to prove flat Earth as stupid in my mind, because it came up several times. I was like, this seems dumb. Let me go look for myself.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, I couldn't explain it away, a simple observation I had made. And so I started looking at other factors and other experiences in my life, and it just seemed more apparent to me than what I had been told was the truth. And because I was told the truth, I was told what was the truth. I wasn't told how to discern it.
Sure.
And once I had actually done for myself what I think I should have been taught how to do, that's what changed it.
And that's
Elijah,
kind
same
of what
thing with
happened.
you.
Yeah,
Same thing with you.
that's kind of like when we were talking to Scott Mackey the other day. He's basically saying his proof that the horizon is the edge of the sphere is just that it's the horizon and boats disappear beyond it. He is like, we made up the formulas for the distance to the horizon, the geometric horizon. He said that's totally a flat Earth thing, and I realized that most people don't really think about like the implications of the globe and how to discern whether you live on the globe or not. This is like something that I was very serious about when I came to the subject also, because I was watching Joe Rogan and Eddie Bravo, and he basically said the moon landing was fake, which was like, whoa, I never heard of that. I was like, I loved all of the space stuff and the idea that I could go to the moon and all of that. So when he was like, we didn't go to the moon and there are no pictures from space, the first thing I did was Google, like, photos from space. And then it just, for some reason, it just wasn't good enough because I'm like, well, either this is really a real picture or it's just the
It's
only
all a
thing that
lie.
I've
All a
experienced.
lie, right?
Not that
Yeah.
it's all a lie. I didn't go there. I'm not that skeptical of a human being. I just knew that because those pictures were my only experience in the first place, I'd never be able to. There's nothing to tell the difference to. That's the only thing I've ever seen. So I put that on the back.
Elijah, you said something that was quite touching about 30 seconds ago. Like, I had this thought about like being able to go to the moon, like, which must have been quite exciting, right? Okay, let's just. I'm not asking you to concede anything. Say it was real. Why did you want to do that? Like, what was the thrill of something like that being able to go to the moon? Do you remember?
Because I had an imagination, and I imagined things that were out of my reach, and obviously space travel is on the top of the list. Being, there's Buzz Lightyear of Star Command,
Okay.
all types of other space shows. So, I mean, getting into a galactic war was something.
And now, is that all kind of like, it doesn't have the same impact for you anymore? It's kind of like,
Well,
it's
it's
a
not
bit
real. It's like believing in Santa Claus. Really, it's not.
No, I
It's not
know,
a
I
big
know, I
deal
know.
anymore.
It's almost
But
a
it
betrayal
doesn't,
of
like,
oneself unless you take it like Middle Earth in a Tolkien sense. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So,
But does it, like,
so
it's
if I can
ruined?
continue,
Sorry, Elijah. I just wanted to ask about that point because it was quite powerful what you said. Carry on.
So, I got to a point where, I was trying to get away from assumptions and get down to the main premise, and I ultimately got to the question: how did we determine the particular size of the Earth, the dimensions that keep that are assumed in everything that I'm finding? It was assumed when I was looking up how to find the distance to the sun. I pointed it out immediately when I realized that they just said that they're going to um, they're going to assume that what is it? Venus is the same size as Earth, and I was like, okay, well, how did we determine the size of Earth? And the only thing I got to was Eratosthenes, who already, assumed that it was a sphere. And that's when I realized that I thought there's got to be another way of validating it, like as objectively, where it can't be, well, because of the assumptions, it could be this, or because of the assumptions, it could be something that I don't have to believe. So when I got to, again, observations over water, that's pretty much what did it for me, especially one day when I was arguing in Gym Pandas, they had this video um from Soundly where they were basically saying, mind you, none of this ever happens anymore, but they used to talk about long distance observations all the time. That's like that pretty much doesn't exist in the conversation now, right? You guys don't do that. So it's like back then that's all they did. And one of the observations was across Lake Michigan. Or am I tripping? No, no, Lake Pontchartrain. And it was about, how many miles was it? I'm not gonna. The bottom line is they said that 200 feet of this building was missing because you couldn't see it. And I got all the pedigree information from the video from Soundly himself. I did the calculations. Okay, 8-foot observer. How much of how much obstruction should there be at what distance? And I realized that I could see the lights coming to and from on the other end of the causeway. And I think it was about 30 miles or something like that. And I realized, well, if 200 feet of building are missing, then why is it that I can see cars, lights on the causeway that's only about 23, 24, feet in the air? And you know what they told me?
Yeah,
The light is refracted over 170 feet.
And
for the lights, but not the building.
For the lights, but not the building. Because I asked him, I said, wait a minute, but the building is literally 2-3 miles away. No, well, maybe it was just a few miles away from what I was looking at. So I'm like, okay, so the light is being bent upwards, but nothing is happening for the building at all. It's just gone. And
the building was further away or closer, sorry.
Well, I mean, not. I mean,
Than
because listen,
the lights
I
on the
was
causeway.
I was looking at the other end of the causeway, 30 miles away anyway. So this intersection was about 26 miles away. If you look at Google Earth, the intersection based on where he was standing and how tall he was, there was no explanation for why you could actually see the cars at that distance. And they just said, well, they're not actually there. That's Earth curving, so that's just the lights being refracted. And at that point, I realized, yeah, I'm definitely like I know for a fact that there's no Earth curve because I keep asking people about these quote unquote anomalies, and they don't answer straight. And then when the Black Swan came out the very next day, because the second conversation about that happened on video, the very next day, the Black Swan came out. So I was like, oh yeah, it's a wrap.
Cool.
What do you think
I
about all that?
appreciate you sharing. What do I think about all of it?
Yeah.
Well, Elijah and I yesterday. Was it yesterday, Elijah?
Yeah.
Yeah. I made I think it was a second attempt actually, because I wanted to speak to Mr. Gregory, who's very down to earth as well. I'm sure you know him.
I love Gregory. Yeah.
Very down to earth, very respectful, smooth as silk, and I just wanted to get his thoughts on what I had learned about this black swan argument. Elijah and I think we ended well, didn't we, Elijah? Did we?
Who knows? I don't remember grievances because they're not real to me. I don't feel a way towards
Fair
anyone.
enough. So just to sum it up, so my understanding of the equations that are used in this whole black swan argument, I don't think. I say they're absolute garbage. They are of no use scientifically. That's just what I
That's
think.
right. Yeah, and
Do you remember that?
And my response was, then these citations here, I put a citation in chat about tangents and or synonymously lines of sight to the horizon to get elevation angles. I was like, all of that's bullshit then, because that's exactly what they use. And it's like, you said yeah, and I was like, okay, so all of the
No, you cited a professor. I think there was a professor.
Yeah, that
you
came
think you
later.
cited.
That came later. Well,
Yeah.
so basically, I said all of the subsequent information based on that, fundamental truth is all wrong then. And it's like you're like, no, because I was like, because that means that it's not a globe, and he was like, no, I don't see it.
That
So
sounds like cognitive dissonance. Hey, Geeks, can I ask you a question?
That didn't have that. Hang on. A slight misrepresentation of there, but yes, go on, Mr. Des. Go.
Well, what's the misrepresentation?
We'll get to that in a minute. Sorry,
Mr.
Des.
No, let's not slander the man while the juices are going. Go ahead and tell us.
My just to sort of sum it up, I just said I don't think this whole black swan argument should be used as a way to
but I said
prove
I
or
still
disprove anything because the
because you
numbers
said basically the numbers, you can't use them for anything. So I was basically
you can't
showing
you
you
can't no
so
you
I was
can't
showing
you
you a
can't.
citation in which they claim that they used them. And
I said they were wrong, and I said that they're incorrect. Yeah.
And that's why I said, so then it's not a globe then, because it's a linchpin for the globe, the horizon being geometric for God's sake.
No. Anyway. So sorry, Mr. Des.
So
What was your
it
question?
wasn't a misrepresentation, but go on.
Go on.
It doesn't seem like it's a misrepresentation.
We ready to deliver an argument right that the Earth is flat?
Hang on, Gengar. Go on, Mr. Des. What were you going to ask?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you what would be a better equation to use in that situation?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know. I'm just saying.
How do you discern it's garbage if you don't know a better way to do it? I actually gave you the benefit of the doubt and assumed you knew a better way or a more eloquent equation to discern what we were observing, but you don't. You just think it's garbage because it doesn't explain your worldview?
No,
or you
I
actually
can
have a better
explain.
way to discern what's happening?
I can explain why it's not very useful, if you like.
Well,
Yeah,
that's not answering the question, really.
I'd really like a better way. If you don't have you're saying the equation is garbage. Automatically, I would assume you know a better equation.
No, I don't.
So then you can't say that it's garbage. It's the best one
Really?
you've seen thus far.
Well, what's garbage about
No,
it?
it's not.
Let's start from here. What's garbage about it?
Hang on.
Is that really how science would work? If you
No,
need to
it's
have
not about
something
science, but
better before
I do disagree that
throwing.
I do in the sense that we all know this, but falsification is independent of replacement. So I mean, just because you don't have a better one, but you need to understand why you're saying it's garbage at the very least.
Minimum.
So, well, absolutely, and I'm happy to do that. But Elijah, thank you for standing in my corner there. You're absolutely right. Falsification is independent of coming up
won't
with
forget
an
this, Elijah.
alternative. But Deus, would you agree with him though? You would agree with him
Yeah,
that
I
is
100% agree with. I agree with most scientific axioms.
fine. So you would you when you were saying unless you have a better one, you can't call
No,
it garbage. That's incorrect, right?
Yeah, you're right, but
Okay,
you would
that's all I
still
want.
have
I'm
to
not
tell
going to
me
hold it over
why
your
you
head.
think it's garbage.
I will. I will be
Okay.
very happy to do that. Okay, so
I'll give you more of the benefit of the doubt of not trying to give me a gotcha. I'm sorry for that.
No, it's fine. That's fine. No, it's quite all right. I'm not. Okay, just to be crystal clear, it bothers me not. It's nice talking to you guys because this is an experience very few people have is speaking to flat earthers or non-globers. But nothing you can say or do will offend or upset me. I promise. Anyway,
I'm sorry I offended you.
So you didn't upset or offend me. I promise.
I'm just kidding. Go on.
Well, okay. So,
hey, geeks, I just want to apologize for Deuce. He's quite offensive, and we neither condone.
There, isn't he?
Yeah.
Nor support him. Yeah.
Crit disavows me. He disavows.
You'll be banished soon, sir. Banished.
No,
from
I've
all
never been
flat
banished, and nor could I ever.
I mean, but before we get before we get into the whole wrangle dangle, you did correctly point out Deus Vault or Deus. Which one is it?
It's Deus.
Vault,
It's
Vault?
Dea or Day, like the Latin word for God, and
All
then
right,
us.
I'll accept how I've been hearing it instead of being defiant for no reason. Then fine.
Okay.
It's
Obstinate.
the same thing with lunatic. I'm like, come on, illmatic, lunatic. Why
It's
wasn't
lunatic.
it that? Who the hell wants a lunatic? Anyway, so all right, you did point out that it was cognitive dissonance because you understand where I'm going with if the formula is wrong, then you can't use that for anything like orbital, like the radius of the Earth for orbital mechanics.
It can't be used to discern reality at all. And if it can't be used for reality at all, then all of these calculations to discern what mainstream science has used to discern almost everything about us, then it's all thrown out the window.
Not so sure about that.
Well, you can just hold on for a second.
So Euclidean geometry is not the basis of all these measurements, but whatever.
Well, it's not actually. It's not. So just to make sure we're speaking about the exact same thing, because I don't want us to be talking past each other. We are talking about the. We're talking about there's an image that is often used with the two oil rigs.
1.2 times the square root of the observer side in the feet is the short version of
but there's that oil rig image. Do you guys know which one I'm talking about? Yes.
I didn't just clarify that I knew by telling you the formula on the image.
I'm asking Mr. Deus as well, just so that we're.
Oh yeah, I know the black swan.
Right, and
I am also
again,
Spartacus.
I don't want. Very good. So I just want to make sure that we're on the same page here. The argument is such that if you shouldn't be able to see as far as you can.
No.
Is that not it?
It's not about how far you can see.
It's a logical. It's a logical consistency argument. So that's what like modus tollens is.
Well, take me through. Okay, I'll tell you what. Why don't take me through it? Take me through it. Take me through it again.
Yeah, the argument is literally in the form of modus tollens, so that it's not fallacious.
Like, no. But with
but with the oil rigs, what's the use of the oil rigs? Why do we use that?
For a distance, for a known distance.
Okay.
That's it.
Carry on. So we have two known distances. One's 6 point something miles. One's 9 point something miles. Is that correct?
It has nothing to do with the argument whatsoever.
Then why is it on the? Why is there image of it?
It's the missing hill in front of it.
The argument is the modus tollens, not what's in the photo. A bird could be in the photo. You understand that because a bird is in the photo doesn't mean that that's the argument. No, the argument is modus tollens.
Okay, then maybe I'm misunderstanding what the argument is entirely. Why is the what's the purpose of what's the purpose of the image?
The argument illustrates the purpose and problem with the image. But you got to be.
Yeah, I know. That's what I thought it was.
You got to care about what the argument is first. That's the first thing you know. Like, what is the argument? This is the. If you don't know that, because you did.
Can you take me through it? Can we take me through it?
Go ahead and state it, Elijah.
Okay. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the distance to the horizon can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, the distance to the horizon is more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Or the horizon is not.
Okay, it can't be any more. It can't be any more than
So
P.
the horizon is not 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, the Earth is in a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. That's the argument.
Fine. But the reason why we use the oil rigs is because they are kind of markers. They're known distances.
Because without them, how would you know? There's no reference for how far away the horizon is. It would just be the horizon.
Yeah. Exactly.
It would be just the horizon and the assumption that it's 1 mile away.
Yeah. Okay. But what we're saying is that when I say you shouldn't be able to see the
not a part of the argument.
It's not a part of the argument.
You just heard what the argument was, and you're talking about everything other than what's in the if, P, and Q statements. Literally everything but that. So I don't get it.
How do you know where the Q? How do you know where the Q is? How do you know where the Q is?
You know where it's not.
How?
Because of the oil rigs.
What I'm saying.
Yeah, we know where it's not because of the oil rigs. So it's not in front of the oil rigs, and the oil rigs are further than where the horizon is supposed to be. So we can safely.
So you shouldn't be able to see. You shouldn't be able to see the oil rig.
No. It's not the oil rigs. It's the horizon behind the oil rigs.
Like what? Why aren't you not getting the argument? Like
you
what is
didn't
the disconnect?
exactly elucidate it, but you didn't bring it out of the logical to say plainly that it's not the oil rigs. It's the horizon behind the oil rigs.
Oh, right. Yeah. So the horizon's behind the oil rigs that are 6 and 9 miles away. In that one example, there's so many more. I did my own when I went to the beach.
I thought you guys used the oil rigs as markers.
Markers for the distance of the horizon behind them, not for the distance that you can see. When you keep on saying so you can see too far, it's not how far we can see. It's the horizon behind the oil rigs. We don't know what the distance behind those oil rigs are, because as AI mentioned yesterday, it's actually a parabolic apparent horizon.
Yeah. And there's a very easy
Parabolic?
way to understand this if you don't. I
Whoa, whoa,
usually
whoa,
do
whoa!
it in
Hang on, hang on,
7.
hang on, hang
I
on,
do
hang
it
on.
in.
Mr. Deus said parabolic. What do you mean by that, sir?
It's just. I mean, it's a red herring. It's like it's not really. Whatever. Fine.
Elijah's right. It is a red herring.
Then, well, why did you
It's
bring
not.
it
It's
up
not
then?
the.
Why did you?
It's not the point. Because I wanted to be accurate.
You
Why
can't
did you?
tell him there's a
What
bird in the
do you
shot,
mean
man,
by?
because he's gonna
Why
say,
do you mean?
where do
What
they
did you
fly
mean
for the south for the
parabolic?
winter? Where do they fly for the winter? What kind of bird is that? Do they
I'm not
normally
talking about birds. I'm not
nest in
talking about
areas
birds.
that are? I know, but that's what you're doing, talking about everything in the photo, but what the argument is. You're not addressing the P or the Q at all.
I've addressed them both.
No, you
You
haven't.
can't see. You
You
can't
haven't
see
addressed it at all.
beyond the horizon.
No, that's not. Listen, what does that have to do with the art? The argument is this: if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the distance to the horizon should be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now it says no more than, because obviously you can have a local something blocking your horizon, and they call those like local horizons or whatever, like mountains and shit or something.
Mountains,
You know,
trees.
so if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The horizon is not 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, the Earth is in a
How
sphere
do you
with a
know that?
radius of
How do you
3,000
know
miles.
that? How do you know that it's not?
Well, I
Hello?
mean, if we were looking at the same
Are you
photo
serious, though?
through, if we were looking at the same photo and you didn't have rose-colored glasses on, your answer would be right in front of your face.
Or
I'm
if you
just
just went out
asking
and
you.
looked for yourself, geeks.
How
The
do,
best
hang
way.
on.
You should. It doesn't matter what he knows. It matters what you know. You have to discern this for yourself. So you should go out and look. And again, this is just a friendly dialectic. I don't want to get into a debate, but you don't know Elijah from Adam.
Why won't I don't understand why that's such a hard question to answer, though.
Because it doesn't really matter.
No, I didn't. I just answered his. I answered his question. That's the problem.
I'm saying, I'm
I
asking,
answered. Okay, I'll be charitable and I'll answer
how
it.
do you know
But
that it
I'll
is
be
that? How do
charitable
you
and
know?
I'll answer it because the horizon is behind the oil rigs that are further than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Very good.
Yes.
So, and you've
Why
heard
is there?
now.
What is okay? What's the follow up? Like, what's the point?
So, do you remember, Elijah, the other day when I said there's a difference between the observed, and this is where everyone goes batshit crazy and starts shouting at me. There's a difference between the observed horizon and the actual horizon. Do you remember that?
I know that's what you say, but according to Nat Geo, which is another source for this argument that I use, the geometric horizon is where the Earth and the sky appear to meet. So I
So it's
get
apparent.
what you guys I get that you guys have this argument. But ultimately in Andrew Thomas Young's math, he's just making the globe bigger. Like I tried to tell you the other day. That doesn't really you gotta know at that point it's arbitrary.
It's not just bigger that they're making it. They're making it exponentially bigger. It is insane how much bigger it would be. If
Yeah,
they're saying
if
that
you were
that
to
is the
do
actual horizon, then we're talking about the Earth being out past the moon. It is exponentially much larger than what we think it is.
yeah, I don't think he's in the head. Are you in the headspace to understand that if you did the math on the distance to that horizon, if you said okay, for all intents and purposes, it's 10 miles, that yeah, the radius of the Earth would be from here to the moon.
I don't know how you get to that number, but the only thing that I'm trying to, I'm not trying to prove that the Earth is a globe at all. Yeah, at all. All I'm trying to say is that the fact that there are differences in terms of how you measure the observed, as in what you see, horizon versus what the horizon actually is, and the methods.
There is no horizon. You know that, right?
You're very well misunderstood, man.
It's an apparent horizon. It's where the sky and Earth meets, and it moves around about you, wherever you are.
Yeah, we always say it's optical. It's not really real, obviously.
Cool. Okay, cool. Well,
you know how we know?
I'll pause there.
You could stand in the same spot and use a different optic. As a matter of fact, in the video, the horizon is. As a matter of fact, there are no oil rigs, and the horizon is just like
even
right there. But then when you open up the aperture, all of a sudden you have a horizon in a different location and everything. And blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll pause there.
Can I just ask you a
because
question,
I don't
dude?
want to. I don't want to get into any more.
Apparent horizon. One second. So you're saying apparent horizon and real horizon. Can you make an argument with those two things? About
No, I can't.
or not?
No, I can't.
So what are you talking about?
I'm saying the argument, the black swan, whatever is no way to convince anyone at all.
I'm still waiting to hear how you think that the math is garbage.
Yeah, I still want to know.
I'm still waiting to hear that part.
Yeah,
because you did say the math is garbage.
Yeah, I'm not going to continue. Sorry.
Bow out. Okay.
I'm gonna bow out. I'm gonna bow out.
That's why.
I'm gonna bow out.
Because he's saying, okay, the math is bunk, but I'm not going to tell you why. But it's bunk anyway. So you can't.
I'll take it back. I'll take it back. It's not bunk.
But I'm not going to tell you
Take it
why
back.
it's
I
bunk.
was wrong. I was wrong.
Okay.
It is correct. Does that make you happy?
I appreciate the concession. If it's an earnest concession, I appreciate it.
I am making the concession. It's all true. If that
you're
makes
being honest,
sense.
then that's amazing.
Well,
but if you're lying, then that kind of sucks. And,
but that's the thing.
But that's what we've come to expect. People who lie. But we're not going to. We're going to assume that you're being upstanding and upright.
I will give you all the benefit of the doubt until you prove me
Flat
wrong.
Earth is retarded.
Thank you.
Anyway.
Good point. You really got us.
True. Yeah, I nailed it. Thanks.
Sorry. So yeah.
Let me.
I'll
Before
just concede
you
there.
bow out, I got another one for you.
No, I've already bowed out. I'm not going
there's
any
something
further
else
with
I
that.
want. There's one more thing I want you to look at. Did he dip?
No, I'm still here.
No, he's still here.
All right, check this out. Right.
Yeah.
Let's do something because you want to talk about comets.
Sure, we can if you want.
Okay. Are you prepared to accept that NASA's pissing on your head and calling it rain? Are you prepared to accept that if I could show you that?
That's a gotcha question.
I'm letting him know up front.
It depends. It depends what you mean, because I think you and I have got different definitions of
assume
debunking something.
Assume that this is a golden bullet and it'll break your heart. Assume
I'd love to see what you have to say. Let's just go there. Go, Elijah. I'm listening.
You realize a golden bullet will not kill a werewolf.
You mean silver bullet? But yeah, carry on.
No, golden bullets kill Glovers.
Oh, okay, all right. Carry on. I'm listening. You have all of my attention. You've got my attention. You've got my attention. Go.
So, do you know back in 2020 there was a comet called Comet Neowise? Were you aware?
What's it called? Sorry.
Comet Neowise.
Never heard of it. No.
hmm Do you know that it was supposedly 64 million miles away?
I said I'd never heard of it, so no, I didn't know anything about it. But okay, 64 million. Yeah.
I stand corrected. You're right. That's a ridiculous way to put it after you'd said that. Okay. Now, according to them, they'd say, well, we don't know if you could see that with the naked eye, but in fact, we did. No big deal. No big deal at all. Here's the rub. Imagine something that is 64 million miles away. So just think about, and this is an object, right? It's not a star, it's just an object. That's the so get this. It's 3 miles wide. But
3 miles? It's no, it's going to be more than that.
No, it's 3 miles wide, but you can see it.
You couldn't see something 3 miles wide at 64 million miles away.
Can you look at the chat? Can you look at the chat and read it out loud? The two screenshots, if you don't mind.
Oh, let's have a look. Let's have a look.
You're good.
Comet Neowise came close to Earth, distance of 64 million miles. Uncertain if comets will be visible at the naked eye. Comet Neowise has a diameter of about 3 miles. Interesting. 3 miles.
So you were very disbelieving, just like with the
Well, hang on a
rover
second.
on Mars.
Hang on. I've never heard of this before. Hang on.
Well, you already thought it was bullshit. What are you going to reason your way out of it now? Okay, we'll give you time.
Wait, wasn't Neowise the double tailed comet?
Yes, it was.
That we all saw in the sky?
Yes, it was. That's the very one.
I stand corrected. 3 miles. Fuck you now. So you can see something that's 3 miles across that's 64 million miles away. Oh my God,
you believe
I didn't know that.
Or do you think that they're pissing down your back? Which one is it? Because you didn't believe it until you realized that they said it and not me. So let's just get that understood. So now that they said it and not me, what's your stance on that?
Well, that's a good point. Why would someone say?
Why would you said?
No, he's right. Let him cook, Elijah.
All right, go
on.
Why would someone like myself, like think that you had the numbers wrong, but then looking it up myself and like seeing it on, okay, fine, it's only on Wikipedia, that could be wrong, but I'm sure it would be the same. Yeah, whatever.
Well.
Why would I?
Straight from NASA.
Why would I like concede that when doing it like this way, as opposed to when you tell me that? Why?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think that is, Elijah?
No. That's not actually geeks. The question is, why would you disbelieve yourself as soon as NASA told you that your first intonation was wrong, that you wouldn't be able to see that object? Why did you believe them? No.
And not
you
not
said
Elijah.
Right. No, not.
Yeah.
Keep Elijah out of it. Because that's a personal thing. But with you specifically, you said no way you would be able to see a 3 mile object from 63 million miles away. And then NASA said, oh no, this object was 3 miles wide from 63 miles away. And you're like, okay, that's true.
No, I didn't say that's true. It's, wow, I could be wrong about that. Okay, that's interesting.
I don't think you could be wrong. I think you could.
But the question is, why
that
do
might
I
be a false
believe
dichotomy
NASA?
in and of itself. Yeah, why do you believe NASA?
No, you're
over
asking
yourself?
the right question. No, not over myself. Over what Elijah told me.
No. You believe NASA over yourself because yourself said to me,
What?
I see what you're referring to now. Sorry. See what you're referring to. Why did I believe NASA myself? Because I don't know much about comets. They do.
You're
That
a
answer your
fluid
question?
dynamic scientist.
I'm a what?
Which
sorry?
means you said you were studying fluid dynamics.
At university? It's got nothing to do with comets.
No. I know it doesn't. But in order just to study fluid dynamics in university, you have to have at least 3 courses of basic physics. So you understand that you wouldn't be able to see an object 3 miles wide from 63 million miles.
Well, none of them are about celestial mechanics, though. Surely,
Here's another.
Is it?
It's not about mechanics. It's about perspective. In this case, now, the other problem is the tail is only 3
But why
million
is that
miles.
a problem, though?
Listen,
why is that a problem?
Listen,
Sorry, brother.
not a
Sorry,
problem.
I'm listening.
Not a problem. You said, why is it a problem? And I said, no, it's not. Wrong category. It has to do with perspective. So you're making a category error. So all you
No,
did
I'm
is
saying,
just,
why is
so
it a
all you just
problem that
asked
I've
the question again.
I'm saying, why is it a problem that I've looked up and corrected myself? Why is that
No,
an
it's not a
issue?
no, it's not a problem. You didn't do
Okay.
anything you didn't exchange any real knowledge or experience in order to make that change. The only thing
Yeah,
that
I did.
happened
We're
is
told.
the only thing that happened was the source changed.
Yes.
That-
Okay.
that's
Fine. Yes, the source changed.
but you yourself, and it had nothing to do with me, knew that you would not be able to see an object, and you knew it was a celestial object
And I was wrong.
because I said a comet.
And I was wrong.
No, but here's the thing. The tail is also only 3 miles long. So that would be like
Okay.
me trying to take a telescope and see the breadth and length of a hair.
No, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get
Maybe
it.
actually probably worse if you
Yeah.
ratio it
But
out.
fine.
So,
But they did. They did see it. Are you saying that they didn't see it?
No. We saw it, but what they said was it's 63 million miles away. Like we all saw it, but do you believe what they said and what's the justification? Because you know damn well you can't see nothing 63 million miles away. It's only 3 miles wide in diameter with your naked eye. You know that's bullshit.
Hey, can I jump in for just a second with a question?
You can see it.
So like with the globe Earth model, the sun is
Then he
supposedly
said you
93
can
million
see it.
miles away.
Oh God, sorry, bro.
But
Please start over.
how many miles is the sun supposedly supposed to be in diameter at 93 million miles away?
25 Earth suns or something like Earths or something like that. I don't know.
More than that.
880,000 miles.
Okay, so let's just use like real simple math. Like 63 million miles is about 2/3 of 93 million miles. So for something to be the size of the sun, it would have to be 2/3 of, what'd you say, 80,000 miles or something, 88,000. So
I didn't say it. I didn't say it. But
let
times
me
880.
Let me double check my work. 1 second.
But I mean, do you understand what I'm saying? So like in order for something to look the equivalent the size of the sun at 63 million miles, it would have to be approximately 2/3 of its diameter. So something that's 3 miles at 63 million miles, I don't think there'd be no way possible to see that.
Good point.
Okay. But did people see it?
But you all no time out. Slow down. Everyone slow down. The problem isn't whether or not we see it, because when I brought this up and you knew it was a comet already, and I'd already threw out all of the what did Deus Vault call it? I had already set it up like in a way that you knew it was coming before it came. Okay, and You didn't have a problem with being able to see it. That wasn't in question. You said there's no way you would be able to see something that was 63 million miles away. That was
That
the
was 3
mathematics
miles in
required.
diameter. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
your challenge was to the geometry, not to the fact that we could see it.
Yes.
So you didn't believe me when I said it. You
Correct.
only started to doubt yourself when they said it. That's an
Correct. That's
appeal to an
correct.
authority like
with
no one
with
would
no
ever
additional
believe.
information other than authority.
If
That is an
that's not
appeal.
textbook, like you should be in like the front of the encyclopedia for logical fallacies and
Dumbass.
fallacies.
Let's not insult them. Let's not insult them. The fact
No,
is,
it's
It was
fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I
It's
don't
fine.
even. It's not
no,
even.
no.
But there are good
You have to
reasons
agree
for it.
with
There are good
You are
reasons for it, though, James.
experiencing an acute cognitive dissonance,
I
it
don't know what that
always
means. I keep getting called that, and I don't know what that means. Can you
and it's
explain what the hell
falling
that
back.
means, please?
It's bolstered by your appeal to authority. A cognitive
What
dissonance
is
is when you
cognitive
have
dissonance, please?
I'm about to say it. It's when you have two opposing ideas in your head
Yeah.
that are holding a place of truth.
Oh, two opposing ideas that hold a place of truth. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm doing dishes
Okay.
right now. I just made a
No,
nice
that's
juicy
fine.
steak.
What to? Ooh, ribeye, sirloin,
T-bone.
So you
okay.
so you know that
So hang on. What are
something
the? Hang on. Wait,
you
wait, wait,
you
wait,
know
wait.
that
What are the two
I'm answering
opposing
your question. I'm
ideas?
answering your question. Be
Okay.
quiet.
Yes, sir.
That
I
you can or
mean,
can't see it.
so the thing is, no, that's not it. The thing is, you know that there's no way that an object with those dimensions are viewable. However, it must be viewable because NASA said so.
I didn't
That's
look
an
at
appeal.
NASA,
Well, because
but yeah,
literally
sure.
using
Let's go with
that's where
NASA.
the
Let's go with
that's where the
NASA. Let's go with
information
NASA. Yeah.
that it's
Let's go with
not for
NASA. Yeah.
them and the observatories. Okay, well you can go.
Yeah.
I mean, who else has the?
Okay, fine. NASA. I agree. Yes. What else? What's your point, sir?
I
You're
just
having
gave you the point.
You're
I
having
just told you.
an appeal of authority, logic, fallacy upon yourself, saying that
Okay.
you know no less than what somebody else tells you, just based on them telling you. And so there's your
The
cognitive.
classic example is Emperor has new clothes. New clothes. So the Emperor is actually naked. You know the Emperor is naked, but everyone says he has new clothes. So you're like, well, I guess he has new clothes.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
But that doesn't affect. But this comet doesn't affect me in that way. Like I'm not walking around naked.
That's red herring. This is sad. I don't.
What?
Okay. All right. Look.
Wait, why is
Bro,
that a red herring? Why is that a red herring?
No, it's fine. If I could just for a moment, what you're doing is it's more of the genetic fallacy type of family because you're appealing to NASA as an authority or as the source, right, of this argument that because you can see it, and it's also like kind of like an affirming the consequent, but you're just saying because it can be seen and because NASA says you can see it, therefore it is possible. But you know within your reasonable mind that a 3-mile diameter object, right, at 63 million miles away should not and cannot be seen. You know that just by the mathematics of angular resolution. Okay, so the whole point, you don't know that? So you will actually go ahead and just stay in an ignorant state and say, no, because I want, it's kind of like an invincible ignorance. You maintain your position and don't find any way to justify it.
Wait a minute. That's maybe you didn't like his wording, so I'll restate it. I will, and you said what? There's no way you would see that. And so why did you say that?
Yeah.
Isn't it because you know that the angular resolution ain't mathing, or what's your answer?
Two reasons.
Oh,
First,
is it
because
because I'm a flat earther? Oh, so you're a bigot. I know you didn't say it. You didn't say it, but go ahead. Go ahead.
anyway, that is part of it. So the first reason is
Whoa,
because
you are a bigot.
I don't know. Hang on, let me finish. I didn't realize like it doesn't for me pass the sense test that something that small could be seen that far away. Turns out
We
I was
all agree
wrong.
with you. We all agree with
But
you.
but it turns out I was wrong, which is what you don't agree with. But the second thing is, Elijah, and please don't take this the wrong way.
You're not
Please don't
answering the
take this
question. You're
harshly.
not answering the question. Can you accept that I'm interrupting you because you're not actually answering the question?
Repeat
And
the
let me
question
tell you.
again, and I'll try and
So,
do a better job. What's the question?
So the question actually was, why did you say that you wouldn't be able to see an object that big? Why? It can't be because I said it. Like, there's a reason that you didn't believe it based on an experience. I don't believe that you would have just dismissed what I said just off the basis of nothing at all. I cannot believe that you would do something like that, sir. So
Did you hear
there's got to
Did you
be
hear the first part of my answer? Did you hear what I said? The first, number one. Did you hear what I said?
you said you thought you were right. Turns out you were wrong. But I'm asking you,
That's
why did you
okay.
think
Is that good enough?
No, I'm asking
No.
you, why did you think you were right? That's the actual question.
The second
What?
actual question is, what work did you do to discern that you were wrong, other than appeal to a source?
None. Zero.
Okay. Okay.
Didn't pass the
Okay.
How
So
dare
sense
you?
test
How
for me.
dare you betray yourself like that?
Which
Well,
is
it doesn't.
like
But
egregious.
it doesn't matter
But you're
because
not answering the
I
question
corrected
because
myself.
you
But I corrected
no,
myself.
no, but
And the
corrected yourself.
second, Elijah, hang on. The second
You're not
reason.
answering the question,
The
bro. You're
second
not
reason
in. No, you
is
corrected
you
your.
said it. I'm
No,
afraid. I know that
corrected
might
you.
sound
No,
harsh,
corrected
but it's
yourself
because
from.
you said it.
Listen, no, that's not what you corrected. You said you corrected yourself. So
I did.
corrected yourself from what? That's the question that I'm asking that you're not answering. That was the
From what I
question I
previously
asked.
thought. From what I previously thought.
Which was what? You thought what you thought. Why? That's what I'm asking.
Because it didn't make sense to me.
Okay, what do you mean by that? Can you be more specific on that specific point? Like, what didn't make sense?
It didn't make sense because I don't understand how it is possible. But apparently it is.
What's not possible? Do you
To
think it's not
see a
possible
3
to
mile,
see?
3 mile diameter thing from 64 million miles. But I'm
Why
wrong.
not?
I was
Why?
wrong.
No. But why would you think that? Like,
No idea.
could it be because of angular resolution?
I don't know what that is.
So,
But
okay, I can
no
see a
idea.
fly in my house, but I can't see a fly if I'm at a barbecue and it's, in another field. I can see it when
Mhm.
it's in my vicinity. I cannot see it when it's further away. It's obviously not due to
Yeah.
earth curve when it's down the street, right?
Yeah.
So it's because I cannot resolve it.
Okay.
So that's what angular resolution is. Because
Okay.
all optics have an angular resolution limit. So I think, I mean, you can't say that that's not why you obviously didn't think that something of that diameter could be seen.
We know
And
it
I
intuitively.
would argue that the reason is because of angular resolution. But earlier, my answer was perspective,
Okay.
right?
I mean, I've never heard of
So,
angular resolution, but so
well,
it couldn't have been that because I didn't know what it was.
what about perspective? Obviously, you thought from your perspective view, there's no way that you'd be able to see something that slim from 63 million miles away, right?
But I was wrong.
No, but that's what you thought, though, right?
And I thought incorrectly.
But you did think that, right?
That's correct.
Right. So,
And I was wrong.
So you can't just fall back on your ignorance of angular resolution because I just explained it and I just used the example of a fly. So now that you're all caught up and understood, and we're understood, you
Yeah.
basically like that's just fundamentally true about our reality. That
Okay.
things disappear with distance. Or things get harder and harder to resolve the further away in distance that they are based on the size. Um, and so you understood that, and that's why you thought that I was wrong. So what Deus Vault is asking is, you know, just because a source says no, you actually can see it. Like, why on earth would you just take that for granted without any other experience or doing anything, or you didn't even have a second thought? Actually, it wasn't even a thought, bro. You just said, I guess they're right. That's kind of
That's
sad.
correct. That's correct.
So, for the sake of honesty, and I'm assuming you'll probably affirm this, if it comes from any sort of authority, you will believe it blindly, correct?
Hang on.
Because it's not
hang
science.
on.
There's no reason that they can
Hang
give
on.
you for why you can see that. There's just no reason.
Hang on.
It's just a baseless
hang
assertion that you're going to just have to accept, and it looks like you're prepared to.
You are coming dangerously close to the line, sir, of becoming a flat earther.
No, I don't think so. I think I see someone who goes to therapy their whole life,
No,
and
Elijah, you got to give these people some credit. You got to give them some leeway and some generosity. The fact
no,
is he's
what I'm
still talking
saying
to
is
us
there are
about it.
people in society who could have better lives, but they actually just have therapy and they never do anything, and they just like
Oh, come
they're
on.
just
Come on.
mentally ill
I don't
forever.
I don't know him.
Oh well, the thing is we've had.
See, you live in New York, so everybody's in therapy.
Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, see, we've had conversations. That's why I'm like, man.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
So
My,
I'm ignorant here. So
my headphones, my Bluetooth headphones went, so I had to switch over. Sorry. Someone, who was it? Mr. Says Who
He's
asked me a
a
question. I
he's a
will believe
sophist.
it
I think that's what you call it.
blindly. I believe it blindly.
Like
Yeah.
he's
Is that what
one
you
of
Okay. Fair
those.
enough.
He's
As
he's
long as
one
you're
of those.
honest.
He's one of
No.
those dazzle
Is that the
types
question?
that
I
never.
believe it blindly.
Yeah, he's
yeah,
one
Yes.
of
If it
those.
comes from an authority, will you believe it blindly?
Oh, you're cutting out a bit.
So, if it comes from an authority, like I guess apparently you think that NASA or whoever says it, then you will believe it blindly. Yes.
No.
No. Okay. So why did you change your position? Just because you read what was published, but not necessarily what was reasonable or scientific, for that matter.
Because there is something called pragmatism, and
No, that's called cognitive dissonance.
I thought cognitive dissonance is where you have two truths that are fighting against each other. Is that correct?
Well,
You
yeah,
did for a split second there.
you
No, it didn't, because it
understand.
switched.
You
It switched. The
no,
truth
not
switched, didn't it?
but based on nothing though. It's not that well, maybe you're right. Whatever. Maybe okay.
No, it wasn't based on nothing. It was based on doing a quick Google, having a look,
Isn't
and
that like? Imagine I
also
said that. All I did
and
was do a quick
well,
Google, have a look, and it was fine.
and
Like,
hang
how
on,
would
let
you
me
feel?
finish. Let me
Geeks.
finish, Mr.
Okay, go
Says
ahead.
Who. Because the pragmatic concept of this is that it has very little impact on me.
What?
Right.
Oh,
But
so
this is
No.
pissing down your back. Like that's why I
No,
said it
hey,
pisses
hang on,
down.
Elijah.
Because for no
Hang
other
on.
reason other than to wake up in the morning, drink tea, and say, "Look at this fucktard," I'm gonna go ahead and publish this, and they're gonna believe it.
It's
Like,
worse than that, Elijah. It's way worse than that. It's the nature of your reality as you know it. You're basing it off of the U.S. military's what they tell you to believe.
This does not make up my reality. this
That's
one
not
thing
you. Why do you
does
keep
not make
answering?
up my
Like,
reality.
why do you keep answering to
You
things that
realise
we
that?
didn't say though? Like
Yeah.
no
However,
one said that you were like no one said that
It was the nature of my
this would
reality.
determine
That it was the
your
nature
yes.
of my reality.
Yeah,
That
no one
what, as
said
in what
that.
Deus just said.
It
What is it?
100% is the nature of your reality.
There you
Oh,
go,
okay.
Yes,
Elijah. Did you hear
absolutely.
that? Did you
I
hear
stand
that?
corrected. I did.
There you go. So there we are.
I heard it.
So
Now you're right for the
I-
first time in 2 days.
thank you. So so yeah, Deus, if indeed something as small as this is
Small.
enough to shake your entire reality, then
No.
obviously we have.
Your entire reality.
Well,
Because
no, because it
your
doesn't. Because
reality.
it doesn't
Hang on.
shake
I'm
my
not
reality.
finished. Please don't talk over me. Your reality said I wouldn't be able to see this object at this distance. And then the U.S. military told you, yeah, you did. And you're like, okay, I did. That's the nature of your reality being bent and molded by people who are not disinterested, but have your worst interests at heart.
Okay, well, fine, but when
It is
I
the
guess
nature
when
of your reality.
when I say reality, I should be a bit clearer. I mean
I'm
the
the one who said
entirety.
reality. You said it had
I,
nothing to do with your daily life.
yes, that's
It is
correct.
the
Yeah,
nature of your
overall.
reality.
Well,
It is the very fabric of what you believe to be true, the nature of your reality.
do you think you think this is how I discern everything about what
No,
truth is?
I will always give you the most generous interpretation of what I believe you are, but you have to tell me who you are, and then you have to show me who we are. I'm not
Well,
going to
hang
assume.
on. Do you believe that this, looking at like a website and then saying, "Oh, this must be true," is how I determine every aspect of
You
my life?
believed it over yourself. That is a scary
Listen.
proposition.
Do you
Listen,
think
no
this is
one
the way I
look, check this out.
determine it?
Check this out.
Everything.
Check this out. No one said that is how you determine everything.
No, I'm asking. I'm asking
Listen to
because I
what I'm
don't want
saying.
people to
Listen to what
think
I'm
that that is
saying.
the case.
Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm listening, Elijah.
Because you're asking that question is
Yes.
distracting from the premise that was laid out to be concluded previously. So that's what's called a red herring, like something that has seemingly to do with the conversation and follows logically, but does not actually have to do with the premise at all. And that's exactly what you keep doing. Like you keep talking about things we're not talking about to move further and further from the things that we are talking about. All we're doing when we ignore that is let you talk about what you want to talk about without ever actually having a back and forth conversation. Because in order to have a conversation that's like informative, when you get a bit of information, there has to come a concession, especially when it's objective. You know
I'm
damn
not sure
well
what any of
that
that means. I'm afraid, but what's your point exactly? What are you trying to
that you're a sophist.
push to me?
That's really, in short words.
Okay, cool. I'm not sure what that means either, but
Do you know who Socrates was?
he was a Greek philosopher, as far as I.
Do you know anything about Socrates?
Not really. No.
Okay. Honestly, most things in these discussions revolve around how, or not revolve around, but are performed in a way that Socrates set up. So you should definitely at least read a cursory amount of about Socrates. And
Okay, can you tell me about the Socratic method then, Deusfall?
No,
I didn't think so.
Sit down.
Wait, I don't understand.
But
I don't understand.
okay, so
when you say most discussions, you mean in this room? You mean?
yeah, he was. Just,
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jekyll just brought up the Socratic method, which is what I was talking about.
So,
I mean, I don't know what that is.
A sophist.
I've never heard of that before. So,
but
right,
a sophist
I'm
is
telling
a
you, you should
person.
definitely go ahead.
A sophist is a person who reasons with clever but fallacious and deceptive arguments. Now, the one thing I can't prove is that you're being deceptive, but at the very least, you're being invincibly ignorant. because it's kind of like no matter what thing is objectively true, you're gonna play like well, I don't know about that. I can't make an informed decision on that, even though you're being informed.
Well, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to lie to you, or do you want me to tell you the truth?
No, I want you to be honest with yourself.
Okay, I'm doing that very well. Like I've been doing that for most of my life. I'm talking about with you. If you want, I
But
can
that's not
lie
what
to
you're
you.
that's not what you're demonstrating, though.
Yeah. See,
It seems
you
like
brought
you
up an
guys want
instance
me
just a
to
moment
lie
ago
to
that you asked. Excuse me, just a moment. You asked, do you think that I just make up my worldview based on, what I read or what comes from an authority? And that's exactly what you did. You denied your instinct and what you know to be untrue, and then until another source came along, which is authoritative, then you switched, right? So you changed. You even denied your own instincts and reason and logic, and went with the authority.
Okay.
Here's another one. Here's another one. This
What do you
one
mean
is
another
real
one?
this one is real easy for you to, mentally block out of, whatever logical part of your mind is in there. But you know that the moon
Okay.
is within our atmosphere, within the Earth's atmosphere?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Well, why would you say no, it's not?
Because it isn't. I mean, I don't know what you
But
guys want from me exactly. Like,
why are
What
you
the hell
saying
are we
that?
talking about? The same old flat Earth story. Well,
Mr. Trump, are you going to win
No,
2024?
no,
yes,
no,
we're gonna
no,
win bigly and a
no. Oh
landslide.
God.
Okay, listen. Let's
Can
be for
somebody not
real.
let this
Okay,
digress? I'm making one
listen.
last
Let's be for real. Let's be
Who's
for
your
real.
running mate? Is it Kamala Harris? Oh, you're
Can
muted,
we
Go ahead,
Trump.
Elijah.
Yeah, there you go. So why did you say why do you disagree with me?
Why do about the moon being in our atmosphere?
Hmm.
Because you're wrong. I don't know what you want me to say. Like it doesn't matter what I say to you, Elijah. Right? You don't believe it. Right? You're never going to really believe it. It doesn't matter if I showed you. If it wouldn't matter if I. Well, actually, if you did,
Hang on.
if we were
Hang
able
on.
to
Don't
take you
don't
into
don't levy
space.
these against him when the same thing could be said to you right back at you on two observed occasions of Neowise and the Mars helicopter. It doesn't matter what we say to you. You're not going to believe what we say.
So
You're going to believe in authority over even yourself.
No, I
so
believe in.
European Space Agency, ESA.int, because they can't all be lying, right? Like the Earth's atmosphere stretches out to the moon and beyond.
What do you mean by atmosphere? Let's get that
The
definition first.
the outermost part of our planet's atmosphere extends well beyond the lunar orbit. Like
They're
that's what I
calling
mean
it
by
the
atmosphere.
exosphere.
The exosphere. Okay, let's have a look.
Yeah.
I've not heard of it because I know that
Yeah.
there's the stratosphere. It's like
Hmm.
different layers, isn't there? So
Yeah.
All the
Yeah.
way to the thermosphere is what you know, and now they added another
So
layer.
the bottom line is here the outermost
the
part of our planet's atmosphere extends
exosphere. This
well
there's a
beyond the
concept
lunar
of
orbit.
space.
So I don't wanna I'm just saying they're saying it, not me. I mean,
Okay.
so now
So
you're
what's
like,
your
ooh, what
point?
did they
What's your
mean
point?
exactly?
What's
Like
your? Well,
what's your
yeah,
point?
I wasn't
Well,
familiar with the
ooh,
definitions
well, you just
exactly.
told me I was wrong, and now you're like, well, what's your point? It's not you're
Okay.
wrong anymore. It's what's your point? So
So
you just,
if you include the exosphere as part of the atmosphere, which I don't think is the common
it
parlance,
is it is that's where the ISS is as well. I believe,
the
or are
ISS
they?
is not next to
No,
the
no, they're
moon, is it?
in the ionosphere, right? My fault.
No, they're in the thermosphere.
Thermosphere, that's right. No, the thermosphere is the exosphere.
It doesn't look like it. It looks like the exosphere is outside of the thermosphere.
The
From this.
They're in
thermosphere
the
is the
thermosphere.
exosphere.
No, you're mixing them up.
Whatever.
I don't want to fight you,
Okay.
Elijah.
So anyway, but so I've not heard of this exosphere. I don't think that's part of what most people would include as common.
Yeah, it's literally the part that and I know you're lying. I know you fucking lying because that's the part of our planet that actually protects us from the sun's harmful gamma rays and whatnot.
It's the magnetic field, isn't it?
Yeah, the exosphere.
No, is that the magnetic field though, or
The
is that the?
exosphere is like that's where
No.
Is that part of it? Okay. Well,
yeah.
I think they're
I mean,
different things, but
I don't
okay.
think
But
I
what's
don't think so.
so you taught me something here about exosphere. I've never heard of this. But what's your point?
It's not the first time today.
Well, yeah, he's taught me a couple of things.
This is the third.
Okay.
There you go, Elijah. I posted a picture in
Yeah, that's the picture I was looking at. Yeah, but what's the point exactly? Like, I'm not scared of having my mind changed.
So the exosphere is the outermost layer
NASA.
of a planet. Hold on. The
Well, no,
exosphere. Listen,
by
it's
Elijah as
in
well.
it's
So.
in the words exosphere because it's
Yes.
all actually an oxymoron. But the exosphere is the outermost layer of a planet's atmosphere. So it's the outermost layer of any sphere, like volume that surrounds a planet or natural satellite. The exosphere is
Okay.
made up of molecules that are gravitationally bound to the planet.
Right. Okay. Cool.
So all I said was, I mean, you're the one that disagreed with me. I'm glad that you learned something new.
I
I just
learned a
don't know
few
why.
things from you.
Oh, what? Yeah.
Like helicopters and comets.
Well, that was from
and...
Crit. That was from Crit, actually. So Crit.
I'm just
told me
saying
that.
what you've learned today, not necessarily just from Elijah, but from just. I mean, your
Yeah. And
whole
none of them
horizon has
have
been.
none of them have to do with flat Earth, though, do they? The exosphere is to do with globe. The helicopter is to do with Mars, and the
Yeah,
comet is to
it
do
has to
with.
do with NASA
All of them
pissing
from the
down your
same
back.
source.
Pissing down your back, basically. That's what we were talking about.
All of them from the same source from NASA.
But I haven't learned anything to do with the Earth not being a globe, have I?
No, but no, you got piss on your back. That's what we were talking about. We weren't talking about anything else.
Okay.
That honestly was the premise in which Elijah set up before actually bringing anything up.
Sure. Well, I disagree. I mean, you know.
Crazy. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
sure, you can call me crazy if you
I didn't
like.
call you crazy. I said that's crazy.
Oh, it is crazy.
Don't get
what I
crazy
said
over
was
it.
crazy.
I'm just saying what
It is
you're
crazy.
saying now is
What I
crazy.
say is crazy. That I disagree. Fine.
What do you disagree with? Elijah told you factual things. Showed you sources. You agreed after disagreeing. After disagreeing with your own instincts, your own
piss on my back. Why you keep going
personal
back to stuff
knowledge
that
of what
I've
is
agreed
possible.
with? That I've agreed with.
You've disagreed with everything before you agreed with it. Every single thing. Every single thing you have disagreed with before you agreed with it.
Mm-hmm.
He is right. You are being a sophist in that regard.
Okay. What difference does it make?
Nothing.
No,
it makes no difference to us because
that's what murderers. That's why murderers kill because they like where there isn't a hard and fast rule that'll get you in trouble. They like to operate, within the parameters. I can do something downright evil so long as there's really no consequence to me. What difference
Yeah, but
does
there
it
are
make?
consequences for murderers. So.
Yeah, but what difference does it make? But there's no consequences for the Tinder swindler. There's no consequences for fucking uh 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 Omar oh, the black dude that keeps talking about since 2010, he was people's money for to build this all black school, which he's just running around on podcasts like everybody forgot. I didn't. Dr. Umar Johnson, that's right. Like, so
Okay.
here's the thing, like, scams, like, people think they know what scams are, and the things that you think are scams actually would help
Mhm.
you, and the
Yep.
things that actually are scams are things that you participate in.
Cool. Have you given any money to any flat Earth or non-globy stuff?
What do you mean, like what?
Like, have you
I have.
What
given?
does this have to do
What's
with
the problem?
anything, bro? Like, this is the shit we be talking about. Like,
I give them 30% of all my income, and I've disowned my family just to be a flat earther.
No, of course you're joking,
you,
mate.
you,
Yeah.
you could be like, yeah, so you're
What? Do I seem like a
so you could
reasonable
be like,
person to
so
you?
your mom's like
You
a
seem
murderer,
very
dog.
well. You seem reasonable,
So
but
would you
there are some
consider
things
would
you.
would you
Yeah.
consider me a cult susceptible person?
Oh no, not you, not you. But some people
Okay,
don't
so
have the
that
fortitude
that
and
that was that
resilience
was me
that you do.
saying in a very
Then
satirical
you
manner.
saying,
Of course,
then you
you
saying
you
no. Of
alluding to
course
it being
no.
a cult. It's clearly not.
I didn't. No, 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 no. I didn't
Did you
say
give
that. I
any
didn't say
money
that
to any
word.
flat earthers? That's alluding to it being a cult.
Well,
Clearly, come
you
on.
take it the way you want it. But all I'm saying
I
is,
will.
not everybody, Mr. Deus, has the resilience and fortitude that you might have. So that's all.
What I was going to say previously before the conversation moved away from what I wanted to say was, it doesn't matter to us what you believe, and it doesn't matter to you what we believe. The fact is it matters. It's incumbent upon you to discern your nature of your reality. And beyond that, we are no use to you.
That's not true.
He's
You've
That's
not,
already
entirely
stated
not
on
true.
several
he's not
occasions
gonna
that
agree
none
with
of this
anything.
matters.
Right.
I don't think I would have said that.
No,
You
but
said,
that, what does it
No, no,
mean
in
that
not
no.
so
that's
many
that
terms,
Sorry,
doesn't?
this does
that's
not
the
matter. I'm sorry.
opposite. Well, then let me clarify very,
No,
very
but this is because
clearly.
that's what, so like, you're double speaking, but
I just want to
I don't know,
clarify.
but I mean, you're just gonna double speak, but it's okay because
Okay,
I mean, you
then I won't
double
say anything.
you double agree or double agree or whatever. So I wouldn't be surprised, but again, like, we're talking about, like, you're trying to get us to talk about this manipulated version of the question, which is actually, like, manipulated, being it's not actually the question on the table, or the statement on the table for you to respond to. You've manipulated it into a way that would answer something that is inconsequential to the conversation, so we're of no use to you, really, because you're not really engaging with what we're saying, and you already
I
said you
disagree.
didn't care. So what?
I didn't say that. I never would have
Well, I
said
mean,
that.
you said, what
That's
difference would it make? Like, what? Like, give me an example. What difference would it make whether I was faithful or not faithful? What difference would it make if what? Like, tell me how you can say those words and it would not have that kind of impact. Give me give me an example.
listen, chaps.
You're not going to do
We,
it. You're going to say
no, no,
something
no.
that has totally nothing to do with
Nothing
what
to
I just
do
said to
with
you.
nothing. You're absolutely
He's
right.
got to go. He's got to go.
Yeah, no. I feel like we've done this to death. It's been a pleasure. But one thing I do want to say to you all is that I don't think that you're of no use to me whatsoever, regardless of how you feel about me. And the reason why I say that is because without people that have opposing views to mine, I would be lost. That's all. I think that I want to surround myself with
I
people
think
with as
that's true.
many opposing views
I
as
think that's true
possible.
for the Matrix. The Matrix needs people to go against what they've sipped as the Kool-Aid. Like, and that's exactly why. Nah, I'm not gonna go there.
Yeah,
People
yeah.
not gonna get it. People
Save
not
it,
gonna
save
go.
it, save it,
People
save it
not
for
gonna
next time. But
But
anyway,
this whole idea that, oh, these people are better than me, they make all this money, and therefore, that it's keeping me down in a world that actually, with your intention and goodwill, will multiply all of your successes. To believe that what I just said is not true because somebody can hold you down is the thing that will probably hurt you and the people you love the most.
Well
And
said.
that's sad.
On that note, gentlemen, it was a pleasure. Hopefully, we get to do it again.
Well met, geeks. You have a wonderful day.
You too, guys. I really do appreciate it. Like, we've kept it civil, and that's great. Good luck, boys. Take care.
Have a good day.